The huge number of disasters that have occurred recently are destroying people one after another. Like a sharp blade, they cut through humanity's hope of emerging from anarchy. Old and new human civilizations are not at all similar to each other. Now, in a terrible wasteland, a new civilization must survive. Enormous fortress walls were erected, but order continued to deteriorate. A young man dressed in rags asks his interlocutor what happened to many of human technologies. The man tells him that they are in the hands of only a very few people. The guy suggests that if people behind the wall have powerful technology, then the wall could be destroyed. But his interlocutor only smiles, saying that people behind the wall are happy with such deliberate inequality. At this moment, a small detachment of soldiers moves, sticking together. One of the men tells the other that if he wants to go to Mount Jing, he should ask Ren Xiaosu. This bunch of mercenaries really lacks any real combat experience. At this moment, a strange red glow is visible in the dark forest. The young man pays attention to this by turning his head there. He detects the breath of death, which spreads everywhere as a red light. From this fire emerges the head of a terrible monster, whose red eyes stand out strongly. Several monsters are already appearing, and they are rapidly accelerating their pace. A strange, huge insect appears, its multiple limbs very sharp. Following the monsters, a gray wolf appears, which seems to be filled with blue energy. The protagonist, bleeding from the mouth, tries to hold on with all his might. Several creatures approach him with slow steps. He hears a strange question in his head. Does he want to unlock his shackles? And mentally agrees. A heavy downpour begins in the forest, watering everything around. Somewhere in the forest, there is a small trap to catch small game. However, the prey is already dead due to the rain, which is acidic. If the young man does not bring back some prey today, he will certainly die of hunger. Despite the heavy rain, you can hear the sounds of someone's wings. The boy raises his eyes to the source of the sound, thinking that he will finally catch the sparrow. The bird flies rapidly through the falling drops, developing great speed. Her sharp and sensitive eyes easily notice the main character from above. Then the animal turns sharply and begins to dive down, rushing towards him. Seeing his prey approaching him at great speed, the young man was stunned for a second. A moment later, the bird is already landing on the ground, flapping its wings. The man then rushes away and reaches towards the ground to grab the weapon. He picks up an object with a handle and a round surface, similar to a large spoon, and takes a position on the ground. At this time, the red-eyed monster begins to approach the main character at great speed. He swings his weapon and hits the bird's body directly. After another blow, he manages to throw his prey away, knocking it to the ground. He suddenly jumps forward, intending to finish off his opponent. A moment later, the young man lands right on the creature's body, grabbing it by the throat. With his hand, he squeezes the bird's neck, breaking its bones with his actions. Tired, he finally allows himself to rest, and is glad that he has at least obtained something. He decides to go to the store to sell the bird carcass for rations for a few days. Suddenly, he feels his head start to spin. He falls to the ground, holding his head with his hand, and is surprised that such a condition has appeared right now. It usually appears at midnight, but this time it came much earlier. As if struck by electricity, he leans back slightly and closes his eyes. This had been happening regularly since the day he escaped from the wolves, and people in town were convinced that it was just a headache. However, for the young man, this is not pain at all, but a clear feeling of strong, pure chaos. He tries to stop his flow of thoughts, wanting to understand what is going on. The protagonist looks at his hand and is surprised to notice that he is still conscious. Then, in front of him, he begins to see an extremely bright light that appears through the blueness around him. The light is so strong that the man is forced to cover his face with his hand. A strange shadow, which the guy calls a palace, slowly begins to appear. Dropping to the ground, he walks hesitantly towards the massive shadow. Coming even closer to the doors, he sees a small gap between them. After thinking for a bit, the young man pushes the doors forward, slowly opening them. His attention is drawn to a large room, which is decorated with very rich ornamentation. The room, like the palace outside, is shrouded in a black haze that hangs in the air. The young man grabs the handle of his weapon, studying the space that has appeared in front of him with caution. Looking around the area with his gaze, he tries to understand where he is. Turning to the side, he turns his attention to an unknown object. The object lying on the table seems to attract the black smoke around it, drawing attention to itself. The guy quickly grabs his head, again feeling severe pain and dizziness. At that moment, an unknown man appears where the young man was. With a grin, he looks at the body of the main character, which lies right in a puddle without moving. Finally, the guy comes to his senses and realizes that this time he recovered much faster. Realizing that the rain is getting heavier, he decides to get away from here. The young man begins to rise from the ground slowly and tiredly, and a man approaches him from behind. With a cry, he asks the main character to give him his loot. However, the guy manages to react, hitting the man right in the face with his weapon and pulling out his tooth. Due to severe pain and stunned state, the robber falls to the ground and the young man begins to walk away, protecting himself from the rain. However, a blue window suddenly appears in front of him, where the task is written to transfer the loot to the person. The surprised protagonist looks at the notification that appears with distrust. He turns to look at the man lying on the ground, still unable to get up. As he gets closer to the man, he notices that he is holding his face and tears are coming out of his eyes. The young man stops right behind his opponent, causing him great fear. The protagonist slowly raises his hand, holding the sparrow tightly, and asks if the man needs this carcass. Surprised, the man in front of him repeats several times that he really wants to get the loot. The reluctant, frowning protagonist gives him the sparrow's corpse. A small window pops up in front of him again, telling him that the task is completed. A picture of a palace shrouded in shadow appears, and a small piece of paper flies up to the object on the table. It magically inserts itself directly into the object, which turns out to be a typewriter. The keys are pressed by themselves, printing on the sheet that the hero is awarded basic profile settings and can study other people. The protagonist thinks to himself that he can use this to see survival or hunting skills. The robber, sitting on the ground with tears in his eyes, tells the young man that he is a very good man. However, the guy suddenly changes his mind, taking the carcass and saying that the man will not get it even if he wants it. After this, the young man begins to run away, leaving the confused man alone. He begins to curse the main character, accusing him of the fact that because of people like him, the world is heading towards the abyss. After a while, the young man slows down, switching to a walk and carrying the prey on his shoulder. He puts his hand to his head, as if looking out into the gray sky. The guy approaches several dilapidated and rickety houses located right in front of a large gate. Without stopping, he passes by a small group of people looking at him. The men look at the main character with anger and envy, clenching their fists. They whisper among themselves, saying that the young man has returned with prey again. The guy hears them, but does not answer them, looking at his enemies with contempt. He places his hand on the handle of his weapon when he sees one of the men approaching him. Someone, however, stops the approaching person by placing a hand on his shoulder. His friend asks his buddy to forget about the young man and not to contact him again. After standing for a little while longer, the main character turns away and walks away. The men then say that the young man is completely sick in the head, but the hero does not react to this. He continues to approach the metal gates, passing houses on either side. Seeing a small building, he slowly walks inside with his prey. The young man places it on the table with a thud, and asks the shop owner how much he will pay for the creature's corpse. However, the man behind the counter throws up his hands a little, asking the boy to be more careful. He laments that the glass on the counter is very expensive while examining the carcass. After examining the corpse, the man uses scales and calculates how much money he is willing to pay. Turning to the main character named Xiangsu, the seller says that the weight of the animal is 3 jin and 6 liang. The guy listens with a little surprise to the man's words that he is ready to give only 700 coins for the sparrow. Xiangsu says that this is too little, and the seller dissatisfiedly raises the price to 800. However, the main character angrily grabs the score, declaring that now is a difficult time, and for less than 900, he will not give up the loot. In response to this, the merchant only shakes his head from side to side, crossing his arms. The hero, no longer willing to tolerate such treatment, turns around and starts to leave, saying that he will go to Old Li. Then a man with a forced smile blocks the way, asking to negotiate, but the main character first wants to find out the price from Li. The seller says he's willing to pay 900 for the carcass, mentioning that the hero doesn't want to delay Liu Yuan's tuition. With a sly smile, the protagonist says that he will now sell the carcass for 1,200 coins. This proposal puts the merchant in the shop into a state of natural shock. With a bit of discontent, after a while the man recounts the banknotes. Not wanting to part with his money, he still gives away everything he has. Before leaving, Xiangsu asks the merchant to get him a jacket for Liu Yuan. The man tries to convince the protagonist to take the jacket for himself, but he refuses. After this, the hero turns his attention to anti-inflammatory drugs, for which the merchant asks for 600 currency. Having heard the price, the hero asks the man to forget about it, because in his opinion, there are no inflammations in winter. After wrapping up the jacket, the man gives it to Xiangsu and asks him to bring a live sparrow next time. After some time, the main character returns to his home. There, he meets his younger brother, who is diligently studying. Upon seeing his older brother, the younger one immediately stood up from his chair, looking at Xiangsu with surprise. The boy takes a caring interest in his brother's studies, and he replies that everything is fine. The younger brother thinks that hunting is much more interesting, and asks the protagonist when he can watch him hunt. Xiangsu explains with firm conviction that hunting is a very dangerous activity, unlike studying. The main character regrets to himself that training is so expensive, because he would gladly do it himself. He saves some of the sparrow's guts, which can be used to make soup. the younger brother notices that Xiangsu's right arm is injured. But he, having started to prepare the soup, replies that it is just a scratch. After some time, the food is finally ready to eat. Using chopsticks, the protagonist fills a plate with a small amount of offal. He holds out the plate to his brother, asking him to eat the contents. However, the younger brother refuses, saying that it is Xiangsu who should eat and recover from the hunt. Despite the protagonist's excuses, the brother continues to stick to his guns, worrying about Xiangsu's health and saying that 2 days ago, someone died from an infection. The fact that his younger brother is crying angers the protagonist, and he begins to lecture him. Xiangsu says that if his brother studies well, he won't have to go into the wilderness like he did. Hearing this, the younger brother silently but angrily sits down at the table. Trying to suppress his tears, he forcefully stuffs himself with food. Xiangsu compliments his brother by asking him to try on his new jacket, to which the younger brother asks where his older brother's jacket is. However, the main character ignores this question, saying that he wants to rest. Little by little, nothing remains of the soup prepared by the young man. The protagonist lies on his shabby bed and thinks about the palace he saw in his dreams. A moment later, he jumps up and turns his head towards the sudden noise. He turns the other way and sees the same palace. Xiangsu approaches him and, opening the doors, confidently enters the building. He tries to feel with his hand the black haze that fills the air in the palace, but he fails. Calling the palace intangible, he continues his way inside. A few minutes later, he comes out to the typewriter he met last time. He slowly approaches the painted table and reaches out his hand to the paper lying on it. Xiangsu picks up the paper and glances at it, recognizing it as a task that was meant to share food. With surprise and interest, he puts the sheet of paper aside, looking at the typewriter. He examines the keys, reading a variety of hieroglyphs on them. After reading the hieroglyphs, he begins to think that he is being asked to be a good person in a world where morality is considered a luxury. After a few seconds of silence, Xiangsu answers himself that this is impossible. At this time, an unknown girl is walking through the night village. She opens the curtains of the main character's house and goes inside. However, the woman is immobilized by a sudden movement of Liu Yuan, who puts a knife to her throat. Seeing the blade, the girl begins to tremble violently, and her brother recognizes her as Xiaoyu's sister. Realizing that the girl posed no danger, the younger brother slowly pulled the blade away. A second later, Xiaoyu asks where Xiangsu is now, since she heard that he was seriously injured. Turning around, the younger brother explains that his older brother was wounded in the arm by a sparrow. Hearing this news, the girl folds her hands in front of her with excitement. Liu Yuan tiredly says that the girl is 8 years older than Xiangsu, so she shouldn't get attached to him. However, Xiaoyu blushes and states that she thinks of them as her brothers. After sitting for a little while longer, she decides to go home, asking the younger one to tell the main character that she came. The boy agrees and watches Xiaoyu until she leaves the house. After this, the boy slowly rises from the table at which he was sitting. A few seconds later, he leaves his house and steps out onto the night street. The guy sits down on the ground and leans against the wall of the house, holding a knife in his hand, as if he were on patrol. Behind him, he suddenly heard his older brother's voice asking him not to bully his sister Xiaoyu. In response, Liu Yuan justifies himself by saying that he saw her smoking, and cigarettes are given out in factories outside the walls, and she could have gotten them from a savage. He tells the protagonist straight to his face that he thinks Xiaoyu only got close to him because he always hunts successfully. In response to Xiaoyu's accusations that she is not pure because of cigarettes, Xiangsu explains that no one is pure in this world. The protagonist asks his younger brother to keep his distance and not bully the girl, and he agrees. After this, Xiangsu sits down on the ground next to his brother, who asks why he is not sleeping. The main character only replies that he has something to think about. He assumes that he also has some abilities and says that he will check it out for sure. When silence falls, Xiangsu looks up tiredly, looking at the night sky. There is a rumor in town that some people have special abilities, and he believed it after meeting Liu Wen. When they were hunting, Liu Yuan said out loud that he hoped to hit the prey. It looked like he made a wish, and the bird started falling down. The sparrow fell right in front of the main character's faces, and there were no visible wounds on its body. However, after making wishes, there will certainly be minor illnesses and disasters. Together, the brothers look at the falling stars that decorate the sky. Xiangsu, with a little panic, asks Liu Yuan not to make a wish so that he won't get sick, and he agrees. The younger brother asks why the shooting stars fly so fast, and the older brother says that they don't want to listen to any wishes. Finally, the next day arrives, and the village is illuminated by the rays of the sun. There's a lecture at school, and the teacher is talking about technology in the era of civilization. A man with a book asks those gathered if they know what the word technology means. Liu Yuan alone replies that he doesn't know, while the other students are busy with their own affairs. Xiangsu watches everything that is happening from the window, and the professor says that he will explain this term with an example. Wanting to hear the teacher better, The main character stands on tiptoe. However, the man abruptly closes the book in front of him, saying that the lesson is over. Afterwards, he suddenly glanced at the window where Xiangsu was. But there is no one outside the window, because the main character wanted to remain unnoticed. Sometime after the lesson ended, Xiangsu was called by the teacher. He says that he allows the boy to stand and listen to the lesson at the door, to which the young man bows deeply. With a clear smile on his face, he thanks the man for giving him a chance at education. A little later, the professor dines on soup from a small plate. Xiangsu hands the man a cigarette, thanking him again for allowing him to stand by the door. By giving a cigarette, the main character wants to show his gratitude. Taking a match, the man lights the tip of the cigarette and takes a deep drag, exhaling the smoke. He asks the protagonist why he enjoys attending classes so much. Xiangsu replies that learning something new is never a bad thing, and also because teachers are the most respected, and no one, for example, would dare to steal vegetables. However, the professor, putting away his cigarette, begins to cough and shake a little. After this, Xiangsu says that one question has been bothering him for a very long time. Returning to smoking, the man asks the protagonist to continue. Xiangsu quotes the teacher as saying that before the disaster, humanity had access to a lot of technology. He asks the logical question of why all this disappeared. In response, the man says that all this is due to the lack of offspring, and humanity is lucky that it was able to survive. However, the information should have been preserved, but it is in the hands of very few people. With a slightly sullen face, the protagonist says that she is with the people behind the wall. Xiangsu suggests that in that case, the wall could be destroyed. According to him, this will help release technologies to restore civilization. However, the smoking teacher says that as long as there is danger in the wastelands, the outcasts will live near the wall shelter. The wall will have a lot of manpower, and the consortium behind the wall will not allow it to collapse. The interested parties behind the wall cannot get rid of this natural class barrier. Having put out his cigarette halfway, the teacher decides to leave it for next time. After such a conversation, the teacher says that they should return to class. Before this, the man decides to go away and change his clothes because his clothes smelled of cigarette smoke. Unexpectedly for himself, the main character receives a new notification about the task. After changing, the teacher returns to the classroom after a while. The students are genuinely surprised when they see Xiangsu at the door, and the teacher announces that today will be a survival lesson. He explains that when children become adults, parents will no longer be able to protect them. As a topic for the lesson, the teacher asks the students to listen to what they should do if a pack of wolves attacks them. Pointing at Xiangsu, he asks him about the actions that should be taken in such a case. A little embarrassed by this attitude, the guy says that they need to choose a high place with an open view and a tailwind. The teacher nods with a slight grin at the protagonist's words. However, the main character says with a smile that such a place would make an excellent cemetery. The classroom falls into an awkward silence after Xiangsu's words. He notices with confusion that his new training assignment has not been completed. Deciding to change his approach, he turns to the teacher, saying that he probably hasn't even seen one wolf. The young man directly states that there is practically no chance of survival against such an enemy. Suddenly, the teacher declares that from now on, Xiangsu can sit in the classroom and teach survival lessons himself. Surprised by such a reaction from the man, the young man sincerely thanks him. He sees a notification that the task has been successfully completed, and he receives 10 power points. Inside himself, he feels his body becoming much stronger. He squeezes his hand, feeling the increase in muscle strength. Then he begins to believe that the palace is not a figment of his imagination, and that he really does have powers. The normal strength rating for an adult male is 3, but now the protagonist has a rating of 3.5 points. Xiangsu smirked, realizing that his chances of surviving in the wild had increased dramatically. Right after class, Liu Yuan approaches his brother, catching him off guard. It seems to him that the teacher wants to make Xiangsu his successor, since he already allows him so much. However, the main character does not think so, sincerely believing that the teacher simply does not have enough cigarettes. However, being a teacher is not bad, and if the older brother becomes one, he will then pass this position on to the younger one. But turning away, Xiangsu admits that the wild nature is much more native to him. Liu Yuan thinks to himself that as soon as his elder brother has something good, he immediately passes it on to him. Xiangsu turns around and calls out to his brother, breaking him out of his thoughts. Together they go home, talking along the way. At this moment, a small detachment of armed men passes through their village. One of them complains that he was sent to Mount Jing instead of taking a well-deserved vacation. After looking the people over from head to toe, Xiangsu guesses that they are mercenaries. The complaining mercenaries' partner says that first they need to find someone to show them the way. In his thoughts, the protagonist reflects on the fact that going to Mount Jing is tantamount to suicide. He passes by a girl from the squad and turns around almost immediately. She gives off the feeling of a real wild beast from the wasteland. Liu Yuan asks if it is possible that his brother could be recommended as a guide. But he admits that there is something strange about this group of mercenaries, so it is better to avoid them. Night falls slowly, and the village is shrouded in darkness. Shang-Su slowly pulls back the curtain and hears his younger brother calling out to him. Liu Yuan anxiously asks if the protagonist's wound is okay. With a smile, the elder brother says that everything is fine, but Liu Yuan asks him not to lie. In response, Shang-Su says that he is not going to play with his life, and asks not to worry. Suddenly, outside the house, they hear mercenaries approaching closer and discussing the main character. Hearing this, the brothers bend down to the ground, and the protagonist reaches for his weapon. Slowly, Shang-Su walks up to the door and looks through the crack straight at the mercenaries. There he sees a salesman named Wang Fugui, who led armed men to the main character's house. With hostility in his eyes, the young man realizes that the merchant really decided to introduce him to the mercenaries. The man addresses Shang-Su through the door, saying that he has guests at his door. Liu Yuan asks what he should do, and Shang-Su tells him to stay in the house while he goes outside. Having come to an agreement with his younger brother, the boy leaves the house to join the mercenaries. Shang-Su pretends to protect a merchant father and son, causing one of the mercenaries to threaten the man for lying. After this, the group of people turns away and walks away while the seller tries to dissuade them. He turns around in panic at the protagonist, saying that he apparently wants him dead. Wien Fugi tries to explain, but the mercenaries give him until dawn to find a guide. The girl, who initially caught the attention of the main character, turns around. After gazing at Shang-Su, she turns away and leaves. The young man receives a new notification that the required skills will now be learned in a random order. The system randomly copies the firearm skill and offers the hero to learn it. Without thinking for a second, the guy decides to learn it. His mind is provided with a vast array of knowledge on the handling and care of weapons. He concludes that he actually copied someone's skills. The system notifies that the main character has successfully mastered the skill of handling firearms. After this, Shang-Su learns that he can copy both normal and advanced skills of people. He tries to learn the girl's weapon skill and shows him that she has mastered it perfectly. He is surprised by the fact that a girl with such abilities is in a private army. Suddenly, Liu Yuan touches his brother's shoulder, asking why he is just looking at the girl's back, which embarrasses him. At this time, Sister Xiaoyu suddenly comes out to the two guys. Surprised, Shang-Su and Liu Yuan ask what she is doing here at this time. She says she swapped houses with a family of 3 who lived there before. Deciding not to waste any more time talking, the brothers go home, saying goodbye to the girl. Shang-Su admits that they are having a hard time right now, so he doesn't want to get involved with Xiaoyu's sister. The younger brother suddenly points to some potatoes under the chair and a small bottle of pills. They look at the medicine and realize that it is an anti-inflammatory drug to treat Shang-Su's wound. The main character remembers that someone in the past also planted pills on him when he was running away from the wolves. The place where the pills were last time was the same as now. However, Liu Yuan is certain that it couldn't have been Xiaoyu, since she only found out about the injury recently. Outside, someone approaches Xiaoyu's sister, trying to sell her a cigarette. The brothers turn around at the noise and hear someone discussing prostitution with a girl. The man outside starts to rip the girl's clothes off and tries to take advantage of her. Angrily, Shang-Su hurries to leave his house to help his sister. He receives a new task from the system, which instructs him to help the girl. Even without this task, Shang-Su would help her, and he rushes forward, drawing his blade. However, the man does not run away and takes out his sword, which is forged from iron and not made of bone like the main characters. But not even a second passes before the young man simply breaks the blade of the sword while delivering his blow. Immediately after this, Shang-Su begins to beat his opponent, hitting him in the ribs. After landing a few blows, he grabs the man by the neck and forcefully slams him into the ground. The force of the blow makes the person bleed, and he tries to understand why such a teenager has so much strength. Shang-Su turns to Xiaoyu and asks who this man is. Trying to cover herself, the girl says that he is a foreman at a coal mine. A man was stabbed to death in a market town last night, and this man took the initiative. Hearing this story, the young man picks up a sharp object from the ground and swings it at his opponent. However, the system gives him a new task, which states that this person must be left alive. Shang-Su then decides to draw a blade across the man's side, causing him to bleed. As the man screams in agony, the young man says he has about 3 minutes to spare. He explains that if the man goes to the clinic and gets stitches, he might have a chance to survive. After the teenager's words, the coal mine foreman begins to shake and crawl away. Gradually, he gets up and runs away, and the whole trio follows him with their eyes. Shang-Su receives a notification that the quest was successfully completed, and that he has received 2 skill copy scrolls. Liu Yuan says that this man may take revenge on his brother, but Shang-Su is sure that the clinic will not heal his wounds. The older brother bends down to pick up the blade and slowly examines it, noting that it is broken. At this time, Sister Xiaoyu stands nearby, quietly crying, looking down. Xiangsu approaches her and asks if she can quit smoking. In response, she does not say a word, but begins to shake her head vigorously. The young man says that these cigarettes are not highly addictive, but they contain poppy seeds. Besides this, Merchant Wang said that the proportion of such grains is very small. Therefore, if Sister Xiaoyu really wants to, she will be able to refuse them. The older brother self-confidently says that although he considers himself handsome, a relationship between them is impossible. However, Xiaoyu, taken aback, directly says that she treats him like her brother. Realizing the awkward situation he's gotten himself into, the guy shrugs with a forced smile. Deciding not to stay on the streets any longer, he literally grabs his brother and walks away. Seeing this, the girl begins to laugh harmlessly and quietly. At this time, inside the palace, a typewriter is typing that a side quest has begun. After receiving a side quest, the hero smiles a little, showing interest in it. Once inside the palace, he takes the paper on which the task is printed. He begins to read the document and sees that he needs to collect 100 sincere thanks to get himself a weapon. Reflecting, the young man notes that the palace is quite accurate in its judgments, for it has credited him with gratitude from Xiaoyu. After a while, Xiangsu suddenly jumps out of bed and asks his brother to thank him. The brother, who was sitting over the lessons, directly says that the main character scared him. However, he does not intend to retreat and approaches his brother, asking him for gratitude. With his eyes downcast, Liu Yuan thanks his elder brother for always helping him. The system counts the gratitude, and the hero thinks that it will be just as easy for him to collect the rest. After this, Xiangsu decides to play a trick and asks his brother to thank him again. Liu Yuan, who does not understand the situation, thanks the protagonist again. However, this time the gratitude doesn't count towards the quest, causing questions to arise in Xiangsu's mind. Then he asks his brother to be as sincere as possible and to speak from the heart. Time after time, Xiangsu tries to get sincere gratitude from his brother, but the task still doesn't count for them. After half the night, the young man managed to get only one word of thanks. Then he, getting up from his chair, decides to think of another way to complete the task. Suddenly, back in the palace, several coins fall on the table. The main character takes one of them with surprise and examines it in his hand from all sides. The coin had a thank you note from Xiaoyu's sister written on it, which pleasantly surprises Xiangsu. At this moment, shadows form some kind of silhouette behind the hero, forcing him to turn around. Right in this room, a certain machine gun appears from the black smoke. The main character approaches it and carefully examines the device. After thinking for a bit, he decides to throw one of the coins into the machine. A second later, a small object falls out of it, filling the room with the sound of impact. Xiangsu picks up the item and recognizes it as medicine, but there is no indication on it what it is for. Suddenly, the main character feels dizzy, and a strange feeling that completely engulfs him. A second later, he returns to the real world, holding a bottle of medicine in his hands. With genuine surprise, Liu Wen asks his brother where the small jar in his hand came from. Filled with curiosity, the young man begins to open the jar, assuming that it could be a panacea. He takes some of the medicine on his fingers, deciding to try it anyway. Closing his eyes, he brings his hand to the wound to treat it with medicine. At the moment, he worries that it might be a vial of poison, but suddenly the pain in the wound goes away. Having experienced this effect on himself, the young man understands that he needs to collect as many thanks as possible. The next day, early in the morning, the brothers go to the teacher, who asks in surprise what's wrong with them. Xiangsu and Liu Wen's faces clearly showed signs of insomnia due to their elder brother trying to get thanks. Afterwards, the teacher asks if Xiangsu has thought about his speech, since today is his first day as a teacher. The protagonist asks the man not to worry and enters the building, accompanied by the students. The guys greet him, causing Xiangsu to be genuinely delighted. He extends his hand, asking the kids if they think being a teacher is hard. As payment for his work, he asks the guys to sincerely thank him. This approach surprises the head teacher, but he decides not to interfere. Xiangsu immediately establishes a new rule that students must now thank the teacher instead of greeting him. Deciding to try to complete the task, he asks the students to thank him. However, he makes no progress on the assignment and thinks the students are not being sincere. Xiangsu realizes that life often doesn't go according to plan, so he decides to try something different. He gradually begins the lesson by talking about the basic and essential skills of survival in the wild. However, the students do not show any interest, and some of them are even irritated that the teacher is talking for so long. One of the students raises his hand, suggesting that Xiangsu finish the lesson, as the sun is already setting. After some thought, the teacher realizes that safety comes first, so he decides to end the lesson. The children immediately run out of the house, thanking their teacher on the go. Suddenly, a few more coins fall onto the table next to the typewriter. Xiangsu finds himself very touched by the students' gratitude towards him. On the way home, Liu Yuan tells his brother not to delay classes like this anymore. However, the older brother does not understand what is wrong with this. because he is ready to devote his whole life to education. During their conversation, Liu Yuan notices something and brings it to his brother's attention. Together they watch a crowd of people, some of whom have weapons on their backs. They recognize an old man named Rick Liu, who apparently volunteered to be their guide. However, right next to the brothers is the merchant Wang Fugui. He says with surprise and disappointment that the main character's refusal to work seems very strange to him. In response, the boy asks how the man knows that this is a good job. The man then explains that the poor will never get out of here, and these people have unlimited access outside the shelter. Apparently, this high wall blocks not only people outside, but also people inside. Those who are inside have a hard time getting out, but those who live outside try to get in by any means necessary. The man says that he heard from their employees that they were looking for a guide behind the wall. The younger brother suggests that Xiangsu talk to those people in the group again, but the boy turns away, asking Liu Yuan to finish this and return home. After a while, the younger brother pulls the main character by the sleeve and points to the side. They see Xiaoyu's sister trying to sell her earrings, but she is offered to become a prostitute. However, Xiangsu intervenes, saying that she doesn't need to sell anything and gives her money for the anti-inflammatory pills. The protagonist says that he was going to buy the medicine anyway, so the girl can take them. Xiangsu punches himself in the chest and says that he can take care of himself and asks not to worry, and that he will always have soup. He can't find the right words, and he says that because of him, the girl will always have dishes to wash, and she unexpectedly agrees. After some time, Xiangsu notices a couple of people trying to persuade the doctor to help them. The smug doctor sees no point in asking him for something that people cannot afford. Xiangsu, Liu Yuan, and Xiaoyu silently watch this from the side. Despite the man's deplorable condition, the doctor loudly locks the door behind him. In response to this, the protagonist asks his younger brother to remember that this is exactly what their reality looks like. Acid rain is coming, so they should go home. Xiaoyu is separated from his brothers, and each of them returns to their own houses. Upon arriving home, Liu Wen reports that it is easy for doctors to receive gratitude from others. At first, the main character does not understand the meaning of the conversation. But then he realizes that he can learn medicine. If he becomes a doctor, he will be able to earn money and receive a lot of gratitude. He approaches the clinic as early as possible, hoping to catch it opening. It's already 2 o'clock, but the doctor still hasn't opened his clinic. Finally, the doctor opens the door to the building, stretching slowly and lazily. He jumps in surprise when he sees Xiangsu, but Xiangsu asks him not to pay attention. The man says that if he wants to see a doctor, he must bring money. With a slight grin, Xiangsu uses the scroll to learn a skill at random. The system manages to obtain the skill of deception, and it offers the hero to study it. This turn of events unpleasantly surprises the main character. He looks at the doctor with hostility, realizing how disgusting this man is to have such a skill. The doctor himself notices this look and turns towards the main character. The man remembers that this young man is known as the most cruel in the city and does not understand what he wants. The protagonist asks the system for the person's medical level, and it tells him that the target does not have such skills. After this, Xiangsu simply throws his weapon straight at the doctor, accusing him of fraud. The doctor does not want to admit that he has been deceiving people all this time, and the hero decides to find another way to become a doctor. Slowly raising his hand, the young man sees that the wound on his body is almost healed. After this, he remembers that with the help of a new medicine, he can heal cuts. He enters his house and sees his sister Xiaoyu and asks what she is doing here. The girl says that she noticed the main character's torn clothes, so she decided to mend them. In addition, Xiangsu sees that Liu Yuan is holding a bowl of porridge, which was also prepared by Xiaoyu. The younger brother bows slightly to the girl, thanking her for her concern. After this, the girl fills another plate with porridge, saying that it's time to eat. The main character is surprised to note the care the girl shows towards them. Xiaoyu hands the bowl of porridge to the protagonist, telling him to sit down and eat. Sitting down next to his brother, Xiangsu begins to eat the food with his eyes closed. After tasting the food, he notes out loud that the girl is good at sewing. He offers Xiaoyu to help them when they open a cut clinic, and she is surprised by the offer. When asked why he decided to open such a clinic, the main character says that sooner or later she will find out herself. After some time, night falls and Xiangsu lies on his bed thinking. He decides to come to the palace again and see how much he has managed to earn recently. Yesterday, he managed to buy a new black medicine and he had 3 coins left. 1 jar is enough for 3 people, and the main character expects that he will be able to earn more gratitude this way. Perhaps with this approach, Xiangsu will be able to unlock his weapons faster. After such thoughts, he turns to the side and decides to sleep. Liu Yuan bids farewell to his brother and asks him to be careful, but Xiangsu tells him not to worry about him. The young man understands that without taking risks to implement his plans, he cannot achieve anything. After a while, he comes to a coal mine and one of the men asks him what he is doing, At this time, the young man is squatting, collecting blades of grass on the ground. This is how he tries to create a reputation as a herbalist, so as not to arouse suspicion. Approaching the miner, Xiangsu says that these are medicinal herbs that can be used to treat wounds if prepared correctly. The man is surprised by this approach, because he thought that Xiangsu endured all his wounds by force of will. After some time, a small crowd gathers in front of the main character's house. Xiangsu, sitting inside, deliberately pretends to prepare herbs. Outside, the men are arguing among themselves, deciding whether or not to trust the main character. Gradually, the protagonist's patience comes to an end, and he goes out into the street, turning to one of the people. He asks one of the men to come closer to him, and he turns around to see the other people laughing at him. Xiangsu forcibly asks the man to ask what the protagonist does, and he asks. Putting on a fake smile, the young man says that he is preparing an anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicine. In addition, such drugs can heal wounds, and the hero says that he decided to share the drug with everyone. Xiangsu boldly declares that he is setting up a clinic to treat cuts while the men converse among themselves. They turn around and start to leave, unpleasantly surprising the hero with the fact that no one cares about him. However, the man he summoned remains next to him, which the hero decides to take advantage of. He sees a small scratch on the man's body and offers him medicine, but the man refuses. However, this does not stop the main character, and he forcibly applies the medicine. After such an attitude towards himself, the man runs away from the young man. After some time, Xiangsu returns home, and his brother is surprised out loud that the hero is giving away medicine for free. But the main character is not happy with the fact that no one paid attention to his proposal, but he decides to control himself. The next morning, the young man leaves his house and sees a familiar figure. He approaches Wang Fugi and tries to find out what he wants. He asks the protagonist with a smile whether he treated a man named Tattoo from a trading city yesterday. After hearing an affirmative answer, Wang Fugi offers to buy the medicine, but Xiangsu refuses him. However, Wang Fugi continues to stick to his guns. He whispers that Tattoo decided to taste the black medicine out of curiosity. According to Tattoo, the medicine worked like Viagra, which is why Wang Fugi asks for the drug for himself. Hearing this, the young man offers a price of 600 currency for the medicine. In addition to the money from the man, Xiangsu receives sincere gratitude from him. Wang Fugi leaves with a smile while the protagonist watches him go. After some time, the merchant meets with men in suits, to whom he shows the medicine. He says that he has finally brought this thing and hands it to an unknown man. At this time, Xiangsu is preparing his clinic, hanging a sign in front of the entrance. Having secured the canvas, he is silently glad that he has finally opened a clinic. He immediately sees several people who are in a deplorable state. However, they pass by intending to go to another clinic. The young man sees them as potential clients, which lifts his spirits. By finally deciding to take action and take advantage of the situation, he draws attention to himself. After this, Xiangsu approaches the wounded men. He almost forcibly drags them to the door of the clinic, even tying their hands. Xiangsu explains that the doctor at the nearby clinic is a common charlatan and says he wants to cure people. He calls Sister Xiaoyu, telling her that they have patients for treatment. Seeing the state of the people, she assumes that they got into a group fight. But one of them explains that a boiler exploded at their plant. They were lucky to escape with such wounds, because the rest simply died. The protagonist sadly realizes that people are unlikely to help them, instead deciding to engage in looting. Xiangsu asks Xiaoyu to prepare needles to stitch up people's wounds. She is a little worried because before this, she had only sewn clothes, but she agrees. She treats the wound with a heated needle, causing the man to scream. The man raises his voice at the girl, telling her that she needs to wait until the needle cools down. After this, the main character says that it is time for medicine. With a small grin, he says that he is ready to treat their wounds for 600 currency. After a little pressure from Xiangsu, the man agrees to pay. The young man lays the man down on a makeshift bed, preparing to administer the drug. For some reason, one of the men tries to escape, which attracts the attention of the main character. Xiangsu asks Sister Xiaoyu to stitch up the second person's wounds and says that he will return soon. The protagonist begins to pursue the escaped man, and the remaining man agrees to have his wounds stitched up. Exhausted, the future patient leans against the wall, but Xiangsu already appears behind him. He places his hand on the man's shoulder, causing him to feel genuine fear. With a stony look, he orders the man to return to the clinic. After some time, Xiangsu brings the fugitive back to the clinic. At this moment, Sister Xiaoyu continues to stitch the wounds of the victims. As the system notifies about the task completion and the reward, one of the men says that his wounds no longer hurt. Then Xiangsu receives a new task, which is to cure 10 patients. When it got dark, panic began because the wolves had broken into the city. This news brings Xiangsu, his brother Liu Yuan, and Sister Xiaoyu to their feet. The younger brother excitedly asks if it is possible that the wolves will come to them too. The main character assumes that wolves are intelligent creatures and therefore will not come here. Most likely the animals were attracted by the bloody smell at the place where the boiler exploded. After all, people have a wall behind them to support them. Liu Yuan asks how his brother survived the encounter with the wolves, since he never talked about it. He doesn't have time to tell because someone outside is shouting that everyone needs to be gathered, because the enemy has been discovered outside. Xiangsu and Liu Yuan walk to the window and grab a rag to look outside. The younger brother notices the concern on the protagonist's face and asks what worries him. Xiangsu says he is interested in what will happen when the wall collapses one day. Sister Xiaoyu asks if the wall can really collapse, to which the hero admits that he does not know the answer. However, according to him, there is nothing eternal in this world. With a crash and a creak, the huge gates in the wall begin to open. A lot of people in military uniforms, armed with firearms, emerge from them. They confidently walk between the rows of houses, intending to stop the danger. Liu Yuan is surprised that the people have weapons on their backs, but Xiangsu asks not to ask too many questions. One of the men suggests that the soldiers go back, since it is not right to waste their night killing wolves for the sake of a few corpses. The protagonist realizes that his skill is very useful, and when he can acquire a weapon, he will be able to use it immediately. Xiangsu tells his brother Liu Yuan to go to his sister Xiaoyu tonight and come back when the elder is here. Liu Yuan excitedly asks his elder brother where he is going. However, he does not answer, only abruptly leaving his house. The running Xiangsu is noticed by a doctor from the clinic, who is surprised at what the protagonist is doing at such a time. The hero reflects on the fact that the factory manager was armed with a pistol, but was still attacked by wolves. That's why the young man feels like the gun should still be at the factory. He slowly approaches the smoke-shrouded factory and stops. There he notices that the military has already entered into a confrontation with the wolves. Each of the animals looks very menacing, and their teeth are capable of biting anyone to death. These animals are not at all afraid of bullets, which greatly worries the assembled military. However, the man behind them commands them to get to work and shoot. He even pushes the military man a little, and they begin to attack the animals. One of the bullets managed to pierce the wolf's front paw, but such aggression from people only makes the wolves even angrier. Enraged by the behavior of people, the animals begin to attack them. The soldiers continue to shoot back and try to save their lives, but their strength is not enough to resist such an enemy. Finally, Xiangsu makes his way into the factory grounds, landing on the ground. He runs along the walls of the building, noticing that they are covered in blood. Xiangsu assumes that this part of the factory should be safe. Looking at the corpses around him, the young man is glad that he did not become a victim of the wolves. He decides to hurry and check the area as quickly as possible. Xiangsu approaches a large building that towers above him. With the help of his improved agility, he can climb up without any problem. There he finds a ladder and grabs onto it to keep from falling. Climbing the ladder, he reaches the roof, accompanied by confidence in his own actions. He looks through the windows into the interior of the factory to study the situation. Now it is important for him to hurry to get the weapon and not become food for the wolves. Taking a dagger and putting on a hood, he breaks the window and gets inside the factory. Along with the glass shards, Xiangsu lands on solid ground. Finally inside, he quickly looks around to make sure he is safe. The young man throws off his hood and looks at the corpses that are scattered everywhere. He notices that there was a real battle here, but for some reason all the bodies are facing one direction. In a critical situation, all people run to a safe place where weapons may be located. So he decides to follow the trail of corpses to find his target. Xiangsu gradually comes to a door with several lights above it, believing that it is an emergency shelter. Coming closer to this door, he sees a whole pile of corpses in front of it. Lightly touching it and running his hand over it, the young man notes that the door is locked. After a short hesitation, he decides to knock on the door, hoping to hear someone behind it. His guess turns out to be correct, and someone from inside presses a button to open the door. Xiangsu jumps inside and sees a man with a gun, thinking that the hero is here to save him. However, the man notices that the young man definitely does not belong to the army unit. Recognizing the guy as Xiangsu, the man points a gun at him, thinking that he has come to rob him. The young man, in turn, recognizes the man as Wang Dongyang, the factory manager. He presses the red button with all his might, with excitement and fear on his face. The door starts to close, and Xiangsu realizes that they want to trap him. Wang Dongyang does not put his weapon aside, still holding Xiangsu at gunpoint. The young man clutches his bone blade, his gaze fixed on the weapon. Deciding to change tactics, Xiangsu puts away his weapon, addressing the man by name. He asks why Wang Dongyang is here alone, but the man orders him not to come closer. The protagonist accuses the man of running in here alone, leaving the rest of the people to their death. Wang Dongyang begins to threaten, saying that if Xiangsu takes him back to the city, the man might spare his life. In response, the main character says with a smile that he can tell everyone the truth about what happened. These words do not touch the opponent at all. causing a smirk to appear on his face. A second later, the man's face changes and he says that he will definitely decide to kill Xiangsu. At this time, the main character continues to come closer and closer, while the man showers him with threats. However, Xiangsu quickly draws his blade, noting that his weapon is on safety. These words distract the man, and he turns his attention to his gun. A moment is enough for Xiangsu to intercept the hand with the weapon and cut her. The young man then punches the man in the chest, pushing him away. He places the tip of the blade on Wang Dongyang's body and presses it slightly. Blood begins to flow from the factory manager's mouth due to the wounds he received. The man asks to let him go, promising to tell him where his personal property is hidden. Xiangsu asks Wang Dongyang to tell him the location first, and then promises to let him go. The man, thinking that he can outwit the main character, decides to stall for time until the army arrives. However, Xiangsu immediately sees through this plan, saying that the man's lungs have already been damaged by the knife, and he won't last long. Losing patience, the young man moves forward and presses the man against the wall, driving the weapon deeper and deeper. Taking the blade out of Wang Dongyang's body, he causes him to fall to the ground. After the man stops moving, the protagonist descends towards him. While searching the factory manager's pockets, he finds several magazines of ammunition. Having collected the loot, he decides to get out as quickly as possible, because the private army may be on its way. Tired, Xiangsu climbs the stairs to get outside. After some time, he returns to the house, where he is met by an excited Liu Yuan. The younger brother reports that some of the soldiers were able to return with some wounds. The remaining people continued their attack on the plant, while the surviving soldiers brought in the corpses of people and wolves. Xiangsu reflects on the fact that firearms do have a deterrent effect on wolves. At this time, several military vehicles appear on the streets of the settlement. Stopping at the houses, the soldiers leave the transport and order everyone to get out. People gathered on the street ask what's going on. One of the soldiers says that anyone who tells who left the trading city today will be given a reward. At this time, Xiangsu and Liu Yuan appear from the house. Xiangsu is surprised that the military came here, because before leaving, he disguised the wound as if he was wounded by a wolf. They must have suspected something, since they discovered that Wang Dongyang's pistol was missing. So now they have called all the civilians out of the houses to find the gun. Someone from the crowd raises his hand to say who was leaving the city in the middle of the night. The man turns out to be a doctor from the clinic, who immediately turns in Xiangsu. He brazenly points his finger at the main character, drawing attention to him. The young man immediately began to experience strong excitement and fear. The soldier commands his subordinates to search the body of the protagonist. However, Wang Fugi intervenes in the event, saying that Xiangsu is the person who needs to be watched over by the orders of the boss behind the wall. The military does not understand what is happening, to which Wang asks them to ask Boss Lo themselves, since he has no right to speak. One of the soldiers looks down, clearly remembering the menacing figure of his boss. But the soldier states that even if Xiangsu is one of Luo's men, the culprit must still be found. After this, the military begins to search the main character, hoping to find a pistol. They continue to examine the boy's body and clothes while he maintains an impassive face. Several soldiers approach the brother's house, and Liu Yuan tries to scare them off with a knife. But Xiangsu yells at his brother, ordering him to move away. Not knowing what to do, the younger brother begins to tremble with fear. 3 soldiers enter the house and begin searching it. Liu Yuan can do nothing but watch from the sidelines. He makes a wish that the soldiers will not find anything in their house. An impatient soldier addresses the people searching the house. Each of them replies that they could not find anything in their half-empty house. After this, the commander gives the order to all soldiers to leave Xiangsu's dwelling. The gun, however, was actually in the house and hidden. Liu Yuan breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the soldiers couldn't find anything. At this time, Xiangsu spreads his hands, as if to say that he had nothing to do with the disappearance. He casts a displeased glance at the doctor from the clinic, who steps back a little out of fear. Wang Fugi comes closer to the young man, and he thanks the merchant. According to the seller, if it weren't for the boss's admiration, he wouldn't have stood up for him. Songsu wonders who Boss Lu is, what he does, and whether he knows the protagonist. Wang Fugi replies that Lu is the representative of the consortium beyond the 113th wall, and that he has assessed the youth's medicine. According to Boss Lu, if Xiangsu handed over a portion of medicine every month, he would guarantee that there would be no problems behind the wall. The young man furtively asks the merchant if he can talk to Lu and take them beyond the wall. However, Wang Fugi calls himself and the guy dirty people who can't get behind the wall. The protagonist realizes with displeasure that Lu wants to benefit from him, so he won't let him in. Suddenly, Xiangsu is approached by his brother, Liu Yuan, who is shaking and holding his head. With his sweaty hand, he clutches his brother's robe with all his might. Not a second passes before the younger brother falls to the ground, unable to move. In shock, Xiangsu screams Liu Yuan's name, scared that his brother has passed out. After a while, the elder brother carried Liu Yuan's body into the little house, and Sister Xiaoyu wet a rag for him. Liu Yuan developed a fever because he made a wish that the military would not find the gun. But the boy tries with all his might to prove that he did it for the good of his older brother. Xiaoyu, who was nearby, continued to wring out the cloth vigorously. She applies a cold cloth to Liu Yuan's forehead to help him cope with his fever. The guy shyly asks for forgiveness for causing the girl nothing but trouble. Xiaoyu, however, praises the boys for acting like proper adults. The main character watches this entire process closely from the outside. After a moment's hesitation, he says that he will lead everyone to a better life. The night passes and gradually the bright morning arrives. The main character comes out of the house holding an empty bucket in his hands. In front of his door, he meets Wang Fugi, who congratulates the guy. The man tells that the doctor, frightened by the young man, fled the city, so Xiangsu is now the only doctor. The manager behind the wall gave the main character the house of the previous doctor, and the merchant himself prepared a small gift. He hands the boy a box, asking him to eat what's inside to restore his strength. Xiangsu opens the box and sees a swallow's nest, which is an excellent tonic. Taking the thing in his hand, the main character remembers that such nests are held together by some kind of liquid, but definitely not water. Therefore, most likely, the swallow uses its saliva for this. Deciding to digress, Wang Fugi notes that Xiangsu hasn't gone to buy herbs for several days, so the medicine should run out soon. The protagonist says with confusion that the merchant had recently bought the drug from him. In response, the man reminds that he bought the item for a big man behind the wall. Wang Fugi asks the protagonist not to pretend to be a fool, because it was because of his supply of medicine that he got the clinic for himself. In response to this, the young man hands over a jar of medicine, for which he asks 1,200 currency. The man suddenly snatches the medicine and immediately pays for it on the spot, giving Xiangsu nothing but gratitude. Before leaving, the seller asks the protagonist to quickly pack his things and move to a brick house. After some time, Xiangsu, Liu Yuan, and Xiaoyu arrive at the clinic. Together they go inside and begin to examine the premises. Liu Yuan points out to his elder brother that there is a banner hanging on the wall. The banner says that skillful hands bring back to life, after which a task appears to save 10 patients. Without thinking, the protagonist willingly accepts the task to complete it. Immediately after this, 2 people enter the clinic and consult the doctor. Even before hearing the patient's complaints, Xiangsu assures them that he can easily help them. The man says his wife is 4 months pregnant and has a stomachache, so he came for advice. Having found himself in this situation, Xiangsu admits that it is difficult and unfamiliar to him. He admits that he doesn't understand anything about gynecology, so he asks to borrow some books from the teacher and not take any medication. Turning away, the man admits that in his eyes, Xiangsu is a better doctor than the previous one. The couple bows to the protagonist, thanking him for his honesty. Xiangsu receives 2 thanks at once, but notices that they are both from a woman. He didn't expect that, with a little advice, he would earn 2 thanks at once. The main character decides that from today on he will work as a doctor. A little later, he, along with Sister Xiaoyu and Liu Yuan, take care of their patient. A man with a raised voice complains of severe pain when a girl stitches up his wound. After helping the next patients, he wishes them all the best and sees them off. He asks the man to tell his mother to drink more boiled water, receives gratitude and completes the task. The next task immediately appears, the goal of which is to cure 20 patients. As a reward for his efforts, the young man receives strength points, which further increase his power. Liu Yuan asks Xiangsu why he doesn't treat all the patients, since it's profitable. But the young man replies that he is not going to lie to people for the sake of profit. The previous doctor also didn't know how to treat patients, but he did it anyway. It is important for them not to follow his example, because when he got into trouble, no one stood up for him. But Liu Yuan is sure that no one will help them if something happens to them. Xiangsu places his hand on his younger brother's shoulder, surprising him. Unexpectedly, the elder brother's grip was strong enough to make Liu Yuan feel uncomfortable. Xiangsu asks his younger brother to prevent the sorrow of their century from becoming his own sorrow. These words deeply touched Liu Yuan's soul, making him think. At this time, another patient looks into the clinic, drawing Xiangsu's attention. He asks the doctor to look into his problem, but tells him to keep everything a secret. Xiangsu agrees, and the man slowly closes the door behind him. He says that he can demonstrate his illness and asks not to be afraid. Immediately after this, the man's face puffs up, and his cheeks become bigger and bigger. He looks at the main character and seems to spit something blue in his direction. A few seconds later, a small colored ball floats towards Xiangsu's face. However, it suddenly cracks, as if creating a vortex of bright blue energy. The wind is so strong that it knocks the younger brother off his feet. Finally, it all ends, and Xiangsu comes to the logical conclusion that it was definitely not a bubble of saliva. The main character honestly says that he does not think the man is sick with anything, and that he rather has special abilities. In response to this, the man bows and says that he will tell his parents everything. As expected, the main character receives another thank you. At night, Xiangsu reflects on how people with superpowers have begun to appear in small towns. The world is becoming more and more dangerous, and the hero is lucky that he has a palace. Suddenly, a strange and muffled sound is heard from outside. Reacting instantly, Xiangsu sat up in bed, listening. At this time, several men climb over the fence. Having crossed the obstacle, they fall to the ground next to the house with a slight noise. However, immediately after they land, the shadow of the protagonist appears above them. He quickly delivers a punch to one of his opponents, causing him to cry out in pain. The man falls to the ground, clutching his body as others look on. The robber, writhing in pain, shouts at his accomplices to attack. They obey his command, rushing into battle with their fists. However, this behavior of the men does not frighten Xiangsu at all, who looks at them with displeasure. Several minutes pass, and the defeated opponents are already begging for mercy. Xiangsu defiantly asks the people who sent them here. At this time, a whole bunch of military men are knocking on the door of the clinic, asking to open the door. Xiangsu turns around at the sound, annoyed that everyone is disturbing him in the middle of the night. The young man opens the door for the soldiers, and one of them says that there was an order to search. Xiangsu appears in the doorway with a banner around his neck, asking what the military wants from him. The young man hopes that when people see this banner, they will decide not to conduct a search. However, the soldier still orders everything to be checked and searched, pointing his finger at the main character. Xiangsu recalls that it was this man who searched his house last time. With displeasure, he gives in to the military so that they can do what they came for. It turned out that it was the military who sent the robbers to find the pistol. Xiangsu stubbornly pretends that he doesn't care about what's happening at all, and that he has nothing to do with the missing weapon. The military man introduces himself as Wang Kongyang, and that the protagonist can complain to Boss Luo if he wants. In response, the protagonist says that he does not blame them for anything, but he himself wonders whether the soldier has anything to do with Wang Dongyang, who was killed at the factory. If that really happened, Xiangsu doubted that they would let him go so easily. At this time, the soldier reports that he could not find the gun, and Wang Kongyang tells Xiangsu to be careful. Unable to find a weapon, the man orders all his soldiers to leave the area, and he approaches the guy and puts his hand on his shoulder. He tells Xiangsu that if he had been born outside the wall, he would have become a good soldier instead of a pile of trash. The main character watches the soldiers, sighing with relief, because he hid the pistol on the mountain a couple of days ago. They had caused him a lot of trouble, so Xiangsu definitely needed to take a breather. The next morning, the protagonist and his brother are awakened by a cry that the group has returned. As they go outside, they reflect that the group has returned too early. Many soldiers are badly wounded and definitely don't look the same as before, and this confuses the main character. He doesn't understand what the military is facing, because there was no one at the foot of Mount Jing at that time, not even wolves. Examining each member of the military group, he notes that the girls suffered the least. At this time, several people approach Wang Fugui and accuse him of finding a bad guide for them. The merchant himself is very worried about the man, asking what happened to him. The girl explains that something bit him in the river, and they only found his corpse. Wang Fugui tells the girl that she should have hired Xiangsu in the first place, but now neither he nor the merchant have time to deal with them. In response, the woman clarifies that she is talking about a guy who is not quite right in the head, and Wang Fugui nods affirmatively. Only he can successfully get people across the mountain, and this fact irritates the military a little. She puts on her hood and commands the group to finally return behind the wall, which brings relief to Wang Fugui. As soon as the car drives away, the merchant turns his attention to Xiangsu, who is standing nearby. The man says that he helped the boy get rid of the group, so he should thank him for that, but the protagonist simply leaves. Wang Fugui tries to justify himself by saying that it was very kind of him to recommend Xiangsu. Then the main character says that he can draw a map for the man so that he can go there himself, but he flatly refuses. Snapping, Xiangsu says that he has a brother to take care of, but Wang Fugui continues to persuade the hero. However, this answer does not satisfy the main character at all, and an argument begins between the two men. After a short time, they fall silent and turn around to hear shouts from the side. Two soldiers grab the man by the arms, intending to arrest him. Xiangsu remembers that this is the guy who was spitting bubbles out of his mouth. They try to come to the man's aid, but the military points their guns at anyone who wants to do so. Wang Fugui tries to kindly ask the soldiers what this man did wrong to them. However, an aggressively minded man in uniform points a gun at him, ordering the man to leave. Wang Fugui backs away in fear and almost falls on Xiangsu, not understanding why the soldiers grabbed the boy. However, the main character doubts that this could be related to superpowers. The merchant slumps his shoulders and sighs, saying that the boy is definitely finished now, after which Xiangsu asks why he thinks so. The man demonstrated his superpowers to his friends at night, and they complained about him to the military. Behind the wall, All people with superpowers are being tested, so nothing good awaits the man. Xiangsu understands that those who threaten life beyond the wall and have superpowers will be killed. However, Wang Fugi says that things are not as simple as the protagonist thinks. According to him, a psychiatric hospital was set up behind the wall to study people with superpowers. Finally, the man says that if Xiangsu or his brother have superpowers, then they do not need to be shown to anyone. Afterwards, the protagonist and the merchant hear another scream and turn around to look at it. They notice a fight in which 4 men are fighting among themselves, accusing their opponents of informing on their friend. Clutching a bloody weapon, one of the men says he will not spare anyone for such an act. However, the man behind him moves in an instant and plunges his knife, catching him off guard. Despite the sudden blow and pain, the man swings the axe and strikes straight at the man's head, literally destroying it. A woman whose husband is involved in the fight is watching this whole brawl from the sidelines. She walks up to her loved one's body and leans towards him as Xiangsu pushes through the crowd and approaches the location. With tears in her eyes, the desperate woman takes a knife and cuts her throat in front of everyone. All sounds in the room became silent, and the people lying on the ground stopped moving. Seeing all this, the main character cannot believe that the world around him is so cruel. A little later, Xiangsu meets his teacher, who is peacefully smoking a cigarette. The main character says that today he would like to tell the students about how to resist people. In response, the man states that for many years he taught them only how to resist the natural environment. After smoking for a while, he says that the misfortune of others should not concern Xiangsu and him. Entering the classroom, he sees a crowd of kids surrounding Liu Yuan from all sides. The first thing the main character assumes is that they have uncovered the secret of their younger brother's superpowers. However, the guys try to put pressure on the boy because his brother is dragging out his lessons too much. A moment later, Liu Yuan jumps up from his chair, accusing his classmate of ingratitude. The younger brother is immediately left behind and sits back down at his desk with an angry expression on his face. Having calmed down a little, he turns to his classmate and asks why he keeps looking at him. The young man tries to support Xiangsu's brother, saying that his classmates did not do this on purpose. A few moments later, the main character himself enters the classroom, announcing that classes are beginning. He begins to tell his students about the weak points on the human body, describing each of them in detail. Xiangsu teaches, for example, that there are 20 cartilages in a person's neck, and that damaging them can disable an enemy. Later, the lesson ends and the main character lets all the students go. Tired, he admits to himself that the students cannot understand the importance and seriousness of his intentions. A tired Wang Fugi almost bursts through the door, asking Xiangsu to pack his things, since he was released to accompany the group. This news takes the protagonist by surprise, causing him to freeze in his place. The approaching Wang Fugi tells the boy to get ready because the group will be leaving very soon. Xiangsu takes his time, trying to figure out how Boss Luo is involved in all of this. Wang Fugi asks where the young man is going, and he replies that he wants to discuss something with teacher Zhang. They meet in the teacher's private home while he is cooking food, and discuss the trip to the mountain. Xiangsu says that their lives are in the hands of those outside the wall. Then teacher Zhang says that during the protagonist's absence, his younger brother will live at the school. In response, Xiangsu bows deeply down, thanking the man in front of him with all his heart. Before the young man can leave the room, the teacher asks him to take care of himself and be more careful. At her home, Xiangsu packs up her personal belongings and says goodbye to her brother and sister Xiaoyu. The younger brother does not hide his sadness and excitement about everything that is happening. The protagonist hands over some bills to sister Xiaoyu, asking her to buy some cigarettes for teacher Zhang. He does this with distrust, thinking that the girl could at least just leave without harming his brother. Xiangsu admits that it is not pleasant to think about it, but it is the right choice. The girl promises that she will take care of everything in the absence of the main character and wishes him good luck. He hears a knock on the door, which makes all 3 of them turn to look at her. A few seconds later, Xiangsu receives a notification about a new task, which states that he refuses to go to Mount Jing. Xiangsu panics and wonders why the palace doesn't want the hero to go there. He opens the door and sees a group of military men in front of him, including the girl who was chatting with Wang Fugi. She orders Xiangsu to pack his things and ride with the soldiers up the mountain to show them the way. However, in response, the main character tries to pretend to be feeble-minded, talking incoherent nonsense. This irritates the girl across from him, who has heard that the guy has problems with his head. However, the military man behind her asks the protagonist to stop pretending because they have already met. In front of Xiangsu appears Wang Kongyang, the soldier who ordered the search of the hero's house. After such an unpleasant discovery, Xiangsu crosses his arms over his chest, declaring that he simply won't go anywhere. Then he receives a notification that the task has been successfully completed, and he receives a skill scroll. The soldier, with a little anger on his face, asks what right he has to refuse. However, the protagonist stuns him with a sudden change in his plans, saying that he will go. Xiangsu tries to negotiate with the girl, stating that he wants 30,000 currency, but she only offers him 10,000. After some bargaining, the girl agrees, and Xiangsu voices the second condition, saying that he does not want Wang Kongyang to accompany them. Hearing this, the man cannot believe his eyes and openly opposes the words of the protagonist. The girls whisper among themselves, and one of them nods to the other in approval. They agree to remove Wang Songyang from the squad, which makes him angry. Xiangsu offers to introduce him to the team, but the girl rejects the offer, since he is just a guide. Although after a few seconds they decide to introduce themselves by their names. The girl with red horns is called Yang Xiaojin, and the girl with blue hair is called Luo Xinyu. Finally, Xiangsu agrees that he is now ready to go as a guide. After climbing onto the car, he says goodbye to his younger brother and sister Xiaoyu. The girl asks the boy not to worry, but Liu Yuan uses his abilities. A column of soldiers sets off for Mount Jing, riding one after another. While riding in the back of the truck, Xiangsu notices the tracks on the roads and wonders what everything looked like before. Relaxing a little, the young man looks around the area around him. Feeling hungry, the protagonist touches his stomach a little. He tears the canvas off the boxes and sees supplies of water and cookies there, which pleasantly surprises him. Seeing such supplies, the main character examines the food with a strong smile. It's already getting dark, and the military column stops in the middle of the forest. One of the soldiers orders that a camp be set up here and announces that they should rest and have a snack. He commands his partner to go together and share the water and food among everyone. They slowly approach the truck that Xiangsu was riding in. However, they notice the main character, who has already eaten several packs of cookies. He tries to get away with it by saying he didn't do anything, but he obviously can't. The enraged military men scold the protagonist while the women sit inside the armored vehicle. Still hungry, Xiangsu resists the soldiers, asking them to leave him with the cookies. One of the soldiers approaches Xinyu, suggesting that she go back and take another guide. However, according to her, Wang Fugi convinced them that only this guy could lead them through Mount Jing. She informs him that when they return beyond the 112th wall, they will be able to do whatever they want with him. The girl in the cap looks back at the military men who continue to scold Xiangsu. Tired of listening to this, the main character kicks a stone out of boredom. He hears the military talking behind him, discussing how Xiangsu won't be able to last long with them. The young man continues to be indignant that he is listening to all this because of some cookies, but the military tells him straight out that he clearly ate too much and affected their rations. This infuriates one of the soldiers and he openly begins to threaten Xiangsu, but the main character does not back down and demonstrates that he can harm the soldier in return. After the conversation, he feels the gaze of one of the girls on his back and turns to the car. He notices the girl holding onto her cap with a small smirk. Having set up camp, the soldiers notice traces of animals near them. Some of them panic and retreat a little back from the discovered tracks. The young man looks at the tracks with surprise, wondering what kind of animal could have survived here on the edge of the forest. One of the men reports that he did not see similar tracks here the last time he passed by. Xiangsu pushes through the crowd of soldiers as he approaches the scene. He smirked to himself, realizing that the soldiers were frightened by the tracks of a common deer. The young man notes with dissatisfaction that not cleaning up food waste in nature is a bad habit. Xiangsu moves closer to the tracks, brushing against several soldiers with his shoulders. He bends down to the tracks, saying that they are the tracks of a bear, attracted by the remains of food. But the man behind him tells Xiangsu not to deceive them, because he saw what a bear's paws look like. After a few seconds, he begins to walk into the forest, surprising one of the soldiers. The man says that their previous guide died in this very place. These words do not stop the main character, and he continues to go deeper into the forest. From what Xiangsu heard, their previous guide had gone to the river just to wash his face. With his knife, he sharpens one of the sticks, realizing that it could save him. Having made a makeshift spear, he continues to go deeper into the forest. Xiangsu reflects that there is usually a source of water near the habitats of large animals. He turns out to be right, and the deer tracks lead him to the river. The young man walks along the shore, as if looking at it from the side. Looking around the water, he suggests that the guide might have been attacked by some fish that was hiding deeper. Not far from him, he notices a hole of white ants, with the help of which he can catch fish. Xiangsu moves closer to the anthill, holding his weapon at the ready. With quick blows, he hits the anthill several times, pressing the earth deeper. Using his stick, he lifts one of the pieces of earth. Finally, he manages to catch a very large white ant. The white ant queen turns out to be a very good bait that can be used to good effect. He drops the white ant queen directly into the water. At this time, the young man prepares a stick to pierce the fish that approaches the bait. A small funnel forms in the water, which begins to attract fish. Suddenly, a huge fish with colossal teeth pounces on the queen ant. The protagonist throws his improvised spear, hoping to pierce the fish with it. He manages to pierce the body of the aggressive fish, causing it to bleed profusely. After this, Xiangsu pulls the rope, pulling the fish carcass closer to the shore. Having finally caught the fish, he presses on its body again to finish off the animal. However, he stops because something in the water catches his attention. A little further, Xiangsu notices the shadow of a huge fish swimming in the river. Grabbing the corpse of the fish, the main character decides to run away from here as quickly as possible. At this time, the soldiers who had set up camp smelled a very attractive aroma. However, the nervous soldier says it's just a fish. Xiangsu, sitting alone to the side, prepares himself dinner from the catch he has caught. He receives a mission from the palace, which tells him to share his joy with others. Carrying the prepared carcass closer to the military, he quickly gets their attention. However, Xiangsu simply passes by, saying that he just wanted to show off the fish and share his joy with everyone. The young man receives a notification about the successful completion of the task, receiving agility points. He offers the soldiers to share the fish with them in exchange for 3 bottles of water, and they agree. The men pounce on the fish given to them, and Xiangsu walks away from them. A girl named Yang Xiaojin follows him with her eyes as she follows him. She sits down next to the protagonist, who is sitting with the remaining half of the fish. Looking at him, she only says the word fish and nothing more. The girl points her gun at the main character, clearly threatening him. Xiangsu agrees to give her 2 pieces of fish, unpleasantly surprised by the girl's behavior. A second woman approaches, also asking for 2 pieces, and Xiangsu cannot refuse them for obvious reasons. Luo Xinyu, reaching out his hands to the protagonist, offers him chocolate in return for his kindness. In a second, he puts the entire chocolate bar in his mouth, quickly eating it, and the girl reluctantly agrees to bring him another one. Yang Xiaojin, without removing the weapon from the protagonist, sprinkles some spices on the fish. As she does this, Xiangsu notices her beauty, wondering if all the girls beyond the wall are this beautiful. After some time, morning comes, and the main character slowly wakes up, opening his eyes. He slept far from the mercenary camp, lying on his makeshift bed. With a tired gaze, he looks around the soldiers' tents, humbles them with his eyes. Some of the soldiers are still sleeping in their tents. Some of them have already woken up and taken up their weapons. After some time, Xiangsu goes a little deeper into the forest and sees footprints on the ground. He remembers that this is where he threw the bones of the fish he caught yesterday. In a panic, he ducks down and grabs his knife, because this means that a predator was passing right next to the camp. A few minutes later, he returns to the camp, where the soldiers are already packing up their tents. One of the soldiers commands Xiangsu to ride in the first car and show the way. The young man agrees, and tells the man opposite to warn all the soldiers to stay away from the river. The soldier asks, confused, what they have to fear in this river. After some time, the squad finally gets ready to move out, and all the people get into the cars. Riding ahead of everyone, in the very first car, Xiangsu looks around the area and the column of cars. Suddenly, the man behind the wheel starts to panic, saying that there is something ahead. After this, the entire column of cars stops and ceases to move. Then Xiangsu notices with surprise a deer that appears on the road. Soldiers jump out of their vehicles, weapons at the ready to protect the column. Having seen people, the beast, however, does not retreat from the road and stands motionless. The man commands the soldiers over the radio not to make any sudden movements or shoot, not to provoke the animal. One of the men is relieved to think that the deer is a herbivore. However, having approached a little, he suddenly rushes straight at the group of people in front of him. The man behind the wheel panics greatly, turning the steering wheel to the side. The first car manages to avoid a collision, and the deer hits the next one with its powerful antlers. A worried Xiangsu looks back and examines the animal that attacked the column. With its powerful movement, the beast sharply lifts its head up, throwing the car into the air. The deer then tries to escape while the people behind it open fire on its carcass. The animal manages to escape into the forest, and Xiangsu and the other soldiers get out of their vehicles. The protagonist notices that Yao Xiaojin didn't even try to shoot at the enemy, and generally acts distant. One of the men is wounded, and the soldier asks the protagonist to help the victim. Without much haste, Xiangsu approaches the man lying near the car. Examining the man, the protagonist realizes that he only received a scratch. The soldiers inspect the damaged vehicle and realize that it cannot be repaired. After this, the remaining soldiers get into their vehicles to continue their journey. One of the men complains with discontent that Xiangsu was not transferred from the first car to the back, like him. Suddenly, the dissatisfied man grabs his neck with his hand and cries out in pain. He falls to the ground with a crash, attracting the attention of the people around him. The soldiers inspect the body of the car, but do not find anything dangerous there. The man standing nearby says that the man who fell to the ground is no longer breathing. What happened greatly disturbed Xiangsu, because he did not understand what was happening. The soldier, who was next to the deceased the whole time, tries to explain to others what happened. They all hear a strange sound coming from the forest and assume that there is something there. One of the people suggests that the commander return, because it is becoming too dangerous. However, the senior officer replies that their order cannot be cancelled and that they will either carry it out or die. Luo Xinyu, standing nearby, asks them to stop arguing and start leaving the forest. She glances at Xiangsu and tells him to ride in the back of the car. When examining the body of the deceased, they see a small bee sting stuck in the neck. Seeing this, the protagonist doubts that an adult man can die from bee venom. The soldiers, who had almost collected all their things, call out to Xiangsu, and he replies that he will now return to the cars. The soldier's body is packed into a bag and placed in the back of a car, right next to the main character. This, however, does not stop the protagonist from eating the military's food supplies. They hear him talking while sitting in the back of the truck and make up the idea that he is sick in the head. One of the soldiers asks why it gets hotter as we move north. The temperature begins to rise even at such a great distance. The cars finally reach several smoking mountain peaks covered in clouds of dust. By the evening of the next day, they have fully arrived at the mountains. Stopping at their foot, the soldiers leave their vehicles and go outside. One of the men draws people's attention upward, saying that there is something written there. They see a huge stone in front of them, on which it is written that it is better not to enter here alive. Such an inscription in such a place greatly surprises the assembled soldiers. One of them turns to Xiangsu, who is standing to the side and looking at the stone, and asks who could have carved something like this. Xiangsu admits that he didn't see such words last year when he came here. The soldiers suspiciously try to find out from him why he came to this place. One of the soldiers even points a gun at the main character, trying to get a confession from him. Xiangsu tries to defend himself by saying that he is too short to leave such a note on the cobblestone. He replies that he was here last year because the wolves drove him here. In response to the military's doubts, he says that he was not the wolves' target, but was simply nearby. He remembers his past, how he was in a hurry to hide inside the forest. But he didn't expect that these ruthless predators would be able to catch up with him. They stopped pursuing the protagonist after he entered the Howling Wind Canyon. This story makes an impression on the people gathered around, and for a moment, everyone falls silent. The soldiers hesitantly ask if there is anything more terrible in this place than a pack of wolves. However, Xiangsu says that he hid there for 2 days, and does not know what was deeper in the canyon. Then one of the men suggests that this inscription could have been left by a person with superpowers. But another soldier shuts him up, saying that this is all a top military secret. A certain Ma Xin, who seems to be the commander-in-chief, will definitely not let these soldiers go when they return. Xiangsu notes with displeasure how disorganized this private army is. The soldiers hear a strange sound coming directly from the back of the car. They approach the source of the sound, keeping their weapons at the ready. 2 soldiers jump forward, raising their weapons at the perceived enemy. Several loud bursts of fire are heard, which the soldiers fire directly at the target. After they have fired many bullets towards the body, they stop shooting. It turned out that it was just a small mouse that was trying to steal food. Suddenly, a soldier calls out loudly to Xiangsu, drawing his attention to himself. The protagonist approaches the man, who seems to be in a stupor, in surprise. The soldier asks where the body of the dead soldier is, and this question makes the protagonist freeze. Together they quickly look over the entire body of the vehicle, but do not see a trace of a corpse in it. Another soldier seems to interrogate the protagonist, trying to find out where the body could have gone. But Xiangsu answers the truth, that he can't know for sure what happened to the corpse. The man once again turns to his superior and suggests that he return because it is becoming too dangerous. This time the man thinks, trying to understand his next plan of action. He gathers the military around him and invites them all to discuss together what they will do next. Together they discuss everything that is happening, including the inscription left on the cobblestone. On the other hand, there are also hidden dangers in the forest, and the mysterious death of one of the fighters is very strange. The blue-haired girl, lifting her glasses, says that the forest seems to her a safer option as opposed to the gorge. Thinking about everything that was said, the commander became so worried that he began to sweat. The girl calms him down with her calm gaze, waiting for a decision on the situation. She says she'll help him transfer out of the private army after he gets back beyond the wall if that's what he's worried about. Although this is not what the soldier was thinking, he agrees with his companion's opinion. Finally, he concludes that moving forward now is too dangerous a task. Therefore, he suggests that everyone take a rest here now and return back behind the wall tomorrow. Climbing onto the car, Xiangsu looks up and quite by chance notices a strange silhouette. With a small but noticeable panic on his face, the protagonist tries to get a better look at him. Squinting, he sees a wolf with white fur and blue eyes grinning at him. Without wasting a moment, he shouts about the threat of wolves and commands everyone to immediately go to the gorge. One of the soldiers criticizes his decision, because he believes that they will most likely all die in the gorge. Xiangsu jumps sharply from one car to another, attracting the attention of the soldiers. Speeding up, he shouts back for everyone to hurry into the gorge or they will all die. He quickly ducks down and grabs the corpse of the mouse that the 2 soldiers had shot earlier. At this time, an angry pack of wolves is already beginning to approach the column of equipment. Wolves attack people, starting to eat them without any mercy. One of the wolves deftly jumps up to the main character, catching him off guard. The beast's sudden attack forces Xiangsu to quickly leave the back of the car and jump to the side. One of the soldiers tries to force his way into the car, but the soldier inside commands him to drive as fast as possible. The car moves, and the man trying to get in is eaten alive by one of the wolves. From unbearable pain, the half-dead man lets out shrill screams that can be heard throughout the area. Xiangsu struggles to control himself as he looks back. He tries to keep up with the departing car on foot in order to get deeper into the gorge. Suddenly, the young man is overtaken by a second car which passes right next to him. The car brakes sharply right in front of Xiangsu, forcing him to stop. Yang Xiaojin, who had previously pointed a gun at the protagonist, extends her hand to him and commands him to sit down. Before getting into the car, the young man sees the girl actually threatening the driver with a gun. The main character also finds it strange that the cars managed to escape from the wolves in this open area. Suddenly, the girl with the fancy hood takes out a second pistol and points it towards Xiangsu. She practically forces the young man to get into the car immediately. After this, 3 cars from the entire column enter the gorge, running away from the wolves. The predators, whose mouths are covered in the blood of killed people, examine the departed prey with their blue eyes. Slowly, one by one, they turn around and walk away. While in shock, the soldiers are genuinely happy that they are saved. One of the soldiers correctly points out that Xiangsu did not lie to them before. He also asks the main character himself why he took the dead rat with him. He, without any delay, replies that it will be his food. Since the food is still in the back of the truck outside, this is the only option left for the protagonist. Suddenly, someone's knife flies past Xiangsu's face very quickly and plunges straight into the animal's carcass. The girl who previously saved Xiangsu from the wolves offers to share food with him in exchange for her lending him a knife. Xiangsu says with a smile that he would like to take full possession of the item. He reacts sharply and suddenly to a threat that appeared in an instant. The body of a huge spider falls straight to the ground, and Yang Xiaojin points his gun at it. Looking up, people see a giant wave of monsters approaching them. Countless hordes of spiders crawl inexorably along the walls, aggressively disposed towards people. Seeing all this, Xiangsu shouts for all the people to run away. He is given a task to help at least 10 people escape from a ravine, but initially declines the assignment. Panic appears on his face due to everything that is happening around him. The soldiers, slowly coming out of their panic, decide to flee. Besides spiders, people are also attacked by monsters that look like flies. As quickly as possible, the soldiers try to get into the cars around them. At this time, insects continue to inexorably descend on people, trying to finish them off. Some of the military, no matter how hard they try, cannot hide from the monsters attacking them. At the last moment, one of the people looks back with fear and distrust. A huge monster presses a man to the ground, preventing him from moving. No one rushes to help him because right behind him are hordes of other enemies. Out of fear, one of the soldiers trips on a cobblestone and falls to the ground with a loud sound. He trembles, unable to move due to uncontrollable fear. This turns out to be a fatal mistake for him, and one of the monsters quickly reaches the man lying on the ground. Suddenly, a whole fountain of blood spills out, staining the surrounding area. With his knife, Xiangsu sharply cuts through the monster's neck, saving the lying man from certain death. However, when the young man turns around to look at the rescued soldier, he sees that he is foaming at the mouth. Then the main character grabs the man's body on his shoulders and tries to run away. He quickly approaches the vehicles, which are already almost completely loaded with other soldiers. In a hurry and not wanting to waste a moment, he literally pushes the man's body inside. The impact causes him to regain consciousness, and Xiangsu commands him to get behind the wheel of the car. After this, the main character himself opens the door to sit in the passenger seat. However, Yang Xiaojin stops him, pointing his weapon at the youth again. But it turned out that she was aiming at the monster behind the protagonist, saving him from sudden death. He looks at the girl in front of him with distrust, looking her up and down. Without any persuasion or preludes, she commands him to get into the car. The two of them abruptly enter the vehicle while the driver is coming to his senses. Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin brush their hands against each other, distracting themselves slightly from what's happening. In anger, the main character yells at the driver to press the pedals as fast as possible. However, one of the monsters appears right on the windshield of the car with the main character. Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin work together to fight off the monsters trying to get inside. Despite what is happening, the driver finally gathers himself to continue moving away from the monsters. He manages to break ahead, leaving hordes of spiders behind him. Xiangsu thought with relief that they had all finally managed to break away from the enemy. The girl is surprised to notice the strength of the protagonist as he runs, holding the driver on his shoulders. The man looks back in surprise, thanking the protagonist for saving him. Xiangsu receives another gratitude coin, bringing his total to 74 out of 100 coins. The car continues on its way, and the man behind the wheel says that he will repay for saving him later. Suddenly, Xiangsu receives another coin of gratitude after the driver's words. Yang Xiaojin is not very happy with the protagonist's behavior, and he tries to simply laugh it off. With distrust, he understands that it is better not to stick his neck out once again, because then his superpowers could be revealed. Xiangsu manages to save more than 10 people from the gorge and gains an extra strength point. He notes with surprise that the palace's decisions are rather strange. The car drives along the gorge, and the driver notices a large number of bones around. Xiangsu recalls that the insects were covered in people's faces, and suggests that they were literally eating people's souls. Nevertheless, the detachment continues its movement into the gorge. After some time, they finally exit it, moving inside. Their view includes several mountain peaks, as well as other cars. Xiangsu gets out of the transport and sees that there are only 11 people left. In a tired voice, one of the soldiers says that they have suffered too many losses. One of the soldiers, his face filled with fear and panic, declares that he is right, and that they should all turn back. However, according to another soldier, there is no longer any point in such conversations, and a conflict begins between the soldiers. Then the commander orders to stop the dispute and take a break, for they had no choice but to return to the gorge. Luo Xinyu finally asks the soldier what the purpose of their expedition to Mount Jing is, capturing the protagonist's attention. Taken by surprise by such a question, the commander looks at the girl with distrust and irritation. After this, another soldier tries to find out the reason for the sortie. The man says that he is not going to say anything, because they are essentially strangers to each other. Xiangsu sits on the back of the car, trying to think about everything that's happening. A great many soldiers died during the sortie, and those who remained asked to be told the purpose of the entire operation. Xiangsu notices that Luo Xinyu is not so simple, because her word provoked a conflict between the military. Suddenly, Yang Xiaojin approaches the protagonist and stops not far from him. She says that she is hungry, but these words make the protagonist a little angry, because she is not his girlfriend. After this, Yang Xiaojin orders the young man to return the knife to her, and is already reaching for the gun. Xiangsu, seeing this, agrees to help her with food, and they decide to cook the mouse. Noting that she managed to steal food from the swarm of insects, Xiangsu goes to get some food with a smile. After a while, the protagonist is already frying a few pieces of food for himself and Yang Xiaojin. The military continue to argue among themselves without stopping. However, they become quiet, because the smell of cooking food distracts them from talking. After finishing cutting up the mouse's corpse, Xiangsu mentally concludes that the remaining body is useless. He throws away the animal's body, unpleasantly surprising the military men around him. Xiangsu says that if he needed it, then let him go and get it. But the soldier declares that he will not eat such food. Then the main character says that many people behind the wall like to eat birds' nests, and suggests that the swallows that build them are sick with something. Such words briefly irritate the soldier, and he freezes in place. Xiangsu continues to point out to the military that they have never eaten anything more disgusting than some kind of mouse. Time passes, and the fire warms the people sitting around it. Xiangsu recalls that he should have had a basic skill copy scroll left over. Then he decides to turn to the palace to get some additional knowledge from her. However, the palace states in the notice that it cannot display Yang Xiaojin's skills. The young man does not agree with the palace's decision, because he had already studied the girl's skills before. Then he asks what level of skills the girl has now, and the palace replies that it is advanced. The fact that the protagonist is weaker than Yang Xiaojin drives him a little crazy. He suggests that this is because his skills are merely life experience, not professionally learned skills. However, Xiangsu doesn't think that Yang Xiaojin can defeat him in a real fight. With a smirk on his face, he decides to use the basic skill copy scroll. He accidentally gets a very useless skill, after which the girl asks how done the meat is. Xiangsu explains with a smile that in the wasteland, food and water need to be cooked longer, and now the food is finally ready. The stomachs of the soldiers standing nearby begin to rumble from hunger. The commander asks if any of the soldiers have any food left, and it turns out that they don't. Xiangsu says with a grin that no one admitted to hiding food. After this, the commander points to the main character and says that he must get food tomorrow, because he knows better how to survive. With a displeased expression on his face, the protagonist receives a task from the palace, asking him to find food for the soldiers. He slowly rises from his seat, holding in his hands a piece of dead mouse meat. Xiangsu points to one of the men, saying that he saw him hiding food from the truck, thus completing the task. The commander, unpleasantly surprised, holds out his hand, waiting for the man opposite to take out the food. However, the soldier becomes filled with aggression and does not want to share his food with anyone. The commander tries to convince him that this should be done for the good of the entire team. After this, the enraged man grabs a gun and points it at the commander, saying that he has no authority. This action stops the commander from arguing, causing him to freeze. The man shouts at the commander not to try to take his food away. However, the soldier tries to convince the private to share his food, and together they go looking for food in the morning. This, however, does not change the opinion of the person opposite, because he is not sure that they will get out at all. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed out of the corner of his eye how the captain suddenly rushed to the side. With a kick, the commander hits his opponent right in the stomach, causing him to fly to the side. The impact is strong enough to upset a person's balance. He falls to the ground, but still continues to point his weapon at the commander. With a slight breathlessness, he tries to rise, leaning on his hand. Fury, hatred, and resentment at the commander's actions appear on his face. Behind the senior officer, one of the soldiers' expressions suddenly changes. He takes out a knife and tries to attack the man in front of him. The commander turns around in genuine shock, unable to move. Watching all this, Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin were sitting and speechless. But suddenly, the man's blow is stopped by a strange, dark creature that looks like the commander himself. Xiangsu instantly realizes that this is a real superpower. The shadow redirects the man's blow back at him, stabbing him in the stomach with the knife. The man who was hiding the food opens fire with his pistol, but the emerging shadow appears right between him and the commander, protecting the latter from the bullets. At colossal speed, the bullets crash straight into the created creature. None of them are able to penetrate such dense matter, and they fall to the ground. Each bullet hits the surface with a loud ringing sound. What happened in such a short period of time greatly surprises the assembled group of soldiers. Xiangsu couldn't even imagine that the commander could hide his strength so well. Xiangsu turns his head to look at Yang Xiaojin, who is simply standing there eating her food without showing any interest. At this time, the commander stands with a serious face, surrounded by two shadows. After a few moments, they dissolve into thin air, leaving him alone. With his head slightly lowered, he says he just wanted to find a way out of the situation and didn't want to offend anyone. Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin return to their seats, and the man on the ground writhes in pain. The commander turns to the main character and asks him to examine the wounded man on the ground. He approaches the injured man and notices that his injuries are quite serious. The man on the ground angrily asks how long he has left to live. The commander says that he deliberately avoided vital places and asks Xiangsu to apply his medicine. However, the main character is not going to help just like that, because he was hired as a guide, not a personal doctor. He asks the commander to pay for the medicine, but he says that he lost his money on the way. Finding money in the victim's pockets, Xiangsu happily reads it over, and Luo Xinyu says that she has a sewing kit. The commander agrees to stitch up the victim's wounds and gets to work. During this, the man says that earlier in this region there were remnants of a civilization that existed before the disaster. They were all sent by the higher authorities to mark the route to the ruins in these mountains so that they could be explored later. But then the man discovered that this mountainous region held many strange secrets. So he decided to move on. He realized that he had changed his mind about returning behind the wall because it was too dangerous, and he did not know what awaited him there. After all, after his superpowers were revealed, there was no way back behind the wall for him. Now, other soldiers besides him know about the dangers of this place, so the commander asks them to decide whether they want to stay. Yang Xiaojin decides to go with him because it is too dangerous here. One of the men also says that the best way to stay alive is to follow the Superman. Many soldiers raise their hands, expressing their desire to continue moving with the commander. Luo Xinyu, who was standing nearby, said that she would go if Xiangsu also went with the commander. Then Xiangsu raises his hand, agreeing to go with the commander. In that case, the Superman says that they will leave at dawn. After this, he says that he will not tolerate disobedience, and the team will have to abandon the car because there is a forest ahead. He orders one of the soldiers to carry the body of the wounded man on his way into the forest. But Xiangsu, determined to earn some gratitude, volunteers to drag the body himself, surprising the soldiers. The main character, together with another soldier, carries a wounded man through the forest on a stretcher. The commander, who was walking next to him, looked at Xiangsu with suspicion, not understanding what his goals were. The protagonist continues to treat the wounded man with care, receiving gratitude coins one by one. With a smug grin, Xiangsu is glad that he figured out how to receive thanks in this way. Without stopping, the team continues to move deeper into the forest. The last time Xiangsu was here was a year ago, and now the trees have become much taller and fluffier. Xiangsu turns around at the sudden argument behind him and sees one of the soldiers pestering Luo Xinyu. The girl tries to back away, adjusting her clothes after the harassment. However, someone puts a gun right to the back of the man's head, poking him right into the skull. The soldier raises his hands in fear, and Yang Xiaojin appears behind him. She addresses the protagonist, saying that the soldier's pistol now belongs to him. Xiangsu looks around in surprise, not believing his ears. In his joy, he throws down the stretcher and runs to the man to take his weapon. Not a second passes before he pulls the soldier's pistol from its holster. The man tries to threaten Yang Xiaojin for disarming him, but she threatens him back, saying that she will finish him off. In response, the man defiantly says that a vagabond like Xiang Su won't even be able to use a gun. But at this time, the main character is already in full swing examining the pistol, studying it from each side. Finally, the girl lets go of the man, and he begins to run away towards the trees. Reluctantly, Yang Xiaojin admits that Xiang Su is quite skilled with weapons. The detachment commander also watches everything that is happening from the outside. He approaches Xiang Su, asking if he can find food for the squad. Xiang Su says outright that he cannot promise anything, such as that some boar will crash into a tree. A second later, a thud is heard and a group of people look at the comical situation with disbelief. In front of them lay a wild boar, which had lost consciousness after hitting a tree. Xiang Su looks behind him with apprehension, remembering his younger brother. In his opinion, the younger brother apparently made another wish. At this time, the soldiers begin to cut up the boar carcass. Xiang Su advises that food should not be left for tomorrow, and that blood should be handled with care, as it attracts animals. At night, ants the size of a thumb will eat a person alive if he smells of blood. Even though the commander already knew these facts, he sincerely thanks Xiang Su. The protagonist's sincerity is also noted by Luo Xinyu, who stands aside and watches everything. Later, the squad finally makes a stop and begins to eat dinner. Luo Xinyu sits down next to Xiang Su, who is peacefully eating his food. She openly says that it is quite a romantic pastime, but Xiang Su directly says that they are surviving now. This does not stop the girl, who persistently hits on the main character, calling him handsome and charming. The young man is extremely suspicious of the girl's behavior. Previously, he often noticed how Luo Xinyu often went to the commander, but he rejected her. Xiang Su thinks to himself that the woman might treat him like a stupid and naive teenager. After such thoughts, he asks Luo Xinyu to stay away from him, which shocks her. She rises from the log and straightens up, beginning to justify herself. After this, she lightly touches the protagonist's cheek, saying that she likes him very much. But the young man is not impressed by her behavior and yells at her to keep her mouth shut. Xiang Su and Luo Xinyu realize that their behavior has attracted the attention of Yang Xiaojin, who has been sitting next to them all this time. Luo Xinyu walks away, and Xiang Su realizes that ever since he learned to hunt, he was often surrounded by such girls. According to him, he doesn't need such women even for free because they will be completely useless. One of the soldiers approaches the commander and reports that the soldiers have run out of water. The soldier stands up and asks Xiang Su where they can find water. The protagonist receives a task from the palace, which states that he needs to inform the soldiers about how to get water. Then the main character explains that to find water, you can rely on rivers or collect dew from leaves. They are lucky that there are several pine trees nearby, because the juice from the needles can quench their thirst for a while. Xiang Su instantly receives a reward from the palace in the form of strength points. The main character quickly jumps into the air, quickly examining the trees and collecting grass from them. The military men watching him don't understand what he's doing. He only says that if they don't want to die of thirst, then they should repeat after him. Xiang Su demonstratively tips a blade of grass to his mouth and drinks small drops of liquid. The liquid tastes disgusting, but the protagonist has no choice, because he does not want to die of thirst. However, the commander and Yang Xiaojin, who are standing on the branches, are already looking up at the main character. The girl repeats after the main character, which makes him smile kindly. The palace notifies Xiang Su that he can learn the skill of making bombs, and he immediately agrees to do so. Xiang Su asks the palace to analyze the target, and a stealth assassination skill is displayed to him. After receiving this information, Xiang Su smiled easily for some reason. Having quenched his thirst, the young man after some time descends to the ground. He passes several people who are trying to climb trees. At this time, rain begins to fall over Mount Jing, covering the forest. Xiang Su shouts loudly that acid rain is coming. The soldiers are trying to get together and find a place to take shelter from the rain. To reduce the harmful effect, Xiang Su puts a hood on himself. The soldiers move their supplies and the wounded soldier to a safer location. Luckily, people find a cave nearby that allows them to take refuge inside. There they use a torch to light several candles and place them around the cave. After this, the man holding the torch notices that there is an inscription in the cave. The strange inscription says that someone saw strange dark figures in the forest, and they all disappeared. Outside at this moment, a huge red lightning strikes. The military does not understand who was capable of carving something like this into the rock. The commander assumes that someone from the 112th wall hid here and left them a message. Xiang Su asks Yang Xiaojin about the satellite phone that was mentioned in the commander's speech. The girl explains that people were able to capture several satellites after the disaster, and they help maintain communication between the walls. This time, the authorities did not give the soldiers satellite phones, which seems very stupid and absurd to the military. The commander decides to set up a patrol to protect the cave from external dangers. Yang Xiaojin tells Xiang Su that he will take care of the first half of the night, and she will take care of the second half. The main character believes that he can trust the girl, and they can protect each other. After some thought, Xiangsu agrees to the proposal with a slight smile. After that, Yang Xiaojin says that he will leave and asks Xiangsu to stay here. Xiangsu can't help but notice that this girl is too bold and tries to figure out her secret. Luo Xinyu, seemingly out of nowhere, says that she will go with Yang Xiaojin and accuses Xiangsu of not understanding girls. A few seconds later, a pair of girls emerge from the cave into a harsh acid rain. Two soldiers smile at each other, saying that it would be a shame if the two girls went missing. Some time passes and the rain shows no sign of stopping. The girls return to the cave and report that they did not see anything unusual. Then several soldiers also decide to go out to relieve themselves. The commander asks them to return as soon as possible. At this time, Xiangsu is sitting on a small rock, looking at the current situation. He tries to understand why Yang Xiaojin needed to go on this expedition. Although the girls did not give the impression of being friends, some moments showed that their relationship was deeper than that of a worker and a boss. He is extremely interested in finding out what the girls are talking about on the sidelines. It turns out that Luo Xinyu is asking the girl to leave Mount Jing in a few days. She hands over 10,000 in currency for helping her earlier. Yang Xiaojin counts the money he received, but refuses to help his friend any further. Time passes, and the commander realizes that his soldiers are taking too long to relieve themselves. Yang Xiaojin looks at his watch and reports that 10 minutes have already passed. One of the soldiers jumps up in panic, saying that there is something wet nearby. However, the alarm turns out to be false, because it is simply water flowing from the ceiling of the cave. The military gradually calms down and comes to its senses. Xiangsu explains that the water that forms from the rock formations is even cleaner than that from the well. The commander gives his soldiers the order to listen to the young man and collect water. The soldiers carry their canteens to a water source and fill them. After the soldiers have collected the required amount of water, the commander says that he will take charge of the first half of the night. Before this, two soldiers say that they will have time to smoke a couple of cigarettes, and the commander asks them to be on guard. Time passes and people adopt the most comfortable sleeping positions possible. Some of the soldiers are sitting right at the entrance to the cave, talking to each other. They smoke cigarettes, but stealthily glance at everyone gathered in the cave. Without any verbal command, they return from a smoke break, take out their blades, and raise their weapons over the people. With wishes to go to hell, the man intends to strike. His perfectly sharpened combat knife flies straight towards its target. However, Yang Xiaojin only pretended to be asleep, and fired her pistol at the enemy first. Xiangsu manages to easily intercept the knife strike, preventing himself from being injured. He throws the man onto his back, trying to disarm him. Some of the soldiers wake up from the noise and do not understand what is going on. They see a real fight breaking out between their fellow creatures. A man on the ground holds his torso, trying to stop the bleeding caused by a bullet. After this, he shouts at a soldier named Sun Junzheng to act immediately. However, he pretends not to understand and says that it has nothing to do with it. There is a silence in the cave, and everyone looks at each other with apprehension. However, Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin are ready to repel any of the attacks. The commander activates his superpowers to protect himself from a threat if necessary. With his hand on the offender's throat, Xiangsu tries to understand the motives of the attackers. The palace suddenly gives the task of giving the enemy a painful death. The protagonist does not release his grip, causing the man to bleed from the mouth. Standing to the side, Sun Junzheng looks at what is happening with deep fear. He tries to justify himself by saying that he had no part in their plan for a dastardly attack. Then Yang Xiaojin asks the logical question about what the man knew about the upcoming attack. Without waiting for an answer, she points her gun at Sun and shoots him. The bullet hits him straight in the head, piercing through it and forcing his body to fall backwards. According to her, concealing a crime is equal to the crime itself. After completing the last quest from the palace, the young man receives a master-level skill copy scroll. After some time, the commander turns off his superpowers, and the shadow disappears. Xiangsu gets the opportunity to study the commander's superpower, and he happily agrees to it. Finding himself in the palace, he sees a strange red haze around him. Behind him, he sees a copy of himself, which consists of black and red smoke. He becomes curious about how well this shadow fights. In his mind, he gives an order to his shadow, and it begins to circle in the air. The shadow breaks and rushes straight towards the main character. A fast-paced battle ensues between them, with both sides trying very hard. Xiangsu manages to destroy the shadow structure with a punch from his fist. However, he admits that the shadow is at least twice as strong and faster than his own body. According to the palace's testimony, the shadow cannot die, and its time of existence is limited by spiritual power. He can continue to use his shadow as long as he has spiritual power. Xiangsu asks the palace what his spiritual power is, but he is not given access to this information. This is enough for the protagonist to stop trying. However, it is really strange that strength and agility are displayed in numbers, but spiritual power is not. Now, with such skills, Xiangsu calls himself a full-fledged superhuman. A little later, the commander says that the attackers themselves are to blame for their actions. But according to him, Sun Junzheng was not involved in this, so he did not deserve to die. However, he admits that there is no point in talking about it anymore, because in this wilderness, there are no concepts of right and wrong. Tired but tense, Xiangsu watches the commander go. A girl asks the boy next to her if he was pretending to be asleep. Xiangsu had a habit of being alert even in his sleep, so he was on guard. He pretends that she guessed correctly, and that her assumption turned out to be correct, and then moves a little further. After some time, dawn finally comes and the acid rain ends. Xiangsu approaches the bodies of 3 people who were killed during the night. Examining the bodies, he cannot understand how the body of one of the people killed in the forest disappeared earlier. These 3 bodies lay here all night and nothing bad happened to them, which seems strange to the main character. The commander orders the men to gather and move on, even though they don't know what awaits them. According to him, they must find a new place for the camp before dark. The 2 boys who went out to relieve themselves in the morning never returned, so the man assumes they are dead. A wounded soldier turns to the people around him, asking them to help him get up. Xiangsu slowly approaches him, and the man is a little surprised. The young man, without any regret or hesitation, grabs the man's bandages and rips them off. He says that the man's wounds have already healed, and he is able to move independently. The man examines his body, noticing that the wounds have indeed healed. The man thanks Xiangsu for the black medicine he used to treat his wounds. The commander approaches the protagonist and asks if he has any more of this medicine. Xiangsu says there is nothing left, but the man says he will pay double the price out of his own pocket. These words pleasantly surprise the protagonist, and he says that there is still some medicine left. Xiangsu asks where he got the money from, and he says that he collected money from the people he killed. The man says that he will give the young man 8,000 in currency for the medicine. They exchange items with each other at the same time to avoid cheating. After handing over the money, the man assures Xiangsu that this was indeed all he had. Xiangsu's inventory turns out to contain 20,000 currency, and the palace offers him a personal vault to purchase. Xiangsu agrees and is given a personal vault located inside the palace. He enters it and sees a small space behind the door. He is not at all happy with the fact that he got so little space for so much money. Time passes and the sun rises even higher over several ridges. The team of all the surviving people continues their journey deeper into the forest. Xiangsu asks the commander if he knows what is really kept on Mount Jing. He says that perhaps the mountain holds knowledge about the secret of animal evolution, or the source of a new round of evolution. Xiangsu asks again if there are any ruins there as the commanders spoke of. However, the man reports that it is more of a mysterious city than ruins. These words make the protagonist tense, causing him to look worried. The team continues its movement through the forest, going deeper and deeper. Xiangsu says that the commander had previously said that there was a remnant of civilization there before the disaster, and that the knowledge could help superhumans. Then Xiangsu asks what the secret really is. The commander reports that superhumans have begun to appear much more frequently, and that there is even an entire organization of superhumans. This may mean that the number of superhumans is not small at all. Xiangsu asks if the soldiers caught this very organization. However, according to the soldier, these people are much stronger than one can imagine. The fortress's leadership has not only created shelters from superhumans, but is also trying to use their power for their own purposes. It is not known exactly what potential Mount Jing may contain. Before setting off, Wang Kongyang learned that other teams were also heading there. For the average person, unfortunately, superhumans are not considered to be one of their kind. According to the commander, Xiangsu cannot even imagine what a person is willing to do against someone he does not consider his own. This is why the commander does not want to go back behind the wall at any cost. The soldier who had been behind him the whole time said that he would not reveal the commander's secrets. The man responds by saying that of all the people around him, he worries most about him. With confidence, the man turns to Xiangsu, asking if he is a superhuman. This question takes the young man by surprise, forcing his face to change. But the commander is just joking, saying that the main character has developed a talent for irritating people. Xiangsu asks people to avoid puddles, because if they come across a leech at this time of year, it could end in death. The group continues its advance, and they are accompanied by clear skies all the time. The commander stops the squad with his hand, telling everyone to look forward. In shock, one of the soldiers asks what the hell is in front of him. They see an unknown girl in a white dress leaning against a tree. With disbelief, the commander describes what is happening out loud, as if trying to understand the whole situation. At first, they decide to go around the girl, but she suddenly jumps into the air. She quickly changes her position, landing back on the surface and touching the ground with her hands. Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin point their guns at the girl to protect themselves. In response, the girl begins to spin in the air, as if trying to avoid being hit. Seeing this, some of the soldiers openly panic. The commander shouts that there is nowhere to retreat and orders all the people to follow him. They agree that the man will catch her with his shadow so that the soldiers can shoot the target. The commander agrees, and the entire team rushes into battle in unison. The man in front literally throws his shadow at his opponent. A figure appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight towards the girl in front of her. She tries to touch the woman, who seems to be hanging in the air. The shadow manages to do it and literally grabs the girl by the jaw. Afterwards, the living shadow presses the girl's body to the ground, preventing her from moving. It seems that this was enough to stop the threat, the commander believes. After some time, the whole group approaches the girl who has already stood up, who is being held back by the shadow. They look at the creature or something inanimate in front of them with distrust, assuming that it is from the fortress, but something looks rather battered. Xiangsu points out to the group that there is something under the tree. There the main character notices a small box, after which he opens it. He takes out a small dirty piece of paper from the box and examines it. It turns out to be a plastic note with a code to scan, but Xiangsu can't figure out what it is. The team speculates that the plastic item contains a strange map. According to the commander, this could be a map of a mysterious city in the Jing mountains. The girl notices that there is something written on it and points to the line where it says scan the code to pay. Not understanding what this thing is needed for, the commander decides to keep the plastic thing and continue on his way. Whatever is hidden in this Jing mountain, the team will still have to face it sooner or later. The soldier asks with displeasure if they really need to take the doll with them. At first, none of the people answer him, looking him and the doll up and down. After a while, the commander says that they should take the doll, because it might come in handy. After some time, the sunset comes, which illuminates the entire forest and the mountain. The team finds another cave and decides to take a rest there. The commander says that there is a pine tree growing nearby, so if anyone is hungry, they can collect pine cones. At this moment, Xiangsu cuts the plant next to him, splashing out green liquid. The commander approaches the main character and asks if he can drink it. Gradually, other people approach him and ask the same question. Xiangsu replies that he simply puts poison on his knife, which slightly surprises the crowd. At this time, the soldier tries to climb the tree while the motionless doll is nearby. He reaches out to grab one of the pine cones to collect food. However, the branch turns out to be unstable, and he breaks off, starting to fall down. He lands on his hips, frustrated as to why he has to go through such suffering. The man curses and blames the wolves for everything, who drove the people into the gorge. Xiangsu approaches the man on the ground, and they engage in a small conversation. Xiangsu deftly throws the pine cone straight into the hands of the man sitting on the ground. The protagonist compares wolves to truly loyal creatures and asks if humans are capable of the same. Such a conversation makes a man think, immersed in his thoughts. After some time, the group lights a fire in the cave to warm up. Xiangsu notes that even the fir cones have become much larger. The commander suggests that this is due to the high oxygen content in the air. Xiangsu is pleasantly surprised by the quality of his partner's knowledge. The team discusses whether there are places similar to Mount Jing near other fortresses. The commander claims that they do exist, but they are guarded by a group called the Source of Flame. Xiangsu directly says that he has never heard that they belong to any alliance. The Well of Flame is an independent consortium that controls up to 20 strongholds. The protagonist asks what it is like to live in such a settlement, but the commander only shakes his head, not knowing the answer. Yang Xiaojin then states that the territory controlled by the flame source is quite mysterious. Surprised that the girl put in her word, the protagonist turns his gaze to her. According to her, some people even reported seeing huge prehistoric lizards in the sky. The Source of Flame has such colossal power that it simply overwhelmed this place. Perhaps only the top leadership of the Origin of Flame understands everything that is happening, and the protagonist notes that Yang Xiaojin is more aware. The commander asks Xiangsu if he has read a work called Journey to the West. The book wrote about a creature that could lift a stick weighing more than 6 tons. At first, the man did not believe in it, but over time he began to admit that something like this was really possible. Tired of the lousy food, the soldier suggests to Xiangsu that he make a wish again so that they can have normal food. A small argument begins between the men, in which the protagonist proves that it was just an accident. Suddenly, the team hears an unknown sound, and the protagonist and Yang Xiaojin raise their pistols in front of them. They look with distrust at the entrance to the cave, which is painted in darkness. Many different animals with red eyes stand in the shadows of the gloomy trees, looking at the cave. The man who argued with Xiangsu tries to scare the animals away by simply telling them to go away, and surprisingly, it works. The main character suggests that the man could have awakened superpowers in himself, just like his brother did. After the animals leave, the night becomes quiet and peaceful. At this moment, Xiangsu realizes that something specific must have brought these animals here. The animals huddled together could be running from something more terrible, according to the young man's thoughts. A small gust of wind at this time sways the treetops, creating a soothing noise. Suddenly, unknown chains begin to make a barely noticeable sound. One by one, the chains seem to be drawn towards an unknown creature. The team, which is preparing for a possible fight, also pays attention to the extraneous sound. However, for some time they are not subject to any attack. The sound disappears again, and the man from the squad suggests that the whole team change their shelter location. Shang-Su explains that the animals' instincts are much more developed than those of humans, and they were clearly trying to hide in their shelter. There must have been something in the forest that really scared the animals, and perhaps the sound of the chains was directly related to that. Shang-Su recalls that the team could see a pile of human skeletons as they drove through the gorge. However, he said it was very strange not to see animal skeletons that might have been scattered around the forest. Shang-Su remembers how he deliberately left fish bones in the forest, and they disappeared the next morning. The body of a soldier who died from a bee sting also went missing, and this fact unites all similar cases. The man suggests that plants may have evolved like animals to behave in this way and eat bones. The commander says that there is no need to be overly nervous, because now they can take precautions. Another soldier says they are in no danger as long as they stay away from the forest. The people's further path lies through little-known parts of the ridges and hills, but Shang-Su doesn't want to believe that it will be that easy for them to overcome the terrain. At this time, strange things happen again in the forest, which disturb the main character. Squinting his gaze, he sees a strange, frightening black silhouette staring back with its red eyes. The creature is clad in loud chains that are attached to its limbs and has sharp teeth. Yang Xiaojin does not lower his weapon, keeping his gun aimed at the enemy and preparing to open fire on him. Shang-Su takes his own weapon off safety, and for some reason the girl notices this. The commander gives the order for a squad of people to shoot to kill, and he himself will use his shadow. Suddenly the creature rushes straight towards the people, rattling its chains eerily. Controlling his panic, the young man warns everyone about imminent contact with the enemy. However, the supposed enemy, on the contrary, seems to be moving away from the place of conflict. This behavior surprises Jiangsu, forcing him to think about the situation. After some negotiation, the squad assumes that the creature was afraid to leave the forest's borders. It seemed that the animals that had escaped from people had previously been hiding in this cave from such a creature. Since the danger has passed, the commander orders the men to rest, saying that he will be on duty for the first half of the night. Yang Xiaojin and Shang-Su exchanged silent glances and nodded to each other. The captain, however, says that he understands the lack of trust in himself, but still decides to be the first on duty. After a while, the fire dies out, leaving the cave in darkness. People slowly lie down to catch their breath, and the protagonist and Yang Xiaojin sit leaning against the cave wall. Finally, after many hours, the bright sun rises above the surface of the mountains and forest. But a sudden and extremely sharp explosion sounds very close, raising a whole heap of dust and earth. Shang-Su and Yang Xiaojin jump up from what happened, casting their gazes towards the flash. A team of people runs out of the cave to investigate what is happening. It looks as if Mount Jing's volcano is about to erupt. The commander suggests that the other teams sent to Mount Jing have already made their move, and that they had better hurry. However, Shang-Su looks at the commander with distrust, because only more unknown dangers await them ahead. But the man only replies that they are already here, and they have no choice but to try to find out the secret of Mount Jing. Xiangsu decides to agree with the commander's thoughts, because if they take on a task, they must see it through to the end. After some time, the group leaves their shelter. The soldiers are suffering greatly from the heat, which apparently arose after the explosion on the mountain. On their way, they encounter a giant-sized beetle, and Shang-Su points at it with his hand. A conversation arises between the group members about why the animals became big, but people did not. However, Lo correctly notes that instead, humans were given superpowers. The commander says that from ancient times to the present day, human evolution has always been tied to mental abilities. Shang-Su says that according to the teacher, there is a certain gene in the body that limits muscle development. Muscle development must be limited so that it does not compete with the brain for resources. After such a story, Luo Xinyu notes the special intelligence of teacher Zhang. Shang-Su explains that their teacher reads a lot of books in his free time, which makes him stand out. The commander suddenly stops the squad, saying that there is a human body ahead. They slowly approach the object lying on the ground, carefully examining everything around. They are interested in the logical question of how the corpse of a recently deceased person could have ended up here, and someone suggests that it is the Qing Consortium. Shang-Su at this time turns his attention to something below and lowers his gaze. From the ground, he picks up a small token that soldiers usually carry with them at all times. He picks it up and sees the name Xu Xia, the man who was killed by the sting and later went missing. In shock, he looks at the token he received from all sides, trying to understand how the person ended up here. It dawns on him that something unknown brought his body to this cave. The protagonist descends lower, to the ground, and concludes that, judging by the wounds on the body, the man's insides were eaten. The commander suddenly cries out, saying that the teeth marks look like human teeth. Xiangsu looks at his commander with disbelief, and he says that he is almost certain of this. He says he was once bitten by his ex and he remembered what human bites looked like. The commander tries to understand why someone would do this, and suggests that someone went crazy from hunger. Xiangsu asks the people around him if it is possible that the creature in chains from yesterday was a human. From such a suggestion, the faces of people around change a little, and begin to express fear. The girl suggests getting away from here and using a 3-person formation in case someone sneaks up on them. Xiangsu asks what a tactical formation is, since he has never encountered one. She explains that Xiangsu should walk to her left and keep his angle of view. Xiangsu, pleased, says that he understood everything perfectly and is ready to carry out the order. What surprises him, however, is that Yang Xiaojin actually took command and no one objected. At this time, the sounds of gunfire begin to become more and more clear as we move forward. The captain notices this and says that the team is probably very close to uncovering the secrets of Mount Jing. Suddenly, Xiangsu, who was carrying a weapon, noticed something nearby. The commander approaches the ground and confidently lifts the cartridge case with his fingers. Upon examining it, the man notices that the shell was fired by the Qing consortium. Such news surprises those gathered a little, and questioning expressions appear on their faces. The commander whispers to himself that the Qing consortium seems to have made its move. Suddenly, a wild boar appears to the side, running at full speed. The team immediately turns their attention to the animal, preparing to launch an attack. However, the creature runs past them and dashes, not paying attention to the people. People intend to shoot the animal because they notice that it is limping, and they can get new meat. However, the commander gives orders for the soldiers not to open fire, but the military does not understand such an order, because they have not eaten for almost a day, and now the prey itself has come into their hands. The commander explains that they will give away their location if they start roasting meat and making a fire here. Yang Xiaojin notes that the Qing people are unlikely to let them go if they find them. According to her, the safest option is to kill them at the first opportunity. The commander gives the order to move forward, because behind them only death and defeat awaits them. Next, according to their plan, they must avoid the Qing people by following the sounds of gunfire. Several soldiers are quite pessimistic, and this affects Yang Xiaojin in its own way. The team moves deeper into the forest and notices that there is much less shooting. The commander whispers to Xiangsu that if a guerrilla war breaks out, he, the protagonist, and Yang Xiaojin will have to abandon the remaining 3. Xiangsu agrees because their company is only slowing down its progress. However, the commander turns back and asks in disbelief where Yang Xiaojin is. People look around and say they didn't even notice when she disappeared. Xiangsu assumes that the girl decided to leave on her own because it looks too suspicious. The commander nods to the protagonist, agreeing with his thoughts. Suddenly, the noisy rumble of chains is heard very close to the detachment. This frightens the soldiers, causing them to stop and turn towards the sound. One of the soldiers doesn't want to believe that the monster was able to take Yang Xiaojin. However, looking back, he notices that both the commander and Xiangsu have literally disappeared. This makes the person a little hysterical, and he tries to understand where these two have gone. The remaining 3 soldiers are now in the middle of an unknown forest, left completely alone. At this time, the sound of chains becomes closer and closer. Overcome with panic and despair, one of the soldiers decides to run away. He is joined by other fighters who want to live as long as possible. Despite their recent injuries, the soldiers run quite briskly. One of them feels noticeable pain in his limbs, which prevents him from moving. Sensing this, he trips the runner in front of him, forcing him to fall to the ground. According to him, someone had to be sacrificed so that the rest could be saved. The man tries to shout to his former partners when an enemy silhouette appears behind him. His cry for help is cut off abruptly as the creature finally catches up with him. The man who tripped him turns around and sees that the monster has killed its victim in the blink of an eye. The creature lets out a wild roar, and Luo Xinyu and the remaining squad member run away. The hysterical man begs the creature to stop chasing him. Filled with despair, he notices that the girl in front of him is breathing quite heavily. He tries to reach her body to sacrifice Luo Xinyu as well. However, he fails to achieve this at all, and the girl dodges his grip. Suddenly, an unknown group of military men point guns at them, asking who they are. The rest of the squad stops, and the man starts screaming that a monster is chasing them. The soldiers command them to kneel down and put their feet behind their heads, and they decide to test them. One of the soldiers radios in that an escaped test subject has been found, and they need backup. Gathering together, the soldiers begin to move forward, covering each other. The whole crowd goes out to the monster that was chasing Luo Xinyu and the man from the squad. Taking aim, the soldiers open merciless fire on the enemy. At this time, several military personnel continue to search the surviving soldiers. Under the man's cloak, they discover a human doll, which surprises them greatly. Shangsu is currently climbing up one of the slopes, thinking about the disappearance of Yang Xiaojin. He and the commander secretly decided to act alone, because they do not trust each other at all. Shangsu wonders what secret Mount Jing might hold. At this time, the group of soldiers continues its journey through the forest. The sounds of their footsteps are heard by Shangsu, and his attention is drawn to the people. He assumes that they are people from the Jing consortium and hears them talking about some kind of experimental object. The main character is surprised that so many people cannot kill one monster. Shangsu decides to take advantage of the moment when the military is distracted by the monster and plans to act covertly. He climbs up the cliff and hides behind one of the boulders to keep watch. He comes to an unusual and strange place, from which an explosion was recently heard. Shangsu notices an unknown man nearby, who appears to be taking blood samples from one of the dead animals. The main character, without giving away his position, begins to move closer and closer. The consortium captures mutant beasts one by one to study their characteristics. Something catches the protagonist's attention, and he raises his head. In front of him, a multi-story, dilapidated building is visible, with a silhouette visible on the roof. Accompanied by an unknown person, a tall man in white clothes stands on the edge of the roof. His attentive gaze darts downwards, as if assessing the entire situation. Shangsu suggests that this person may be in charge of the ongoing operation. The man on top of the building opposite, as the protagonist observes, does not feel out of place and looks confident. The area is heavily guarded, and many people are working to unravel the secret of Mount Jing. Shangsu alone cannot face all these people and does not want to risk his life, so he decides to leave everything as is. The various buildings around look very deplorable, often missing large sections of walls. However, although many buildings were destroyed, the basic structure of the city was still preserved, which surprised Shangsu. He reflects with pleasure on how wonderful the city could have been in the past. Something catches the attention of the main character from the side, and he turns his head there. The sign for a sushi restaurant seems intriguing, unfamiliar, and mysterious to him. Shangsu notes with displeasure that he apparently made such a long and dangerous journey in vain. However, the protagonist decides not to jump to conclusions about his journey. He decides to move a little further, sliding down one of the rocks. Shangsu approaches a building that used to be a tobacco shop and realizes that he can get rich with tobacco and alcohol. With obvious satisfaction and a satisfied grimace, Shangsu is confident that the military will not be interested in such a place. He moves even closer to the shop, thinking that the goods, protected by plastic packaging, should have been well preserved. However, even it turns out to be broken, meaning that all the contents have long since spoiled. The main character, who doesn't want to leave just like that, wants to take at least something with him. After some time, he comes to a stand with dolls, where he does not understand their purpose. Later, he leaves the building, continuing to wander the streets of the destroyed town. He walks around the shops, looking at the various shelves with goods. Shangsu finds a jar of old white gold and examines it carefully. When you open the item and shake it in front of you, small objects that look like round tablets fall out onto the floor. The young man angrily throws the jar on the floor, because he didn't find anything interesting for himself. However, he recalls that, according to Wang Fugi, there should be shops selling gold here. Even though it's night, Shangsu decides to go in search of gold. At this time, the trading city is also gradually covered in darkness. Liu Yuan communicates with Sister Xiaoyu, thanking her for taking care of him during his illness. During the conversation, the girl says that she really hopes that everything is fine with his brother. Liu Yuan is pleased to admit that Xiaoyu did not take advantage of the situation and harm him. A second later, the girl turns around, saying that the protagonist's younger brother should attend class tomorrow. Before they go to bed, they hear strange sounds outside. Sister Xiaoyu guesses that there is someone running around outside. Liu Wen confirms her words, saying that it could be several people. Taking up the weapon, the girl tells the boy to stay put while she decides to go outside. However, she is very afraid to do this, and her body is naturally shaking with fear. Liu Yuan watches her go, rising slightly from the bed. Unknown men suddenly break into the house, kicking down the door. The girl freezes in place out of fear, clutching the handle of the knife in panic. Screaming in horror, she quickly thrusts the tip of the weapon in front of her. One of the people who broke into the house pounces on him and clenches his teeth in severe pain. Out of pain, the man insults the girl in front of him, snapping at her. He pins Xiaoyu to the ground, holding her hand with the dagger to prevent her from killing him, and squeezes her throat. In a panic, Sister Xiaoyu starts screaming for the villain to let her go. A sick Liu Yuan tries to leave his bed when one of the attackers starts running towards him. The enemy tries to finish off his younger brother with his dagger, but he manages to dodge the blows. The boy deftly avoids deadly hits, falling to the floor. Liu Yuan recalls all the men gathered, calling them ordinary idlers from a trading city. The teacher, who had somehow put on his clothes, runs into school to the sound of screams and fighting. The man holding the gun says that he hasn't liked this teacher for a long time. The robber says that he must have a lot of things that could be valuable. Demanding that Liu Yuan hand over all his money, the man with the blade lunges at him. A moment passes and one of the men has a large wound on his body. Liu Yuan stands nearby, pointing his gun at the man who has already fallen to his knees. The stunned men immediately stop harassing Xiaoyu, who is lying on the ground. Not wanting to risk their lives, the men begin to run away, leaving their partner on the ground. However, Liu Yuan mercilessly opens fire on them from behind, hitting the enemy with bullets. Once it hits one of the opponents, it immediately switches to another target. The other two robbers immediately notice the loud sound and see that their partner has fallen right in front of them. Liu Yuan leaves his hideout, clutching his pistol. He fires at fleeing enemies, hitting them in the back and wounding them. The remaining two robbers fall to the ground, ceasing to offer any resistance. The teacher standing next to him, his mouth open, silently guessed that Xiangsu's younger brother had learned cruelty from him. However, he could not even imagine that the boy would dare to shoot someone at 13 years old. The boy lowers his weapon, his hands finally shaking after everything that happened. He is overcome with enormous emotion and anxiety about what he has just done. A grimace of horror and fear freezes on his face, and he doesn't even hear his name being called. Sister Xiaoyu grabs the boy by the shoulders and tries to shout at him, and he finally responds. She holds him very tightly against her body, trying to calm him down and telling him not to be afraid. The teacher came up and asked the boy directly if Xiangsu had left the weapon for him on purpose. Liu Yuan examines the gun in his hands, saying that this is what he went into the wilderness for. Turning to the teacher opposite him, the boy says that he and his sister Xiaoyu will leave the city so as not to cause trouble for the man. He quite rightly notes that now that the wolves have returned, the wild lands are not safe. After a short conversation, the man says that they don't need to run away and that he can work things out. Liu Wen looks at the teacher with disbelief, not even imagining how something like this could be settled. After a while, several people in combat boots approach the school, discussing Xiangsu. The commander of the troops notes with displeasure that only he would have the courage and audacity to handle weapons. Wang Fugi, awakened by the sound of gunfire, tries to convince the man that it was just a misunderstanding. In response, the man in military uniform says that he now believes that his own brother, Wang Dongyang, was killed by Xiangsu. Wang Fugi tries to bribe the man, but he points a gun to the merchant's head and orders him to get lost. Approaching the school building, the commander gives the order to arrest all of Xiangsu's relatives until his return. However, the teacher blocks the way for the men in uniform with his body. With a confident and, in his own way, impudent look, the man hands the piece of paper to the military, telling them to take it to Boss Lo and for him to come to him. Saying that this problem is beyond the military's competence, the teacher continues to stick to his guns. During the conversation, the man calls Boss Lo a fat man, which slightly shocks the military. The commander of the troops, still holding the gun, comes up and says that some card won't save him from problems. He snatches the object from the teacher's hands without saying a word. Looking at the card, he sees that Jing, the teacher, belongs to the 178th fortress. This information forces the military man to stop his actions. He abruptly gives the order to keep an eye on them all, and takes a couple of steps back. In a hurry, the soldier gets behind the wheel of the car, and his trembling hands betray his excitement. Quickly starting the transport, the commander of the military detachment leaves this place. At this time, the soldiers order those gathered in the room not to move. By pointing a gun at Liu Yuan, they try to get information about the location of the gun from him. He suddenly looks very sharply and angrily at the people interrogating him. Surprisingly, this has its effect, and the soldiers stop pestering the boy. Xiaoyu asks Zhang if everything will be okay, and he nods in the affirmative. Liu Wen asks the teacher for forgiveness for the trouble they caused him. After this, the boy asks Zhang what he did before teaching. Zhang replies that he used to be a military man, and Liu Yuan asks why he left that post. In response, Zhang merely acknowledges that war cannot save humanity. He planned to leave Xiangsu as his teacher because he was preparing to leave this city back to Sanbei. Liu Yuan recalls that this is the northwesternmost part of the country, which was once mentioned in one of the lessons. The snow there has not yet melted, and among the sand and yellow earth there is not a trace of greenery visible. Because of such endless white spaces, it may seem that the people there are very lonely. Liu Yuan then asks Zhang why he decided to return to Sanbei. After a short pause, the teacher explains that he needs to be with those who are waiting for him. Liu Yuan clearly doesn't understand what is being said, but all he gets in response is a modest smile. Zhang kneels down and reassures Liu Yuan, saying that the military will not dare to do anything to them. At this time, Boss Luo is looking at teacher Zhang's card. A rather plump man stands up and tells the soldier to take him to Zhang. The military rushes to the wall to open the huge gates. They finally get the mechanism going and set tons of metal in motion while the car with Luo waits for them. Luo is talking to someone on the phone at this moment and says that Zhang Jinglin is with him, and the voice asks if he is sure. Luo admits that he is not entirely sure about this yet, and asks if he should kill Zhang, as he does not want such a person hiding with him. It turns out that the man talking to Luo is the one Xiangsu saw on the roof in the ruined city. With a sly smile, the man asks if Luo really thinks the fighters from the 178th fortress will leave him alone. After a pause, Luo suggests that he could have done it much more discreetly. However, the man Luo speaks to simply offers to send Zhang back to his fortress. Of course, Luo doesn't like this decision, but the man says that he should let Zhang be a problem for others. Suddenly, a man in white clothes asks Luo if he has a young man named Xiangsu, and he answers in the affirmative. With a smile, Luo asks if the man found anything interesting in the mountains. In response, the man asks if Luo has heard anything about Yang Xiaojin, and he says that it is the first time he has heard that name. The dialogue between them continues, in which Luo says that Xiangsu has a younger brother, and Luo Xinyu has been in the fortress for 2 years. Finally, the man tells Luo not to touch Lu Wen, and to deal with the others as he sees fit. This conversation makes the squad commander nervous, but he tries not to show it. After finishing the call, the man dressed in white clothes puts down the device. He turns back and introduces himself as Ching Jen from the Ching family consortium, who is Luo Lan's younger brother. Luo Xinyu and another fighter who was with her in the forest are kneeling in front of him. The girl gives him an angry look, trying to force herself not to be nervous. Approaching the prisoners, the man asks them to tell him in detail about Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin. He asks what connects them, and notes that their names seem similar to him. The man on his knees says that they have nothing to do with each other. In addition, this man talks about Commander Xu Xianchu, who is a superhuman and can control shadows. He admits that he doesn't know much about Yang Xiaojin, but they should be wary of Xiangsu. This attracts Ching Jen's attention, and he turns around, trying to understand the reason for such words. Through gritted teeth, the man on his knees admits that the protagonist is very strong. When they tried to escape in the canyon, Xiangsu was the only one who ran in the opposite direction. He carried the body of the injured man on his shoulders, and could easily run with it on his shoulders. Moreover, its speed was enough to catch up with the moving car. Therefore, the man expresses his suspicions that Xiangsu is also a superhuman. Ching Jen asks if there's anything else he should know, but the man says he doesn't remember anything else. Hearing this, Ching orders his subordinate to write down that Commander Xu has risk factor C and Xiangsu has risk factor F. The man who told all the information is suddenly taken by the arm. In a panic, he tries to convince them not to do anything to him, because he and Luo Xinyu are ordinary people. The man, however, directly admits that Luo Xinyu and her partner have nothing to do with what is happening. He decides that these two people will go with him and asks them not to be too surprised. After some time, when it was already completely dark, they came out to one of the buildings. Ching Jen orders his subordinate named Shuman to find Xiangsu, Yang Xiaojin, and Xu Xianchu by midnight. He commands the other 3 detachments to follow him, and the soldiers obey him without question. The man who told everything asks where they are going. However, Ching Jen does not give a direct answer, saying that they will see everything for themselves soon. Some soldiers carry an impressive-sized cage on their shoulders. A man in white clothes waves his hand, giving the command to lower the object to the ground. Luo Xinyu is very surprised by what she sees, and her partner screams in fear. They see in front of them the creature with chains that had been chasing them in the forest. Ching Jen moves closer to the cage where the unconscious monster lies. He asks the man if he saw the bodies of the monster's victims. Luo Xinyu sweats with excitement and tries to understand what this is all about. The man explains that this is a product of the pre-disaster period, and they should be called guinea pigs. This creature probably escaped from the walls of some laboratory. Ching Jen and the others were greatly surprised by the fact that the creature was able to survive until today without dying. Luo Xinyu speculates that the Ching consortium came here to find a lab with such test subjects. Ching Jen starts from the bottom up, saying that multicellular organisms like humans use cell division as the basis for growth and reproduction. One might assume that cell division could continue indefinitely, but in humans it does not reach more than 50. It is for this reason that a person's lifespan is limited, and he dies. But this does not mean that nothing can be changed in life. Ching Jen suggests that this lab has developed a technology that allows cells to divide indefinitely. However, scientists did this without expecting to create these horrible, inhuman monsters. He throws his gun into the cage, saying that these creatures have lost their intelligence but have improved in strength and agility. They had to use 5 combat teams and lose many men to try to capture the object alive. Ching Jen asks his assistant to write down the characteristics of the creature in front of them. It is believed that this laboratory was a secret experimental facility of the origin of flame before the disaster. Luo Xinyu notes that this is not the first time the flame source has appeared in the story. She is genuinely concerned about whether the Qing Consortium will be able to get their hands on this technology. The monster that emerged from the man continues to look at the assembled people with its red eyes. Ching Jen commands one of the soldiers to shine a bright light on the creature. A man gives an order to a soldier standing behind a searchlight to turn the beam of light. The man obeys the order and points the spotlight at the cage containing the creature. Instinctively, the monster in the cage begins to cover itself from the light with its hand. From the expression on his face, it looks like he can feel pain. He takes a few short steps back, as if trying to escape the light. Ching Jen notices that the creature is sensitive to light, which surprises him in its own way. A soldier nearby explains that either the man was already afraid of light before turning into a monster, or it was caused by a mutation. After hearing this, Ching Jen says that they only need one prototype, and the military can easily eliminate the rest. The presence of photophobia surprises the man, because the monster demonstrated its activity during the day. On the other hand, he suggests that he may have been prompted to take action during the day by the trio he is looking for. The military continues to search for Xiangsu and the other soldiers that Ching Jen has taken an interest in. So far, the military has reported that they have been unable to find any leads and are continuing to search for clues. At this moment, Xiangsu continues to wander around the city, looking at one store after another. Seeing that there is a department store in front of him, the young man assumes that there might be a gold store nearby. He looks around and goes inside the building, noticing only chaos around him. Something, however, catches his eye, causing him to turn around. He sees a sign that says Journey to the West, and remembers that was the name of the book Xiangsu was talking about. Xiangsu looks at several toys in front of him, lightly touching them with his hands. He does not stay in one place, and decides to continue searching for the gold store. Finally, the protagonist comes to a place with a sign that shows that there is a jewelry store in front of him. He walks up to the glass and begins to look at the display cases in the store. Xiangsu examines the jewelry, realizing that the silver turns black when it oxidizes. Almost immediately, he throws away the jewelry, saying that silver is worthless. Finally, he finds a small piece of gold in front of him. In front of him is enough gold for him and Liu Yuan to live comfortably for decades. Xiangsu decides to think about how he can take everything with him. After some time, a good idea finally comes into his head. He takes several pieces of jewelry into his hands, raising them in front of him. If you crumple all the gold jewelry into a ball, you can put it in the palace vault. He manages to roll a ball out of decorations, which makes him very happy. The young man decides to wrap the rest in his own cloak to take with him. Unexpectedly for himself, he hears the sounds of army boots not far from him. This makes the main character freeze, and he does not dare to take a step. A whole group of armed soldiers passes right next to the jewelry store. He manages to hide without attracting unnecessary attention from the enemy. Xiangsu wonders where the Qing fighters suddenly appeared from. Noticing such a large column, the thought involuntarily comes to him that there is some danger here. The soldiers enter the toy store after some time, where Xiangsu was already. The toys that Xiangsu was sorting through attracted the attention of the group commander. Xiangsu slowly peeks out from his hiding place, checking if the enemy has gone away. At first glance, it seems to him that everything outside is very quiet and calm. However, the military is already arriving on the scene, holding their weapons at the ready. In a whisper, one of the soldiers asks his commander what happened. He admits that he had already searched that building, and its contents were not in the places they should have been. He assumes that someone has been here before, and is possibly hiding inside, and asks to call for reinforcements. The man gives a signal to his soldiers, and they begin to advance further and further. After some time, they surround the building, gathering in front of the main entrance. Finally, Xiangsu notices the actions of the military, turning his attention to them. Soldiers standing outside prepare for a possible clash. This fact makes Xiangsu panic, and he does not understand why the soldiers decided to return here. The protagonist thinks that Lu Bu and the others most likely revealed his existence to the Qing Consortium. This can only mean that these soldiers came specifically for Xiangsu. Given these circumstances, the young man understands that he will not be able to carry away all the gold. One of the soldiers gives the command to storm the building in front of them. In an instant, the soldiers begin to enter in a highly organized group. They carefully examine the room, trying to find even the slightest clue. One of the soldiers calls his commander and asks him to look at something. A bag of gold appears in front of them, and the soldier assumes that the target of surveillance threw it away. The man concludes that only Xiangsu, who has always been a vagabond, could have done this. One of the soldiers suddenly notices an unknown silhouette above him. The soldier reports over the radio that the search target ran to the second floor. The remaining group of soldiers decide to catch up with Xiangsu before he runs away. However, the commander, unlike his subordinates, is in no hurry to climb to the top. It doesn't fit into his picture of the world that Xiangsu could stupidly run upstairs. After all, if the young man continues to run up, he will simply end up surrounded. At this time, Xiangsu himself continues his escape, moving extremely quickly. He panics that the soldiers might call for reinforcements to completely seal off the building. Wherever he runs now, there is a high probability of encountering Qing soldiers. The commander comes up with the idea that there is another building nearby and Xiangsu might try to jump to it. He gives orders to his soldiers to continue pursuing the main character. He then gives an order to the outer combat team, which he asks to cordon off the neighboring building. He himself also quickly changes his position, flying up one flight of stairs after another. At this moment, Xiangsu runs out onto the roof, kicking down the door with his foot. He quickly goes outside and looks around for options to save himself. Finally, he spots a structure he could jump onto to escape. The main character decisively begins to gain momentum for the jump. Xiangsu breaks away from the rooftop surface, gaining high speed and flying forward. The group commander, who ran out and looked up, observed everything that was happening. He manages to spot Xiangsu, who was flying right above him at that moment. He is genuinely surprised that the main character is capable of such maneuvers. Then the commander quickly gives an order over the radio that Xiangsu's strength urgently needs to be re-evaluated. Meanwhile, the main character himself successfully lands on the roof of a neighboring building, rolling a couple of times. Despite the successful jump, he still does not stop and continues to run further. However, he is stunned when he looks at the tall building right in front of him. Looking at it more and more closely, he cannot believe what his eyes see. A dark silhouette can be seen in one of the rooms of the dilapidated building. If you look closely, you can easily see Yang Xiaojin. She holds onto her cap with her hand and seems to be observing the whole situation from above. Suddenly, the girl quickly takes the sniper rifle and raises it to fire. She stares down her scope with concentration, aiming her weapon at her prey. The young man continues to flee from his pursuers and watches Yang Xiaojin's actions. According to the protagonist's thoughts, the girl's goal was to kill Ching Jen. However, she is too far from her target, which is on the ground. At this distance, the sniper will have to calculate many factors, such as temperature and wind strength. However, unexpectedly, the wind stops right at that very moment. However, Yang Xiaojin doesn't fire, which surprises Xiangsu. After this, Xiangsu notices that Luo Xinyu was able to free herself from the rope that was binding her hands without him noticing. The girl quickly pulled out her own knife and attacked Ching Jen from behind. She begins to make a furious swing to finish off the young man standing in front of her. However, she is instantly stopped by another girl, which attracts the attention of a man in white clothes. Luo Xinyu's blow is countered by a special fan. The girl bodyguard swings it again, intending to harm Luo Xinyu, but she manages to dodge it. In an attempt to avoid being hit, the blue-haired girl jumps a few steps to the side. However, the girl with the battle fan is not going to stop. She throws a knife at her opponent, intending to finish her off in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Xinyu suddenly starts using magic to protect himself. She manages to cast a strange spell that creates a portal and turns the knife there. Immediately after this, the girl dissolves with the help of her own magic, disappearing from sight. In anger, the bodyguard says that the girl who fought her is a superhuman. Shang Su, who was watching all this from the side, was surprised by this turn of events. He doesn't believe that this is the same Luo Xinyu who seemed so fragile and defenseless. At this time, a bright yellow flash is visible from the side of the neighboring building. With a roar, Yang Xiaojin uses his sniper rifle, wanting to finish what Luo Xinyu started. Ching Jen surprisingly manages to react, realizing that a sniper is hunting him. The bullet at this time continues to move inexorably towards the man, covering a large distance in an extremely short time. At this moment, the girl with the fans moves almost instantly, finding herself in the path of the bullet. She instantly opens her fans, as if filling them with some kind of energy. The girl points her weapon forward, intending to deflect the bullet with it. However, she understands that her plans will most likely not come true. The bullet hits the fans, starting to tear them into small pieces. Centimeter by centimeter, the projectile penetrates the fans, destroying them. The bullet breaks the weapon and hits the girl right in the chest, throwing her back. Ching Jen, however, watches completely indifferently as his bodyguard bleeds. He straightens his coat, only saying that it was very, very sad. A soldier standing nearby takes out a smoke grenade and pulls the pin. The grenade hits the ground with a loud bang, starting to spew out a large cloud of smoke. The soldiers spot the sniper's position and say that the enemy is in an abandoned building to the southeast. Ching Jen slowly picks up the bullet and holds it in his hand, examining it from all sides. He suggests that it could have been an attack by a group of rebels, rumored to be in the hands of the consortium. The man approaches the prisoner lying on the ground and says that he is really stupid for not knowing that Luo Xinyu was a superhuman. The man on the ground tries to justify himself while Ching Jen grabs him by the clothes. A member of the Qing consortium places the tip of a bullet directly on the body of a lying man. Without a shadow of a second thought or regret, he presses the bullet straight into the man's forehead, killing him instantly. After finishing off the man in cold blood, Ching Jen throws the body to the ground with disdain. Xiangsu confirms his suspicions that Luo Xinyu and Yang Xiaojin are working together. Although, according to him, their camouflage was still not perfect. He begins to replay all the events in which these girls participated together. Xiangsu tries to understand why the girls tried to kill Ching Jen, and why the Superhuman protected him. At this time, Yang Xiaojin is reloading his sniper rifle. She still stands at her position inside the ruined building, aiming her gun again. Xiangsu notices another flash left behind by the gunshot, but it turns out that the bullet was aimed straight at the main character, missing him. Xiangsu understands that the bullet was aimed at the roof after all, and tries to understand the meaning of such an act on the part of the girl. At this moment, Xiangsu notices Luo Xinyu herself appearing next to the girl with a sniper rifle. She openly waves her hand at the protagonist while Yao Xiaojin stands nearby. After that, they simply leave with the help of magic, leaving Xiangsu alone. At this time, the soldiers approach the protagonist's position. As many as 3 groups of soldiers approach the building on the roof of which Xiangsu is located. The protagonist complains that he was always careful, but still ended up in deep trouble. At this moment, the commander of the groups of soldiers breaks down the door to the roof with his shoulder. Without thinking for a second, the main character opens fire on the man with his pistol. However, the commander is protected by his own soldier, who holds a massive shield in his hands. Once all the bullets are deflected, the bald man returns fire. Xiangsu, however, manages to easily maneuver to avoid being hit. The young man realizes that he no longer has the opportunity to hesitate, and must flee before all the troops arrive. This speed of movement genuinely surprises the commander of the troops. The man commands over the radio that the blockade ring needs to be narrowed in order to catch Xiangsu. Previously, it was assumed that they would enter the urban development with Yang Xiaojin and Xu Xianchu. Even if he had to run away, Xiangsu would still be the fastest. He admits to himself that he underestimated the people around him. Only in the forest will he be able to completely hide from the Qing pursuit. At this time, the fiery peaks of Mount Jing continue to emit large clouds of smoke. It is foolish to deny that Xiangsu is much more agile and better adapted to the forest than the soldiers. At exactly this moment, a colossal explosion occurs, which causes the volcano to erupt. Xiangsu's attention is drawn to this event, and he slows down a little. The volcanic eruption flow is so large that it can be easily seen by the troop commander. He understands that if Xiangsu goes any further and the volcano starts to erupt, there will be no turning back. Xiangsu looks back, glaring at his pursuers. He is trying to figure out whether people will continue to persecute him or not. For the protagonist, the path back leads only to inevitable death. The only way for him to survive is to keep moving forward. The soldiers enter the forest and almost immediately lose sight of the main character. The man gives the order to finish off Xiangsu on first contact, because his strength is simply incredible. Wherever the young man hid, even with a pistol, he would not be able to shoot so many people at once. Xiangsu hides, but understands that he may be discovered very soon. He decides not to wait any longer and takes off running away. Grinning, he scatters the soldiers one by one, moving at high speed. He jumps up a tree and defiantly asks if anyone would dare to fight him, but he introduces himself as Xu Xianchu. Machine guns open fire on the main character and he starts running in the other direction. He manages to dodge the bullets of the soldiers who want him dead with extreme ease. The commander then announces over the radio that the target was not Xiangsu, but Xu Xianchu. Suddenly, at an unimaginable speed, a red shadow materializes in front of him and the soldiers. The uncomprehending man in black clothes instantly points his weapon at the enemy. Xiangsu runs away at this time, realizing that he deliberately revealed his abilities as if he were another superhuman. After this trick, he decides to call the shadow back. Scattering soldiers in its path, the shadow itself goes back to the main character. After a very short time, the red shadow catches up with the main character and hovers over him. After the shadow returns to the protagonist's body, a side effect occurs in which he feels all the damage from the shadow. Eventually, he manages to escape from the Qing people, and the first thing the protagonist decides to do is rest. However, almost immediately several monsters come out towards him, rattling their chains. They move inexorably straight towards the protagonist, their red eyes flashing. Despite the approaching monsters, a silhouette suddenly appears right above Xiangsu. Almost at the very last moment, the main character manages to notice the approach of a mysterious creature. The silhouette turns out to be another monster, which falls to the ground with a crash. Xiangsu can't open fire now, because it will attract the attention of the Qing consortium. Besides, if you attack the subject from close range, a dagger will be much more useful than a pistol. Therefore, Xiangsu's weapon is now the only thing he can fully rely on. However, when he tries to touch the place where the dagger is attached, he realizes that his weapon is completely gone. He remembers that Yang Xiaojin ran into him before she disappeared. Perhaps it was she who touched the dagger and took it for herself. He is very upset by such arguments, because he believed in the trust between them. Then, as a means of defense, Jiangsu decides to summon his shadow again. However, before he can blink a finger, one of the monsters slices through his torso. Such a wound takes the young man by surprise, and he begins to bleed. With undisguised malice, the boy punches the creature right in the face, intending to take revenge. However, a strong blow directly to the head could not cause absolutely any damage to the creature. He only manages to push the monster away from himself, but his fist starts to hurt a lot after such a blow. Second after second, the monsters continue to wound the protagonist in different places of his body. One of the creatures pierces Jiangsu's leg, causing great pain. He manages to free himself from this grip and flies away. However, blood begins to flow from his mouth as his shadow begins to be eaten alive. At this moment, one of the monsters intends to attack the young man from above. Jiangsu finds that he cannot use his power at all. In a panic, he turns directly to the palace, asking for weapons. The palace asks in response whether the protagonist wishes to open a certain seal. Jiangsu asks for the price to remove the seal, but the palace says he must lose something in return. After this, the palace notifies him that he only needs 7 more thanks to unlock the weapon. Jiangsu then decides to thank himself for everything he has done for himself all this time. He thanks himself for the enormous courage and bravery that helped him get this far. Despite the fact that the monsters are literally destroying him, he continues to thank himself. Finally, he thanks himself for the fact that even in the face of enormous difficulties, he never gives up. After this, he shouts and gives the palace the command to unlock. At this moment, one of the creatures begins to fly straight towards the main character. Then Jiangsu gradually charges a small sphere in his hand that has a purple hue. The young man quickly puts his hand forward as if trying to block the blow. Suddenly, the sphere in his hand transforms into a sharp and long blade. Jiangsu quickly rushes forward to protect himself. He calls this sword a weapon that makes the difference between life and death, and that even a 1,000-strong army is no match for it. The monster, which had previously seemed invincible, is cut to pieces in the blink of an eye. The other monsters, standing to the side, look at the main character with anger and incomprehension. The young man stands confidently and firmly on his feet, being able to continue the fight and win it. In addition, he summons his shadow, which is also equipped with a new blade. Together with the summoned entity, they rush forward to finish off the monsters in front of them. Jiangsu easily manages to dodge one of the monster's attacks as it lunges forward. Immediately after this, he launches an attack with his extremely sharp sword, effectively separating the upper body from the lower. He rushes through the crowd of monsters like a whirlwind, destroying them one after another. Together with his shadow, he manages to defeat all the monsters that attacked him. Finally, Jiangsu can admit that the power of a superhuman can really be felt. After this, the palace gives him a new quest for 1,000 coins, which unlocks an improved weapon for him. After some time, the military follows the trail and notices several corpses of brutally killed monsters. The commander looks at everything that happened with a fearful look, trying to comprehend what happened here. He notices only one shoe print on the ground and assumes that only one person fought. If such a person could really defeat 4 test subjects single-handedly, then he poses a serious threat. He informs his boss that Xu Xianchu's abilities need to be re-evaluated as soon as possible. This surprises the Ching family representative because killing 4 test subjects is an extremely difficult task. Its danger level is adjusted to level B. In addition, the man in white clothes asks the commander to collect blood samples from Xu Xianchu. After stopping the conversation, Ching Jen thinks about how Luo Xinyu, Xu Xianchu, and Yang Xiaojing have already shown their abilities. He waits for Jiangsu to make his move and believes that the young man can become a bargaining chip in the fight against Zhang, a teacher from the trading city. However, there is nothing wrong with the fact that the young man was not caught, because everything is under the control of the Qing Consortium. Once Jiangsu returned to the fortress walls, the Qing Consortium representatives would be able to capture him at any time. At this time, the military continues its search in the forest. It seemed to the commander that the enemy was fleeing towards the volcano, but further pursuit yielded no results. The man concludes that, judging by the amount of blood spilled, Xu Xianchu was badly injured. Eventually, the commander admits that if Xu is so strong, then their squad won't be able to handle him. He examines the corpses of the monsters and notes that the wounds on their bodies are extremely even. Even with a sharp tactical knife, it would take great force to cause such damage to the bodies. However, the man and his soldiers turn around at the sudden noise. There he sees Jiangsu, who is running away from something in panic. The soldiers point their guns at the main character and quickly open fire on him. In response, the young man shouts that they should not attack him and look at what is happening behind his back. Right behind the main character, there is a whole swarm of test subjects who relentlessly pursue him. In complete shock, the military, led by the commander, cannot move from fear. Using his shadow, Jiangsu escapes from his pursuers and shouts at the military to get out of here. However, the soldiers, seemingly ignoring his warnings, open fire on him again. Shang-Su does not understand the soldier's stupid attitude and dodges the bullets flying at him. He turns slightly to the side, clearly planning to do something in response. Shang-Su suddenly flies up with his shadow, saying that he will let the monsters play with the soldiers for a while. He quickly rushes through the ranks of soldiers, knocking them to the ground. The enemies are approaching the military, and the commander understands that such a number of test subjects will simply sweep away the entire city. He turns to the protagonist, accusing him of using such dirty and vile tactics. However, the report said there should only be 100 individuals in the area, and now there are many more. Perhaps Flame Source had deliberately spread false information to try to deceive Ching Jen. A man commands over the radio to build a defensive line towards the city. All personnel should open fire immediately, holding the defense in place to buy time for the city. Shang-Su speculates that this might be the difference between the consortium's fighters and private forces. He is genuinely amazed that soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives and safety to protect those behind them. He wonders how the man in the white suit, Ching Jen, can even lead such an army. At this time, the military, without any hesitation or fear, continue to hold the line of defense. The monsters furiously attack the human garrison to kill every last one of them. The commander notes with annoyance that bullets are completely useless against such an enemy. He hears him and his squad being given permission to slowly retreat to the outskirts of the city. A man orders his soldiers to hold formation and look for opportunities to retreat. The bullets simply cannot penetrate the thick and tough skin of the test subjects. One by one, the soldiers retreat to the city line, while the rest cover them and continue shooting. At this moment, the fleeing Shang-Su is happy that he managed to divert the attention of the test subjects. He analyzes the officer's reaction, thinking that he too did not expect such a number of test subjects. However, the main character continues to gloat, rejoicing in his small victory. The volcano, which had been gaining strength all this time, begins to erupt violently. A huge hand slowly begins to emerge from its mouth. Shang-Su is genuinely surprised that some creatures are able to survive in lava. Ching Jen also watches the eruption from afar. The soldier next to him adjusts his glasses in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. Reluctantly, the man in white says that they should retreat, declaring it a failure of the mission. Ching Jen asks the soldier to call the brother of the Ching Consortium member, as the 113th barrier may be in danger. After this, Ching Jen gives the order to all soldiers to prepare for retreat. With an extremely loud roar, the volcano continues its eruption. At this moment, the military is preparing all their vehicles to evacuate the city. When the volcano explodes, it spews out an incredible amount of lava. An officer in black, still fighting, commands his subordinates to evacuate immediately. The soldiers obey his order and begin to retreat while he and another soldier cover them. The monsters have no intention of retreating, continuing their merciless onslaught on the enemy. Finally, this group of soldiers reunites with the rest of the people, including Ching Jen. The soldiers march with a steady gait to their vehicles to get ready to leave. Ching Jen, who was watching everything, just silently stared at the forest, clutching a certain device in his hand. At this moment, hordes of monsters continue to advance, ending up very close to the evacuation site. Then the man in white grabs his device and presses the large button in the center. There is a large explosion, the shockwave from which covers the space around. The power of the explosion is enough to cause extreme harm to the monsters. An officer in black clothes approaches Ching Jen and says with regret that he was unable to bring back Xu Xianchu. The Ching Consortium representative says it doesn't matter and orders them to get into the car. A little later, the man tells the officer that he only spared his life because of his work efficiency. At this point, one of the cars breaks down because it has a flat tire. The officer comes up and says he has a jack and a spare set of tires. The soldier, however, notices that the tire is not flat, but rather has been cut by someone. In addition, the spare tire also turns out to be cut off, which unpleasantly surprises those gathered. This is the first time that Ching Jen feels the desire to have someone take responsibility for this at the cost of their own life. He asks the soldiers for a bulletproof vest, and personally, leading a small detachment, sets off away from the cars. The officer asks what he should do with Shang-Su, and the man in white says that Luo Lan will look after him. In any case, he's just a tramp, so he won't be able to make much noise. At this moment, Shang-Su continues to return on his shadow, glad that he thought of slashing the tires. In addition, the young man manages to get his abandoned cloak back. He is a little upset that he was unable to keep the gold, but quickly lets it go. Approaching one of the caves, he considers taking a rest in it. After some time, he successfully makes a fire, which warms him at night. He involuntarily recalls how he ended up here with a whole detachment last time. Suddenly, Shang-Su notices a fresh sign that something is right behind him. The young man assumes that this is the work of young Xiaojin, who was the last to leave the cave. The volcano continues to erupt, and many pieces of lava fall in different directions. The animals that lived in the forest began to leave their habitat in panic. Xiangsu watches all this from a distance, realizing that he won't be able to rest tonight. He needs to escape urgently if he wants to escape certain death. Thanks to his shadow, the young man manages to develop quite a lot of speed, and he moves towards the gorge. If he's fast enough, the monsters won't even be able to catch him. At colossal speed, Xiangsu rushes through the gorge, passing many creatures. The main character's movements are so sharp that they frighten the animals around him. Xiangsu himself is surprised by his speed as he continues to move through the thicket of the forest. When the sun rises, the main character finally returns home after a long time. At this time, Wang Fugui enters Liu Yuan and Sister Xiaoyu's house. The boy sincerely thanks the merchant for putting in a good word when they were about to be arrested. Sister Xiaoyu, sitting on the edge, tries to encourage the boy to get well soon. Deep down, Liu Yuan is glad that peaceful days have finally arrived and wishes that his brother was by his side. The girl deeply understands his experiences and is always ready to support him. Wang Fugui thoughtfully brings hot food to Liu Yuan and Xiaoyu, telling them to eat. After talking about food with Wang Fugui, Liu Yuan recalls a conversation with his own brother. His brother told him that happiness comes not from pleasure, but from grief. For when grief is great, people begin to fight for life. The moment of victory for life may not be visible to others, but it will always be visible to those who fight for it. With Mr. Zhang gone, there were no other teachers left in the trading city, but Liu Wen is confident that when his brother returns, he will also teach. Wang Fugui says that it looks like there was a volcanic eruption, and he can't guess how Xiangsu is doing. But Liu Yuan refuses to believe anything bad, saying that his brother should be fine. After all, the younger brother had wished with his whole life for Xiangsu to return home alive. Wang Fugui notices that there are many strangers on the streets who have been sent here to be eyes and ears. These are not the people you should beat up or pour your heart out to. The merchant tells the boys to be careful, and if they need to escape from here, Wang Fugui will always help them. Wang Fugui assumes that all the strangers are here because of Xiangsu, and Xiaoyu tries to understand why this is happening. According to the merchant, Xiangsu could do anything to the team from the fortress. At this time, Ching Jen and his subordinates are moving through the dense forest. With hostility, the man in white asks how long it will take to get to the 112th fortress. At this time, a soldier in the town roughly calms down one of the panicking people. At this moment, Xiangsu sneaks into the city, entering the school grounds. He kicks open the door, appearing in front of his younger brother and sister Xiaoyu. Liu Wen is sincerely happy that his older brother has returned. However, the main character says to pack things faster, looking back. After this, Xiangsu suddenly points a gun at Wang Fugui, saying that he will stay here until they leave. The merchant tries to appear helpful and says that Xiangsu might escape, but Liu Yuan is not so quick. However, the main character confidently twirls the gun, declaring that no one can stop him. According to Wang Fugui, as long as Mr. Zhang is around, the Qing family won't be able to do anything to them, which makes Xiangsu a little surprised. The young man, however, admits that he is leaving not because of the Qing consortium, but because of the monsters that will come out of the mountain. In fear, Wang Fugui tries to find out what exactly the protagonist encountered on Mount Jing. A conversation starts between them about the fact that the merchant also wants to leave as part of their team. Wang Fugui says that he believes the protagonist and is ready to follow him, trusting him with his life. This surprises the protagonist, who initially thought that the merchant would not trust him. Xiangsu admits that although Wang Fugui is weak, his mentality is a formidable force. Xiangsu weighs the risks of whether or not he should take the merchant with him. The man literally persuades the protagonist to take him along and demonstrates that he is good at medicine. Finally, Xiangsu agrees and tells the man to find his son and bring him here, which pleases the merchant. At this time, Liu Wen tells the protagonist that he killed several robbers with a pistol. The worried protagonist asks if anyone saw him with a gun and if they caused him any trouble. Liu Yuan says that Mr. Zhang protected them and left with the military, and he himself gave them a certain coin as a souvenir. Taking the item in his hands, Xiangsu actively tries to find out if Zhang said who he is. Liu Yuan only says that Zhang only said about the 178th fortress and that Xiangsu could go to Saibei to find it. Clutching the coin in his hands, Xiangsu nods and says that if anything happens, they will go to Zhang. Xiaoyu, standing to the side, says that they have all their things packed. The main character is very surprised that the girl went and collected all the cabbage from the backyard of the school. However, he later says that there is no need for this because they can find food in the wild. Wang Fugui comes inside after a while and brings his son, who stubbornly insists that he will not go anywhere. A small conflict begins between them because of everything that is happening. Xiangsu asks who Li Yuqian is, the reason they are arguing, and Liu Yuan explains that she is Old Man Li's daughter. Xiangsu directly says that he will not take her with him, shocking the child with these cruel words. The boy compares the protagonist to Zhang, saying that he would definitely not leave the children, but Xiangsu only jokes it off. Having collected all their things, they begin to climb over the wall so as not to attract attention. Xiangsu climbs in after Wang Fugi when he hears someone calling him. Several unknown people shout throughout the area that Xiangsu has returned home, which confirms Wang Fugi's suspicions about surveillance. One of them shouts to grab the young man, but the main character takes out a pistol and opens fire. The bullet hits one of the people, throwing him back sharply. Reloading his weapon, he commands everyone to step back. However, the attackers do not retreat and decide to continue to put pressure on the main character. Then Xiangsu decides to spare no one and kills each of the brave men. The remaining people who were not wounded flee. In anger, Xiangsu shouts after the fleeing people, asking if they really want to call for help. Without waiting for an answer, he shoots people in the back, ending their lives. Everyone around stands around, shocked by the cruelty and heartlessness of the main character. He commands that everyone get out of here, because there is the 109th fortress in the southwest. At this moment, Xiangsu feels a slight tremor in the ground and assumes that it is an earthquake. He turns out to be right, and a huge chasm appears right in the middle of the trading city. From it, hundreds of red eyes of monsters and insects look at the main character. Many people are trying to run away from the wall that has started to collapse. Xiangsu recalls his younger brother's question, asking what would happen if the wall really fell. The wall could collapse at any moment, but the current moment turned out to be very bad, because there were monsters behind the wall. Wang Fugi screams for help as a huge spider rushes after him. Xiangsu quickly comes to the rescue and shoots down the monster that is chasing them. He commands that no one dares to stop and everyone continues to run. Xiaoyu is worried about whether the rest of the town will survive, but the protagonist says that the most important thing is that he and the others survive. At this moment, Liu Yuan attracts his brother's attention by saying that there is some strange light in the wall. The bubble that the hero saw while running away from the monsters looks very familiar. Xiangsu speculates that this is the same bubble that Zhang Baogan blew, and that he might still be alive. At this moment, the bubble flies up to a small group of insects circling in the air. Having moved almost close to the creatures, it begins to expand sharply. People shout something about Superman as the bubble splits into many smaller copies. While the bugs are distracted by the bubbles in the sky, ordinary people decide to run away while they still have time. Wang Fugi tells the protagonist that it seems like thousands of people are running straight towards them. Xiangsu says that they need to keep their distance from people, because they could become a new danger. The main character knows the people from the trading city too well, because they are capable of any meanness. While the squad is moving, Xiangsu gives Liu Yuan his weapon and tells him to hide the item. After some time, Xiangsu decides to make a stop, because they had already separated from the people, and it got dark quite quickly. Wang Fugi's son says that superhumans are very strong, and asks how he can become one of them. Liu Yuan suggests that some conditions are needed for this, such as luck or a special bloodline. At this moment, several people are discussing Wang Fugi's meanness, and how he is now hiding behind the backs of the young guys. One of the men suggests that the merchant might have a lot of money with him. However, the other guy says that Xiangsu and Liu Yuan have weapons with them, so it is very dangerous to attack them. They support him by saying that there are too many people who want to harm them, and the young men will not have enough bullets for everyone. Then the man asks which of them will go first, but everyone abruptly tries to hide their gaze. Night falls completely, and several groups of people sit and talk far from the destroyed house. Suddenly, people jump out of their seats when they hear a sudden and piercing wolf howl. People jump up and start running away because wolves are extremely formidable opponents. At this time, Xiangsu and his entire squad are making a fire in the forest. Liu Yuan approaches the fire and sees a large vat of food, saying that it smells very delicious. Wang Fugi's child says that he hates the cilantro that Xiangsu picked up to eat because it smells like bugs. The main character just smiles condescendingly, saying that the boy has apparently never eaten bugs, which is why he says so. Suddenly, Wang Fugi notices a large group of pursuers approaching their campsite. Xiangsu says that these are people saving their lives, and that now the guys need to get out of here. The protagonist regretfully admits that they simply have no choice, because they need to use any means to survive. At this time, a large group of military equipment moves through the trees. Hearing the sound of engines, Xiangsu involuntarily looks up and asks himself what the cars are doing here. Seeing people near the machines, the protagonist assumes that the machines must have broken out of the fortress. However, the young man does not understand why the group is so small, because there should be more Qing Consortium military in the fortress. At this time, Boss Lu himself, sitting in the car, was clearly indignant about what was happening. A man asks a soldier driving if they have enough fuel to get to the 109th fortress, and the man replies in the negative. However, the man offers them to drain the fuel from one of the cars behind. Boss Lu refuses because the cars are full of wounded, and the trucks are overcrowded. The military man says that Boss Lu and Ching Jen are kind to him and everyone else, so they are willing to suffer a little. The man responds by asking the soldier not to call him a good man, because good people do not live long. At this moment, Xiangsu continues to look at the military equipment and the people around him. With a gloomy look, the protagonist says that it seems like the fortress's top brass is fleeing, and there are many people following Xiangsu's squad. According to him, if their squad is attacked by a small number of wild animals, he will help the guys fight them off. After some time, the squad joins the rest of the people who survived the disaster. Wang Fugi says that now is not the time, but still asks what happened to Xiangsu's partners who went to Mount Jing with him. The protagonist says that when they left, there were 21 of them, but only 4 remained alive. Hearing this, Wang Fugi thinks that Xiangsu might really be a superhuman. The main character admits that there are a lot of mutated monsters on Mount Jing. Wang Fugi confesses that if Xiangsu had not returned to them in time, they would all have died. As the night goes on, the main character's squad continues its journey between the trees. Suddenly, the main character stops the guys, covering them with his hand. What appears before their eyes is a situation in which an unknown man threatens someone and extorts all the food. The man with the gun tells his accomplices to look for something valuable on the poor guy. A guy in trouble tries to understand why the robbers are doing this to them. Van Ken, the man holding the gun, shoots the victim standing in front of him. According to him, Fortress 113 disappeared, and in Fortress 109, everything starts from the beginning. The man thinks he is the real boss because he has a gun, so he tells everyone to obey him in order to stay alive. He commands several standing people to approach those lying on the ground and search them. At first, people are hesitant to do this, so Wan Ken has to shout at them. 2 men approach the poor people and tell them to give them everything they have. People who come under such attack are forced to give away their jewelry and important things in order to stay alive. Wang Fugi worries that their group is in danger, but Xiangsu assures them that no one will be able to take their things. The men pay attention to the main character and recognize him as Xiangsu. People are talking among themselves, because the main character is a seemingly simple child, but has a very bad reputation. They decide to forget about him and go away, but Xiangsu himself calls them, drawing the men's attention. The young man notices several watches on the hand of one of the men standing in front of him. With a smile, the protagonist tells the people in front of him to give him their watches if they don't want him to do anything. Knowing Xiangsu's reputation, the men give him the watch without any resistance. The protagonist gives watches to each of his group so that they can keep track of time. Having dealt with the watch, the group decides to continue on their way and find a place to rest so they can set off on their journey in the morning. After some time, the detachment approaches a semblance of a mountain and goes around it from the side. Behind one of the stones, they notice a man who asks someone to be afraid several times. As soon as the group goes behind the rock, they see a small detachment of people dressed in the same uniform. Looking at the group of people, Xiangsu comes to the conclusion that they are disciples. When night falls, Xiangsu and his squad begin to make a fire, setting up a camp. The protagonist looks up at the group of people, seeing the Fortress 2nd High School insignia on their clothes. The young man recalls Zhang's words, who said that there are dozens of schools in the fortress. According to teacher Zhang, students at such schools can study in clean classrooms, and teachers will help them with the basics at any time. These people don't have to go out into the wilderness, they don't have to work, and they get student benefits. Such thoughts make the protagonist think about his possible life if he had been born in a fortress. Having lost his disciples from the trading city, Xiangsu still doesn't know how to receive new thanks. However, the protagonist remembers how he thanked himself and thinks that he can easily strengthen his new blade. Xiangsu tries to thank himself again, but he fails to get the gratitude coins. At this time, one of the students turns to her teacher, saying that she is hungry. The woman hugs the student close, saying that the people from the 109th fortress will help them, and she will help them gather edible plants. Several of the students around ask what edible plants look like so they can help collect them. Hiding her gaze a little, the teacher asks the children if they can see Xiangsu's group. She suggests mimicking the main character's actions because they seem quite confident, and one of the students asks why they don't just ask for help. The teacher says that now that there is no fortress, people are not obliged to always come to their aid, and they must be able to stand up for themselves. At this time, Sister Xiaoyu approaches the protagonist and addresses him by name. The girl started a conversation about how there were quite a lot of girls Xiangsu's age in the group of students, and asked if he liked anyone. But the main character, tired, says that now is not the time for this. A short period of time passes, and the main character begins to collect edible herbs. At this time, the teacher asks his students to find the same plant that Xiangsu picked up. The main character looks in bewilderment at the guys who start collecting plants right next to him. The happy students boast to the teacher that they were able to find the same plants. At this time, Xiangsu approaches Wang Fugi, and, showing him the plant, says that such a thing should never be eaten. At this moment, the students watch as the main character completely throws away everything he has collected. With desperation and some anger, one of the students literally slams the plant into the ground. Only now does Xiangsu realize that a group of disciples are taking their cue from him. Then the protagonist points to a small plant near Wang Fugui's feet and says that such a plant is quite edible. However, the merchant asks Xiangsu not to underestimate him, because he knows exactly about the properties of this plant. But at this moment, the students, together with their teacher, go in a group to collect grass. The teacher, however, trips over a small stone and falls noisily to the ground. The students help their teacher up from the ground, and she assures them that everything is okay. One of the boys tells the woman that they are not at school now, so she does not have to help them. However, she only smirks condescendingly, saying that she is their teacher, and she will lead them to the fortress in safety. Xiangsu watches all this from the side, thinking about the words the woman said. After some time, the students begin to eat the collected herbs and notice its bitter taste. Due to stress, students begin to approach the teacher and confess to her that they miss their home very much. Liu Yuan points out that a group of girls are starting to cry, but the protagonist says that they don't need to get involved in it. At this time, people from the outside begin to run to the fire with joy that they were able to find someone alive. The people gathered around the white-haired guy thank him, saying that he is a wonderful superhuman. Xiangsu and his entire group of survivors turn around at the approaching sounds. With a tired and irritated look, the protagonist looks at the man in front of him, who is wearing the uniform of a patient in a mental hospital. People around them are very skeptical about the person in front of them. However, Xiangsu still thinks that he is a superhuman, because he was able to successfully lead everyone out and save them. Suddenly, a man dressed as a patient turns his attention to the protagonist. His eyes begin to shine naturally, as if he had seen the greatest treasure. He starts shouting loudly, asking everyone to make way, and rushes towards Xiangsu. Liu Yuan asks if his elder brother knows this man, and he replies in the negative. An unknown young man with a forced smile approaches the main character, forcing him to step back a little. Suddenly, the boy calls Xiangsu his master and obediently folds his hands. The main character, who didn't understand anything, only fell into a stupor even more, unable to find words. A mental hospital patient tells everyone to take care of themselves, while he guides Xiangsu west to knowledge. The uncomprehending people stared at the man with strange looks, digesting what was said. Wang Fugi, however, watching all this, begins to laugh at what is happening. The man in front of the merchant asks what he is laughing at, slightly surprising those gathered with his tone. Embracing Wang Fugi and his child, he says that they will go to the west to get the Holy Scripture. The people in Xiangsu's group were, to put it mildly, not inspired by such a partner. Xiangsu grabs the boy by the shoulder and asks him not to call him master, and also says that he will not go to the west. The young man, removing his hand from himself, asks in which direction Xiangsu is heading, and receives the answer that he is heading towards the 109th fortress in the southwest. Hearing this, the boy says that it is just in the west, and Xiangsu himself does not yet realize that he is on the way to the Holy Scripture. But the protagonist raises his hand, confidently trying to prove that he will stick to his opinion. At that moment, a real quarrel begins between them, and those around them turn away from them. At this moment, the robbers who were harassing the fugitives approached a group of students from the fortress. Suddenly, a patient in a mental hospital grabs a stick and holds it to the body of a man he calls Xiao Zuanfeng. Trying to protect himself, Xiao reaches for the gun hidden in his belt. At this moment, the young man decides to act preemptively and hits the man on the head with the shaft. However, Xiao Zuanfeng still manages to fire his pistol. In a panic, Xiangsu tries to cover the team behind him with his body. The young man begins waving his staff in front of him, saying that a bullet cannot penetrate this object. However, Liu Yuan rightly points out that the bullet did not hit the staff, but the human body. A little later, but the young man himself also notices this, letting out a short curse. For a while, the boy with a damaged chest from which blood is flowing is still standing on his feet. The young man screams loudly that some pathetic bullet cannot wound him. The bullet falls out of the chest onto the ground, and the gunman calls the guy in front of him Superhuman. He doesn't hesitate at all and jumps into the air and swings his staff to deliver a devastating blow. A moment later, the boy hits Xiao Zuanfen, causing him to bleed slightly. The man falls to the dirty ground with a thud and drops his gun, unclenching his fingers. Finally, landing on the ground, the young man boastfully says that he has thus destroyed the demon. He again addresses Xiangsu as a master and continues to praise himself. People start to come closer to the boy and thank him for what he did. However, he asks to thank not him but his master, in whom he sees Xiangsu. Without thinking twice, people bowed to Xiangsu, thanking him with one voice. The main character immediately receives 10 gratitude coins, which are usually very difficult to earn. For the first time, Xiangsu addresses the young man as a disciple and says that he can treat his wound with his medicine. The young man joins the main character's squad and begins to eat with them. The boy thanks Xiangsu for the food, and he receives further thanks from a man named Cheng Wudi. After finishing his portion, Cheng Wudi says that it was very tasty, but he wants more. Shangsu notices that more and more often it seems to him that superhumans are more or less connected to spiritual power. For example, there is a direct relationship between Shu Xianchu and his spiritual power. The same thing is clearly evident in Cheng Wudi, who imagined himself to be a great sage. However, the main character does not understand whether he has that spiritual power. At this time, a teacher approaches him and asks if she can take some fire. She offers in exchange some dry firewood that they have. Xiangsu agrees to this proposal and receives 3 gratitude coins from them. The girls walk away, happy that they were able to come to an agreement with the main character, while he sits silently. Xiangsu understands that for people who don't have experience surviving in such an environment, things become very difficult. At this moment, Cheng Wudi brings supplies to Xiangsu, but he refuses, saying that the young man collected them himself, and therefore will keep them for himself. The young man says that then he will not be polite, and Xiangsu says that there is no point in politeness, since they are on their own. Carried away by himself, Cheng Wudi throws a gun to Wang Fugui, saying that it is for him. Wang Fugi thanks the man in front of him, but he only croaks a few times in response. Cheng Wudi quickly falls asleep, and Xiangsu thinks about how unpleasant it is for him to deceive the boy. Liu Yuan suggests that his elder brother take a rest, saying that he will be on duty for the first half of the night. Xiangsu objects and says that Liu Yuan will go to bed first and be on duty in the afternoon. At first, Liu Yuan tries to argue, but Xiangsu insists that everything be according to his words. A little disappointed, Liu Yuan has no choice but to agree. Sitting next to the fire, Xiangsu realizes that they are already halfway to the 109th fortress. The gold and medicine that Xiangsu hid inside the palace should be enough to keep the team afloat. He's worried about whether the boys will be able to get beyond the wall, or whether they'll have to settle down in the trading town. Cheng Wudi slowly wakes up and turns to his master and asks why he is not sleeping. Xiangsu asks why he woke up so quickly, and the boy explains that he only needs 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. The 2 men continue to sit by the fire, talking to each other. The guy says that at first he was placed in a regular psychiatric hospital, but then he was transferred to a new place and his blood was taken for testing. Xiangsu asks if the guy knows Zhang Baogan, who blew the bubbles, and Cheng Wudi nods, saying that he was in the next room. Before this, there was another patient, but Cheng Wudi doesn't know where he went. Xiangsu begins to genuinely wonder where the 3rd prisoner could have disappeared to. The protagonist gently asks if Cheng Wudi has any plans for the future. The young man enthusiastically says that his goal is to accompany the master to the west. Xiangsu says that he may not want to go to the west, which upsets the boy greatly. Seeing how important it is to Cheng Wudi, Xiangsu finally decides to visit the west. The protagonist asks the boy if he knows where the west is, and when he says no, Xiangsu is happy to himself. After some time, morning comes, and Xiangsu sees that people around him start coughing a lot. Xiangsu says that the team must hurry because this all looks like some kind of contamination zone. Hearing these words, Wang Fugi became a little panicked and agreed with Xiangsu's words. However, Cheng Wudi stops the group, saying that they cannot leave the people alone. Xiangsu only says that he is going west to get the scriptures, but the young man can stay right here if he wants. After thinking for a while, Cheng Wudi sadly decides that accompanying the master to the west is now the main task. He squints as he looks back at the people he is leaving behind. Exhaling, he still decides to follow his master and runs after him. Xiangsu says he is glad that his student has finally made up his mind. At this time, one of the girls suggests to the teacher to stay here and help ordinary people. However, she says that first they need to save themselves, and asks everyone to follow her. The woman and her students begin to follow Xiangsu, asking her students to collect edible greens along the way. One of the students says the plants taste terrible, but the teacher convinces them that they have no choice. At this time, Xiangsu's group continues to move forward without any stops. The main character is surprised that for such a long time they have not met a single wolf. Xiangsu is aware that he cannot yet reveal his superhuman abilities. After a while, Liu Yuan grabs his older brother by the sleeve and points to a few cars ahead. These machines appear to have broken down recently, and it is likely that other people will be found nearby. At this point, another group of people finds a Qing consortium squad and decides to ask them for help. People who approach them are very happy to meet them, because being near the army is much more reliable. However, Xiangsu does not dare to go forward and asks his friends to stay away. He is surprised that the fat man he is looking at is moving so slowly. Xiangsu also notices that the man did not leave the wounded soldier to go on his own. The fat man rises from his chair, and the young man notices that he has put on the seat cover. Seeing the refugees, the man gives the order to take away all their weapons so that they don't cause any trouble in the camp. The soldiers carry out the order, and raising their own weapons to the ready, begin to approach the refugees. The fugitives, however, take a few steps back, as if afraid of the soldiers approaching them. Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi, who was next to him, stood motionless with expressionless faces. A little later, night falls, and the fugitives set up their camp very close to the military. Shang-Su says that it is too late now and they need to find a place to stay for the night. Wang Fugi whispers and asks if it's dangerous to be so close to the people from the Qing consortium. The alarmed protagonist immediately turns around, as if worried that they might have been heard. After thinking for a moment, the young man says that they can stay here with peace of mind. In the current situation, it would be better for Shang-Su's group to stick together with the main group, because the wolves might be waiting for those who separated. Wang Fugi does not object to the young man, agreeing with every word he says. Then Shang-Su says that he will go collect firewood with Cheng Wudi and orders everyone to rest. After moving away from the camp, the protagonist decides to keep a closer eye on Cheng Wudi, as he may have hidden motives. According to the young man, there is nothing wrong with being careful, because there are still several long days ahead. Cheng Wudi asks his master why they did not continue west after a whole day's journey. Shang-Su tries to somehow get out of such questions, but the young man asks not to consider him stupid. Then the protagonist comes closer and puts his hand on the man's shoulder, asking if he has any other tasks besides traveling west. After such a question, Cheng Wudi actually admits that he has another desire, which intrigues the protagonist. He says that he is looking for a girl named Zixia, surprising Shang-Su. Then Cheng Wudi resolutely says that he intends to achieve his goals. From the outside, however, it seems to the main character that the young man looks rather stupid. At this moment, the teacher and her students approach the boys, saying that they have collected all the brushwood. The main character thinks to himself that the more people add brushwood to the fire, the brighter it will be. Shang-Su thanks him for his generosity, and the teacher says that if the hero had not shared the fire with her earlier, her students would have frozen. After talking for a bit, the group decides to head back to camp together. After a few seconds, Shang-Su says that he found something good and asks to gather the students. It turns out that the protagonist has found supplies of plant food, and the group sets up their camps. All the boys eat together, replenishing the energy lost from constant walking. Cheng Wudi asks his master if he thinks there is something missing in their team. Shang-Su answers negatively, and overhears the teacher talking about how they will soon be at the 109th fortress. In addition, she explains to her students that they need to take the sweet potatoes they find so they don't go hungry. One of the students asks if they can get to the fortress, and the woman says that they need to follow Shang-Su. After a few seconds, the student the teacher was talking to asks her to look to the side. She turns around and meets the protagonist's gaze for a moment. At this time, the soldiers are talking to Boss Luo, asking if Ching Jen will come to save him. Boss Luo directly says that a member of the Qing family may have died during the events at Mount Jing. The earthquake and volcanic eruption that occurred are serious events and anything could have happened. Besides this, Boss Lu is worried that something might have happened to the nearby fortress as well. The soldier tries to convince the plump man that it was not his fault and that he did everything he could. Lu also says that Ching Jen may face severe punishment within the Qing consortium. At this time, the consortium bureau tries to contact Ching Jen, but he says that he does not have time for this. The ward informs the man that the 112th and 113th fortresses no longer exist. In addition, the consortium demands that Ching Jen not leave the 111th fortress. The man says he will call the 109th fortress to send someone after Boss Luo, but that fortress is controlled by the Lu consortium. In addition, Ching Jen asks to convey that if the man from the fortress does not find his brother, he will die. Boss Lu, meanwhile, continues to be in the camp next to the refugees. A man tells a soldier to buy some potatoes from the refugees, and the soldier doesn't understand why they can't just take the food from them. However, Boss Lu states that they will become less human because of this, since they are just refugees. Before leaving, Boss Lu tells the soldier to take a few men with him to prevent the refugees from sneaking up on him. With a slight look of excitement on his face, the man agrees to carry out the order. Boss Lu watches as a group of soldiers advance towards the residence. The plump man says he never thought he would beg refugees for food. Some time passes, and the group of soldiers returns to their boss with satisfied faces. They hold 6 potatoes in their hands and show them to their boss as loot. After counting the potatoes, Boss Lu orders everyone to eat half of them, and the wounded to eat a whole potato, and asks the soldier to bake them. The soldier happily carries out his order and throws a few potatoes into the fire. In addition to baking food, the soldier also warms himself from the fire. After the food is cooked, the soldier brings the potato to the boss and offers him to eat it. Boss Lu takes a potato and breaks it into 2 pieces with his thick fingers. The soldier is surprised by such kindness and tries to refuse, but Boss Lu insists that the soldier take the food. The military gathers around Boss Lu, who says that when they arrive at the 109th fortress, he invites everyone to enjoy life. The soldiers rejoice at the prospect, saying that even in great disaster a blessing can be found. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard throughout the forest, and a man is seen hitting a woman with his hand. The girl tries to say that she will give the man money for the sweet potatoes he gave her. However, he continues to shout and harass the girl, saying that when they get to the fortress, they will have nothing. He begins to drag the girl with him straight into the forest, intending to harm her. At this time, the people standing to the side simply remained silent and watched what was happening. But Chung Wudi, who was standing very close, suddenly stood up, starting to stand up for the girl. He begins to accelerate and run straight towards the man, intending to punish him for his behavior. The young man quickly opens his hand and his staff begins to materialize. Chung Wudi suddenly punches his opponent in the face, knocking him hard to the side. The blow is so strong that the person opposite is literally thrown to the side. However, he does not thank the woman at all, but on the contrary, runs up to the lying man and asks Chung Wudi to get away. Not understanding anything, sad and depressed, he returns to the fire with the main characters. With a little despair, he sits down on a log next to the fire and clutches his head. Xiangsu turns to look at the boy and comments that he really is funny. The main character puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and tries to support him. The young man, taking the food in his hand, asks the master why the woman drove him away. Xiangsu thinks to himself that human nature is so complex that some people are not worth saving. Wang Fugi says that the young man is too curious, and he shouldn't be so concerned about others. The merchant continues to talk about how he needs to be more selfish, but the young man doesn't want to listen to him. Little by little, the argument calms down, and people continue to warm themselves by the fire. At this moment, Xiangsu hears the sound of chains and turns around abruptly. Liu Yan asks what that sound was, and the protagonist shouts that they need to run away from here. At once, a whole armada of monsters runs through the forest, screaming and rattling their chains. Each of the monsters crawls relentlessly forward to feast on human flesh. Xiangsu yells at his comrades, commanding them to run away while he stays behind. At this point, ordinary refugees and people left behind fall into the clutches of monsters. Xiangsu's group, along with the disciples from the fortress, try to escape as quickly as possible. At this moment, their entire squad meets Boss Lu and his military, who had been nearby all this time. A soldier in close proximity to Boss Lu raises his pistol. However, Xiangsu screams, telling everyone to run immediately. Boss Lu listens to Xiangsu's words and forcibly lowers the soldier's hand, preventing him from firing. The protagonist understands that if people had opened fire, there would only have been more losses. The soldiers help each other as best they can, carrying the wounded and crippled. They retreat in an organized manner together, covering each other's backs from the monsters. At this moment, several monsters appear right in front of the general group of people. Their eyes are filled with rage and hatred for the people standing right in front of them. Without a second's hesitation, the monsters rush forward to finish off the people in front of them. Wang Fugi says the protagonist's name and he grits his teeth, trying to think of at least something. The screams behind the squad are getting closer and closer, and the subjects begin to catch up with the group from behind. Song Su says that there is no longer any room for retreat, and suggests that they wait to see Qing's reaction. Boss Lu orders one of his soldiers to take a group of people, and, together with the wounded, go to the 109th fortress for help. The soldier tries to tell his commander that he will not leave him in trouble, but the commander snatches the man's gun and demands that he carry out the order. He tells the others to follow him and says that he will fight with them. One of the soldiers behind Boss Lu commands the soldiers to protect him and leave. The group of soldiers instantly agrees to this order, demonstrating their own determination. They grab Boss Lu by the arms and drag him away while he resists and insults them. At this moment, the military opens a dark container containing a grenade launcher. A soldier from the group takes the weapon into his hands and raises it to fire. He takes aim, aiming at the group of monsters, and begins to fire angrily. The missile flies out of the gun's barrel, rushing forward, and the rest of the military opens fire with firearms. At the sight of the impact, a huge explosion is heard, which, it seemed, could not leave a single stone unturned. The soldiers around, in the heat of battle, take out hand grenades and begin throwing them into the area. Shots, explosions, and sounds of battle echo throughout the forest, drowning out everything around. At this moment, one of the monsters suddenly flank one of the soldiers with a grenade. The wounded soldier, who has lost sight in one eye, does not have time to react, only glancing at the creature. He screams in agony as the monster quickly leaps towards him and bites him right in the neck. However, the man heroically detonates a grenade next to him, sacrificing his life. Shengsu adjusts his ears as if struggling with concussion from the explosion that occurred. Chung Wudi, the staff that quickly materialized, stands at the ready to destroy the monsters. Shengsu commands his disciple to go to the right, and he follows his order. At this moment, the main character materializes his sword, which he received for his gratitude. He swings his sword sharply, taking the life of the monster standing in front of him in one blow. Shangsu turns back and commands his group to run forward. They stand frozen in indecision, and the protagonist yells at them to run. Luo Yuan grabs Sister Xiaoyu's hand and starts running forward, with Wang Fugi and his son following behind. After this, Shangsu turns to Chung Wudi. as if inviting him to fight the monsters together. Without any further words, both young men rush forward to defeat the monsters. Shang-Su manages to run through the monsters without any problems, cutting them down with his blade. However, something from the outside attracts the attention of the main character. He sees Cheng Wudi fighting at his side, piercing several monsters at once with his staff. After this, the young man flies into the air with his staff to finish off the monsters in front of him. With a crushing blow, he hits the monster's body directly, destroying even the ground beneath it. As the dust from the blow clears, Cheng Wudi stands on the monster's body and clutches his staff in victory. After they manage to defeat the group of monsters, both boys rush after their group. Cheng Wudi asks if Shang-Su is okay, and he replies that he is. Suddenly, Shang-Su and the others hear a call for help from the outside. The main character's team runs up to some unknown car nearby. It turns out that there is a boss named Lu there, with a monster's body lying on top of him. At this moment, Cheng Wudi runs up to the car to help the big guy out. Shang-Su grabs Boss Lu's arm and tells him to move while he sits on the ground. However, the plump man thanks for saving him, but says that he cannot leave. Shang-Su shouts that a pack of wolves is approaching them and orders them to move away. At this time, the military, using a variety of weapons, continues to fight with the test subjects. However, it seems that their number is not decreasing at all, and their horde seems endless. However, suddenly the subjects begin to retreat in unison, as if on command. Shang-Su, seeing this, assumes that the subjects are afraid of wolves. The protagonist asks Cheng Wudi to call Wang Fugi and the rest of the group. Shang-Su explains that Cheng should tell them that they don't need to go back, and that they should wait for the two where they are now. At this moment, Boss Lu approaches a group of wounded and dead soldiers lying on the ground. He screams menacingly, as if cursing himself for not being able to save the boys. One of the wounded soldiers tells Boss Lu to leave as soon as possible. After a few seconds, the man approaches the soldier and sits down next to him to listen to him. The soldier says in a relaxed voice that he will not be able to reach the 109th fortress like many others. They joke around a bit together, and suddenly they both burst into laughter, even closing their eyes from it. They shake hands for the last time, saying goodbye to each other with honor and respect. The soldier speaks for everyone that they have no regrets about following Boss Lu. Shang-Su suddenly intervenes in the conversation, saying that some of the military men don't have to die at all. He shows off a set of his medicine that helps with external injuries, but he's not going to treat them for free. In return, Shang-Su asks that he and the boys be taken to the 109th fortress. But at that moment, Boss Lu remembers a similar jar of medicine. Remembering that Shang-Su's medicine has a good effect, Boss Lu happily agrees. The main character gives several jars to the man opposite, telling him to heal the soldiers. Shang-Su asks if Boss Lu will catch him after he cures the soldiers, but he promises that he won't do that. According to the plump man, the protagonist is simply Shu Xianchu's accomplice, so he is not in any danger. Boss Lu gets down next to one of his soldiers and prepares to apply medicine to his wounds. After the man treats the soldier's wounds, he begins to feel a strange and pleasant sense of relief. Shang-Su stands to the side and asks the people to hurry up so that they can set off quickly. Some time passes and the sun begins to set over the forest. Finally, Shang-Su and Cheng Wudi meet up with Liu Yuan and the others from their team. They all turn out to be okay, and so they decide to continue on their way. Together with Boss Lu and his military squad, they move towards the sunset. Boss Lu calls out to Cheng Wudi, who is walking ahead of him, and says that he remembers him. For some reason, the young man is embarrassed, and says that he also remembers the man in front of him. A conversation ensues between the two, in which they discuss whether Cheng Wudi is crazy or not. After some time, a group of people finally comes out to the cars, which clearly belong to the 109th fortress. Boss Lu is happy that it is quite possible that they are now saved, so he opens the car door and takes out the radio. He uses the device, and, hearing a voice on the other end, asks to be connected to his brother. Ching Jen comes on the line and asks a lot of questions about the status of the current situation. A man in white warns his brother not to return to the Qing consortium because it is dangerous. In addition, Ching Jen asks Lu to inform the people from the fortress that Xiang-Su, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Xinyu are wanted. However, Boss Lu admits that Xiang-Su is standing next to him at this very moment. When asked if he managed to catch the main character, Boss Lu says that the young man saved him. Hearing this, Ching Jen asks to tell the protagonist that the case between him and the Qing consortium is closed. Boss Lu also says that the guys want the residents of the 109th fortress, and Ching Jen allows them to meet him halfway, telling Lu to talk to the head of the fortress. Closing his eyes, Xiang-Su clenched his fist and rejoiced that they would finally become residents of the fortress. A little more time passes, while Boss Lu is still talking on the radio. Xiang-Su is trying to figure out where the bodies of the soldiers who brought these cars here went. He crouches down a little and picks up a clump of wolf fur from the ground, examining it. Holding the clue in his hands, he walks to the edge of the slope, thinking about everything. Something below catches the protagonist's attention, and he lowers his gaze. His eyes suddenly appear to see a wolf leader looking straight at Xiangsu. The main character realizes that the beast has been watching them all this time. The animal, without any sound or extra action, turns around and walks away, leaving Xiangsu with something to think about. At this moment, Boss Lu calls out to Xiangsu, inviting him to get into the car, since it would obviously be faster that way. A group of students with their teacher, Liu Yuan, Xiaoyu, and Wang Fugi with his son are waiting for the protagonist. The protagonist jumps into the back of the car, and his younger brother asks him if they will really become residents of the fortress. Xiangsu puts his hand on his brother's hair and says that things will only get better from here. Wang Fugi sadly says that there are things that are unattainable, and for people in that world, it is simply a matter that can be resolved with words. Boss Lu assures that he will fulfill his promise to the boys by making them residents of the fortress. Wang Fugi is happy to hear these words, and for some reason asks if it is true that Xiangsu saved Boss Lu's life. According to Wang Fugi, Lu's life was too important, and he couldn't just enter the fortress. Otherwise, people would think that the Qing consortium was stingy. Boss Lu becomes interested in Wang Fugi's speech, asking what else he wants. Then Wang Fugi asks the man for the store because Lu probably has a lot of real estate. At first, Lu does not agree, and the merchant says that Ching Jen himself said that he owed Xiangsu a favor for saving his brother. Hearing this, the plump man says that he agrees to such a deal, and the Qing consortium no longer owes them anything. At this time, Xiangsu, sitting nearby, notices the strange golden hoop on Cheng Wudi's head. Once again, the young man names the name of some fictitious creature who, according to him, gave him the hoop. Finally, the team moves forward and sees the trading city of the 109th fortress. At this time, the teacher gathers her students and asks them to thank the main character. The students obey their teacher and Xiangsu receives gratitude coins. The car slowly begins to drive past the streets of the shopping town. Xiaoyu talks to the teacher, mentioning that Xiangsu is also a teacher. Finally, the team of people arrives at the market town and they all get out of the car. After getting out of the car, Boss Lu tells the manager of this shopping town to come out to him. At first, people don't understand who they're talking about, so Boss Lu yells a little to cheer everyone up. Xiangsu introduces Boss Lu to the people around him and tells them to report the situation to the fortress leader. At this time, the teacher is worried, because Lu only promised Xiangsu's group that they would become residents of the fortress, but not the students. It turns out that they just have to hope for a better outcome. After some time, the head of the fortress, accompanied by military personnel, comes out to meet Boss Lu and the other guys. A plump little man greets a man who comes out to him, smoking his cigarette. The fortress leader reports that he sent vehicles for Lu and his allies, but lost contact with them. Almost cutting the man off mid-sentence, Boss Lu heads forward into the fortress, commanding Xiangsu and the others to follow him. The head of the fortress says that first they must check those in the car. However, Boss Lu slaps the man on the cheek, telling him not to be impudent and arrogant. This shocks those around him, and the plump man asks if the boss has forgotten his place. In response, the man tells Boss Lu and his team to move on. When they first enter the fortress walls, Xiangsu and others notice how clean the streets are. To their surprise, there are a lot of tall buildings and many plants and trees along the roads. Liu Yan points to the large space behind him, saying how big the clearing is. The female teacher says that there is a park in front of them where people relax and dance. They notice a rather cute couple who are having a very good time together. With a smile, Boss Lu says he is ready to take them to the store he promised them. Wang Fugi waves to the boys, inviting them to join him. Together they walk through the city streets and catch many glances. A frightened Liu Yuan asks why the people around him are looking at them so strangely. Boss Lu shows the boys a large store that is located in a very profitable location. Besides this, there are several rooms in a courtyard, so it is quite possible to live in it, and Wang Fugi thanks the man. After this, Wang Fugi thanks the protagonist for agreeing to take him and his son into the fortress. Xiangsu asks him not to be so polite and says that he will do his best to help Wang Fugi restore his store. Wang Fugi says that from now on, he will be the protagonist's employee. Xiangsu promises to pay the man a decent salary, thinking to himself how loyal the merchant is to money. Suddenly, the main character notices someone looking at him and turns the corner, but sees no one there. The main character asks the teacher what her plans are for the future and what she wants to do. She, however, cannot answer immediately, and seems to be trembling, unable to say a word. However, a man on the sidelines says that the teacher and her students will be able to attend school fully. Wang Fugi is worried about whether the man will keep his word, but he assures him that the Li Consortium is not so harmful that they will not give in here. The relationships between the consortiums are quite complicated, and when it comes to profits, they are all on good terms. Xiangsu asks curiously how much the student allowance is. Upon hearing the answer, He says that Liu Yuan and he should also go to school because they are thirsty for knowledge. The man says that the Ching consortium owes nothing to the protagonist, and he is obliged to offer something in return. After a moment's hesitation, Xiangsu hands the man a strange object, telling him to pass it on to Boss Liu. Finally, the whole team enters a spacious store that looks very beautiful and rich. Wang Fugi calls Xiangsu to pay attention to something. They come out into a spacious courtyard where they begin to share living space with each other. Xiaoyu gets a private room and thanks Xiangsu for everything. Wang Fugui and his son bow to the protagonist. Together, the whole team begins to improve the space around them. After they have cleaned everything up, they decide to take a break from all the hustle and bustle. They really enjoy having such a break, because the guys haven't had the chance to just be quiet for a long time. Wang Fugi said that there might have been a pharmacy here before because during the cleaning, several people came looking for a doctor. Xiangsu is glad that Boss Liu gave them the opportunity to be in such a place. Together with Wang Fugi, they discuss the details of the business, the sale of antibiotics and medicines. According to the merchant, they need some kind of powerful product that they can supply in the long term. Wang Fugi offers to sell the medicine to Xiangsu, and he says he agrees, but not wholesale. The merchant agrees, because this will be enough to not worry about the influx of visitors. Xiangsu is satisfied with this plan and thinks about how he will sell the medicine. Besides this, Xiangsu decides to go tomorrow and find out if he can sell the gold he received. The main character suggests that everyone go and rest, and together with his brother decides to go check if the door is closed. They approach the front door and something catches the little brother's attention. Liu Yuan picks up the piece of paper that was slipped under the door and says that there is a note here. It says that this is definitely not a place to linger, and the handwriting seems familiar to the protagonist. He recalls seeing this handwriting on the walls of a cave when he was traveling to Mount Jing. Xiangsu asks himself what Yang Xiaojin could possibly be doing in this place, and why she thinks it is unsafe. The next day comes, and each of the heroes comes out of their room. Wang Fugi admits that he hasn't slept this well in a long time. However, he notices that among all the people around him, he does not see Cheng Wudi. At this moment, the young man is walking around the city inside the fortress, enjoying the views, because he was kept inside a mental hospital since childhood. After some time, he comes out into a large open space where he sees many people dancing. Watching all this, Cheng Wudi notes that it all really looks magnificent. He starts dancing with other girls, which negatively attracts their attention. This does not stop the young man from behaving provocatively, and people around him are wary of him. The girls' faces show anger that Cheng Wudi is distracting them from their training. After some time, the young man finally decides to go back, and on the way he meets Xiangsu and the others. The main character asks the boy what happened and why he looks so gloomy. Cheng Wudi looks up and reveals his battered face, surprising the protagonist. Cheng Wudi completely ignores the question of what happened, deciding to simply walk past and hum a song. At this moment, the protagonist remembers Yang Xiaojin's note, believing that there might be someone very dangerous in the fortress. After some time, Xiangsu gets to Li's bank, which is located in the fortress. Wang Fugi tries to exchange his money for Li's notes, but the conversion fee is quite high. The merchant almost agrees to the deal, but Xiangsu asks him not to give all the money in case they have to change the fortress again. With a hesitant pause, the man agrees to do as the protagonist says. A little later, Wang Fugui asks if the protagonist really thinks that they will have to change the fortress again. The main character can't say anything specific right now, so he says that they need a large supply of money. Xiangsu doesn't know which direction they should go now, so he admits that they might change their place of residence in the future. They go out to the road and see a bus that runs on Route 666. Wang Fugi suggests that everyone take a bus ride and have a good rest. They all walk inside the large and spacious transport together. A conversation starts between the passengers about how here, behind the wall, people find it so easy and simple to live. Liu Yuan says that the people here don't know any problems, but Xiangsu disagrees, saying that there are always problems. The younger brother asks the older one if there are people who don't have problems, to which the protagonist replies that only dead people don't have problems. Liu Yuan is skeptical that this was not necessary to say on such a joyful day. While riding the bus, Xiangsu's eye catches the sign of a jewelry store. The protagonist quickly gets off the plane, telling Wang Fugi to take everyone back. Wang Fugi asks Liu Yuan where his brother went, but he says he doesn't know. Xiangsu walks down the street and tells himself that it is better not to tell others about the gold for a while. The protagonist enters the building and believes that no one is paying attention to him. At that moment, he sees a poster with the face of a familiar person and the inscription that he is wanted. He realizes that Xu Xianchu's face is right in front of him. The protagonist then realizes that all the Qing consortium needs to do is check the gold on the store counter. Then they would find that the number was not true, and Xiangsu speculated that the commander's photo was posted there on purpose. However, he remembers that the people from the Qing consortium are looking for Xu Xianchu. At this time, Xu Xianchu himself appeared in the trading village near the 111th fortress. He had traveled a path of enormous length and difficulty to finally find himself here. Along the way, he had to eat unfamiliar wild and poisoned vegetables in order to somehow survive. A man approaches one of the people's counter and says he is willing to pay for the food. However, upon seeing the commander's face, the man in front of him seemed to fall into a real stupor. He points his finger at Xu Xianchu and shouts that he is wanted. The 111th fortress is the headquarters of the Qing consortium, and apparently they had the man on their wanted list for a long time. But Xu Xianchu hadn't done anything to warrant being arrested so badly. Then the man calls upon his shadow and begins to run away, deciding to get to the 109th fortress. Time passes, and the commander continues to move on his shadow through the forest. He deftly jumps from one place to another, as if avoiding invisible obstacles. A large column of dust appears behind him due to his fast movement. At this time, Ching Jen, driving a car, went to Fortress 111. Ahead of him, he suddenly notices a familiar shadow that rushes between the cars. He realizes that Xu Xianchu is rushing towards the forest right in front of him. The man understands that, judging by the direction, the commander is moving towards the 109th fortress. Ching Jen speaks sharply to his ward, telling him to inform the 109th fortress about Xu Xianchu. Having dealt with this problem, the Qing consortium squad decides to move beyond the wall. Ching Jen sees the problem not as the Superman, but as the group of old men at the head of the consortium. The shadows in the consortium changed one after another, and only those faces formed the core of the Qing family. According to a saying in the Qing clan, violence is just a method to maintain order, but it can never become order. Now that Ching Jen has become the center of attention in a fight with a certain company, the old men will try to put pressure on him. A man in white clothes consults with his ward, discussing their immediate future. The ward suggests that they gather the soldiers together and go their own way, because they have people and weapons. Ching Chen refuses, saying that the people want to return to their families, but the man says that they would all like that. After hearing these words, the Qing consortium member tells him to leave the car. He gets out of the transport and sees a multitude of military personnel in front of him. A man gives a speech to his soldiers, telling them not to disgrace themselves in other units. All the assembled military men proudly salute Ching Jen. After this, he turns to his ward, telling him to go to the residence with him. After some time, the car approaches one of the buildings in the city. Ching Jen quickly goes outside and goes inside the residence. Once inside, he takes a shower, finally allowing himself to rest and relax. Coming out of the shower, he calls his soldiers extremely loyal warriors. Now that they have a chance to share their forces, it is clear that no one will miss this opportunity. After some time, Ching Jen leaves the bathroom and meets with several soldiers. He tries to leave the house, but one of the soldiers says that he is not allowed to do so, and asks him not to complicate the task. However, Ching Jen says that the elders only forbade him to leave Fortress 111, but not his home. The man says that he will simply go listen to music, since everyone in the fortress knows his love for it. However, the soldier still tries to block his way, saying that they are just following orders. This doesn't stop Ching Jen, and he still leaves the house, forcing the soldiers to simply look at him. After a very short time, he is drinking his drink while listening to music. Sitting comfortably in his chair, the man pours a little more liquid into his glass. At this time, the singers on stage change again, starting to perform another piece. Only Ching Jen is the person who still hasn't changed during this time. A man approaches him and says that the bureau wants Ching Jen to attend the meeting. However, he confidently tells the man to inform the bureau that they will have to wait. Shangsu is walking down the street at this time, realizing that selling gold is out of the question, because it is too dangerous. It turns out that it is better to run a store and live on a school subsidy than to take such risks. He is a little worried about the idea that a promising person like him will only be able to sell drugs. Shangsu returns to the store and hears another patient come to him with health complaints. Out of desperation, Xiangsu jokes that the man is pregnant, which makes the patient a little angry. At this time, the palace issues a quest to cure people, and Xiangsu instantly changes his views, intending to help the patient. He doesn't care whether the man really has gastritis. He gives him a few pills, because he just wants to complete the task. After this, the palace reports the successful completion of the task and gives one random skill point. The man says goodbye before leaving, saying that he will definitely try this medicine. At this time, Wang Fugi suddenly enters the building and calls out to the protagonist several times. He asks the protagonist to look at the leaflet he is holding in his hands. Shangsu looks at the item carefully, realizing that it is a consortium leaflet. From now on, all superhumans can come to the company and donate blood for research. This is exactly what is written on the leaflet, and Wang Fugi draws attention to another point, which promises 1,000,000 yuan for 200 milliliters of blood. Wang Fugi asks if Shangsu wants to try it. Now all fortresses have a negative attitude towards superhumans. but the source of flame not only buys blood, but also protects superhumans. At this moment, Liu Yuan passes by Wang Fugi and his elder brother. After overhearing the conversation, he says that there is something wrong with that company and Xiang Su should not go there. Cheng Wudi was arrested for revealing the identity of the superhuman, and who knows what the flame source wants to achieve. Wang Fugi agrees, saying that Xiang Su is more important than money, and decides to tell Cheng Wudi not to use his power. However, Xiang Su says that Cheng Wudi will remain silent, otherwise the protagonist will deal with it. Liu Wen suggests not to donate blood, but to somehow deceive the company since it is so rich. However, the older brother doesn't like this idea at all and tells his younger brother to go away and get ready for school. Liu Yuan says he understands everything, and Xiang Su doesn't blame him, because the boy grew up in harsh conditions. After this, the protagonist asks Wang Fugui what the numbers in the note mean. He assumes that these numbers are a telephone code. Hearing the story of how phones can communicate over long distances, Liu Yuan suggests trying it now. A whole group of people gather around a landline telephone, trying to figure out how it works. Cheng Wudi says that he might know how to use it and begins to interact with the device. He hears beeps, and after a while he screams a little into the receiver, after which he hears that he is called a psycho. After seeing the phone in action, Xiang Su suggests using it again. He dials the number and clicks on a special interaction button. Liu Yuan talks to a man, explaining that he is just learning how to use the phone, but the man on the other end hangs up. After such a small test, the younger brother happily calls the phone a wonderful thing. After some time, the phone starts ringing by itself. This leaves the group of people sitting around the phone a bit stunned. Xiang Su picks up the phone and listens as he is offered a loan for his new store. He talks to the man for a little while longer, trying to learn some of the terms from the dialogue. The person talking on the phone with the main character turns out to be a patient who recently came to the clinic. Xiang Su lowers his hand holding the phone and covers his face, having jokingly introduced himself with the same name. At this moment, Wang Fugi comes over and says that it is beneficial for them to do business with the local people. The merchant also reports that he managed to distribute a large portion of medicine to people. After talking for a while, Xiang Su asks Wang Fugi to buy some items from the special list separately. Taking the paper in his hands, the merchant says that he will definitely take care of it. Early the next morning, the boys are already trying on their new clothes. The protagonist tells the boys to thank Xiaoyu for preparing new clothes for them. After leaving the house, Xiang Su says goodbye to Wang Fugui, Cheng Wudi, and Xiaoyu. Together with the boys, he goes to the school, which is located in the fortress. He finds himself in a crowd of people who wear the same clothes and are all students at the school. There he notices young Xiaojin, who looks at him appraisingly. He approaches the girl, saying that he did not expect at all that they would meet here. Xiang Su suggests that they step aside alone to talk. However, she does not move from her place, and hears her new classmates approaching her. They ask why she is still standing here outside. After this, the girl suddenly raises her hand and says that the main character is trying to rob her. Xiang Su says that they know each other, and then her classmates ask what her name is. With confidence, the young man says that her name is Yang Xiaojin and smiles. However, the guys say that the girl's name is suddenly Xiang Su, which greatly surprises the main character. The young man says that his name is exactly the same, and the students tell him to go with them to the teacher. Liu Yuan and Wang Fugi's son watch everything that is happening from the sidelines, not daring to interfere in the situation. The younger brother takes notice of the girl, assuming that they got along well during the expedition to Mount Jing. He approaches Yang Xiaojin and introduces himself by his name, saying that he is Xiang Su's brother. With a smile, the girl says that she is a good friend of her older brother, which makes Liu Yuan a little angry. After some time, the teacher examines the documents at the school, saying that Xiang Su had already entered them. As a result, the woman decides to take the young man to class so that he can meet everyone. She leads him into a small room in the senior classes, where other students are already present. The young man walks to the back of the classroom, thinking that he is lucky not to be in the same class as Yang Xiaojin. He sits down next to one of the girls, who asks him if he is a transfer student. The girl asks where he transferred from, and he says from the 5th school. She can't understand what he's talking about, because in this fortress the 5th and 6th schools have long been united. The student says loudly and worriedly that he came from behind the wall and asks if he has some kind of virus. At this moment, the teacher enters the classroom and says that exams are coming soon, and therefore they will look at 3 trigonometric functions. Having placed his books and materials on the desk, the teacher goes to the board and takes the chalk. After a while, the lesson ends, and the teacher, with a smile, invites the students to finally take a break. At this moment, Xiang Su falls face down on the desk in despair, unable to understand the principle of trigonometric functions. After finishing the lesson, Xiang Su goes out into the corridor, because he didn't expect that he would be so tired from the past lesson. Liu Wen finds his older brother in the hallway and addresses him. According to him, their classmates treat them with disdain, because they came from behind the wall. The two of them go out onto the roof of the school and continue their conversation about the injustice of such views. The elder brother tries his best to support Liu Yuan so that he worries less. No matter how many people accuse them of something, it will always be unfair. Shangsu puts his hand on his brother's hair, saying that he is right in his thinking. However, young Xiaojin suddenly comes out onto the roof to meet them. Seeing her, Shangsu clearly asks what she is doing here and what she wants. At this moment, Liu Yuan tugged his elder brother's sleeve slightly. The boy says that he will go about his business and leaves Shangsu alone with the girl. Finally, Liu Yuan leaves the school roof, leaving the couple alone. Immediately after, young Xiaojin throws something straight into Shangsu's hands. He catches a small knife that disappeared right from Mount Jing, and the girl says that now they are even. She points a gun at him and asks how he managed to escape the Qing consortium blockade. He says that he simply ran all the way from his pursuers and broke through the encirclement and does not understand what the problem is. The girl asks what happened on Mount Jing after they left, and Shangsu tells her about a large number of monsters that broke out. The man says the girl can't even imagine the horror of such an incident, but she says she can feel it. Finally, she lowers the gun and says that she was afraid that Xiangsu would turn them over to the Qing consortium. She says that when she and her partner returned, they discovered that wolves always guarded the end of the canyon. If it weren't for Luo Xinyu's ability to use portals, they would have had to go through the surrounding area. She concludes that Shangsu, given such difficulties, should have reached the fortress much later, which means he is a superhuman. This conclusion puts the protagonist in an awkward position, because the girl hits the nail on the head. However, the young man tries to get off the topic and present himself as innocent. At this point, the girl stops him and says that it would be better for them to simply not harm each other. Shangsu agrees to this agreement and tries to pass by Yang Xiaojin by leaving the roof. However, he stops and asks why the Well of Flame is buying the blood of superhumans, and the girl says that this fortress is too dangerous. According to her, Xiangsu only had to not sell his blood and not get involved with the origin of flame. Looking up, they spot Luo Xinyu standing on a dais. This fact, however, does not surprise Xiangsu at all, and he decides to continue the conversation. Turning his gaze to meet Yang Xiaojin, he asks if she knows why superhumans exist. She says that as people evolved, their physical abilities became noticeably weaker. He asks the girl to clarify what she means by speaking in such terms. In response, Yang Xiaojin explains that when trouble comes, strength of spirit becomes the main weapon. Such thoughts touch the main character, because in recent days he has been thinking about the same thing. Night gradually falls, and Shangsu and the boys return home. Liu Yuan asks his brother why business at the store has suddenly improved so much. Wang Fugi notices the boys returning, rejoicing at their arrival. Xiangsu asks why there are so many people here, and Wang Fugui explains that they all came here to eat and share information about the medicine. Wang Fugui continues to explain the profitability of the business, and Shangsu thanks him with a tired smile. However, the protagonist throws up his hand and says that they can't sell too much, and is only willing to sell 1 dose a week. But the merchant doesn't understand Xiangsu's worries, because the medicine has no side effects, and they can become the richest store in the fortress. Liu Yuan suggests making money differently by selling drugs in more attractive packaging, and creating a buzz around them. Wang Fugi praises the boy's intelligence very highly, telling him that even 1 dose of medicine could make them rich. Xiangsu raises his hand and asks Wang Fugi where Cheng Wudi is now. The man reports that the boy left as soon as the boys left for school, and does not know where he went. At exactly this moment, Cheng Wudi himself appears, carrying several products in his arms. Later, the protagonist ponders over Yang Xiaojin's plans and whether she can blow up the entire fortress. There is a high probability that there are other organizations operating here besides the Source of Flame. Besides this, Shangsu hasn't seen anyone from Li's consortium, and doubts that they are even in control of the situation. He goes outside and notices Zhao Yu, who bought him a bicycle as a gift. The main character is embarrassed by such a gift, but still thanks the girl very much. Liu Yuan doesn't understand how anyone can ride such a thing, since he always needs to maintain balance on 2 wheels. The next day, all the boys go to school in the fortress. Shangsu finally enters his class and notices his classmates giving him strange looks, as if they were hiding something. He decides not to pay much attention to it, since he is just a translation student. After all, he came to school for knowledge, not to be liked by everyone, and decides to do his homework. He opens his geography textbook and notices that it only talks about the 109th fortress and a few other things. The protagonist suggests that this is because few people were outside the fortress walls, and they did not collect much information there. Unexpectedly, Xiangsu receives a task from the palace, which tells him to help his classmate. The main character turns to look at the girl who is sitting next to him and shaking strangely. Songsu turns to his classmate excitedly, asking what's wrong, but she seems to turn away from him. He tries to offer her paper if she feels sick, but she says that's not the issue. Then Xiangsu suggests that the girl go to the hospital, but she says that her illness is incurable. Xiangsu is stunned when he hears this because this is all very, very serious. He stands up and loudly tells the whole class that their classmate has an incurable disease and that everyone should help her. However, all the guys look at him as if he is a very stupid person because it is just his period. The palace quest is completed, and the protagonist receives the perfect skill copy scroll, which is a powerful item. He suggests that he will become invincible if he can copy Luo Xinyu's ability to summon portals. At this moment, the teacher enters the classroom and tells Xiangsu to come forward. He walks past, and for some reason his classmates around him smile maliciously. He is brought into a hall where many parents of the protagonist's classmates are sitting. They want Xiangsu transferred to another school because they think he is a carrier of the virus from beyond the wall. Xiangsu asks that if he really has a fictitious virus, then no school will accept him. One of the parents says that if none of the schools want him, then he should just drop out of school. Then the main character directly asks what will happen if he does not agree. After this, the parents begin to threaten him with severe legal proceedings. The man who brought the protagonist here suggests that the parents talk to Boss Lu, who sent Xiangsu here. At this moment, the teacher he saved appears behind the main character and enters the classroom. She tries to stand up for Xiangsu, citing numerous arguments in his favor. When asked whether one of the mother's children got sick, she shrugs and says no. The teacher says she doesn't care whether Xiangsu is a migrant or not, he is a student first. After this, the woman says that she is ready to take the main character into her own class, and already wants to write a similar statement. Someone from behind turns to the teacher, and says that he will also write an application to join her class. A man arguing with a teacher says that the opinions of the students in her class are also important. However, each of her students supports the woman's decision, as they are all saved thanks to Xiangsu's actions. One of the mothers, looking displeased, notes that it is funny that they are helping an outcast. But the disciple rudely replies that they do not help Xiangsu, and he does not need their help. He directly tells us that none of them would have survived if it weren't for the main character. The woman says that Xiangsu is transferring to their class, and asks the man next to her to complete the paperwork. She tells the teacher that she is ashamed of him, because he did not stand up for the main character. He, however, decides to remain silent and simply walks away from her. After some time, the school day ends, and the students leave school. At this moment, Xiangsu approaches her classmate, who was suffering from pain that day. She asks herself why the main character returned so quickly. In a kind manner, Xiangsu wishes her to get well as soon as possible. The girl rises slightly from her desk and looks at the main character. The teacher approaches the young man and says that she will take him to a new class. The woman offers to help him with his studies, and Xiangsu agrees because he has questions about the subjects. Yang Xiaojin approaches the protagonist, asking if he really bought the bicycle. A conversation starts between them, and after it the girl says that she is not at all against communicating with the main character. According to Yang Xiaojin, the teacher seated them at the same desk, and now they are full-fledged classmates. The guys shake hands, intending to cooperate with each other in the near future. Turning away slightly, Xiangsu begins to smile sincerely at the way things turned out. In response, Yang Xiaojin also showed a sincere smile on his face. Some time passes, and sunset sets over the fortress city. Xiangsu and the teacher return to Liu Yuan and the other children. Liu Yuan says that he heard about today's situation, and thanks the teacher for standing up for his older brother. However, the girl asks not to thank her, because this is simply the teacher's duty. Liu Yuan dislikes the people in the fortress more and more, but the teacher is different from them. Xiangsu asks his younger brother to take out the bicycle so the woman can show him how to use it. Liu Yuan kindly provides the girl with a means of transportation, and she agrees to help. The secret to riding a bike, she says, is to keep your balance and look ahead. She tells the kids that they need to overcome their own fear and try to practice. Xiangsu looks with excitement at the teacher who demonstrates how to use a bicycle. Suddenly, everyone gathered notices a terrible roar coming from the distance. The protagonist assumes that this is the sound of a bomb exploding and that Yang Xiaojin has begun her actions. The young man tells the teacher that she can always hide in their house, and he will deal with the problems. Xiangsu prepares to leave the area, telling Cheng Wudi to barricade the house and take care of everyone. Liu Yuan asks his older brother where he is going, but the protagonist asks him not to worry about him. Even though everyone is finally inside the fortress, there are still many dangers lurking inside. Song-Su must know everything that is happening in order to protect himself and his loved ones. He moves quickly around the city outside the fortress walls with the help of his increased stats. Xiangsu comes to a very tall building and wants to climb it to watch the battle. Despite the fact that the wall is flat, the main character manages to climb it without any problems. After a while, he reaches the top of the building and grabs onto the railing to climb up. Slowly he pulls himself up, lifting his body higher and higher. However, suddenly the barrel of the gun appears right in front of his eyes. stopping the protagonist's attempts to climb further. Looking past the barrel of the gun, he notices Yang Xiaojin, who looks at him with a smile and a little chuckle. Shangsu realizes that if the girl is here, then the explosion that happened earlier has nothing to do with her. A second later, she steps back from the edge of the roof and tells the protagonist to get up, putting away her weapon. Without wasting any extra time, the young man rises up and lands next to the girl. Turning slightly towards his acquaintance, Shangsu asks what is going on. Yang Xiaojin says that some awakened superhuman donated blood to the flame source, and they tried to arrest him, but missed. This information, to put it mildly, does not please the main character, because at first he himself thought of going to this company. However, such a strong organization should be able to catch the escaped superhuman, but they missed him. Yang Xiaojin claims that there are several different superhumans behind this who decided to save their friend from the trap. The girl also asks not to underestimate the Source of Flame company, despite their small numbers. It turns out that, according to the girl, Lu's boss is also involved in this conflict, which completely confuses the main character. In the past, the Wellspring of Flame attempted to capture one of Ching Jen's soldiers, causing a conflict with the Qing Consortium. The protagonist then decides to ask why Yang Xiaojin tried to kill Ching Jen at Mount Jing with a rifle, but she only replies that the enemy always remains the enemy, no matter what. A second later, the girl materializes a rifle, saying that Ching Jen, like the Source of Flame, is trying to take possession of something they cannot control. As she takes aim, she says that whether they succeed or not, it will all end in disaster. Shangsu is attracted to the sound that comes from the ground. There is an explosion there, and several soldiers rush to gather into a group. All this time, Yang Xiaojin continues to observe the situation through the scope of a sniper rifle. Shangsu tries to intervene in the conversation, but the girl stops him, pointing to a moving manhole on the road. A few seconds later, a tired Boss Lu, who was underground, emerges from it. As soon as he emerges to the surface, he brings several other people with him. Yang Xiaojin gives the protagonist a pair of binoculars, instructing him to measure the distance to the target and the wind speed. After telling her this information, Shangsu asks if she is going to kill Boss Lu. Without answering, Yang Xiaojin fires his rifle, blowing up Boss Lu's car. She proudly lowers her weapon and looks up at what is happening while a puzzled Shangsu stands nearby. Enraged, Boss Lu tries to figure out who opened fire on him, and his accomplice tries to calm him down. Deciding to leave the scene quickly, since the explosion would definitely attract people's attention, the people run away. The trio escape by going to another manhole and jumping into it while Yang Xiaojin and Shangsu discuss what is happening. After this, the girl wishes the main character good luck, leaving him perplexed. She uses a portal to leave right under the young man's nose, irritating him a little. Meanwhile, the military finds Shangsu on the roof of the building, assuming that he is the sniper, so he decides to hide. He was getting pretty fed up with being the one who was left looking like a fool every time he interacted with Yang Xiaojin. After a while, he stops and squats down, delighted with his increased agility. He is immediately greeted by his inner circle, and Liu Yuan asks if everything is okay with his older brother. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the young man says that a conflict has occurred between the Source of Flame and the Superhumans. He turns to the teacher and says that even though it should be safe here, he will still ask Cheng Wudi to take her away. A few moments later, Shangsu hears a knock on the door, revealing that Boss Lu is right behind it. The main character watches him through the peephole, noticing the man's accomplice, who is dragging the girl along with him. After thinking about it, the young man decides to open the door for the man, instinctively covering his mouth. With a tired and disappointed expression, Shangsu asks why Boss Lu smells so bad. Upon entering the house, a plump man asks the protagonist for his medicine, and he asks if Boss Lu was involved in the explosion at the wall. But Boss Lu makes it clear that he doesn't want to discuss the matter with the young man. With a small smile, Shangsu decides to ask where Boss Lu left his car. In response, the man lies, saying that she is undergoing a technical inspection. Since Shangsu has never owned a car, he asks what it is, and the man patiently explains everything to him. However, Lu's boss asks the protagonist not to tell anyone anything about the current evening, and he agrees. With a sly smile, the plump man asks why the protagonist is all wet, and he tries to get out of it, saying that he was just learning to ride a bike. He points to the teacher standing next to him, saying that she came specifically to teach him this. With distrust, Boss Lu questions her a bit, but still decides to accept this information as the truth. After such a conversation, the man and the main character decide to examine the injured woman. He and Sister Xiaoyu help the girl sit down on the chair, looking her over from head to toe. With a worried look in her eyes, Boss Lu shouts at them not to accidentally touch her again. However, right after that, he thinks with a grin about how, after this girl wakes up, he can persuade her to his side as a bodyguard. Xiaoyu wipes the woman's body with a towel to remove any marks from her skin. According to her, this woman looks to be only about 27 years old. Chung Wudi and Boss Lu watch from the sidelines without interfering. Xiangsu hands Xiaoyu a bottle of medicine, asking her to treat the victim's body. The caring girl asks everyone to turn away because she will need to remove the woman's clothes in order to process her. After some time, the girl wakes up and immediately jumps up, asking who the people are who have gathered around her. Boss Lu tries to gain her trust by saying that he was the one who saved her from the source of flame, but she says that she doesn't remember him. The woman tries to go somewhere, and Xiaoyu asks her not to make any sudden movements, because she hasn't recovered yet. With tears in her eyes, the unknown woman turns around and says that her brother is still in the hands of the source of flame. Boss Lu is surprised that two superhumans appeared in one family. However, the man's accomplice decides to voice his doubts that her brother is already dead. Continuing, he says that together with Boss Lu, he managed to save only her, and her brother was hardly needed alive by the source of flame. Xiangsu thought to himself that Yang Xiaojin was a good person for going against the flame spring. The protagonist sides with Lu's boss, saying that he was the one who saved the girl, and in response the man promises to write him a check with money. Boss Lu turns his attention back to the girl, saying that she can join him, since he and his supporters have already caused great harm to the source of flame. But she says outright that she doesn't think the man in front of her is a decent and good person. However, she bows and thanks the people around her for saving her, but notes that she cannot stay here. Boss Lu notices with irritation that it was Xiangsu whom she thanked sincerely. The man turns to his partner, discussing something, but hears a sound from the side. Sister Xiaoyu holds Dong Yunan, who has fainted and lost consciousness. Xiangsu approaches Boss Lu and points to the girl, asking him to take her away from here. However, the plump man offers to leave her here and promises to pay the main character for this, convincing him. Turning to Xiaoyu, he asks her to take the girl into the house, and instructs Chen Wudi to guard her, until Boss Lu pays for the guardianship. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Xiaojin returns to school. She looks around and notices Xiangsu and Liu Yuan, who greets her. Getting a little closer to him, she starts a small conversation with him, and the main character is surprised that they managed to become so close. Straightening up, Yang Xiaojin asks the protagonist why he didn't come by bike today. He passes her by and says that he has submitted the vehicle for technical inspection, thus goading the girl about the car's explosion in the evening. She continues to mock him with a smile, and the protagonist openly tells her about the incident with the explosion. Walking forward a little, she says that the car, unlike the bicycle, actually needs a technical inspection, and lists several parts of the car to him. After this, Xiangsu finally admits that he couldn't learn to ride a bike, and the girl says that she got it right the first time. However, the palace informs the protagonist that Yang Xiaojin actually has no bicycle riding skills, which pisses him off a bit. After a while, the math lesson begins, and the teacher asks to open the textbooks. Today, according to his program, students will study probability theory. However, Xiangsu, grimacing slightly, realized that he didn't even know the meaning of the word probability, but he is glad that he brought his first and second grade high school textbooks with him. According to the teacher, if the main character tries hard, he will be able to finish school in 6 months. However, the final exam is coming soon, and Xiangsu hopes that he will have time to learn something before it. Turning his head to the side, the young man notices that Yang Xiaojin is simply sleeping in class. He crumples a small piece of paper and throws it right at the girl, waking her up. With disbelief, she quietly opens the paper to read what is written on it. In it, Xiangsu asks if the girl is going to study for the final exam. Continuing to write, after some time the young man receives a short letter in response. He opens it and sees that Yang Xiaojin has forged his handwriting and written in his handwriting for the young man to go to bed. The teacher turns his attention to the pair and shouts at them to stop throwing papers, asking what their names are. The two of them, as if on command, answer that their names are both Xiangsu, and this answer infuriates the teacher. But the student notices that in the journal they are listed under the same name. The teacher turns back in disbelief and asks if this is true, and the student answers in the affirmative. Turning back, the man asks Yang Xiaojin to answer the questions at the board. However, she demonstratively takes off her cap, drawing attention to herself. A second later, she places the headdress on the real Xiangsu's head. This, surprisingly, suits the teacher, and he insists that the young man go to the board. Time passes and the lesson ends, after which Xiangsu decides to follow where Yang Xiaojin lives. After all, according to him, it is she who makes all these dangerous devices for explosions. He continues to follow her, and after a while he notices her communicating with Luo Xinyu through the portal, and about to leave the place. However, the protagonist suddenly realizes that he should now use the basic and perfect skill copy scrolls. Now he has 2 scrolls with him, and he realizes that it would be extremely good to master some master-level skill. After some time, the palace informs him that the Shadowgate ability has been randomly selected, and offers Xiangsu to learn the skill. Enthusiastically, the protagonist agrees because he considers this skill to be very powerful. He really didn't expect that he would receive a superpower this time either, since he had already mastered the shadow skill before. The young man begins to study the shadow portals, creating an entrance and exit near him. With a smile, he passes through the portal, telling himself that after training, he will be able to lead everyone through his fortress at will. However, he notices that he can only put one hand through and cannot go any further. He guesses that it is because Luo Xinyu only extended one hand when she used the scroll. Xiangsu becomes disillusioned with the palace, saying that he cannot rely on it, as he expected much more. However, the young man resigns himself, saying that it is better to have at least some superpowers than to have none at all. Xiangsu decides to practice his portal opening skill for a while longer. At this moment, Xiaoyu approaches the protagonist and asks why he returned alone and where the others are now. With a small grin, he says that he will come back for everyone now and bring them to dinner. However, the teacher says that she saw the main character leaving with Yang Xiaojin at school. He put his hand behind his head and said with a laugh that he was just in a hurry. A few moments pass, and an armored vehicle appears in front of the main character. Lu's boss looks out from behind him with a smile, asking if the young man likes his new car. Xiangsu, however, directly asks to pay him for the upkeep of the Superhuman. Stepping out of the vehicle a little, he says he will bring them today at noon. Boss Lu is here to send something to Dong Yunnan, namely some tonic supplements. He approaches the door and knocks, asking the girl to open the door for him. However, he is ignored and the protagonist jokes that he is too big a shot who acts too pushy. Deciding to change the subject, Boss Lu asks if he can borrow Cheng Wudi, and the protagonist asks to speak to him directly. As he approaches, Boss Lu says that he has noticed other forces approaching the walls, and there are rumors that some important research is being completed at the university. Naturally, Xiangsu asks what research exactly he is talking about, and Boss Lu says he doesn't know about it. The protagonist turns around and starts to walk away, and the man tells him after him that this university must be of colossal importance. Turning around, the young man tells Boss Lu to talk to Cheng Wudi himself to secure his services. However, a military man comes up behind Boss Lu and starts whispering something to him. While they are talking among themselves, Xiangsu is thinking that the Qing Consortium is up to something. He doesn't know the research results, and assumes that he can steal the research using the Shadow Gate. Dong Yunnan, who comes out of a small building, attracts attention. Xiangsu asks why Boss Lu is trying to lure a superhuman to his side, but Boss Lu doesn't give him any clear answers. The main character gets very tired of such conversations and tells them to do whatever they want, and he himself will go and cook food. He admits that it's easier for him to just keep an eye on Dong Yunnan. The palace announces a new mission, asking Xiangsu to rescue 7 people in trouble. For this, the main character will be able to get new items from the vending machine. While eating, Xiangsu asks the girl what superpowers she has. She says that she is relatively strong, and the protagonist asks how strong she is. Dong Yunnan reports that her strength is equal to 2 adult men, but it will only increase. However, the protagonist says that her escape really depended on Boss Lu and asks what her plans are for the future. According to her, her wounds will heal tomorrow, and she will go to take revenge on the source of flame. However, Xiangsu tells her that she won't be able to leave, and the girl directly asks him why he thinks so. According to the protagonist, the source of flame was driven out of the fortress, so even if their people remained here, she would not be able to find them. The second reason is that if she gets caught, they will torture her, and she thinks to herself that she will definitely set them up. Besides, the palace's task would not be completed then. But while thinking like this, Xiangsu caught Cheng Wudi's gaze. The protagonist asks if Cheng Wudi will look after the guests these days. After thinking for a while, the young man agrees, because he likes to be considered important and strong. Liu Yuan continues to praise Cheng Wudi, saying that he is a very cool person. After some time, however, the young man ties Dong Yunnan's hands and throws her into a dark room. She tries to find out why he won't let her go and where she is anyway. Dong Yunnan says she didn't expect her saviors to be such treacherous people. Cheng Wudi takes a small rag and stuffs it into the girl's mouth, silencing her. After some time, Xiangsu invites Liu Yuan to try out his new Shadow Gate ability. Asking his younger brother to step back, he announces that he is going to open the gate. Gathering his strength, Xiangsu suddenly raises his hand in front of him, intending to use his superpower. However, nothing happens, and an awkward silence falls in the room. A small gap appears on the floor between the guys, through which, of course, no one can pass. Liu Yuan asks if his elder brother can really control these doors, which confuses him. However, Xiangsu decides to continue trying to open the door without stopping his attempts. Liu Yuan asks his brother to stop, saying that he is a little scared. After a while, the main character agrees to practice on himself first. Turning his hand the other way and gathering his strength, the young man manages to open the Shadow Gate. Now it seems to him that this door is too big and useless, because for now he can only teleport his hand. He He tries to make it smaller in size so that only one hand can pass through it. It seems to him as if some rule is competing with his own will. However, the main character still manages to do this, and a small gate appears in front of him. Shangsu notices with surprise that the gate has indeed become much smaller. He asks the palace what is going on, but it only replies that it has no right to talk about it. The protagonist asks Liu Yuan to bring a live chicken when he goes grocery shopping with Xiaoyu tomorrow. The younger brother asks what use this power is, and Xiangsu says that he can hit someone without them even knowing who did it. The elder brother says that Liu Yuan is on guard duty today, and he himself will be making explosives. The next morning, the store opens again, and Wang Fugi puts up a sign next to the entrance. Someone calls out to him, asking if they sell a special medicine here. Wang Fugi says that because of the complex production process, he sells only 1 dose a week, and at a high price. The man is not very happy with this price, because it is too expensive for him, and he is a very important person. But Shangsu, who appeared next to him, said that no matter who he was, they would refuse to make any concessions. The man says that he urgently needs this medicine, and asks the young man to reconsider his attitude towards this issue. However, several men from the side approach the group, and one of them says that it is Xiaoyan in front of them. The man bows his head to the boss named Wang in front of him, who says he has come to thank the doctors here. Several years ago, he was told he was infertile, but thanks to this medicine, his wife became pregnant. Shangsu asks the palace in disbelief if the medicine really cures infertility, and he says no, it does not have such a function. Then the main character asks if she really is pregnant, and the man says that she took tests and it was confirmed. With disbelief, the main character somehow manages to say that a miracle really did happen. After some time, Shangsu returns back to school and walks down the corridor. He enters the classroom and sits down in his seat, after which the teacher enters the room and asks everyone to remain silent. According to her, it is necessary to choose a headman and the head of the school council, and one of the students proposes the main character for the position of headman. Yang Xiaojin is proposed to take over as the head of the student council, which causes laughter among his classmates. With a smile on her face, the teacher says that the issue is resolved and closed. Shangsu asks what the job of these roles actually entails, and whether they are paid extra benefits. But when he learns that they will simply have to monitor the educational process, he becomes disappointed. Seeing the girl lying down on her desk to rest, he asks if she is worried about her final exams. However, she whispers to him that Boss Lu is up to something dangerous, and the protagonist should stay away from him. This information leaves the main character a little shocked and surprised. Leaning closer, he asks her again, asking her to repeat her words, as if he doesn't believe what she said. The girl reluctantly raises her head, and the protagonist suddenly becomes embarrassed by the close contact. According to her, she saw people from the Ching consortium monitoring the 4th mental hospital and trying to rob it. If you believe the girl's words, it contains all the superhumans captured by the consortium. One of them is particularly dangerous, and Yang Xiaojin is glad that he remained within the hospital walls. Shangsu wonders if Boss Lu is afraid to act so openly, since this is, after all, the territory of another consortium. Yang Xiaojin says that the protagonist completely underestimates the strength of the Qing consortium. They have a lot of people in the 109th fortress, and all of them, including the weapons of mass destruction, are under the control of Boss Lu. She also says that the protagonist doesn't realize how terrible this man is. After hearing this, Shangsu asks about the especially dangerous superhuman in the hospital, and the girl says that his presence brings even more uncertainty. After a short pause, the young man asks what superpowers this man has. Yang Xiaojin, slightly bowing his head, whispers that the man has hypnosis techniques. For now, however, he is isolated in a cell where people bring him food while he wears noise-canceling headphones. Shangsu asks why the girl doesn't just kill him, but she says that the man hasn't done anything wrong yet. In addition, Yang Xiaojin tells the protagonist to be careful with Dong Yunan, as she is also dangerous. The young man is surprised that his interlocutor told him so many secrets today. He decides to ask directly what is wrong with this girl they are keeping. She says that they confirmed the information that there is nothing at all connecting her and the deceased superhuman. In addition, a series of strange murders took place in the 109th fortress. All the victims were drained of blood and turned into monsters, and Dong Yunan is under great suspicion. Moreover, Luo Xinyu had seen the entire battle, and she always felt that this girl's motive was to save another superhuman. Shangsu admits that Dong Yunan is currently at their store, and the worried girl tells him that he should hurry home. However, he states that there is no need to worry, since he and Cheng Wudi tied her up. At this time, Cheng Wudi himself is in the shop next to Xiaoyu, who is cooking, and next to the tied-up girl. Slowly, unnoticed by anyone, Dong Yunan tries to free himself from the ropes. Xiaoyu calls out to Cheng, saying that dinner is almost ready, which slightly startles the woman behind him. Freed from the ropes, Dong Yunan leans against the boy's body and suddenly calls him little brother. She opens her mouth sharply, revealing her sharp teeth, similar to vampire fangs. Without a moment's delay, she bites Chung Wudi, intending to drink his blood. However, her teeth break as soon as they hit his skin, which turns out to be protected. Jumping up abruptly, the young man deals the girl a strong blow, pushing her away from himself. From the pain that pierced her body, the girl falls to her knees and clutches her stomach. With his fists clenched tightly, Chung Wudi screams, asking how she dared to attack him. He pulls his hand back and swings it back for another punch. Chung Wudi hits her 3 more times instead of 1, causing her to cry in pain. When Xiangsu returns to the shop, the girl reflects on how she simply wanted to steal the blood collected by the flame source. Now she can't even understand how she ended up in such a deplorable situation. Ching Wudi, as well as Xiangsu, Liu Yuan, and Xiao Yu are right next to her, looking down on her. The woman looks at Xiao Yu, who seems to her to be the kindest person in the room. Dong Yunan literally begs her to tell her allies to let her go. However, Xiao Yu, on the contrary, gives Chung Wudi another coil of rope to tie the girl in front of them more tightly. The young man goes behind the girl, and bending down, ties her body more tightly. The main character watches all this from the outside, reflecting on the whole situation. Finally, Chung Wudi finishes tying up the girl, leaving her completely helpless. Placing his hand on the young man's shoulder, Xiangsu asks him to lock the door of the house, and not let Boss Lu see her in this state. After a while, the guys leave the room, and Xiangsu says out loud that something is missing. Liu Wen says that the voice of Boss Lu, who has been constantly trying to get Dong Yunan, is missing. The protagonist wonders if it is possible that Boss Lu and his accomplices robbed the 4th mental hospital. Turning to his partners, he asks if they know where this hospital is now. Xiao Yu asks why he needs this information and says that Liu Yuan asked her to buy the map of the 109th fortress. As Xiangsu prepares to leave, he tells everyone else to keep an eye on Dong Yunan and not let her cause trouble. After some time, the main character finds himself on a busy street with music playing. He studies the map carefully to reach his planned goal. However, on the ground he notices a half-open hatch which catches his attention. Out comes Boss Lu's partner, who helped him steal Dong Yunan. The main character immediately sees several more soldiers come out, and then Boss Lu himself. While trying to climb out of the hatch, he orders the teams not to engage in combat and to retreat immediately once they spot a special target. The soldier, talking to the rest of the military, says to destroy everyone except a special target, because they use their own kind as guinea pigs. At this point, Boss Lu remembers how he was monitoring conversations in the mental hospital. He remembers observing a young man who looked similar to Chen Wudi. They experimented on him and examined him, carefully studying his mind. The young man himself was reluctant to make contact, trying to understand what was going on. During one of the experiments, the doctor felt himself becoming ill. As the doctor slowly sank down onto the cold floor, the boy's body began to rise. One could see his defiant grin that easily appeared on his face. Boss Lu called the man a legendary demon summoner and suggested that the hypnosis process had unlocked his potential. At that moment, one of the soldiers offered the plump man to take the target for further study. Boss Lu refused back then because the Qing Consortium was unable to contain such a creature. And now Xiangsu is wondering who they came for back then. A small group of soldiers moves closer to the door and one man knocks lightly on it. After which the doors open and the military runs inside, knocking one of the researchers to the floor in the process. At this moment, several armored vehicles approach the building at full speed. Xiangsu notices that the people from the Li Consortium are already here too, and they are not delaying at all. The protagonist realizes that Boss Lu's team will definitely suffer, and he needs to return to the store to be able to distribute the medicine to them. At this time, Boss Lu finds a girl lying inside the building, who looks to be only 10 or 11 years old. His partner throws the girl's body onto his shoulder and says that they need to get out of here. As they leave the building together, Boss Lu remarks that it will be very difficult to break away from Li's men. Suddenly, they hear a volley of 3 shots in a row, and the shells from them rush towards the cars. Not a second passes before the transport explodes right in front of Boss Lu's nose. Enraged, he begins to scream and curse the unknown person, and has no choice but to climb into the sewer again. At this time, Yang Xiaojin, standing on the roof, adjusted her clothes with a smirk. With every minute, the night becomes deeper, and the moon rises high above the city. At this moment, Xiangsu finally returns to the shop, greeting everyone. He announces that Boss Lu will be arriving soon, which unpleasantly surprises those gathered. Just then they hear a knock, and Boss Lu shouts for them to help him treat his comrades. Xiangsu lets them in but asks who the girl is with them, and Boss Lu lies and says it's his cousin. After some time, the unknown girl rises and addresses the assembled crowd. Liu Yuan asks her name, and the girl introduces herself as Shi Liren. The boy asks what her superpowers are, and she easily lifts Wang Fugi's son above her head, demonstrating her strength. Suddenly, a young man enters through the unopened door, introducing himself as Shentan, and says that he does not wish them harm. With obvious disbelief, Boss Lu takes out his gun and points it at the boy, trying to figure out how he escaped. He turns to Shang-Su and says that the man in front of him is an extremely dangerous creature. Shang-Su turns back and says that this must be the dangerous person that Yang Xiaojin was talking about. A girl rescued by people approaches Shentan, and the protagonist assumes that Boss Lu was deliberately allowed to save the girl. Shang-Su feels as if everything is under the control of the man in the hat, and has a strange premonition. He decides to ask Shentan directly what his goal and motives are. With a carefree smile, he says that he and this girl are lonely together in this fortress. So he decided to say hello. Looking straight at Shang-Su, Shentan calls him a special person. A few seconds later, he takes off his hat, says that it is time for them to go, and promises to see each other again. He tells Boss Lu not to worry, because he didn't hypnotize his subordinate. Shang-Su then asks why Shentan didn't get out of the hospital earlier, since he had a chance to do so all along. But he, without turning around, says that it's because it's not time for that yet. This means that he has something else he needs to do before he comes out into the light, and it may have to do with research. Then Boss Lu thinks that it would be better for him to have a good chat with Dong Yunan, because she seems more reliable to him. Approaching the fat man, he asks if he knew that Shentan was from the Li family, after drinking the food that the protagonist brought him in one gulp. Boss Lu says that he is the abandoned son of the Li family, and was locked in the hospital by them. In his words, the consortium is a cruel place, and you have to walk over your family if you want to get to the top. Shang-Su then asks how many of the Ching family's relatives he himself threw down. Boss Lu says that they had no choice, and a person like Ching Jen must rise to the top. Shang-Su is a little surprised by how protective Boss Lu is of his brother. The man says for himself that he is a lost person, so he can live as he wishes. The Yang Consortium is already in the fortress, and the flame source is hiding, and now the demon summoner is on the loose. In addition, Boss Lu complains about unknown thugs who blow up his cars, which makes Shang-Su laugh. Pointing his finger at the main character, the man asks him not to stick his head out unnecessarily, and to remain unnoticed. At this time, in the 111th fortress, near Mount Ginkgo, is the residence of Ching. At a meeting of the important people of this consortium, they ask how Ching Huai is doing. The guy wearing glasses says that they have already walked around Mount Jing, and according to their calculations, they should reach the 113th fortress. They cleared the area of the test subjects, and after the recovery team arrived, they went to Mount Jing to search for the creatures in the crater. The creature has now fallen into a deep sleep again, and the man speculates that it may be due to the volcano's temperature. The man doubts whether Ching Huai can handle this, but he is assured that he has brought a whole team with him. The resources near Fortress 113 are very much needed by the consortium, so the restoration of the coal mine must be completed as quickly as possible. A man named Ching Yun is approached with orders to work with them to transport the rest there. Then the man with the monocle asks what Ching Jen is doing now, and he is told outright that he is not doing anything. The man is happy that he managed to rein in Ching Jen with his own methods. A messenger suddenly enters the room, reporting that Huai's brigade has been attacked by test subjects and is now retreating. It is also reported that there are many wounded and killed people in their military unit. This news puts the assembled Ching family members on edge, as the 7th Brigade is the best armed and has overwhelming strength. Then one of the assembled people suggests involving Ching Jen, since he has experience in fighting test subjects. According to the man with the monocle, the 7th Brigade can only be defeated by a lightning-fast raid, and therefore there is a possibility of the emergence of intelligent test subjects. From today on, he forbids Ching Jen from leaving his villa, because the will of the consortium must not be destroyed by one person. Qin Yun informs him that he will be leading the 1st Brigade of soldiers, and he salutes. After some time, several military vehicles gather together. Hiding under the bottom of one of the cars is a fugitive officer who possessed superpowers for summoning shadows. Climbing up, he finally decides to rest, finding a secluded place where he can eat and sleep. He is attracted by several boxes in front of his face, which turn out to be tightly locked. He breaks them open and discovers a large quantity of weapons and ammunition. Suddenly, his car turns in a direction different from the one the rest of the convoy of cars is heading. When it stops, the soldier sees Boss Lu himself climbing onto the back, holding a flashlight. Instinctively, Xu Xianqiu covers himself with his hands when the light from the device hits him. Seeing a fugitive criminal in the back of the car, Boss Lu screams, looking at the unexpected guest. Then, Xu Xianqiu decides to run away with the help of his shadow. Otherwise, the consortium will react to him. Boss Lu commands his troops that they must definitely catch him. Turning around, he sees that there are too many people chasing him. In addition, the man notices that they have a lot of weapons and suggests that the Qing consortium is preparing to attack the 109th wall. The chase continues through the night city, which is irrevocably engulfed in darkness. Xiangsu opens the door of his shop after hearing a lot of noise. Boss Lu enters and asks Cheng Wudi to catch Xu Xianchu for him, and then the man will pay a fortune. Xiangsu anxiously asks the man if he is sure that this is really Xu Xianchu, and he continues to stand his ground. Reflecting on everything that is happening, the protagonist comes to the conclusion that he needs to help Xu Xianchu escape. Then the palace gives the young man a task to help a person in trouble escape. To the surprise of Lu's boss, the protagonist says that he does not want to interfere in their showdown, and closes the door right in the man's face. Suddenly, Xiangsu starts moving quickly, and intends to leave the walls of his shop. Cheng Wudi wanted to chase after him, but Liu Wen said that they were assigned to watch over Dong Yunan. Reluctantly, the young man admits this, and the protagonist's younger brother smiles at his usefulness. After some time, the protagonist comes across Xu Xianchu's trail, and notices that he is moving too slowly. In pursuit of his goal, the young man tries to understand how he can save his former partner without offending Lu's boss. Then, Xiangsu decides to use his new skills, and a small portal appears right in front of Boss Lu. The main character's hand sticks out of it, hits the man right in the face and stops him. After falling to the ground, Boss Lu thinks that he was attacked by Luo Xinyu, who originally had the ability to open portals. Rising from the ground, Lu accuses his soldiers of being pathetic losers compared to the superhumans. After this, the man decides to give the order to retreat, because they will attract too much attention. Watching all this, Xiangsu thinks that as long as Xu Xianchu is not caught, everything will go well. In the end, the main character slandered his former partner, but does not regret it. When dawn comes, Xu Xianchu himself hides in the shadow of one of the stone outbuildings. Someone calls his name, and the man suddenly jumps forward, drawing his gun. He points his weapon upward to be able to repel any threat. However, Xiangsu appears there, waving his hand at him in greeting. Sincerely surprised, the man asks the young man what he is doing here. He said that he fled here after the fall of the 113th fortress, and Xu Xianchu said that he ended up here after the 112th fortress collapsed. Then he decided to try to get into the 111th fortress, but he was declared a criminal, and he accidentally ended up here. Xiangsu tells the man across from him that Boss Lu now has enough weapons, and his strength must be reckoned with. However, the protagonist suddenly assumes that the man in front of him does not know that Boss Lu cannot return to Qing. Then the protagonist is confused by the fact that Lu was smuggling weapons that were apparently needed to deal with the source of flame. With a smile, Xu Xianchu said that he sincerely thanks Luo Xinyu, who intervened during the chase. Grabbing the protagonist by the shoulders, the man says that it must have been hard for him too to escape from the Qing consortium. The man asks the young man if he is hungry because he has half a bun left. By refusing to eat, Xiangsu calls Xu Xianchu a very good man. After this, the man opposite begins to eat, and the main character decides to continue the conversation with him, frowning seriously. Unexpectedly, he gives him 5,000 wen and a certain letter, which he puts into Xu Xianchu's hand. He asks that this letter be delivered to the 178th fortress to a man named Zhang Jinglin. With a smile, the man says that he was just about to go to this fortress, after which he sincerely thanks the main character. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by someone who managed to sneak up behind their backs unnoticed. In front of them appears a woman dressed in the uniform of the Source of Flame. Xiangsu asks his partner to be careful, because these scoundrels are hunting for superhumans. They find themselves surrounded from every possible side, so they have no choice but to fight. However, the problem is that Xiangsu can't summon his shadow in front of Xu Xianchu. The woman smiles and says that they have never been defeated in all their raids, so it would be better for them to surrender immediately. She mentioned a certain operation called Early Morning, but Xu Xianchu definitely hadn't heard of it. Xiangsu and his partner take out and prepare their pistols, and then begin to defend themselves. However, the Flame Source soldiers are able to easily dodge the shots, which leads the protagonist to conclude that they cannot be taken down with pistols. If you look at the faces of the members of this organization, they look too arrogant to attack. Perhaps, even if Xiangsu managed to escape, Xu Xianchu would still be here and needed to be rescued. Suddenly, his eye catches a familiar silhouette that is not that far from him. Yang Xiaojin watches directly from the scene, looking through the scope of his summoned sniper rifle. Xiangsu puts away his gun and asks what the origin of flame intends to do with it, and they say that they want to contribute to the survival of humanity. After a breakthrough in genome editing, the genes of superhumans will be used for all of humanity. So, according to the woman, this is a great honor. She says it's a great honor to go down in history in this way, losing her freedom. But Xiangsu isn't happy with that. Angry, she says that if they refuse, she will make them pay a very, very high price. But Xiangsu raises a white handkerchief over his body, saying that such a price for freedom makes it even more desirable. The girl calls him a fool, but a sudden bullet hits her right in the body as soon as the wind that was blowing the rag died down. blood immediately starts flowing from her mouth and her body slowly falls backwards. Looking through the scope of the sniper rifle, Xiangsu gives a salute, saying thank you to the girl. She smirks softly in response, continuing to watch everything through the scope. After this, Xiangsu and Xianchu scatter in unison, intending to deal with the remaining members of the Origin of Flame. Yang Xiaojin has destroyed the encirclement, but now it will be difficult for her to aim because the remaining soldiers are moving too fast. Now everything depends on the strength of the main character, and he does not intend to give in to his opponent. The members of the Origin of Flame organization who find themselves in Yang Su's way are determined to stop him at all costs. Realizing that he will not be able to escape his pursuers, he summons his shadow to deal with them. Suddenly, one of the soldiers teleports right behind Xiangsu, forcing him to move his shadow back. The man behind intends to strike at the main character, and the one who remained in front draws his katana and also rushes forward. A fierce battle begins between people, where each side shows its best qualities. Xiangsu materializes his special blade extremely quickly, cutting his opponent's body in two while the shadow kills the other one. One of the deceased, with his last breath, asks why the main character has two abilities and not one. The young man turns to him and replies that he has three of them, but they are no longer able to see the third. However, another of the Flame Wellspring soldiers attacks him, as he had been hiding in the shadows before. Thanks to his extremely fast movements, the man ends up right above the protagonist's head. But Xiangsu suddenly uses his Shadowgate technique, moving the tip of his blade behind the enemy's back and attacking him. The young man takes his weapon out of the man's body with displeasure, saying that they only seemed like a serious threat, but in reality turned out to be weak. Returning back to Shu Xianchu, he suggests going to his house to take a shower and have something to eat. However, he says that he can no longer stay here, because once they find out about him, he will no longer be able to leave. Saying that he doesn't want to drag the protagonist along with him, the man thanks Xiangsu, adding a gratitude point to him. Such kindness and care for him surprises the young man, who briefly loses the power of speech. With a smile, he says that they might see each other at the 178th fortress, and asks the man to take care of himself. After a while, he notices two soldiers talking about how the city has become a dangerous place. They also talk about the Source of Flame, whose actions they want to notify the Li Consortium about. As a reward for helping Shu Xianchu, the protagonist receives one strength point, becoming even more powerful. Later, Yang Xiaojin meets with Luo Xinyu, discussing with her the fight with the Origin of Flame earlier. The blue-haired girl asks if Yang Xiaojin finds it strange that even though these are not their main strengths, Xiangsu easily dealt with them. She straightens her cap in response and notices that Xiangsu, unlike Shu Xianchu, was confronting three people at once, not just one. Previously, she thought that his combat effectiveness was not very high, so she did not expect him to defeat three people at once. She had hoped to give him a source of escape, but instead, he dealt with the threat himself. Luo Xinyu honestly says that Xiangsu seems like a bloodthirsty person to her, because subconsciously, he always wants to eliminate the threat. With a sigh, Yang Xiaojin declares the environment in which the young man grew up as very hostile. Luo Xinyu asks what her partner is thinking about, and she replies that with Cheng Wudi, Xiangsu's group has become even stronger. The blue-haired girl suggests that they attract the attention of the consortiums, but Yang Xiaojin says that they just want to live peacefully in the city. After this, Luo Xinyu asks about the protagonist's abilities, but her interlocutor does not answer this question. After finishing their conversation, they decide to leave, as Li's first combat troops will soon arrive. Luo Xinyu uses his portal technique again to move away from the rooftop. Xiangsu himself never thought that the Li Consortium would react so quickly. The streets are full of patrols, and he doesn't even know how Shu Xianchu managed to get out of the fortress. A second later, Yang Xiaojin asks him if anything strange happened besides the fight with the Origin of Flame. The Qing Consortium suddenly raised the bounty for Shu Xianchu's capture, and the protagonist pretends not to be involved. Afterwards, Xiangsu thanks the girl for helping him in the conflict with the Origin of Flame. Answering him dryly, she opens her notebook and looks at it intently. She asks why he saved Shu Xianchu, and the protagonist states that he has no personal goal. Xiangsu tries to appease the girl with words, saying that if something happens to her, he will save her too. Smiling slightly, she looks back at the notebook, and Xiangsu looks away. Yang Xiaojin asks what the young man plans to do with Dong Yunan and suggests giving her to the girl. According to her, they have a special effect on superhumans, and this formulation surprises the main character in its own way. Xiangsu says he will give it to her in 4 days as a reward for saving her. The teacher comes in and says that she found out about the admissions standards for the University of the 109th Fortress. Hearing this, the main character asks the girl what life is like at the university. According to her, the classes are free, but the exams are very strict and the number of students is small. They say that universities used to be very, very free, but now they are more like research centers with less and less discipline. For every 100 or so fortresses, there are only 20 universities, and teachers optimize the work of their students for maximum efficiency. Shangsu happily asks if there are any subsidies for students, but the girl bluntly tells him that there is none. She asks the protagonist not to pester university students unless he is doing scientific research. The teacher continues her conversation and says that in order to get into the university, you need to pass 4 exams. The passing score is as much as 560 points. That is, you need to score 140 points or more in each subject. For Xiangsu, these are colossal numbers, because yesterday he scored 140 points in total for all subjects, and not for each of them. The protagonist asks how he can get 140 points, and Yang Xiaojin jokingly tells him to do 2 questions less. Turning to the side, the protagonist addresses the palace, asking what level of mathematics Yang Xiaojin is. The palace reports that she has an average level of knowledge of the subject, which calms Xiangsu down a little. However, she passed all her high school subjects with flying colors, so the main character is far behind her in terms of knowledge. Previously, when he saw a girl sleeping in class, he thought that she would be on the same level as him in knowledge. But everything turned out completely differently. Turning to the young man, Yang Xiaojin asks if he wants to go to university. Shangsu humbly puts his head on the desk and says that he doesn't deserve this, after which silence reigns. The second day arrives, which marks the arrival of the final exam. Shangsu arrives at the exam room but doesn't see any of his acquaintances. A few minutes later, the teacher enters the classroom and announces that they are starting the exam. Previously, when Xiangsu was studying in the school of the merchant city, his teacher asked questions orally to save paper. He is pleasantly surprised that so much can be printed in the fortress. Shangsu looks slightly to the side, as if at another person, and raises his hand with the pen. The girl sitting in the back asks if he will let her copy, and the palace gives out an assignment to help classmates with an exam. Not understanding such actions on the part of the palace, the protagonist agrees and gives her the notes, after which he receives another gratitude. Xiangsu receives agility points as a reward from the palace, which makes him very happy, since he didn't put in any effort to achieve this. The main character tries to relax, because he is tired after the exam, and an amazed classmate asks if he really knows how to solve all this. However, he honestly tells her that with his level of knowledge, he is not able to solve all the tasks. After the graduation exam ended, Xiangsu, walking with his younger brother and Wang Fugi's son, goes home. As soon as he returns to the shop, he is met by a worried Xiaoyu, who tells him that Wang Fugi has been taken away. This news greatly shocks the people who came to the house, especially his own son. Xiangsu asks her to tell him everything, and according to her, people from the law enforcement department came and said that they did not have a license to sell medicine. They also said that there are unlicensed doctors working in this shop, so they are going to arrest the person responsible for this. After telling all this, Xiaoyu looks at the protagonist with excitement, waiting for his decision. He asks if these people said anything before leaving, and the girl directly says that he was asked to contact the Ministry of Law and Order. Xiangsu decides that there is no need to rush, since they have Dong Yunan, and Boss Lu will be at the store tonight, so he should be questioned. Later, the sun begins to set, and Lu pulls up to the store in his car. Leaning out, he asks why Xiangsu is standing outside at the door. The protagonist says that Wang Fugi was arrested, and Boss Lu, getting out of the car, says that apparently someone wants to take the medicine for themselves. According to him, he has already encountered such tricks, where they first disable them and then offer to buy the formula. Later they will even try to fool gullible people and buy this formula for next to nothing. Shangsu asks if there is anyone from the Qing Consortium in the Ministry of Law Enforcement, and Boss Lu says that 2 of his comrades were arrested 2 days ago. However, this turns out to be just a joke, and the man says that he will try to free Wang Fugi tonight. But not even a minute has passed since this conversation, when a tearful Wang Fugi appears in the building. Shangsu asks how this is possible since he was arrested by the law enforcement department. The man says he was just at the ministry, but they received a message from Lu Yuan, and he was released. Xiangsu is annoyed that Boss Lu has such a reputation that he didn't even warn Lu Yuan about releasing the merchant. But nevertheless, the plump man asks the guys not to lose their vigilance, because Lu Yuan is not the main controller of the 109th fortress. If the medicine is of interest to the Li Consortium, then it will not be easy to get out of it, and Xiangsu understands that there are scammers operating within the city limits, just like outside its walls. Boss Lu hands the protagonist his number, telling him to call him if any problems occur. Xiangsu thanks him, responding to the remark that not all problems can be solved with fists, by saying that Boss Lu has been busy fighting and killing in recent days. He turns away, and only says meaningfully that this is just a strategy. The Li Consortium values their important research very highly, so they have thrown all their troops into protecting it. Now they cannot sit idly by while such chaos occurs on all sides. After this, Boss Lu decides to end the conversation with the protagonist, walking towards Dong Yunan's room. Turning to Wang Fugi and Xiao Yu, Xiangsu says that they should be careful these days. They used to think that life outside the walls was paradise. But Xiangsu realized that paradise simply did not exist in this world. Some time passes, and an unknown person approaches Cheng Wudi, who is resting at the entrance, and asks if Wang Fugui is there. Spreading his arms, the young man says that the merchant has gone to buy himself a bicycle, and asks why they are looking for him. The citizen in front of him shows a paper and says that someone has filed a lawsuit against Wang Fugui for unfair competition. Cheng Wudi asks what exactly this competition is, but is told that he will find out about it at the courthouse. By placing the paper on the table, the man says that the young man can sign for him if he is his closest relative. The young man claims to be Wang Fugi's senior mentor, which confuses the man in front of him. The man with glasses angrily says that Wang Delong is the closest relative, but Cheng Wudi is not. After failing to have a proper conversation with Cheng Wudi, they decide to leave and come back another day. Later, Xiangsu returns home, and Wang Fugi tells him the whole situation with the guests who came. According to them, the merchant was sued for unfair competition and asked to sign a summons. In response to this, the main character frowns, completely dissatisfied with this turn of events. He recalls that when they first entered the fortress, people looked at them completely differently. When they entered school, the parents of other students hated them just because they were refugees. Now, as soon as their store became popular, someone took advantage of the fortress's laws to deal with them. He angrily notes that the longer they live behind walls, the more he feels less comfortable than in the wild. However, Xiangsu was never a coward, and he would have to use his own strength to solve the problem at hand. He tells Wang Fugi to take the summons and go to the legal department to find out who is behind all this. At this time of night, several men are having dinner, discussing the fact that the entire team of the Source of Flame was eliminated. It was very cruel, but some of those gathered say that the people from the Well of Flame are responsible for many atrocities. The demon summoner who was nearby at that moment says that this must be the work of the protagonist. The little girl, hearing the young man call Xiangsu exceptional, asks if it is because he cannot be hypnotized. However, the summoner says with a smile that he didn't even try to hypnotize him. His intuition tells him that if he hypnotizes him, then perhaps he will be the one who sleeps. Hearing this, the little girl suggests that she eliminate him. But the man just smiles in response, saying that there is no point in doing this now. Besides that, the white-haired man guessed that she wouldn't even be able to defeat Xiangsu. Night continues to fall upon the city, completely engulfing it. At this moment, the soldiers of one of the units continue their actions. Moving evenly one after another, they intend to carry out the combat mission entrusted to them. Leaning against the wall, one of the soldiers lifts his weapon, double-checking it. Having made sure that the detachment is ready, the officer waves his hand as if giving an order to the soldiers. After this sign, a pair of soldiers emerge from around the corner and begin to move forward. People from the Qing consortium are watching everything that happens on monitors, keeping an eye on each of the soldiers. Qing Huai died at the hands of the test subjects, and only the name of the 7th Brigade remained. So it is worth taking this unit to increase the consortium's strength. If this operation is successful, he will be able to replace Qing Huai in the eyes of the Presidium. Everything is going well now, but the man notices that the city is too quiet now. He turns to Lieutenant Li and asks if this is where he was attacked. He says that the test subjects attacked them right here, attacking the center and dividing the battlefield. The test subjects turned out to be well acquainted with the area. They won't be taken out with regular bullets. But the commander told the lieutenant next to him not to worry. The monsters attacked this place and disappeared. So according to the information, this is the territory of the experimental subjects. However, he does not notice where these same experimental subjects are now. After some time, the soldiers come out to another landscape that appears in front of them. There is a report that huge cracks have been discovered on the surface, and traces of test subjects have been seen along the edges of the cracks, who may be hiding below. The commander gives the order to send 2 auxiliary squads to check, but one of the soldiers says that if they meet the test subjects there, then no one will survive. However, the commander orders the combat units not to think, but simply to follow orders. Watching the soldiers' actions, he asks them to be slower and more careful. With tension, Lieutenant Li watches the events on the screens with all attention. The soldiers continue to study the area in front of them. One of the soldiers reports that this dungeon was the lair of the experimental subjects who were forcibly thrown out of the huge cave. Now there is not a single monster left, and the question arises where they could all have gone. There was a small laboratory nearby, so people assume that the subjects could have used some equipment. After this, the commander gives the order for everyone to retreat, and along the way to collect the syringes that were found on the floor at that time. He wants to know what they were putting into the subjects' bodies to turn them into such monsters. At this moment, complete night falls on Mount Jing, covering everything around in darkness. In parallel, the Presidium of the Ching Consortium meets again in the large office. The messenger reports that Ching Yun's team has found equipment and syringes. Upon hearing this information, the man wearing the monocle does not react at all at first. The messenger bowed his head slightly and reported that Ching Jen had completely escaped, and they assumed that a convoy with him had left the fortress. The crowd shouts with anger and fury, saying that an investigation must be conducted into how the man managed to escape. Putting his hands together, the man asks where the convoy is heading now. It turned out that the transport was heading towards the 109th fortress, and people assumed that Ching Jen went there to rescue his brother Lu. He is surprised, however, that Ching Jen managed to escape unnoticed towards another fortress. There are suspicions that a secret unit exists and is located under his command. 3 long days pass, and Xiangsu finds himself in the classroom, along with his other classmates. He reflects on the fact that it is quite a strange fact that he has not seen Yang Xiaojin at all since his senior year. The teacher, holding 2 pieces of paper in her hands, tries to understand whose they are, since the main character, like John, introduced themselves with the same name. The main character tries to take the piece of paper with the highest number of points written on it, but the teacher is in no hurry to give him the piece of paper, saying that the handwriting on it looks too beautiful. However, there is an inscription on it stating that this is the main character's piece of paper. The teacher acknowledges the authenticity of the work and says that she did not expect such a result from him at all. Shangsu picks up the piece of paper and opens it, not understanding why Yang Xiaojin signed it with the protagonist's name. Later, the school day ends and the protagonist wanders through the city streets, thinking about everything that happened. It turns out that not only Yang Xiaojin but also Boss Lu has not appeared in front of the protagonist for a long time. Suddenly, someone hits the main character with his own shoulder, and very brazenly. In such a short and quick moment, some object passes directly from hand to hand between 2 people. Having received the item, the main character pretends as if nothing happened. A little later, Xiangsu returns to his shop, whose doors are open. There, he sits down at the table and carefully, slowly takes out the letter, opening it. He pours the contents of the envelope onto the table, and a piece of paper appears from there, as well as a small flower. It says that a large number of test subjects have disappeared from Fortress 113, and there is a good chance that they are moving towards Fortress 109. In addition, at the end of the letter, it is written that the main character and his partners should leave the fortress within 3 days. As he continues to read the letter, he thinks that in 3 days, there will be great changes in this fortress, and those who wish to obtain the research will make their move. Having put the letter in his pocket, the protagonist realizes that he cannot stay in the 109th fortress. Turning to Wang Fugi, he announces that it is time to leave the fortress walls. The man sadly notes that he is very sorry to part with such a store. According to him, more than 100 fortresses have existed for tens or even hundreds of years. But it was this year that many troubles began to happen, and this meant that troubled times were coming. Another armored car drives up to the doors of the stores, and several people get out of it. The 2 strangers say that they are here to pick up the goods, because Yang Xiaojin made a deal with the protagonist. He understands that we are talking about Dong Yunan, but only he and the girl know about this deal. The protagonist asks if the men are comrades of Yang Xiaojin and Luo Xinyu, but they refuse to answer. He accepts with displeasure that this organization seems to him complex and hierarchical. He asks the men to sit down and wait, saying that he cannot hand over Dong Yunan to them yet, and they ask what his business is. Sungsu himself understands that he has not yet received a reward from the palace for keeping a woman for 7 days. Nevertheless, the men walk inside and sit down, agreeing to wait a little. After some time, Xiangsu brings out the tied-up Dong Yunan, saying that she should have realized her mistakes. Putting her on her knees, he says that today he is handing her over to other hands and hopes that she will become a useful superhuman for society. An exhausting half-hour passes, and finally the palace notifies that the task is completed. He hands the girl over to 2 men, and they leave the shop in a hurry. With a bang, the door slams behind them, leaving them alone on the street. The main character is very interested in the reward he received for completing the task. Upon examining the object, he concludes that it resembles a strange deck of cards. The main character spends his hard-earned coins to get some cards from the deck. The next morning, the protagonist asks Wang Fugui to rent a courtyard near the west gate, saying that he will go buy some things for the escape. According to Xiangsu's plan, the test subjects must first reach the other gate, not the western one. This time, they cannot run away as quickly as they did before, and they will have to prepare well. A whole day has passed, and Xiangsu, throwing his cap on, approaches the pawn shop. Xu Xianchu had already shown up at the 109th fortress. It would be reasonable for him to exchange the gold for cash. Also, if you split the gold into pieces and exchange them for cash in different places, it won't be too suspicious. Calling himself a genius, The protagonist counts the yuan he received for selling gold. At this moment, the salesman squints and asks if it is Shu Xianchu in front of him. The main character pretends to be him and builds such a set of emotions as if he was caught red-handed. Covering his face with a cap, the main character quickly leaves the pawnshop building. He runs through the streets, receiving a notification from the palace that the owner's savings exceed the permission to unlock the vault, and the palace offers to upgrade it. Hearing this, Xiangsu concludes that the space inside the vault is more important than money now. With more storage space, Xiangsu will be able to easily carry more supplies and clean water. The main character asks the palace what he needs the money for, but he refuses to answer such a question. Xiangsu decides to unlock a new level of storage. Adjusting his cap, the protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, commands the palace to act. The palace agrees, and the space around Xiangsu instantly expands. He rightly notes that the space around him has become noticeably larger. The palace, however, took 280,000 from the main character for this, leaving the hero with 150,000 for expenses for the escape. In addition to food, he also collects some tools that might be useful to him and his team. After some time, he manages to prepare his supplies to be ready for anything. It's getting dark little by little, and Xiangsu returns to his new location by public transport, carrying a backpack with supplies on his back. Xiangsu overhears two schoolgirls talking about an upcoming music festival. For him, there was silence and calm everywhere, and no one could have imagined that this fortress would prove to be a great threat. With sadness, he gradually notices that an era full of sadness is coming. Finally, Xiangsu approaches the western side of the 109th fortress. The protagonist notices something with his gaze and raises his head. With his gaze, he draws attention to the teacher, who unexpectedly appears next to him. Liu Yun says that he brought the teacher here on purpose because she deserves to be warned. Xiangsu says with a smile that Liu Wen made the right decision and says that he will warn the others tomorrow. The protagonist turns to the teacher, telling her that the fortress will become unsafe tomorrow, and he rented this yard to make it easier to escape. Xiangsu is surprised that the teacher accepted this easily, and she explains that she completely trusts the protagonist. This really surprises him, because from the moment he found himself in the fortress, he had always faced suspicion towards himself. He informs the teacher that she can take the students with her, but supplies are limited, and they must flee separately. The teacher asks if they plan to go away on bicycles, and the boy agrees. A bicycle costs at least 1,000, and steel is a very scarce commodity at this time. A few meters from the house, according to the main character, there is a bicycle shop, and it will be possible to borrow transport from them when the fortress falls. Liu Wen rightly points out that these bicycles will be appropriated by the fugitives forever. She says she will use a special method of renting bikes, without intending to steal them. Xiangsu remarks with displeasure that it is because she does not want her students to steal, and she admits this. The protagonist tries to understand whether this is hypocrisy or true kindness, and is glad that the teacher has always been true to her ideals and actions. Even now, she is so willing to sacrifice everything to save her students. Suddenly, Luo Xinyu herself appears nearby, offering to sponsor the cost of the bicycles. It turned out that the house where they rented the courtyard coincidentally happened to be next door to Luo Xinyu's place of residence. She asks the protagonist if he is surprised by this incident, and he reluctantly admits it. The protagonist asks where Yang Xiaojin is now, but the girl only giggles in response. Xiangsu asks her if anyone else lives there, and she admits that Yang Xiaojin's house is across the street. She asks why he didn't tell her about the Dong Yunnan incident right away, and he says he just decided to keep it a secret. Evening comes, and while eating a quick meal, Xiangsu notices a strange feeling, because he hasn't seen Yang Xiaojin for a long time, and now Luo Xinyu too. The blue-haired girl actually sent bicycles to this place, quickly and free of charge. Throwing the apple on the floor, he tries to figure out if they really are going to disturb the peace of the city today. He comes out to a small park, which he immediately identifies as a military base, and assumes that the consortium's troops are located here. An unknown person approaches him and rudely addresses the guy, asking what he is doing here. Xiangsu says with a smile that this is a university, so he is doing research. Despite the protagonist's attempts to evade the questions, the man does not believe him. He commands his partners with his hand, and they begin to come closer. Suddenly, a grenade falls right next to the main character and explodes instantly. Xiangsu is trying to figure out who the reckless one is to do something like this right here. The troops instantly mobilize their forces, gathering together to restore order. A few trucks won't be able to break through a heavily fortified building unless they are loaded with bombs. Another explosion is heard, which instantly attracts attention from all sides. Xiangsu quickly moves and then ducks to the ground, covering his mouth. One of the soldiers, dressed in civilian clothes, points a gun at the main character. The bullet flies right past the protagonist's ear without hitting him or causing any harm. The shooter is very surprised that the young man was able to dodge the shot. Another man tries to reach the protagonist, intending to hit him with his hand. Shang-Su looks at the fist coming towards him with alarm, landing right in front of his face. At the last moment, the main character dodges the blow and jumps to the side. He quickly finds himself behind the attacker, looking at him with a hateful gaze. The young man's blow hits the man right in the neck, causing his mouth to bleed. At this moment, one of the soldiers points a gun at the main character again. However, his head is almost instantly blown apart by a bullet that hits the target. The protagonist raises his head, landing right in Yang Xiaojin's sights. She lowers her weapon and winks at the young man after she has committed the murder. At this moment, the demon summoner is on the street, next to the car, talking to the crowd. They listen attentively as he tells a story about an old man who caught a child falling from a tall building. The crowd does not understand why the escapee from the mental hospital continues to talk to people with meaningless phrases. Suddenly, the man is able to lift a heavy car into the air with his own strength. He stands right in front of the crowd, as if enslaving them with his actions and his gaze. Suddenly, Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin hear the fortress bell ringing right now for some reason. At this point, the demon caster takes control of many people at once, who begin to walk around mindlessly. A crowd of people begins to approach the scene of the action, from where explosions were heard and where Xiangsu was fighting with the enemies. Behind him comes the demon summoner, who says that the consortium's abandoned son, in his person, has sent a small gift. Yang Xiaojin, noticing the crowd on the street, angrily realizes who they will have to deal with. At this moment, the main character notices another crowd of people, which seems to be running out of the building. The military appears, and one of them tells his partner to give a warning, but not to touch the civilians. The soldier fires a burst from his machine gun, but the hypnotized residents do not even react to the potential danger. The soldier shouts that there is no longer any time to wait and orders to open fire to kill. There is a lot of noise from gunshots and screams as the soldiers open fire on the mesmerized crowd. Many people, including very young teenagers, are wounded by bullets. Xiangsu, peeking around the corner, doesn't want to believe that these people have simply gone crazy. Suddenly he hears a rumble coming from the manhole cover he accidentally stepped on. He hears a conversation from below that this hatch cover is apparently sealed and they will go look for another way. But Boss Lu, who found himself in the sewers, asks to finally blow up this lid. However, Xiangsu bends down and lifts the hatch, opening the way for Boss Lu and his soldiers. Not thanks to the main character, the man climbs out of the sewer with discontent. The boy asks what they were doing down there, and Boss Lu says that he and his men know these tunnel networks better than anyone. Xiangsu then asks if Boss Lu is also planning to attack the university grounds. With a grin, he says that he is going to get the treasure that the Li Consortium is hiding here. He says he knows the general direction of the research, but not its specific content. According to the man, this university could have been developing a nanorobot, but he is still not sure about it. The Li Consortium has done a good job of keeping the information under wraps, so everyone can only rely on their own guesses. The Li Consortium is strong in nanotechnology, and, unlike the developments of the Ching Consortium, their developments can already be used in medicine. Several years ago, people from this consortium managed to create the first nanorobots from DNA molecules that can cleanse blood of clots. Overall, Li has a lot of knowledge on medical issues and diseases, which surprises the protagonist a little. Xiangsu is disappointed because he thought that this research was related to superhumans. Boss Lu extends his hand forward, asking Xiangsu not to leave and offering him money if he helps him get the research results. The man tries to win the young man over to his side by warning him about the approaching test subjects. After adjusting his posture a little, Boss Lu says that it looks like the subjects are experimenting on themselves and are getting stronger. Boss Lu still fails to persuade the protagonist to help him, and he continues to walk away from him. He moves away, but after a couple of dozen meters he notices a sudden pursuit, in which, surprisingly, the leader of the fortress himself takes part. The fortress administrator Lu Yuan, who suddenly appeared, turned out to be running after Yang Xiaojin. Then, for Xiangsu, the fact that the girl quickly entered the school ceased to be surprising, and it turns out that it was she who saved Wang Fugi from the investigation. In addition, through her connection with Lu Yuan, she secured herself the status of a permanent resident of this fortress. The protagonist was always interested in the information about why Yang Xiaojin could enter the fortress middle school. For a second, he thinks that the girl's target might be him, and that she might want to draw him into her organization. Seeing Yang Xiaojin on the roof, Xiangsu looks around the area. Wang Fugi, Cheng Wudi, and a worried sister Xiaoyu approach him, asking if everything is okay with the main character. He replies that everything is fine, after which he asks everyone to get on their bicycles and leave the fortress. Together, the protagonist's entire team gathers the remaining supplies and begins to leave the area, which is turning into a battlefield. At this moment, a Superman with hypnotic powers walks down the street and talks to a girl who, as it turns out, is responsible for the noise of the bell in the city. After a short continuation of the conversation, the girl asks the young man why they are doing all this. The demon summoner then tells the story of how his mother married one of the Lee consortium for the sake of his sick father, but he still died. The mother raised the boy in the Lee family, but later she was able to fall in love again and really wanted to marry the young teacher. The young man notes that the Lee consortium believes that a woman who marries a member of the consortium will be with him forever. So her second marriage will be a disgrace to the Lee consortium. Due to these factors, the consortium decided to deal with the young man's mother by forcibly dragging her out of the fortress and burying her alive. Under the attention of a large crowd, they walked along exactly the same street that the demon summoner was now walking along with the girl. Suddenly, a small portal appears behind the man, and a voice is heard from there, asking what the other inhabitants of the fortress have done wrong. With a smile on his face, the demon summoner asks his interlocutor not to hide in the portal, and to show himself quickly. From the portal, as if from a door in space, Luo Xinyu emerges, ordering the man standing in front of her to answer her questions. Then the young man remembers that day and says that in the crowd people were laughing and shouting, but no one said a word in support of his mother, let alone actions, and therefore all these people are guilty. After this, the demon summoner says that he knows what kind of terrible force is approaching the 109th fortress, and that the Lee consortium chose to hide in the university. The natural question arises as to who will protect innocent citizens when destruction falls upon the 109th fortress. Raising her hand slightly, Luo Xinyu asks the man in front of her to stop, because he has already carried out his revenge, and all justice may be late, but it is never absent. However, this brings a smile to the summoner's face, and he remembers the correct version of the proverb, saying that justice delayed is justice denied. However, Luo Xinyu tries to press further, saying that justice that is restored through evil deeds is only shameful. She asks the young man what he thinks is the nature of superhumans, and he answers with a smile that it is colossal strength of spirit. He then points to himself and says that his understanding of mental strength is to develop your brain. This sentence caused a bit of panic to appear on Luo Xinyu's face, and she took a step back. According to her, the brain had developed before the disaster, and anything that has not been proven is just a rumor. Adjusting his hat, the young man says that it is impossible to fully understand the brain because they cannot even say which part of it is responsible for emotions. Luo Xinyu closes his eyes and says that, according to the demon spiritualist's words, the stronger a superhuman's abilities are, the closer he is to self-destruction. The body of the superhuman will decay when it is no longer able to bear such a will, but in the mind of the demon summoner, an image of the protagonist appears, which he calls an exception. Having finished the dialogue, the young man tells the girl to go about her business while he watches the destruction of the 109th fortress. Luo Xinyu silently agrees with him, and her body begins to dissolve right in the middle of the street. An endless number of test subjects approach the wall and intended to climb over it. Finally, they manage to climb the wall, and one of them begins to roar hysterically, jumping one after another into the city limits. They prepare to skin anyone they meet along the way. Seeing the people who were unable to find shelter, the monsters began to chase them, hoping to kill them all. A large hole appears in the wall of the 109th fortress, through which, like a tide, a multitude of humanoid silhouettes gush. At this time, a man-made portal begins to open in one of the rooms intended for chemical equipment. Luo Xinyu walks inside with his gun at the ready and notes that there is no one around and everyone seems to be fighting the test subjects. She walks over to the hard drive, covered with glass, and wonders if the research data she needs is on it. Without hesitation, she shoots at the glass, breaking it and releasing the container's interior. She takes the hard drive into her hands and hunched over a little looks around. Suddenly, the light in the room suddenly turns on, and her shadow portal begins to instantly fade and collapse. Luo Xinyu understands that the Lee consortium deliberately trapped her, and she does not worry about herself, but her heart is worried about Yang Xiaojin. At this moment, the girl in the cap is already on one of the city's rooftops, clutching her sniper rifle. Shangsu's group finally reaches the edge of the city on their bicycles and finds themselves right at the wall. Liu Yuan asks his elder brother how they can open this gate. He, smiling slightly, says that he will take care of it, because before that he made explosives. To everyone's surprise, Shangsu places several identical cards on the gate, as if gluing his new weapon obtained from the palace. There is an explosion powerful enough to open the gate. Moreover, it even becomes more serious and dangerous for some time before dying out. Covering himself and others, Shangsu is happy that his plan worked, while his companions try to comprehend the situation with distrust and misunderstanding. Grabbing his bike, the protagonist commands the group to quickly leave the 109th fortress and head north. However, at that very moment, the protagonist notices Yang Xiaojin out of the corner of his eye. Standing on the roof not far from him, and tries to understand why she hasn't left yet. After this, Xiangsu commands Cheng Wudi to continue on his way and protect all allies while the protagonist himself goes to the fortress. Having seen everyone off and put them on transport, the young man quickly runs inside the 109th fortress. Looking at what is happening, Wang Fugi notes that the protagonist is a very brave person and realizes that following him was the best decision in his life. Even if they were left alone, and even if they were able to get inside the 113th fortress, their lives would still be in danger. Sister Xiaoyu hugs a frightened Liu Yuan and asks him if he is worried about his older brother. He, however, says that he is just a little excited about everything that has been happening lately. Walking forward a little, he asks everyone to head north, saying that his older brother can handle everything. Finally, having mounted their bicycles, the whole team sets off on them away from the fortress, deep into the forest. Once in the city, Xiangsu immediately encounters a crowd trying to escape from the monsters chasing them. As the crowd rushes past, Xiangsu notes that they all never thought about the danger that lies beyond the fortress walls. Not far from him, the protagonist hears a shot and turns around to see one of the test subjects falling from the roof. Yang Xiaojin quickly reloads his sniper rifle before firing another shot. One by one, the subjects are seriously injured by shots from such weapons. To the protagonist's relief, Yang Xiaojin will still be able to cope for some time, so the young man should hurry. He pushes his way through the crowd, ignoring the people running towards him and walking through them. Hearing constant screams and cries for help, the main character is once again convinced of the enormous cruelty of the monsters. Several of the test subjects appear right in front of him, blocking his path. Then the main character quickly materializes his sharp sword, which he received for many thanks from people. Grabbing his weapon, he rushes forward, intending to cut down the monsters in front of him and destroy them. With great speed, the young man rushes through them, inflicting a large number of blows and cutting enemies with the sharp blade of his sword. His face shows determination and anger, which he skillfully directs into battle. Lowering his weapon, he looks around at the several corpses that are lying around him. One of the girls who tried to escape calls her mother and says that in front of her is the guy they forced to transfer to another class. As if forgetting their past antics, they all decide to go after the main character. He does not stand still and tries to leave the area as quickly as possible so as not to have to deal with such people. However, the palace gives him a new task to take care of the inhabitants of the fortress and help them escape. In front of him, he notices a man kneeling, with one of the test subjects leaning towards him. The main character manages to see how the monster uses a medical syringe and injects something into the body of a helpless person. The man's body begins to change and mutate extremely quickly, turning into the body of the experimental subjects, and the main character notes that they are, after all, intelligent. After the capture of the 113th fortress, the number of monsters increased, and their strength is now enough to capture other fortresses. Xiangsu decides to put these thoughts aside and move forward, for he needs to save Yang Xiaojin as soon as possible. The main character materializes his red shadow in front of him, realizing that he can no longer hear the shots, and the girl has to fight in close combat. Starting to climb one of the walls, the main character quickly climbs higher and higher. Several test subjects appear on his path, emerging from the walls and windows of the building. It surprises Xiangsu that only 2 monsters want to stop him, since he has the blood of dozens of such creatures on his hands. However, the monsters do not retreat, but on the contrary, they press forward on the main character. The young man then swings, controlling his shadow remotely to deal a devastating blow to the monsters. Undeterred by such actions, the monsters advance forward, intending to finish off the protagonist. Tom, however, manages to finish off one of his opponents without any difficulty with a well-aimed cut to the neck. To keep from falling, Xiangsu grabs the hand of his shadow, who is holding onto the building with his grip. Having climbed onto the back of the summoned creature, the protagonist gives it the order to move forward and climb further onto the roof. With dexterous jumps and runs, they manage to rise extremely quickly to the very roof of the building. Finally, Xiangsu and his shadow manage to climb up, and the protagonist is filled with determination. His appearance attracts a large crowd of test subjects, who besiege Yang Xiaojin from all sides. Drawing his extremely sharp sword once more, Xiangsu swings it and commands his shadow to join the fight. At this moment, Yang Xiaojin, wounded and bleeding from all sides, falls onto the cold surface of the roof. The young man, seeing this, tells the girl to rest, promising that he will lead her out of here. After this, a very fast-paced fight begins, and the main character demonstrates his enormous strength and agility. The monsters standing on the roof don't even have time to follow his movements to respond to them. At this moment, Luo Xinyu is still locked in one of the rooms of the university, trying to escape. She realizes that the test subjects are already within the fortress walls, and that if she cannot escape, Yang Xiaojin will be in great danger. Outside the door, she hears the voice of Boss Lu, who is already in the university building, and she understands that when he opens the door, she will have a chance to leave. At this very moment, Boss Lu's troops capture the university researchers. A fat man threatens the researcher, telling him to open the door with a code or he will be killed. After the researcher opens the door for Boss Lu, he orders him to get out of there, sparing the man's life. At first not believing it, the man in overalls quickly walks past Boss Lu. He in turn suddenly notices Luo Xinyu, who, to his surprise, also found herself within the walls of the university. At this moment, the girl already begins to open her shadow portal to get away from this place. Boss Lu quickly uses his flashlight to capture her silhouette in order to stop the gate creation process and prevent Luo Xinyu from escaping from him. The girl closes her eyes in irritation, and the portal next to her literally crumbles at her feet. The man, still shining the flashlight on her, says that he still hasn't gotten revenge on her for the day she hit him, and she doesn't understand what he's talking about. Boss Lu tries to persuade the girl to give him the hard drive with the data and pressures her to hurry up to save Yang Xiaojin. Deciding to trust the man across from him, Luo Xinyu throws him the data disk, and he grabs it and lets go of the girl. Quickly creating a portal after Boss Lu puts away his flashlight, Luo Xinyu dives into it and leaves the university. However, once she gets to the roof, she looks at the corpses of the test subjects and realizes that someone has already saved Yang Xiaojin. However, even though she was saved, it would still be difficult for her to escape from the fortress. So Luo Xinyu tries to figure out where she was hiding. At this moment, somewhere in the sewers underground, a shadow is carrying Shang Su and Yang Xiaojin on its shoulders. During the battle, he thought there would only be 6 or 7 enemies, and he never expected that the fight would attract 5 more test subjects. In total, there were enough of them to break Shang Su and wear him down badly, giving him a real test. He managed to dodge some attacks, but the monsters sooner or later caught up with the main character and wounded him. However, he did not dare to give up, and rushed through the enemies with the help of his incredible speed, wounding them with his blade. After a difficult and extremely dangerous battle, Yang Xiaojin found herself safely next to the protagonist. Still on the shadow's shoulders, she turns to the protagonist as if she wants to ask him a question. After catching her breath a little, the girl asks Shang Su where they are now. Scratching his head with his finger, the protagonist admits that he doesn't know where they are now. She assumes that Shang Su is only slightly injured after his encounter with the monsters. While the shadow places the bodies of people closer to the wall, the protagonist decides not to argue with the girl, because she is already wounded. The protagonist lights a candle nearby and asks why Luo Xinyu wasn't taken away by Yang Xiaojin. In response, the girl sitting by the wall suggests that something happened to her partner, and she would have come if not for the accident. The main character listens attentively to the girl sitting next to him, concentrating on everything. He addresses his shadow named Shu, and thanks her for her enormous help and contribution to the rescue. Yang Xiaojin laughs at this and tells the young man not to make her laugh because her wound still hurts. She says that she secretly installed a tracker on Shu's body to monitor him, so the shadow in front of them is definitely not him. The girl tries to understand why the Ching consortium kept raising bounties on Shu's head when he was far from the scene, but the protagonist says not to blame him. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xiaojin leans over and suggests that the protagonist's ability is to copy others' abilities. Sitting down next to her, the protagonist asks what she thinks she is talking about. However, Yang Xiaojin claims that he knows about this, as he copied her ability to handle weapons, and it was because of him that the bounty on Shu's head was raised. Deciding to change the subject once again, Shang Su suggests that they discuss all this after they get out of the fortress. Yang Xiaojin, slightly dejected, asks why Shang Su came back for her, but he denies that his goal was to save her at all. Having accepted this answer, the girl promises that she will not reveal the main character's secret to anyone. Yang Xiaojin says that superhumans appear everywhere, but none of them are able to cross their threshold. For example, she recalls the demon spiritualist Li Shentan, who is definitely not as strong as he could be. Yang Xiaojin, identifying himself as a member of the rebel group, says that they call this period the Dawn of the Gods, because they sincerely believe in the emergence of extremely powerful superhumans. Reflecting on the protagonist's skills, the girl suggests that he is their hope. She closes her eyes as Shang Su hands her a small piece of food. While accepting food from the protagonist, she jokes that it all feels like a candlelit dinner. Quickly throwing food into his mouth, Yang Xiaojin says that it should be good for Xu Xianchu that the protagonist sent him to the 178th fortress. According to her, everyone in the consortium says that the edge of the fortress is the place where powerful beasts and swarms of insects gather. But the 178th and 169th fortresses block the way not only to animals, but also to people who constantly want to invade the country. Hearing this, Xiangsu guesses that it is about the test subjects they just met. However, young Xiaojin explains that they are talking about people like themselves, and the very fact that even after the disaster, wars between people did not stop is paradoxical. The protagonist's former teacher was the original commander of the 178th unit, as well as the de facto manager of this fortress. He suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago, but the inhabitants of his fortress waited for his return. And when he did, the fortress's affairs began to improve. Listening to all this, the main character understands that his task of saving the inhabitants of the fortress is still not completed. He asks young Xiaojin if she has a resident ID for this fortress, and she says she has never had one. She is genuinely surprised that there were many people on the streets, but the subjects chose her as their victim. Shang-Su then suggests that it is because she is not a resident of the fortress, and this theory intrigues her. On the way to save young Xiaojin, the protagonist saw how the test subjects injected some drugs into ordinary people, infecting them. The girl naturally assumes that if the monsters inject the drug into all the inhabitants of the fortress, there will be more than 100,000 of them. But the protagonist explains that they are selective in this regard, and young Xiaojin asks what their criteria for selection are then. To do this, they need to understand where the test subjects came from, and the girl says that according to information from the source of flame, the laboratory on Mount Jing was theirs even before the disaster. All that is known is that they conducted experiments on people with cancer because they believed that their days were numbered. Silence slowly falls between the boys, and they both sit next to the candle for a while without saying anything. Finally, young Xiaojin asks if it's time for them to move on. To begin with, Sang-Soo suggests treating the girl's wound, and then figure out where they should go. However, she takes the medicine from the protagonist's hands and says that she can handle this task herself. She pulls down her sleeve a little, revealing a large, deep wound on her shoulder, and begins to treat the damage. Looking at the wound, she says that she heard about the protagonist's black medicine, but didn't know it worked. Out of the corner of his eye, young Xiaojin notices that Shang-Su is also injured after fighting the monsters. He lowers his shirt, saying that he has already gotten used to such injuries. However, young Xiaojin offers his help to heal the wound. She begins to treat his wounds and cuts with black medicine, asking him to tell her if it becomes too painful. But Shang-Su, sitting with his back to her, says that the pain does not bother him. The two begin to discuss a plan to escape from the fortress, and the protagonist suggests waiting until it starts to get light, because then the subjects will hide. Yang Xiaojin supports the protagonist's thoughts that the monsters will hide during the day. The girl, however, admits that she is not sure that those closest to her would risk their lives to save her. She hands the jar to the protagonist, saying that she doesn't need to say it out loud. But Shang-Su insists that she finish her speech. After hesitating a bit, the girl thanks the main character, and he immediately receives 10 gratitude coins. But after this, the heroes realize that the test subjects will most likely hide in the sewers from sunlight. At that very moment, the body of one of the monsters falls next to them. Shang-Su rushes towards Yang Xiaojin extremely quickly and grabs her to carry the injured man on his back. The girl herself, however, is very embarrassed by this, but does not decide to resist. The protagonist summons his shadow to fight in order to buy himself and Yang Xiaojin time to escape from an imminent threat. However, suddenly the girl takes the main character on her back and says that she will carry him, since he is much more seriously injured. With the protagonist's body on his back, Yang Xiaojin begins to move quite briskly through the sewers. Several test subjects fall towards them at once, ending up in the sewer from the surface. Quickly materializing a sword in his hand, Shang-Su deftly cuts each of the monsters into different pieces. However, the monsters pursue the heroes, moving along the walls and ceiling of the sewers. Shang-Su and Yang Xiaojin try to escape their pursuers, and the monsters literally jump on them from the ceiling. The main character manages to stop them with a swing of his sword, cutting through the bodies of the enemies. Sang-Soo suggests to the girl that she let him go, but she says that she will definitely get him out of here. At this time, Boss Lu himself walks through the sewers, happy that he was able to hide here from the test subjects. Suddenly, he and his bodyguard hear a strange approaching sound. Yang Xiaojin runs straight towards them, carrying Shang-Su on her back. They stop and look at each other with distrust because of such an absurd meeting. Boss Lu suddenly notices the protagonist's shadow and assumes that it is Xu Xianchu, who also happened to be here. The protagonist continues to run away, telling Boss Lu to also get out of here quickly. Indeed, the plump man is compared to Yang Xiaojin and accuses the protagonist of the fact that their meetings always end badly. Since Boss Lu is very familiar with the sewers, he shows the duo the way out. At this time, Boss Lu's soldiers open fire on the test subjects, who continue to pursue. Their bullets hit enemies directly in the head, and some projectiles pass through Xiangsu's shadow. Boss Lu still assumes that Xu Xianchu is somewhere in the fortress since he summoned his shadow here. Finally, they run up to one of the hatches leading to the surface, and Boss Lu commands them to move up. The allies manage to get to the surface, and the protagonist helps Lu get out of the hatch. Finally, dawn comes, and the three of them find themselves in relative safety. Boss Lu admits that he never expected to meet Shushanshu like this and thanks the Shadow for saving him. At this moment, several test subjects emerge from the hatch and climb to the surface. This comes as an extremely unpleasant surprise to the main character's entire company, and they begin to run away from the threat. Yang Xiaojin quickly reaches into one of his pouches, hoping to pull out some item. She gets her hands on several grenades at once, which she throws at the enemies, hoping to stop them at least for a while. A large explosion appears behind her, which literally envelops the bodies of her pursuers. The main character is surprised that the girl had bombs, but she rightly notes that there were exactly 3 of them. Boss Lu says that there are still too many test subjects, and they can't all be destroyed with explosives. At this point, military personnel and several armored vehicles are added to everything that is happening. They rush past the heroes to end the lives of the test subjects outside the sewers. The technology forms a semicircle around people, protecting them from possible dangers. Suddenly, Ching Jen himself emerges from one of the cars and commands the soldiers to open fire. They follow the order and begin to shoot all enemies with heavy machine guns. These shots are enough to pierce the bodies of the subjects with their heavy bullets. A real massacre begins between people and monsters, in which all forces are drawn in. Ching Jen is contacted over the radio, informed that the test subjects are retreating and asked if he should pursue the enemy. Thinking it over, the man comes to the conclusion that it will be difficult for them to conduct a positional fight, and if the battle moves to the streets, they will find themselves at a disadvantage. Over the radio, he commands his troops not to pursue the enemy, saying that it is now the Li Consortium's problem. Walking closer to Ching Jen, Boss Lu says that the enemies have finally left them alone. The plump man says Li's consortium has made significant progress in nanotechnology. But Ching Jen says the Qing Consortium has no place to use such technology, because they themselves have not made any progress in this area. Boss Lu, however, offers to sell the technology to other parties, such as the Yang Consortium, who need it. At this time, Ching Jen approaches the protagonist and says that he is indebted to him for saving Boss Lu. However, the plump man says that Xiangsu had nothing to do with it, and that he was saved by Xu Xianchu, still believing that he was the one who replaced the protagonist's shadow. Ching Jen asks where the fugitive Shu is now, but both the protagonist and Boss Lu say that he has escaped. The man in white then tells his protege that they no longer need Xu Xianchu, and the Qing Consortium is no longer interested in him. He asks Yang Xiaojin why the rebels chose him, and she says it's because of the nuclear testing base he built. However, according to him, even the Presidium of the Consortium did not know about this base, and therefore he certainly does not deserve to die. Yang Xiaojin says that people should not try to master a power that is beyond their nature. However, Ching Jen continues to press his point, saying that they could effectively obtain energy using such technologies. Finally, both come to the conclusion that they will not be able to convince each other, and today, they are comrades in arms in the face of the enemy. Xiangsu asks Boss Lu about nanotechnology at this point, and he says that it has become more accessible today. While proposing to disperse, Ching Jen also says that Yang Xiaojin can take the hard drive since he no longer needs it. She asks about the reasons for such an act, and asks whether they managed to catch the test subjects or obtain the results of the study. The man says that each of the monsters had a large number of cancer cells. However, these cells were cells that had reached their own equilibrium. All the cancer cells in the subjects were neatly arranged and even looked like normal human cells. Ching Jen openly speaks of his suspicions that this is an attempt by the Origin of Flame to find a path to immortality. This intrigues Xiangsu, but everyone around him understands that for now this is just speculation. Part of the speculation is that when the test subjects infected the civilian population, they chose those who already had cancer cells. Ching Jen suggests that they disperse, since he is still officially under house arrest, and the protagonist asks him if he is worried about the remaining test subjects. Turning back to the car, the man says he never took them more seriously than a children's horror story. Xiangsu approaches Yang Xiaojin and asks about her future plans, and she says that she will return to the 88th fortress. The protagonist assumes that this fortress is far away from them, but in fact it is only 2 fortresses away from here. Yang Xiaojin explains that it used to be number 101, but the latest consortium decided to rename the facility. Xiangsu asks what the point of this was and whether such an act is superstitious. Ignoring the protagonist's question, the girl asks about his immediate plans. Stretching upward a little, he says that he will first find Liu Yuan and the others, and then go north with them. At this time, Xu Shenchu is in the desert area, wary of the bandits he was warned about. He summons a black shadow behind him to protect himself from attacks if necessary. Turning back, he pacifies the shadow with his gaze and notices that it has developed. Sitting in the car, Ching Jen reflects on how humanity as a species is once again under threat from an inhuman race. The appearance of the experimental subjects seems to tell people that they must rethink this world. Boss Lu asks if they can return to the fortress without resistance, since the consortium intends to get rid of unnecessary people. However, Ching Jen says not to call him a useless person in the eyes of the Ching consortium. In any case, this is their home, and they have nowhere else to return to except their consortium. Ching Jen tells his brother that he will stay with him, and that Jen was reckless in leaving Boss Lu in the territory of another consortium. Boss Lu, however, did not do anything without reason, and he managed to get his hands on the research. The plump man asks his brother why he gave Yang Xiaojin the research they managed to obtain. Then Ching Jen says that now the two consortiums will quarrel among themselves for ownership of the research, and they themselves will simply relax. The man, who doesn't like fighting, says he thought it was the perfect solution. But Boss Lu rightly points out that his brother was always involved in fighting and killing, and was considered the best at it. At this time, Xiangsu, who is walking through the forest, asks Yang Xiaojin, who is accompanying him, whether they really managed to find the Qing nuclear testing base. She admits that she only lied to Ching Jen, and says that several scientists who had contact with his people had disappeared, and it was easy to suspect him. However, the protagonist asks why Jen would do this behind the Qing consortium's back, and Yang Xiaojin explains that he is basically doing this for self-defense. The girl says that it would be better to tell the public the version that it was Xu Xianchu who saved them, and admits that she lied about the beacon on his body. Xiangsu asks if Lu Yuan is one of the rebels, since he saw Yang Xiaojin covering for him. She says that the man from the Yang consortium, who was also always involved in developing nanotechnology, believed that it was the future. When asked by the protagonist what the relationship is between the Yang consortium and the rebels, Yang Xiaojin says it is complicated. Now the rebels and the consortium have no common beliefs, they have begun to diverge. But the rebels were created by the consortium's first Superman, Yang. The main character wanted to say something, but the girl discovers a stone with a small mark on her path. She immediately rushed towards the object, leaving Xiangsu behind her. With deft movements of her hands, the girl took out something that looked like a small tube. Quickly spreading her hands to the side, she divided the tube into several parts. Holding one of the parts up, Yang Xiaojin fires it, creating audible and visual signals. Almost immediately after this, an armored vehicle appears very close. The vehicle stops right in front of Xiangsu and Yang Xiaojin, a few meters away from them. Luo Xinyu leans out of the window, tearfully rejoicing that Yang Xiaojin is alive and well. The fortress manager sitting next to her says that it is time to return, and that the mission has failed. Yang Xiaojin says that Ching Jen deliberately tried to drive a wedge between the Li and Yang consortiums, but there is already a lot of conflict between them. Luo Xinyu asks who saved her partner, and she replies that Xu Xianchu and Xiangsu teamed up for that purpose. The blue-haired girl asks the protagonist if he will go with them to the 66th fortress, but he refuses the offer. Then Yang Xiaojin asks the protagonist to come to this fortress when he finds Liu Yuan and the others. Nodding, Xiangsu agrees to this, watching the girls to the car. Finally, the transport makes a small circle, and the three of them head to the 88th fortress. Suddenly, Xiangsu notices the first snow beginning to fall and rightly says that it has come too early this year. At this time, the demon summoner orders his puppets to find the protagonist's team. Obeying the order of their leader, the creatures without will and character leave the meeting place. Together, they move in a large group through the forest, which is covered with snow. At this moment, Liu Yuan stretches his hand forward slightly, catching the snowflakes with his palm. Wang Fugi appears behind him, happily saying that he found something useful. He shows the boy a deck of cards, calling them a pack of bombs, thinking that they have the same properties as Xiangsu's cards. Liu Yuan tells Wang Fugi this directly, and the man replies that he will then save them for the protagonist. An angry Cheng Wudi approaches them, thinking that they are about to play cards right now. Suddenly, the guys notice a conflict on the side between a woman and a man who is trying to take her scarf away. Cheng Wudi quickly summons his staff and hits the man so hard that he flies into the air. The grateful woman comes closer to the young man and sincerely thanks him, increasing his self-esteem. Suddenly, she tells Chen Wudi that it was probably fate that brought them together. At this moment, Lu Wen notices his older brother and happily waves his hand at him. The protagonist sits closer to the fire, and the boy asks him if he managed to save Yang Xiaojin. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a woman and a child approaching, and the older woman demands that Xiangsu share his food with them. The main character turns away from people, and the woman begins to accuse him of inhumanity and cruelty. The child, seeing the tiara on Chen Wudi's head, points at it and says that he wants it for himself. Liu Yin says that the boy can't just take other people's things, and he starts to act up. An elderly woman stands up for the boy, accusing Chen Wudi of not being able to accommodate the child. Shang-Su tells those who came to leave in a commanding tone while he still has patience with them. In response, the woman angrily says that she is a member of the Li Consortium, and the protagonist will not get away with such an act. But Shang-Su looks at her angrily, loudly telling her to leave here already. Upset by the whole situation, Chung Wudi asks Shang-Su why such people even exist in the world. In response, Shang-Su only says that not every person has kindness and love in their hearts. With a determined look, Liu Yuan turns to his elder brother, asking him where they are going next. The protagonist replies that they have to go to the 88th Fortress, where he has an acquaintance. The younger brother asks how they can get there, since they probably can't ride their bikes to their destination. Then Shang-Su says that they will probably have to steal someone else's car along the way. Suddenly, a long howl is heard throughout the forest, and one of the men points somewhere towards the slope. People turn around and see a whole pack of wolves standing on the slope looking at them. Shang-Su, looking at this, assumes that the wolves are still chasing him and tries to figure out their purpose. Turning to his younger brother, he gives him and the others the task of moving along with the running people. They don't need to move too fast, because their main task now is simply to keep up with the crowd. However, Shang-Su does not distance himself from his friends, but on the contrary, goes with them. He says he just lost his bike, that's why he's doing this. Suddenly, several men stop the school children on bicycles and order them to hand over their vehicles. Chung Wudi intervenes very abruptly, grabbing his staff and jumping up into the air. With all his might, the young man strikes the bandits on the head with his weapon, disabling them. Approaching two school children, he narcissistically promises them that if anyone bothers them, he will deal with them all. However, when the students thank him, Chung Wudi asks them to thank Shang-Su for everything. As Chung Wudi gets back on his bike, he asks the protagonist why people try to hurt themselves when they want to achieve something. In response, Shang-Su replies that all this happens because of the vile nature of humans. Continuing on their way, the guys still discuss how rotten people are in every sense. The protagonist says that if Chung Wudi continues to think about small things, he will get tired very quickly. Then the young man replies that he will devote much more time to global problems. The protagonist asks Chen Wudi to stop because he understands that the wolves are no longer chasing them. Otherwise, they would not have managed to get so far. The group of school children on bicycles, which Liu Yuan joined, continues on their way. Something catches the boy's attention, and the source of the noise on the rock turns out to be another wolf. Both Shang-Su and Liu Yuan agree that these wolves are acting very strangely. The younger brother says that when the wolf leader looks at him from afar, the boy can feel his gaze on himself. A little later, the group sets up camp, and the protagonist asks his younger brother and Chen Wudi to stand guard while he scouts the forest. Enthusiastically, the duo accepts Shang-Su's order, and Chung Wudi even salutes him. The protagonist passes by several people who give him strange looks. A man approaches a woman named Fan Yujing and says that he is a fan of hers and really wanted to go to the music festival. With a smile, the girl says that she is sincerely glad that the man managed to survive after everything that happened. Shang-Su goes further into the forest and sees a group of wolves. However, he notices that they keep their distance from people. The protagonist tries to understand whether these wolves really think that all the people in front of them are prey. In front of him, the young man sees a huge wolf with blue fur and glowing eyes, holding a rabbit in its mouth. Suddenly, the animal throws its prey to the ground, as if offering it to the protagonist. The wolf nods to the young man several times, as if confirming his actions. After this, the creature turns around and begins to walk away, leaving the protagonist alone. Shang-Su is extremely reluctant to think that wolves can be so friendly as to share their prey. After some time, the main character returns to the human camp and carries a rabbit on his shoulder. Liu Yuan asks his elder brother if he caught the prey himself, and he admits that the wolves gave the food to him, and their leader bears no ill will towards them. The boy finds it hard to believe such words, but his older brother convinces him that they have nothing to fear. However, Shang-Su knows that he needs to be on guard, as many of the people around them are starving. As you know, a hungry person is capable of all the meanness in this world. Liu Yuan confidently offers to show them an example of the consequences that could await them for even thinking about attacking Shang-Su's group. After some thought, the protagonist agrees, saying that as soon as chaos begins, they will have to resort to murder. The teacher slowly approaches Shang-Su and hesitantly asks him for the weapon he doesn't use. This request really surprises the young man, because he did not expect such behavior from a woman at all. She says she worries that hungry refugees might attack her students, who have some food supplies. With a sad but determined face, she says that she has to protect her students. Showing the woman a gun, Shang-Su asks if she knows how to use it, and the teacher admits that she doesn't know how. Then the main character suggests giving the weapon to one of the students, but the woman is against teaching them cruelty. At this moment, several men began to approach Shang-Su from the side. The protagonist tells Chen Wudi to protect everyone who is gathered around him. The men ask indignantly how Shang-Su had the nerve to eat food in front of everyone and not share. and the young man notices that the men are armed. One of the men screams that there is just a child standing in front of them, and there is no point in talking to him. After this, the man tries to stab Shang-Su with a knife, but the protagonist easily stops the man's hand, surprising him. With a sharp movement of his hand, the young man breaks his opponent's limb, bending it to the side, throwing the man onto the cold ground. Shang-Su defiantly asks who will be next. Then the hungry refugees decide to attack the students, saying that they are defenseless. As soon as the enemies started approaching, the teacher pointed a gun at them and ordered them not to come closer. Next to her appears Chung Wudi, who materializes his staff. A fight begins between the hungry people and Shang-Su's allies. In a panic, the teacher opens fire on the men walking towards her, hitting one of them several times in the chest. There is obvious fear and doubt on her face, but she still continues to protect her students. Shang-Su regretfully notes that in this world, even a good person like his teacher is forced to shoot to kill. Xiao Yu comes up to the woman, who is shaking with tension, from behind, hugging her and telling her that everything is fine. Lowering the gun and starting to cry, she says that she will go to hell for this. Suddenly, strange, unknown red veins begin to appear on her body. They turn into flower petals, which the wind begins to scatter everywhere. At that moment, a man armed with a stick rushes towards the woman from the side. However, a whole flock of petals envelops the person's hands and weapons, preventing him from striking. It is at this moment that the protagonist realizes that a new Superman has appeared before his eyes. The students around her notice this too, watching the woman's actions and reactions with admiration. Wang Fugi looks at his gun with a little disbelief, bending his hand. However, Shang-Su says that becoming a superhuman does not involve killing with a gun. With a smile, the protagonist supports the man, saying that even if he does not become a Superman, he still remains a very good person. In the wild, only the strongest can obtain the resources to survive effectively. It doesn't occur to the people around Shang-Su's group that if they unite, it won't be difficult for them to catch a goat, a pheasant, or a duck. They don't think at all about the fact that many things need to be obtained by their own efforts. With a sad sound, Chung Wudi suddenly sighs not far from the protagonist, attracting his attention. The young man explains that for a moment it seemed to him that their rivals wanted to swallow him up like a black shadow. Suddenly, the protagonist receives a task from the palace to stabilize Chung Wudi's condition. He sits down next to him, putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, and says that everyone faces an ugly reality, but one must look for a ray of happiness in this dark kingdom. If Chung Wudi feels that he is being consumed by darkness, it may mean that he himself is light. The young man's condition improves, and the protagonist receives 1 strength point as a reward from the palace. But this doesn't suit Shang-Su a little, because he was expecting to get several skill copy scrolls. However, the protagonist gives a piece of meat to Chen Wudi, and tells him to have lunch and then rest, because the guy has a hard day ahead. The next morning, the team begins to slowly pack their things. A light fog settles over the area, slightly limiting visibility. One of the men suddenly announces that people from the Lee Consortium are coming to them. A man in armor comes to the refugees and asks where they came from. The man responds that they are all former residents of the 109th Fortress. A member of the consortium states that they have no intention of protecting the refugees, and that they are only responsible for transporting the people back to the fortress and killing the invaders. One of the men worries that they have nowhere to return to, and the soldier reassures him by talking about the possibility of being drafted into the army or going to work in a factory. A little later, the military talks among themselves, discussing a plan to deliver the residents back to the 109th Fortress. Shang-Su wonders if the military draft will affect them too, and his younger brother asks him what they should do. The protagonist admits that they can't change anything now, so they will have to return to the fortress and then find a way to leave. Shang-Su turns to the teacher, saying that it is her turn to protect the girls because they will be taken separately from the men. Preparations for transportation are underway, and people are communicating with each other. The teacher helps Sister Xiao Yu and others get into the vehicle. After everyone has loaded into the vehicles, the soldiers begin their journey to the fortress. According to Wang Fugui, who interviewed the military, Lee's consortium has declared a military alert, and it looks like there will be a war. Hearing this phrase, the protagonist thinks about whether the consortium has enough strength to wage this war using nanorobots. After some time, the cars drive up to the gates leading to the fortress. One of the soldiers admits that they would not like to call everyone into the army, but it is simply an order from above, and they can't do anything about it. However, ordinary people admit that some have illnesses that prevent them from serving in the army, while others do not know how to sew clothes. Without speaking in a rude voice and with understanding, the soldier says that everyone will be able to get involved in the work. At this moment, Wang Fugi approaches the soldier and offers him a deal to protect 20 people from the army. He tries to prove that ordinary school students can't do anything, although they are a continuation of the human race. However, the military man firmly says that the girls can be released, but certainly not the boys. Then Wang Fugui hugs the protagonist a little, saying that he is actually his uncle and that he cannot join the army. But the soldier says with a smile that he will be able to free only the girls for a bribe. But all the boys will have to go into the army. When the time comes, they will all be able to gather together and escape from the fortress. The soldier introduces himself as Li Qingjung, greeting all new recruits into the army ranks. He states that all new recruits will have to report to the military registration and enlistment office for a medical examination, and perhaps some will return to the fortress. This confuses the protagonist, because he does not understand what kind of medical examination can determine whether they will return to the fortress or not. The recruits continue to discuss everything that is happening in the army. Li Qingjung approached the newcomers and said that he would now take everyone for a medical examination. Suddenly, one of the men happily says that he will be able to enter the fortress. Hearing such news, Xiangsu suggests that it may be related to Li's nano-robot technology. The protagonist enters a large tent, where he notices several doctors and a man sitting in a chair. Having seen what is happening, the young man admits that this device looks very interesting. The doctor, having examined the man, says that his synchronization is equal to 81%, and reports that he is passing. Xiangsu asks what the synchronization is responsible for, and Li Qingjung, who is standing nearby, says that if it is high, the protagonist will end up in the barrier detachment. A seated man asks if he can enter the fortress, and the doctor asks his name. With a clear smirk on his face, the man reveals that his name is Lin Qi. The doctor, however, indifferently writes down his name and calls the next one. The main character sits down on a chair and feels as if some threads are trying to connect with his brain. However, he feels them break off as soon as they manage to touch the palace. With surprise, one of the scientists monitoring the monitors says that the synchronization is 0, which always seemed impossible. Approaching the main character, the man writes down data, indicating that the main character's neural connections are completely disrupted. With a smile, Xiangsu suggests that the doctor examine him again, assuming that the device was simply faulty. However, the man refuses, asking not to waste the military registration and enlistment office's resources, and calls the next one. However, Xiangsu continues to push his line, trying to get himself tested again. Chen Wudi is examined next, and then the device shows nothing at all, causing the doctors to think that the device is broken. Turning to his partner, the man suggests sending the device to the fortress for examination, assuming that the nanorobot is faulty. Chen Wudi turns out to have a synchronization level of 1%, which again surprises the set of scientists. Looking over all the new recruits who had a low synchronization level, Li Qingjung announced that they would now be his subordinates. Xiangsu tries to hand over a wad of money to his new boss, asking him to take care of him. Smiling, counting the money, the officer says that now they will be brothers towards each other. The protagonist notices that all the army's actions are too hasty, because they were not even given military uniforms. When asked what the new recruits will do on duty, the soldier replies that they will have to protect the workers from surprise attacks. However, Li Qingjung says that they should not be afraid, because he knows many types of fighting and self-defense. Since Xiangsu gave him a wad of money, the officer approaches him and says that he will take care of the protagonist. After this, the soldier approaches the transport and orders the recruits to board it. Suddenly, several crumpled sheets of paper fall at the protagonist's feet. Xiangsu bends down to them to quickly pick up the items and open them. Opening the paper, Xiangsu reads a message from his younger brother that they have settled in the trading town and are doing well. A short time passes, and the guys are riding in the back of a vehicle, exchanging glances at each other. Xiangsu realizes that they will have to wait to find out what is going on before they can leave with Liu Yuan and the others. The size of the nanorobots is only 4 nanometers, and the total number of nanorobots in the test tube is incalculable. If only one goes bad, it won't affect the test results. But if the whole tube goes bad, it will be a problem. The woman, thinking about this, goes to the front desk and asks to see Mr. Li, who tells her that he is very busy. Then the woman says that they had an accident, and then her interlocutor asks to leave contact information. The man behind the counter reports that today, due to an operator error, nanorobots in many fortresses were destroyed, which surprises the scientist. Holding out the test tube, the woman says that there was no operational error when their nanorobots were damaged, and this is very suspicious. Taking the item, the interlocutor replies that she will definitely submit an application for expedited consideration. At this moment, Xu Xianchu continues to move towards his target, riding on his shadow. He is met by the 3rd Brigade of the 178th Fortress, aiming their weapons and asking where he is coming from. With a smile, Xu Xianchu asks if he was able to get close to this fortress. The man takes out a piece of paper, calling it a letter of recommendation from Zhang Jinglin. They ask him if he is a Superman, then where did he get his 2 abilities from? Taking the letter, one of the soldiers confirms that this letter was indeed written by Zhang, and even the code word in it is the same. Lowering their weapons, the soldiers warmly greet Shu Xianshu, kindly telling him to follow them. Turning to the man, one of the soldiers asks if all the fortresses he visited have been destroyed. Shu Xianshu heard this and said that it was definitely not him who did it. Continuing to drive the car, Xiangsu guesses that they are probably already 10 kilometers from the fortress. The car's lights pick out a building surrounded by a fence. Seeing that there is no one, the protagonist understands why Li Qingzheng said that this outpost belongs entirely to them. The officer reports that 5 people will take turns on duty at the observation post every day. Xiangsu understands that they will act as cannon fodder, since there are not enough weapons for all of them. The protagonist asks what they should do after reporting back from spying on the enemy, and the man is confused by the question. Li Qingzheng tells everyone not to worry because Li's consortium's personal army will take care of any problems that may arise. Tensed, Xiangsu asks what they will do if the consortium start a war. The officer answers the protagonist that real wars will not happen in their century, and he has never seen them. Xiangsu agrees that war seems very far away to him, but the Li consortium is already preparing for it. Li Qingzheng asks not to worry about the risk of war and offers to take everyone to the mountain to show them where they will be working. From the top of the hill, they will have a better view of the Li consortium's oil refinery, and their post is just beyond it. If the recruits see anything unusual, they will have to contact the fortress via satellite phone and report everything. Turning towards the protagonist, Li Qingzheng calls it an easy job. Unexpectedly, Xiangsu asks the officer if he knows the location of the 88th fortress, but he says that he doesn't know about it. Then the protagonist realizes that he definitely should have asked Yang Xiaojin about this at the moment of their last meeting. Seeing the thoughtfulness on the young man's face, the officer approaches him and says that he understands his desire to leave here. However, even if he manages to return to the trading city, he will not be able to take all the people away, because the barracks there are destroyed, and there are too many people. The officer then offers Xiangsu to stay here, and promises to later transfer the protagonist to the city so that he can be with his family and friends. After thanking the captain, the young man asks him why he decided to become a soldier. He admits that if he had money, he clearly would not have joined the armed forces. However, Li Qingzheng agrees that sending students to the army was a cruel decision. As the night deepens, a blue wolf appears on one of the mountain slopes, howling loudly. The creature's gaze is directed downwards, straight at a group of people far away from it. This unpleasantly surprised Li Qingzhen, who had never even thought that there were wolves on the mountain. Turning to the recruits, he gives the order to retreat to return to the post. The blue-furred wolf begins to approach, carrying the killed prey in its teeth. The massive animal moves closer and closer to the main character. Just like last time, the blue wolf places the killed prey on the ground, turns around and walks away. Li Qingzheng looks at the animal's carcass with great surprise, not believing his eyes. He didn't expect at all that when he came to the mountain, even the wolves would give him food, and this increased his self-esteem. The officer turns out to be such a boastful person that he now asks to be called the Wolf King. The people accept the gift from the wolves and set up a fire, and Li Qingzheng says that when he first got this position, he felt uncomfortable. He openly says that they are in the middle of nowhere, so they will probably just have to be cannon fodder. However, now the man has learned to live a simpler life, and even knows how to enjoy moments like this. He speaks with envy about hearing stories about important people in the fortress who eat meat every day. Suddenly, while the people are having dinner, they notice an armored vehicle approaching them. The fact that someone would come to the wilderness at such a time greatly surprises Li Qingzhen. The vehicle stops and several men get out, looking very stern and serious. Upon seeing them, the officer salutes, welcoming the colonel to his post, and asks to inspect their work. With a smile, the colonel says that he visited dozens of posts, but they were all just miserable, and he likes the current state of affairs with the guys. However, Xiangsu remains on guard, not understanding why there is a need to conduct an inspection in the middle of the night. Having prepared 2 chairs for the guests, the assembled guests invite them to sit down and join them. Suddenly, the colonel turns to Li Qingzhen in a commanding tone, asking if he allowed the man to sit down. With obvious fear, the officer rises from the ground, apologizing for his behavior. The colonel and his companion cut the meat with their blade and begin to eat dinner. Cheng Wudi even calls them demons. But Xiangsu asks the young man not to rush to such conclusions. After the meal, the colonel orders that the post be closely monitored and threatens that if there are any problems, he will shoot them. Getting into the car, the duo drives away, leaving the new garrison in complete confusion. One of the students asks how he could just let them go. But Li Qingzheng says that he is powerless against such people. With obvious despondency, he tells the boys to put out the fire and go to bed, calling human life in this world worse than the life of the Li consortium dogs. After this, the officer orders that the piece of lamb that the colonel spat into be cut out, and that the remaining meat be eaten tomorrow. With a smile, Xiangsu asks the man to go to bed, saying that they will clean everything up. Turning to Chen Wudi, the protagonist asks him to take care of everyone, saying that he is leaving. At this moment, the colonel's armored vehicle continues its journey along the crooked road. Both men discuss what happened, clearly mocking the helpless soldiers. This time, the man with gray hair returns to receive the second stage of synchronization, at which time more nanorobots can be introduced into his body. They discuss rumors that there is a child of the Li Consortium in the 107th Fortress, who has already passed the second stage. Suddenly, Xiangsu falls directly onto the moving car, as if jumping from the sky. In a panic, both people sitting in the car realize that they have just been attacked by a superhuman. In sync, the duo instantly jump out of the vehicle, covering their faces with their hands. They slide a little into the distance and turn around, noticing Xiangsu with their eyes. The colonel understands that the only ones who could attack them could be the people from the outpost, and he did not even imagine that there was a Superman among them. With a smile, the man says that Xiangsu will be the first superhuman to encounter nanorobots. A fight suddenly begins between them, in which the main character delivers a swift blow to the opponent's body. The young man's hand quickly rises to the man's neck, squeezing it until it makes a characteristic crunching sound. The colonel falls to the ground motionless, and his panicked partner tries to run away. But Xiangsu, with a smile on his face, quickly catches up with his opponent, swinging his arm to strike him. The protagonist's fist lands squarely on the fugitive's back, almost twisting him into an unnatural position. The man's back cracks loudly and he falls helplessly onto the cold, dark ground. Xiangsu admits to himself that he never even thought that they would fall before he did. With a sly smile, the protagonist takes off his colonel's uniform, believing that it will definitely come in handy in the future. Knowing that there is a lake on the mountainside, Xiangsu grabs both bodies to destroy the evidence behind him. After some time, he approaches the slope and simply throws the bodies down, getting rid of the traces of the crime. Both bodies sink to the bottom of the reservoir without any movement, and something begins to surround their bodies. A multitude of white clots approach the main character, and he assumes that they are nanorobots. Suddenly, the typewriter, which had been resting inside the palace all this time, comes into action. The paper that slowly emerges from the device contains commands to reboot the program and restore factory settings. Having felt this message inside himself, the protagonist tries to understand whether this means that he will now be able to control nanorobots. Now he is not surprised by the fact that his enemies were weak, because it turns out that there were very few nanorobots. A small metal glove forms on the protagonist's hand, which he calls a defense system. With a smirk, he raises the device up as if celebrating his victory. The young man remembers laughing at Boss Lu's words about nanorobots, but now begins to understand their power. Knowing that someone will surely investigate the missing persons case, Xiangsu hopes that the investigators will also have nanorobots. All of a sudden, one of the wolves appears on the rocky terrain. The main character is surprised by the coincidence that he again encountered the wolf leader. Waving his hand up and down, the young man invites the animal to talk for a bit. For some time, both the wolf and the main character were silent, looking into each other's eyes and not moving. Xiangsu offers to give something to the wolf in exchange for some carcasses that the animal gave him. After several attempts to talk to the wolf, the main character hands him a jar of black medicine, which intrigues the animal. The creature grabs the object and begins to run away from the young man, leaving him alone. After some time, Xiangsu finally returns to the outpost to the guys. He slowly lies down on his bed, putting his hands behind his head and intending to rest. The next day, the soldiers and Ching Jen discover a large number of animal corpses right at the entrance. Seeing this, the man seriously thinks that he has become a real wolf king, and the main character looks at him with a disapproving look. Saying that his life has become happier than in the trading city, the officer orders that part of the food be taken to the kitchen, and part of the food be distributed to his companions in the city. Looking down, the protagonist wonders how his younger brother, Liu Yuan, is doing now. As Li Qingzheng leaves the outpost, he sees a lone military truck approaching. The vehicle stopped and the officer ran up to it to talk to the driver. Smiling, Li Qingzheng asks what brings the man here. He tensely asks the officer whether any of the guards had been there recently. The officer admits that two very young men came for 10 minutes the other day, and Xiangsu is surprised that they will send someone to investigate what happened so soon. Several people quickly jump out of the truck, grab their weapons, and go looking for the missing people. Seeing the combat group, the main character assumes that they also have nanorobots in their bodies. After some time, one of the soldiers reports to the driver that something unusual is missing, and he orders them to go to the next post. The truck jerks into motion, and Li Qingzheng simply waves all the soldiers on their way. Suddenly, a blue-furred wolf runs past him, seeming to rush after the truck. Xiangsu is unsure that the wolves are trying to kill this Li Consortium team. But the officer turns around, saying that this is no longer the recruits' business, and asks them not to worry about anything. Literally a minute later, the man locks himself in the building, realizing that there are too many wolves, and if they want, they can easily destroy people. A little later, the main character returns to the building along with Chung Woody. The young man places his hand on Chung Woody's shoulder, telling him to look after this house until the protagonist returns. Immediately after this, Xiangsu literally flies out of the window, leaving the room and heading out on his way. For his own safety, the protagonist wants to figure out what the wolves are really up to, and at the same time get some new nanorobots. Meanwhile, the truck continues to move along a certain gorge. The soldiers sitting in the back of the vehicle discuss their plans and personal matters. One of the soldiers laughs and smiles, not even noticing that blood has suddenly started flowing from his partner's body. In fear, he turns around and sees a ferocious wolf biting its fangs into the body of its victim. Several wolves suddenly jump into the back of the truck, intending to surround and deal with the people. With no other choice, the soldiers open fire on the animals to defend themselves. The ferocious predators continue their attacks to get rid of the people in front of them. The main character watches the shots and shrill screams from the side, without interfering in what is happening. A short amount of time passes, and one of the wolves pulls a human body out of the transport. Having grabbed his prey more tightly, the wolf goes into the thicket of the forest, dragging the body in his mouth. However, the wolf's path is blocked by Xiangsu's shadow, forcing the creature to stop in place. It brakes sharply, raising its body as if preparing to attack. Suddenly, the main character himself appears behind the wolf and addresses the animal. He offers to exchange the animal, intending to give the medicine for the human body. The wolf turns his head towards the main character with distrust, as if condemning him. It takes a few seconds before the wolf agrees to make such an exchange. The wolf makes a sudden movement, rising sharply into the air in front of the protagonist. The creature turns and begins to run away, leaving Xiangsu alone with the man. With fear of death and anger, the still-belly soldier looks up at Xiangsu. The protagonist leans over a little and asks how they replenish energy for their nanorobots. However, the man lying in front of him closes his eyes, and Xiangsu assumes that he does not want to speak. With a smile, the protagonist tells the victim that his wounds are not fatal, and he can save the soldier's life if he cooperates. With disbelief, the soldier asks if the young man will really allow him to live and return back. Xiangsu suggests that the man should still tell everything he knows about nanorobots. The soldier tries to resist Xiangsu's offer, but Xiangsu tells him that he will simply bury him then. With a sharp movement of his palm, the young man finishes off the man lying in front of him, killing him. Having committed a quick murder, the protagonist extends his hand towards the corpse. He quickly begins to absorb the nanorobots that were contained in the body of the dead soldier. The palace reports that the absorption and rewriting of the nanorobots was successful. The protagonist admits that little has changed in his body, so he will have to accumulate more nanorobots. Having found a body of water, Xiangsu throws a human corpse into it, getting rid of more evidence. After moving away from the crime scene, the protagonist reflects on how the wolves are doing. Since they brought him food 2 days ago and captured the officer, he feels a desire to help the animals. In the depths of the forest, he suddenly hears a sound that attracts his attention. He goes to the place, after which a huge wolf jumps out right at the young man, stopping right in front of his body. Understandingly, the protagonist asks if he came to ask to cure another wolf. In response, the animal whines, confirming Xiangsu's assumptions and asking for help. Understanding the protagonist's intentions, the wolf turns around and starts walking towards his pack, and Xiangsu decides to follow him. A short time passes, and the sun rises higher over the local mountain. The wolf brings the main character, who immediately notices the other members of the pack. Xiangsu understands that the bullet was definitely not enough to kill the wolf, but the wound could still become infected and dangerous. First, he will need to remove the bullet from the injured animal's body, which can cause him a lot of pain. To the right of his body, Xiangsu summons a small shadow portal into which his hand is placed. After the main character began the operation, the wolf began to experience noticeable discomfort. Using a special tool that the young man got from the palace, he manages to extract the bullet from the wolf's body. After this, the young man treats the animal's wound with his black medicine. The wolf looks at Xiangsu with great gratitude after he helped him get some treatment. Time passes, and it quickly begins to get dark, and the sun sets behind the impressive mountains. At this point, the protagonist finishes treating the wolves' wounds, helping each of them. He is clearly tired of everything that has happened, and says out loud that the wounds will heal in a couple of days. Suddenly, the wolf next to the young man begins to howl loudly, raising its head up. The other wolves follow his example, starting to howl loudly in unison. With a smile, Xiangsu admits that he never thought that he would leave the wolves' den unharmed. He waves goodbye to the animals, saying it's time for him to return to his partners. Already at night, Xiangsu manages to return to the outpost where he was assigned. The protagonist enters the outpost territory and is greeted by a previously unknown voice. A man with gray hair on his face looks the main character over from head to toe. Shang-Su asks Chung Wudi who it is, and he replies that it is someone from the Li family who has come to investigate the disappearance of 2 officers. This confuses the main character, because he did not expect at all that some old man would be sent to investigate this case. As they both sit down by the fire, the man asks the boy to eat properly for his own good. With a small smirk on his face, Shang-Su asks the man if he has any leads on the missing 2 officers. The older man admits that he came here to investigate the missing person's case, but he clearly has no enthusiasm for doing so. Out of curiosity, Shang-Su asks his interlocutor how old he is. The man says he will be 73 years old next year and introduces himself as Hu Shuo. The protagonist thinks that this is a random surname, and he finds it strange that the man does not have the surname Li. The man stands up and thanks him for the meal, after which the young man asks how many posts he has visited today. However, the investigator admits with a smile that he only visited them today. This makes the protagonist nervous, and he reluctantly assumes that he has found some clues here. With his hands behind his back, the older man asks which room he can stay in. With a smile, Li Qingzheng said that he would clean the room for the person who visited them. As Shang-Su watches the man being escorted into the house, he wonders why he doesn't come back since he's already found evidence. Suddenly, the old man says that he would like to stay here for more than one night, which makes Shang-Su wary. The next morning, the protagonist and Chen Wudi discover a pile of dead chickens at the outpost. Hu Shuo approaches Shang-Su from behind, carefully examining the carcasses in front of him. Not trusting his eyes, he decides to come closer to see everything. But unexpectedly, he simply passes by and starts doing his own thing, surprising Shang-Su and Chung Wudi with his indifference. The protagonist directly asks why the man who visited them does not ask about the origin of the loot, and he admits that he does not care. The next morning, the sun rises higher and higher, and Hu Shuo stands at one of the outpost walls. He knocks on one of the windows, waking up the protagonist sleeping in the room. With his characteristic smile, Hu Shuo asks the young man to get up and start preparing breakfast. The main character is not at all happy that this investigator is going to stay here for a long time. Shang-Su overhears a conversation between Hu Shuo and his subordinates, who report an attack by wolves on a nearby outpost. However, the man says that there is no need to carry out an operation to exterminate them, because they do not concern his case. Li Qingzheng leans out of the window and says with a smile that the person who delivered the old man's things is a colonel. Shang-Su asks if this is true, and the officer confirms it again, saying that he has no reason to lie. The new year is approaching and the old man still remains at the outpost, although he shows no obvious signs of old age. With a smile, the protagonist asks if the man will go home, but he says that he is fine here. He used to have a daughter, but he decided to give her up to another family to be looked after, and he is left with only a small grandson who does not want to live with him. As a joke, Shang-Su invites the man to spend the spring festival here, and he takes this as a serious invitation and agrees to it. However, the old man offers to act as a teacher for the students who have gathered here. After a short period of time, they all gather inside the outpost, like in an auditorium. Shang-Su didn't expect that their guest lectures would be so good, much better than his previous teachers. All this time, Hu Shuo was very enthusiastically telling his students about one of the disciplines. After he finished the lesson, the man said that anyone can ask him about things they don't understand. He then offers all the students a snack after a hard day, making them happy and putting smiles on their faces. Shang-Su approaches Hu Shuo and tells him that he doesn't understand the topic at all, and the old man praises the protagonist for his pursuit of knowledge. When they sit down at the table, the teacher asks the young man to show where exactly he did not understand. However, the main character points to a huge number of places in the notebook, calling them incomprehensible. This momentarily irritates Hu Shuo, who asks what's wrong with the protagonist. Having calmed down, the man patiently says that the young man will have to study the mist material on his own. He angrily slaps the table and loudly says that he can't do it at all. Hu Shuo asks why the protagonist is so diligent, and he replies that he just wants to know the truth about this world. Modern people believe that knowledge is too utilitarian, and there are very few young people who are able to think like the main character. They continue talking for some time, discussing their studies. After their conversation, Li Qingzheng invites Shang-Su to go with him to the trading city for food, and he agrees. In the car, the young man thinks about meeting Liu Yuan and Wang Fugi, worrying about them. A military vehicle rushes through the city streets, stopping right next to the protagonist's younger brother. Shang-Su looks out the window and calls out to Liu Yuan, drawing his attention to himself. The younger brother quickly gets up from the ground, and the protagonist asks what he is doing here. At first, Liu Yuan is very happy about his older brother's return. The boy replies that a magpie appeared in the yard today, and he felt it as a sign that his brother would return. Shang-Su asks his younger brother where he and the others are staying. He reports that the guys managed to buy a house next to the fortress gates, and now everyone lives there. Wang Fugi opened his shop, and according to the merchant, he managed to enter the fortress and do business with the administration. Songsu acknowledges how unique Wang Fugi is as a merchant, admiring his talents. A woman notices a military vehicle parked nearby. She approaches Liu Yuan, speaking to him as if she has known him for a long time, and hands him some eggs to eat with his brother. The protagonist notes that the guys have become quite popular in this city, and Liu Yuan agrees with this. Immediately after Wang Fugi arrived, he began to help repair furniture for his neighbors in order to establish connections with them. In addition, the man even treated children on the streets to candy. They certainly encountered a few ungrateful individuals, but overall they proved to be very popular in the area. Liu Yuan reports that he recently asked people around town for any news, and Shangsu asks if he found out anything interesting. It is said that the Li Consortium army that went to the 108th fortress suffered huge losses from the large number of test subjects. At first, of course, the attack of people on monsters went very well, but as a result, they were drawn into a street fight with the test subjects and immediately suffered a collapse, and their forward base was destroyed. Now the Li Consortium plans to send additional troops there, even if it means destroying the fortress. Surprised, Shengsu asks his younger brother where he heard all this from. He admits that 2 days ago, a soldier stationed near the market town came to the neighboring house, and the boys overheard him. In addition, their teacher's identity was revealed, and they wanted to hire her as a substitute teacher, but she refused because she needed to take care of her family. Continuing his way through the city streets, Xiangsu asks if there is any more news. Liu Yuan informs his elder brother that there are also Flame Origin staff here. This greatly stresses and surprises Xiangsu, and he realizes that he needs to warn the teacher not to reveal her powers. After some time, the car begins to approach a familiar building. The guy tells the driver exactly where to stop. Hearing his companion's words, Li Qingjung drives up to the building and stops right next to the entrance. With a happy expression on his face, Liu Yuan runs inside and calls out to his teacher and sister Xiaoyu, saying that his elder brother has returned. The guys immediately leave the building, sincerely happy about Shangsu's return. Looking at all this, Li Qingjung felt a great deal of envy. The main character tells his friends that he has brought a large amount of meat and invites them to enjoy it to their heart's content. Sangsu thanks Wang Fugi for his hard work and contribution to their family. Seeing such a smart businessman like Wang Fugi listen to the protagonist, Li Qingjung is surprised at how strong the young man is. Xiangsu goes further into the house and asks the boys if everything is okay. Xiaoyu says that the city is in chaos, so all of them except Wang Fugi prefer to stay at home. The protagonist believes that this is the only way out, and vigilance is never superfluous. While the girls are studying with Xiaoyu, they will be given a knife to protect themselves from danger. Suddenly, the demon summoner himself comes to the guys, who declares that he is looking for Xiangsu. The protagonist freezes, as if he heard the voice of a dead man behind him. He turns around, looking back at Li Shentan standing in front of him with excitement. With a forced smile, the man asks the protagonist why he doesn't greet his new guest properly. As soon as Li Shentan appears at Xiangsu's doorstep, he asks Xiaoyu to shelter everyone in the building. The girl nods excitedly to the young man, then turns away and leads the women into the house. Once Xiangsu is alone with the demon summoner, he asks him to pass. The white-haired guy sits down neatly nearby and says with a smile on his face that he feels at home here. The protagonist asks how Li Shentan knows about his location, and he admits that he hypnotized the people around him. Xiangsu says that this is very inappropriate, but according to the demon spiritualist, he has not interfered in people's lives that much. Tired of arguing, the protagonist touches his hair a little and asks what his guest needs. Rising from his seat, Li Shentan calls himself and Xiangsu friends, then asks how he was doing at his post. Leaning slightly towards the main character, the young man says that he immediately understood that it was Xiangsu who was to blame for the disappearance of the two fighters with nanorobots. In addition, Li Shentan guesses that other incidents, such as those involving wolves, are also the work of the protagonist. Turning towards his guest, Xiangsu asks him not to beat around the bush, but to finally tell him why he has come. However, the young man replies that he really only came to chat, calling the main character his friend. Hearing this again, Xiangsu asks the man in front of him why he considers him his friend. Not receiving a clear answer, the protagonist asks why Li Shentan is wearing a military uniform. The demon summoner identifies himself as an active soldier of the consortium, and says that tomorrow the 4th Brigade will go to the front lines against the test subjects. Xiangsu understands that the consortium army is in trouble since the white-haired youth is going to the front. Turning away from the protagonist, Li Shentan says that they won't see each other again for a while, and therefore asks him to take care of himself. With a menacing smile, the demon spiritualist says that he has hypnotized the people who threaten Xiangsu's friends, and these people will commit suicide tomorrow. Turning around, the young man reports that the people of the Well of Flame left the city this afternoon, but he does not know where they went. However, they probably don't know about the main character's existence yet. Hearing such information, Xiangsu tries to understand the motives of the flame source's actions. With disbelief and reluctance, the protagonist admits that there is something in the demon summoner's words. He enters the house and notices Li Qingjung sitting on the floor, chatting with the girls. Approaching the protagonist, Xiaoyu says that she has already seen Li Shentan in the store of the 109th fortress. Addressing the captain sitting on the floor, Xiangsu says that it is time for them to move out. He doesn't immediately agree, and the protagonist insists that it is very urgent. With obvious worry on his face, Liu Yuan asks his brother why he is leaving so soon. With a smile, Xiangsu leans closer, saying that the new year is coming soon, and he will return to his younger brother so that they can celebrate the holiday together. He tells the boy not to worry, saying that as long as Xiangsu is here, their life will definitely get better and better. After these words, the protagonist and Li Qingjung leave Xiangsu's friend's house, taking the wheel and starting to move towards the outpost. The captain tries to understand why the main character needs to return back so urgently. When night falls, the man tells Xiangsu that a fortune teller predicted a bad life for the officer when he was a child, but he has a chance to change everything for the better. When the protagonist asks about this chance, the captain says that, according to the fortune teller, at 29 he should meet a lucky man, and that is how he met Xiangsu. But the young man, having heard all this, only considers such words to be empty superstitions. The vehicle continues to approach the outpost at full speed. Suddenly, Xiangsu senses that the sentry is in danger and shouts to start approaching faster. The protagonist assumes that the source of flame was supposed to check the post to make sure there were no superhumans there. According to the young man's thoughts, Cheng Wudi would not reveal himself, and the flame source should not be so cruel to his disciples. Both men quickly jump out of the military transport, and Xiangsu turns his attention to the people around him. Together with the captain, the protagonist sees that the people of the source of flame really are here, but they are standing on the ground tied up. The source of flame decided to come here and take a risk, because they guessed that the disappearance of the two officers with nanorobots was due to the fault of a Superman. However, Xiangsu is greatly surprised by the fact that the unwanted guests were captured and tied up. Hu Shuo, sitting on the ground and eating a piece of meat, asks why the captain and the protagonist returned so quickly. The young man answers with a smile that he simply missed her and decided to come back early, and at the same time asks what is going on here. The old man sitting on the ground spreads his arms slightly and waves his palm, calling those who have come to sit next to him and eat meat. According to Hu Shuo, he had been looking for the Flame Origin people for a long time, but they were well hidden, and he had not been able to find them. But now, when he came to the outpost for the new year, the people he needed showed up here themselves. After these words, the man continues to enthusiastically eat the meat, while Xiangsu notices that the old man began to feel at home here. The protagonist asks why the flame source came here, and Hu Shuo replies that they came to surrender, and they are most likely guilty of killing the two officers. The prisoners try to defend themselves and justify themselves, but the old man, turning sharply towards them, angrily forbids them to talk. Leaning against Cheng Wudi, Xiangsu asks him to describe what happened here between the old man and the members of the flame source. The young man's memories immediately flashed with images of Hu Shuo moving sharply and quickly, striking his opponents. His strength and skill were enough to knock one of the enemies to the ground while the others watched from the side. With a surprisingly impressive reserve of strength, Hu Shuo continued to fight back against each of the raiders. During this entire time, Cheng Wudi had not said a word, and Xiangsu thought that the boy had ignored his question. Chen Wudi has no words other than swear words to describe everything that happened during the protagonist's absence. Hearing such an unexpected answer, Xiangsu asks his interlocutor if Hu Shuo is stronger than him. Cheng Wudi replies that not yet, but the protagonist is amused by such self-confidence. Looking at the old man standing next to him, Xiangsu considers one of the options, assuming that their guest is a good boxer. The protagonist asks Hu Shuo if he is sure that the people from the flame source are behind the murder of the two officers, and the old man confirms his words. Xiangsu is skeptical about his interlocutor's words, realizing that he didn't even try to look for the killers, but was just relaxing here. Turning to Hu Shuo, the young man says that they will be interrogated, but the man replies that the members of the Origin of Flame will simply be executed. Of course, such a phrase seriously frightens the captured people sitting behind Hu Shuo. All of them, as if on command, suddenly get up from their seats and try with all their might to leave the outpost area. Seeing this, Xiangsu asks the detective from the consortium if he will pursue the people. Hu Shuo says that he is too old for such a thing, after which he offers the protagonist to catch up with them. But the young man refuses and pretends that he is an ordinary person who is not able to run fast. With smiles and relief on their faces, the escaped members of the Wellspring of Flame are glad that no one has started chasing them. Suddenly, sharp sounds of gunshots are heard from the side, and all 5 begin to fall to the ground. At this moment, Hu Shou seemed to be diverting attention from what had happened. A few minutes later, a group of people in military uniforms enter the camp at the outpost with several stretchers. One of the soldiers, holding a pistol in his hands, says that all 5 of the escapees have been killed. After hearing the report, Hu Shou tells his subordinates to return to the fortress and warn everyone about the danger of the flame wellspring, saying that there is still one person who does not kill ordinary people. The soldiers, hearing that there is another enemy besides the source of flame, salute and carry out the order. Shang Su, who was watching all this, did not understand at all what kind of combat unit the old man could lead. Hu Shou himself is glad that he was able to get rid of the errands, because it was very burdensome for him, and he could not eat or sleep normally. The protagonist approaches other students, asking them for the notes he missed on his studies, and one of the guys says he'll bring them to him later. The old man slowly gets up from the ground and stretches his arms upwards a little, saying that he really wants to sleep. After this sentence, Hu Shou simply turns around and leaves, leaving the protagonist a little confused. The young man then turns to Cheng Wudi, telling him to take the things that Xiao Yu had prepared for him from the military vehicle. Seeing the clothes on the guy's body, Shang Su notes that they fit him well. At this moment, Li Qingzheng, sitting on the floor, sadly notes that it is good when you have a family. The weather is getting colder and colder, so the boys are lucky that Sister Xiao Yu prepared clothes for them. While warming his hands from the cold, Xiang Su decides to warn the wolves in the forest to beware of the nanobot soldiers. Later, the main character comes to a small mountain and notices a wolf slowly approaching him. After examining the animal, the young man assumes that the wounds on the animal's body should have already healed after treatment. As Xiang Su passed by, he saw a small brood of small wolves that were almost surrounding him from all sides. Crouching down a bit in front of one of the wolves, the protagonist tries to explain to him that the Li Consortium will send elite fighters with nanorobots here. Noticing that the animal's gaze did not change at all from the young man's words, Xiang Su asks if the wolf is afraid of such an outcome of events. Receiving only a strange and seemingly disapproving nod in response, Xiang Su tells the animal not to eat the nanobot soldiers and asks it to hide their corpses. After this, the young man still suggests that the wolves move their den further for safety, because if something happens, the little wolves could be in danger. At this point, the palace gives a new task, and if the hero can make sure that the wolves stay alive for 7 days, he will receive some seeds as a new item. Both the black medicine and the palace cards turned out to be special, so the protagonist is very interested in the new possibilities of the new item. The next morning, several armored army vehicles are parked in front of the outpost entrance. Turning towards the building behind him, Officer Li Qingzheng asks for everything to be cleared away. After that, Shang Su, along with the other guys, gets to work, doing their thing. The protagonist notices that now the Li Consortium army comes here to inspect every day, and if they notice daily consumption of meat, they will accuse him of dereliction of duty. The youth, Cheng Wudi, and Li Qingzheng peeked out of the gate a little when 7 Consortium soldiers appeared in front of their faces. One of the soldiers, standing slightly ahead of the others, addresses the officer, calling his face familiar. The gray-haired man asks the man if he knows Li Qingzheng, and the man says that he was behind him when he entered the fortress, and he is surprised that Qingzheng was assigned to such a distant place. Lin Su, which is the boy's name, calls Qingzheng his younger brother and wants to take care of him. With a smile, the new acquaintance says that if he had known that his brother was here, he would have brought a whole kilogram of pork, speaking as if Shang Su and the others had never tried it. Ignoring the mention of meat, the officer asks about the purpose of the visit, and Lin Su says that they are here to cooperate in fighting the wolves in the mountains. The main battle site will be at the next outpost, and Shang Su is glad that there are only 40 soldiers here, making them easier to eliminate. Li Qingzheng offers the assembled soldiers a snack since the battlefield is far away, but Lin Su cites his heavy workload and refuses. The arriving soldier heard that the rice delivered to this outpost was mixed with sand, and the quality of life here was disgusting. Cheng Wudi accidentally says out loud that they eat a lot of meat, which attracts attention to himself, but Xiang Su quickly turns it into a joke. However, the arriving senior soldier has little faith in such an excuse, and orders his men to begin searching the outpost. Looking down slightly, the protagonist says out loud that he has been exposed, which attracts Cheng Wudi's attention. In his mind, if Hu Shou was able to create his own private army, then he was on good terms with the Li Consortium. Moreover, the old man is planning to spend the new year at the outpost, which of course makes Xiang Su nervous. Together with the military, the protagonist goes inside to Hu Shou, who in his thoughts asks why the young man wants to solve this problem with his help. Seeing the old man sitting there, the senior soldier and his partner open their mouths in slight surprise, not expecting to see him here. Hu Shou directly said that he was investigating something here, and his friends from the outpost helped him. The soldier bows his head slightly and asks for forgiveness, saying that he is a soldier of the 7th Brigade and has been transferred to the garrison of the fortress. After listening carefully to the military, Hushu tells them to mind their own business and not interfere in other people's affairs. Shangsu can easily tell that the old man in front of him is someone special, since the soldier who was so proud of his rank bowed his head to the man. Outside, the officer's partner asks him who Hushu is, but he asks not to ask unnecessary questions and says that they are going up the mountain. With a guilty smile, the protagonist says that the soldiers definitely shouldn't have known about the meet, and the old man asks them not to take advantage of his official position. Shangsu asks with interest why Lin Su is being sent on such a mission even though he has never been in the army before. Going outside, the protagonist rightly notes that soldiers must undergo long military training without haste. Hushu replies that it is necessary to collect actual combat data and information on the use of nanorobots during combat. After the breakthrough in neural technology, the Lee Consortium's nano-warriors have not yet been in real combat, so they want to find out for themselves how useful nanorobots are. There is not a single experienced soldier in the groups, and they are simply tools for the Consortium, which has enough people with better characteristics in their hands. The fact that people in the Consortium were sent to collect data at the cost of their lives unpleasantly surprises the protagonist. According to Hushu, the speed of synchronization and coordination refers to the degree of perfection of nanorobot control, since high performance increases the speed of operation. However, a special case is that the self-awareness of superhumans rejects nanorobots, and the lower the synchronization, the stronger the self-awareness. Shangsu doesn't really believe these words, because the strange synchronization rates between him and Chung Wudi should have already attracted attention in that case. At this time, Lin Su again tries to find out about Hushu from his officer, but is refused, and then asks what they should do. Suddenly, the officer stops the entire group and calls out to the tracker who is in the middle of him. The man concentrates very quickly, frowning and opening his mouth slightly. From the side of his body, several small white snakes suddenly fall to the ground. Several animals, one after the other, begin to rush towards the forest, quickly wriggling on the ground. The officer asks what the range of the creature's controlled influence is, and the man replies that it is 400 meters, and this answer satisfies the soldier. At this time, a combat summoned shadow, controlled by the main character, moves inside the forest. She quickly grabs one of the snakes, which is on the bare ground. Feeling one of the snakes being captured, the man points his finger at the forest and draws attention to it. The officer asks if they were wolves, but the soldier replies that some shadow flashed and grabbed one of his silver snakes. At this moment, the shadow sent by the protagonist hands him a snake in his hand, and he calls getting nanorobots an easy matter. While examining the snake, he resets its settings and clears the online program, subduing it. After he successfully managed to do this, Xiangsu clasped his hand in victory and decided to continue the work. In a valley in the middle of the forest, several silver snakes converge at once. This attracts the attention of one of the soldiers who is behind the officer. Suddenly, the shadow of the main character appears in front of all the soldiers, leaning his hand on a tree. The officer gives the order not to let the shadow out of sight, to catch it and find out what the hell it is. After this, the shadow begins to retreat back into the forest, while armed men try to shoot it. Shangsu himself moves inside the forest, happy that people are hooked. The officer commands his subordinates not to waste ammunition, and to try to catch up with the target. Hiding behind a tree, Shangsu realizes that he cannot move too fast, and decides to wait for the snake. The shadow, which had been moving through the forest all this time, attracts the attention of the remaining creatures. At this point, one of the soldiers turns to Captain Zhou, suggesting that the shadow is moving too slowly. At the same time, the shadow itself grabs all the snakes in its hand, gathering them into an armful. Having done this, the shadow, controlled by the main character, tries to run away as quickly as possible. Captain Zhou decides to stop the pursuit and stop the soldiers, because he does not want to take unnecessary risks in front of an unknown enemy. Shangsu takes several snakes from her shadow's grasp, praising her for her excellent work. It restores factory settings and clears the creature's online programming, bringing them under its control. The protagonist changes the shape of the nanorobots, but they are only enough to cover his wrists. The fact that his pursuers so easily up and ran away also becomes unpleasant for the young man. However, due to his greed, Shangsu does not intend to let anyone go and wants to take possession of the nanorobots. As a group of soldiers run to escape the forest, they begin to hear a piercing howl coming from the side. Captain Zhou realizes that these are wolves, and the soldiers' actions have only drawn their attention to themselves. The soldiers stop at a small clearing among the trees, listening to the sounds. With panic on his face, the squad commander gives the order for everyone to retreat immediately. According to him, if people do not want to die, then they should leave the road to the post. The wolves may be attracted to the people at the outpost, so this is their only chance to survive. Following their commander, the soldiers activate the nanorobots, which begin to glow on their hands. A man who spent his nanobots on silver snakes fails to keep up with a group of people and is left alone. In panic and fear, he shouts after them so that they don't leave him alone in this forest. He begins to hear strange and menacing sounds around him, coming from everywhere. Several wolves immediately stand in his way, looking at the man with their predatory eyes. The soldier freezes in one place out of fear, unable to force himself to move to the side. Finally, the man turns his body a little, realizing that things are very bad. Suddenly, Xiangsu comes out with one of the wolves, and the soldier recognizes him as the one Lin Su laughed at the outpost. Of course, he is very surprised that a person is so bold and openly near wolves. Stroking the animal's mouth a little, Xiangsu says that he has calculated the speed of movement of people with nanorobots, and they will not be able to run far from here. The fact that the protagonist is so knowledgeable about nanorobots is unpleasant for the soldier. As if on command, 3 wolves immediately move from their places straight towards the man. Turning towards the protagonist, one of the creatures expects a new bottle of black medicine for the work done. Reluctantly, Xiangsu agrees to this deal, despite the fact that he himself captured the man. The protagonist says that he will go ahead and asks the wolf to catch up with him when he has dealt with the soldier. Hearing this, the man with glasses begged Xiangsu not to abandon him, since they were both human. But the main character angrily leaves the soldier to be torn apart by wolves, saying that being with him is much worse than being with animals. The remaining group of soldiers continues their movement through the forest to reach a safe place. After some time, Captain Zhou realizes that the wolves are no longer chasing them. This seems impossible to the exhausted soldiers, and the officer realizes that there is a reason behind it. It occurs to him that the wolves know how quickly the nanobots stop working and are simply waiting for the soldiers to run out of steam. He treats this idea with deep distrust, not understanding how wolves can even know such a thing. One of the soldiers approaches the captain, trying to find out if he has any chargers in stock, but the man orders him to put the questions aside. This answer was unexpected for the soldier, because in his mind the commander should definitely have such devices. Finally, one of the wolves jumps out with noisy sounds right at the edge of the forest in front of the people. The people caught in the ambush begin to scream and try to escape, and some are overtaken by wolves and begin to be eaten alive. The soldiers try to gather together and move together, keeping pace with each other. But the wolves, without any mercy, bite into the bodies of defenseless soldiers, cutting short their lives. They use both their mouths and claws, literally tearing apart one soldier after another. Watching all this from the side, Xiangsu stands behind a tree and confirms the information that the Li Consortium literally sent people to their deaths. One of the soldiers begins to draw a long sword from its sheath, in order to somehow protect himself from the threat. These blades are also made of nanorobots, so a person expects to effectively fight the enemy. He manages to land a powerful blow on the animal, which throws the creature's carcass into the air. The other wolves, seeing how their fellow wolves were killed in an instant, stop and back away a little. Captain Zhou turns to his soldiers, asking for grenades, but one of them asks if the officer wants to blow up the wolves along with the rest of the squad. Then the officer starts shouting, saying that they are not comrades and that they can be sacrificed in exchange for victory over the enemy. Reluctantly, the soldiers clutch the grenades in their hands to hand them to their commander. Slowly, they extend their hands towards Captain Zhou, handing over the items to him. Seeing this, Xiangsu becomes tense, because his mission will fail if several wolves die. With all their might, the soldiers begin throwing hand grenades at the animals standing in front of them. Panic covers the protagonist's face, and he says to himself that there should be no dead wolves. He instantly materializes his shadow, which very quickly grabs one of the animals. The creature then jumps up along with the wolf, carrying him away from the epicenter of the explosion. The grenades explode within moments, killing nearby soldiers. A loud roar begins to spread around the mountain, scaring away flying birds. Xiangsu's shadow lands on the ground and sets the wolf on its feet so that it can walk under its own power. The wolf howls a little towards the main character, thanking him for saving him. Addressing the animals around him, the young man advises them not to chase people, because it is too dangerous due to the explosives in their hands. This time, we manage to collect nanorobots from 9 people, and as a reward, the main character gives the wolves the same number of vials with black medicine. The animals, one after another, begin to pass by Xiangsu, who is sitting on the ground. After a few seconds, the main character slowly rises and extends his hand forward. Several living threads consisting of many nanorobots begin to be attracted to her at once. The protagonist clenches his fist, absorbing the received devices into his body. Another glove forms on his hand, and Xiangsu pulls it towards himself, examining it carefully. After this, the young man suggests going to the mountains, because this group of soldiers will surely return here, bringing with them even more soldiers. In response, one of the wolves howls, as if expressing his agreement with the words of the main character. After some time, Xiangsu finally manages to return back. The young man sits down next to the outpost wall and realizes that the Li Consortium will most likely be investigating Captain Zhou and the others after such a confrontation. Hu Shuo goes outside and is surprised to see Xiangsu outside at night. He begins to approach the young man from behind, slowly asking him if he has really returned. Turning around, Xiangsu addresses the old man behind him and asks what his status is. Sitting down next to him, the man says he is the Director of Military Special Investigations, with the rank of Lieutenant General. However, this is just a facade behind which another truth is hidden. Xiangsu doesn't quite understand what these words mean until the moon rises in full force over the outpost. At this moment, Captain Zhou appears before the meeting of the Li Consortium, which had gathered after the clash in the forest. A small photograph is placed in front of his face, clearly depicting the shadow of the main character. The man confirms that this object is the same shadow that took the soldiers' nanorobots. According to a member of the consortium, only Shu Xianchu is capable of creating black shadows, and the wolves accidentally attacked a group of people, although they intended to attack the outpost. Hearing this, the seated man agrees with this point of view, because it seems logical and correct to him. However, the consortium member does not understand why Shu Xianchu, being a superhuman, began to capture nanorobots. According to available information, the Qing consortium is searching for superhumans such as Shu Xianchu, Yang Xiaojin, and Luo Xinyu. Yang Xiaojin has been confirmed to belong to multiple groups, such as the Rebels and the Yang Consortium. However, the only members of the Rebels who have revealed their identities so far are women, so Shu Xianchu is currently considered a field officer of the Yang Consortium. The man stands up and says with a sigh that after this meeting, Shu Xianchu is wanted. The Li Consortium planned to strike first, but were not prepared for the Yang Consortium to do so, so he asks his subordinates to prepare for anything. A soldier in military uniform bursts into the room and reports that the brigade that left yesterday has just arrived at the military base and contact with them has been lost. This fact comes as an extremely unpleasant surprise to the man speaking, since an army of 4,500 people could not have disappeared without a trace. In anticipation of the holiday, snow falls on the outpost and people gather outside. Hu Shuo apparently signs the congratulatory scrolls in his own handwriting. Xiangsu says with interest that the man's handwriting does not match his temperament at all. Looking at the scroll, the main character calls the wishes a little strange, because they mainly talk about the development of the city and gaining wealth. However, Xiangsu hangs one of the scrolls on the wall, saying that he wants to take Liu Yuan and the others to spend the new year with them. Hu Shuo says that now outside the trading city, everything is not the same as before, and you will have to wait to pick up your loved ones. According to the old man, Li's consortium lost an entire brigade of its soldiers, which consisted of more than 1,000 people. This is a serious loss, and the entire 108th fortress is preparing for defense, and therefore Xiangsu will not leave the city if he enters it. The protagonist doesn't understand what to do, but Hu Shuo says that he will decide everything himself. 2 days pass, and tomorrow is the new year. But the old man still hasn't done anything for the young man. Xiangsu eagerly turns to Hu Shuo, who is sitting on the ground. The main character says that the man has been sitting for several days and simply misses his family, and in this, they are similar to each other. After this, with a strained and pleading smile, the young man asks whether the man will help him or not. With a smile, Hu Shuo says that the new year is almost here and everyone misses their families. However, the lieutenant general has no one close to him except his grandson. Xiangsu easily notices that Hu Shuo has been in a sad state for a long time, and offers to perform the ritual together if he doesn't mind. With a smile, the man says that his grandson probably has more important things to do. Suddenly, the protagonist comes to the realization that the demon spiritualist, Li Shentan, might be the grandson of the man in front of him. Then the young man tries to find out from Hu Shuo some information about his grandson, but the man is not very cooperative. Suddenly, an armored military vehicle begins to approach the outpost territory. Seeing the transport, Xiangsu assumes that the people are looking for Hu Shuo again. The main character and the old man go out to meet the stopped car. Several people in neat uniforms emerge from it, holding the same sets of clothes in their hands. Hu Shuo raises his finger, saying that one set is for Xiangsu and the other is for Ching Jen. The protagonist steps forward and accepts the clothes, asking what it all means. Hu Shuo then explains that if a young man wishes to enter and exit the city without any problems, he must wear these clothes. Xiangsu understands that this is the Li Consortium's form, and they must be checking documents before letting people in or out of the city. However, one of the people who brought the uniform hands the main character a small document, saying that everything is ready. Xiangsu took the document in his hand with surprise and looked at it, realizing that it was an officer's ID. Hu Shuo assures that all elements of the ID are completely genuine, and it is unlikely that anyone will check the documents of a person from a special unit. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so it's an option for the protagonist and Ching Jen to go to the city and see their loved ones. With a smile, Xiangsu accepts the fact that Hu Shuo holds such a high position in the consortium. After some time, the young man and the captain are sitting inside the transport, moving towards the city. Now everyone wants to get to the city, which has been turned into a real fortress. And Xiangsu says that living in a trading town is much more comfortable. After some time, the car of the two friends gets inside the city and rushes through the streets. Xiangsu leans out of the car to greet his younger brother, and a woman asks why he is wearing the Li Consortium uniform. The protagonist ignores her question, and the girl tries to understand why he needs to pretend to be a soldier from another unit. She closes the door behind her and, turning her gaze back, begins to slowly walk away. Even as he greets his older brother, Liu Yuan notices the woman's behavior. He turns to Xiangsu and says that he is worried that this woman will cause problems. However, the protagonist calms Liu Yuan down by stroking his head, and then asks him to pack his things and go with him to the checkpoint. Wang Fugi tells Xiangsu that the store brings in a stable profit for them, and all the people in the area come here to shop. A woman appears from behind, bringing several military men with her, and accuses Xiangsu of plotting something. She explains to the approaching military men that the men who arrived here showed up in the uniform of the Li Consortium. One of the soldiers steps forward and approaches Xiangsu, asking him for his ID. The young man slowly hands the document to the soldier standing in front of him and says that few dare to check the special department's IDs. Opening the document in front of his face, the officer notices with disbelief that all the data is normal. Hearing this, the girl squats down on the ground and tries to apologize to make amends for her guilt. The soldier reluctantly closes the document in front of him and holds it in his hands. Straightening up, Xiangsu asks if the soldiers in front of him have any suspicious things, since he and his department are involved in smuggling. The military realize that the main character was hinting at a bribe, and they give him money, after which he allows them to leave. With anger, the officer orders to take the girl with him, who is unable to move from fear. Xiangsu smiles and calls the soldiers good people for giving up their money so willingly. Ching Jen, seeing this, understands that the protagonist is simply deceiving people around him, and admits that his life becomes easier and better because of this. The captain says that he sold the watch that Xiangsu gave him earlier and offers to give him the money. But the young man says to keep the money for himself. Surprisingly to himself, Ching Jen weakly nods in agreement, subconsciously thinking that Xiangsu has become the leader of their team. Some time passes, and Wang Fugi, Xiao Yu, and several female students are traveling in the back of a military vehicle. Liu Yuan asks his older brother if they are having fun at the outpost, and Xiangsu confirms with a smile. In the middle of the conversation, the main character realizes that his younger brother has no protection at all, so he decides to assemble nanorobots for him. At this moment, Hu Shuo makes a radio call about how his unit does not investigate smuggling cases. The man hangs up the phone with a bang, threateningly declaring that Xiangsu will drive him crazy someday. Initially, the man was very happy to do boxing, but Xiangsu always pestered him with questions. And even now, when he was sent to the regular army, he still caused trouble. When the protagonist and his loved ones return to the base, Hu Shuo angrily asks why Xiangsu was involved in smuggling cases, and he says that he just wanted to help. Shouting at the young man, the lieutenant general directly says that he did not ask for this. Liu Yuan carefully approaches Hu Shuo from the side and greets him. Bowing his head slightly, the old man asks the boy how he is doing. Liu Yuan says with a smile that Xiangsu told him about the old man, that he was very smart, wise, and that the boy should become like him. This pleasantly surprises Hu Shuo, and he doesn't even believe that the protagonist could say such a thing. After listening to Liu Yuan's request not to be angry with Xiangsu, the old man asks them to put things away at home, because they will be cooking soon. Meanwhile, the young man notices his younger brother showing the signal, and realizes that his younger brother has become very charming. With a smile, Xiangsu asks Hu Shuo if he is angry, and the old man states that everything is fine. Suddenly, the main character asks with an expectant look where the 88th fortress is. Turning away, Hu Shuo asks not to even think about it, because all the troops of the Yang and Li consortiums are there. Hearing this, the young man asks in shock if there really will be a war. As it turns out, the Qing consortium is also sending its troops to the same fortress, so it won't be easy to get to the 88th fortress. The main character says that nothing will happen to them at this post, and they can hide here. Hu Shuo says in plain language that Li's consortium is short of soldiers and is using private forces as cannon fodder. Hearing all this, Xiangsu sincerely does not understand why people would kill each other if they survived the disaster together. In a determined voice, the protagonist asks if Hu Shuo will help transport the protagonist's family to the fortress if he is sent to the army. But the old man calmly says that Xiangsu can do it himself, thanks to his authority as the captain of the Special Investigation Department. But Hu Shuo asks him sternly not to abuse his powers, and the protagonist says that he definitely won't do it. Xiangsu says that judging from the old man's behavior and train of thought, he wants to be friends with the young man rather than on good terms with the consortium. The protagonist states that Li Shantan is Hu Shuo's grandson, and together with his grandson, they probably want to destroy Li's consortium. With a straight face, Hu Shuo said that Xiangsu guessed it too quickly. Defiantly, the protagonist asks if the old man is afraid that the young man will report him. Hu Shuo then states that he can always report that Xiangsu is hunting nanobots. Now it becomes clear that the lieutenant general has long been aware of the actions of the protagonist, and this alliance is beneficial to both of them. For many years, Hu Shuo had been worried that his own family would be drawn into political strife. He hid the fact that he had a daughter, but it still didn't save her from death at the hands of the Li consortium. This consortium is too big that even the superhumans around it and such a great title cannot shake it. It was only when Hu Shuo's own grandson became a demon spiritualist that the old man began to have hope. While the men were talking among themselves, Xiaoyu's sister came out of the house with 2 portions of food. With a smile, she asks them to come into the building and start eating, saying that she has prepared vegetables for the people. Xiangsu sincerely thanks Xiaoyu for the care she has shown them. The protagonist turns to the side and notices a small group of people with Chung Wudi singing songs around a campfire. With his hands behind his back, Hu Shuo says that this is his best new year since he turned 29. Xiangsu hugs the old man a little, saying that all his past holidays were pathetic. At this time, an unknown military vehicle moves between the trees. She turns straight towards the outpost, illuminating it with her headlights. This surprises the people gathered near the building, because they were not expecting guests at all. Hu Shuo is particularly skeptical about the situation, suspecting that something is wrong. A soldier in combat uniform gets out of the car and then approaches the old man and whispers something into his ear. After the man walked away from Hu Shuo, Xiangsu asked if everything was okay. With a half smile, the old man asks Xiangsu to prepare to send his family to the fortress after the festival, for the war has begun. The commander-in-chief of the Li Consortium has given the order to carry out a raid, and soon a real battle will break out on the territory of the Yang Consortium. After saying this, Hu Shuo turns around and starts to leave the outpost grounds, and Xiangsu asks why he is leaving without even eating. In response, the old man only said that he was sorry that this new year had been ruined so much that he wouldn't even have time to eat. Sister Xiaoyu suddenly runs up to the man and hands him a box of food that she had prepared for him for the journey. Hu Shuo, who did not expect such care, thanks the girl with a smile for such a gift. At this very moment, a loud sound was heard in the Qing Consortium's 111th fortress, and a man rang the alarm bell. The sound from the bell tower envelops the entire city in the middle of the night. Inside the courtyard of his villa is Ching Jen, dressed in his usual white clothes. With his hands in his pockets, he stares into the distance, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the crow flies straight towards the Qing Consortium member's villa, while fireworks are shooting off over the city. The beast begins to circle around Ching Jen, who is standing on the ground for a while. A few seconds pass, and the bird lands on the hand that the man held slightly upward. Ching Jen reaches out his fingers to the crow's leg, which appears to have a small scroll attached to it. After this, he releases the animal so that it can leave the place in peace. Silently, the man opens the scroll, smiling slightly as he looks at the letters he read. After finishing reading the message, Ching Jen enters his villa and sees Boss Lu lying on one of the sofas and sighing loudly. The disappointed, overweight man says they have no water or good food, and they certainly don't deserve to be treated like this. With a smile, Ching Jen allows him to eat his portion, and says that it is completely wrong to fast on New Year's Day. With a slightly gloomy voice, Ching Jen asks not to worry, because everything will be over soon. Their doorbell rings and Boss Lu jumps up and down in delight, thinking they've been served food. But his brother knows that the man responsible for their arrest would hardly take such a risk. Not listening to such thoughts, Boss Lu runs towards the door, saying that although his uncle is crawling under the Qing Consortium, Ching Jen's uncle is no better. There really is a smiling little man behind the door, holding a small box in his hands and bowing carefully. Boss Lu asks with a menacing face what his guest wants, to which he asks to be called uncle. But Lu shouts at the man who appears and asks him if he deserves such treatment. Walking a little into the house, the man says that he brought some food from the festive table. This offends Boss Lu, who angrily says that he is not going to eat any leftovers. Then his uncle has no choice but to approach Ching Jen and offer him a container of food. But in response, the man in white clothes suddenly asks the person to go out and wait a minute. Such words come as a surprise to the person opposite. Together they go outside and discover that there are many armed men outside the house. Uncle looks back with excitement, humbles Ching Jen with his gaze. He winks at one of the soldiers, who nods back as if they had already discussed what to do if this happened. As if on command, the soldiers one by one raise their weapons and point them forward. With a smirk, Boss Lu's uncle asks what Ching Jen wants him to do. With distrust and even contempt, the man awaits the next trick from the man in white clothes. Ching Jen and Boss Lu begin to offer their condolences with smiles on their faces for the people gathered not being able to spend the holiday with their families. With the same sly, snake-like smile, the men introduce themselves to the soldiers by their names. As a token of their condolences for all this happening, they decide to put on a short show for the soldiers. According to Ching Jen, right now, it would happen that Uncle would fall to the ground unconscious. Somewhere nearby, a happy family sets off fireworks, happily watching the projectiles fly upward. Seeing the fire, Ching Jen spreads his arms victoriously, congratulating the crowd on the new year. With a look of obvious confusion on his face, Boss Lu's uncle watches the scene as the soldiers take their weapons away from their targets. Suddenly, a bullet of impressive size pierces the man's body. With his last strength, he realizes that a sniper had been hidden somewhere here all this time. With a crash, the uncle falls onto the tiled street, and several soldiers move away a little. With a mocking grin, Ching Jen asks if the military enjoyed the performance. The soldiers, with worried looks, ask if the man is afraid of punishment for such actions. But he confidently replies that the Qing Consortium urgently needs him now. A small car appears behind the soldiers, stopping behind them. Another man wearing glasses and dressed in the same clothes as Ching Jen sticks out from it. With a displeased grin, he comes closer, finding himself between several soldiers. His gaze takes in the corpse lying nearby, blood oozing from its back and stomach after a bullet wound. When asked what happened here, one of the soldiers replies that the man lying on the ground was killed by the captain's men. Then the man who arrived quickly turns his gaze to Ching Jen, who was standing nearby with an obvious grin. Starting to come closer, the man loudly says that it was a stupid act. Coming close to the men, he orders them to go to the front as military advisors. Ching Jen does not object to such an order, and leaves with a grin, silently accepting the fact that military action has begun. There is nothing unusual in this, however, since he managed to foresee this too. After he gets into the car, the vehicle begins to move away from the villa. At this moment, Jiang Su is sitting outside next to the fire, worrying about the fact that Liu Yuan and the others were sent to the 108th fortress. The younger brother himself slowly approaches the fire until he is very close to his older brother. He notices how thoughtful Jiang Su is because he doesn't even move. Liu Yuan turns the attention of the seated youth, asking if he is worried about the war. Jiang Su firmly and directly answers that he is truly worried about this. Sitting down next to him, Liu Yuan suggests that they leave here, since they can probably survive in the forest, and then asks why Yang Xiaojin doesn't look for the main character herself. It turned out that Liu Yuan had already found out where the 88th fortress was, but he didn't want to talk about it. Gritting his teeth, the younger brother says that they will definitely not be welcome in the new fortress. Hugging Liu Yuan, Jiang Su says that he remembers his brother saying that he got along well with his classmates, but it seems that he was lying. Liu Yuan says that teachers have humiliated him for being a refugee, and no one wants to talk to him or Wang Fugui. One day, one of their classmates lost something, and the first thing they thought was the boy. Suspecting the refugees for all the troubles that were happening, the classmates searched Wang Fugui and Liu Yuan's belongings. When the teacher saw the money, she thought that he had stolen it, because a refugee could not have so much money, and it was impossible to convince her otherwise. However, Liu Yuan did not cry, as his elder brother taught him, because the world does not believe in tears. With his loud voice, the younger brother says that he doesn't like fortresses, and maybe Yang Xiaojin and the others, but her family and friends definitely don't. After listening to his younger brother's words, Jiang Su sighs and says that he himself doesn't know what to do. This is why Liu Yuan suggests that the protagonist wait for Yang Xiaojin's visit himself, because his journey to the 88th fortress might become meaningless. This whole story had such a strong hold on Liu Yuan that he tried to reach out to Jiang Su for a long time. The main character stops his younger brother's monologue, asking why he didn't complain about his offenders, because then the young man could have dealt with them. Standing up and straightening up, Jiang Su says that his younger brother will still have to go to the fortress to hide there. Hearing that instead of going to school, he will be taught by the teacher they met, Liu Yuan agrees with a smile. Jiang Su asks his younger brother if he has ever interacted with the wolf chieftain, and Liu Yuan asks the protagonist to go with him. The protagonist agrees on the condition that the boy follows him. Suddenly, a vehicle from the Li Consortium begins to enter the outpost territory. Jiang Su is very confused by the idea that someone would want to come to the mountains at such a time. The driver, without getting out of the car, throws several documents on the ground and says that all private armies are being mobilized. According to the news, by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, all combat groups will be held accountable for failure to assemble on time and will be punished for desertion, even if one person is missing. With a serious face, Jiang Su realized that they were now really going to the front. The protagonist turns to his younger brother, asking him to wake up Ching Jen. After this, the young man approaches the outpost building, still holding the letter in his hand. The captain, who had just woken up and opened his eyes, asks Xiangsu why he called him. The youth replies that the Li Consortium has just informed them that they must assemble at the trading city by 7 o'clock. Otherwise, they will be declared deserters. The captain sighs and is indignant that not even 2 calm days pass before they are sent to war as cannon fodder. Li Qingzheng looks back at the sleeping boys with excitement, saying that if even one of them decides to run away, they will all be punished. Xiangsu grimly notes the captain's behavior, how he worries about others when he himself could have escaped and saved his own life. Now, all that remains is to wake everyone else up, and Xiangsu wants to escort his family into the city first, before heading to the meeting. With his gaze slightly lowered and his head down, Li Qingzheng agreed with this idea. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the protagonist asks him to teach him how to drive, because driving is a key and important skill. With a smile, Li Qingzheng nods and says that it is not that difficult, and driving on a straight road is extremely easy. The captain enters the outpost and wakes the boys, telling them to put away all the supplies from the post. Only the awakened fighters ask their leader what is happening and what he is going to do. After a short silence, he, with a dead expression on his face, says directly that they are preparing for war. This greatly surprises the children who have just woken up, because now is the height of the holidays. However, Li Qingzheng directly says that war will wait for no one, and orders everyone to be ready in 15 minutes. If they don't go to war, their comrades' relatives in the trading town won't survive, and the Li Consortium will probably hunt them all down. Standing outside the outpost, Xiangsu closes his eyes and desperately says that this world is literally rotten. Cheng Wudi approaches the young man and asks if they will go to war, and the protagonist replies that they will see about the situation. Approaching his younger brother, Xiangsu asks him to come with him, and Liu Yuan asks what's going on. Leaning Liu Yuan slightly against himself, the protagonist hands him the nano-robots, saying that this should be enough for a full set of nano-armor. The younger brother does not want to accept such a gift, because it means that the older brother will remain more vulnerable. But Xiangsu says that the boy clearly needs them more, and the young man himself will go to war to collect more nano-robots. A stream of small cars wraps around Liu Yuan from all sides, forming small rings around him. Xiangsu asks the boy to monitor the synchronization process to see how he can handle the new power. Liu Yuan says the nanorobots are easy to handle and call them extremely obedient. Bending down on one knee, the protagonist asks to use this technology only in case of emergency, because if the Li Consortium finds out about it, then it will be bad for everyone. Suddenly, the guys hear a scream from outside, someone asking where Liu Zhaojiang is now. Both brothers go outside and ask people outside what happened. Li Qingzheng says that Liu took salt, meat, and a gun with him, and then disappeared. This unpleasant news greatly stresses the protagonist, because the man disappeared with meat and weapons, because he did not want to fight, and they have little time to look for him. Cheng Wudi asks his mentor why people can do this at all. Xiangsu easily notices that every time something like this happens, Cheng Wudi starts to feel depressed. This is not a problem for the young man, because in this world all people are selfish and strive to survive by working, first of all, for themselves. An argument breaks out among the people as everyone tries to figure out what to do next, chase the escapee, or run away themselves. One of the soldiers says that he has a wife and daughter left in the city, and asks no one to run away, hoping that the guys around him will not be punished. Xiangsu, approaching the people, tells everyone to gather, clarifying that he has a way out. After a while, he and Li Qingzhen come to the position, and he asks what the protagonist is up to. An unknown army truck begins to drive right in their line of sight. After the car came into the guy's field of vision, Xiangsu loudly tells his partner that it's time to leave the shelter. They stop the car and inform the driver that they suspect there is a spy inside the car, asking everyone to exit the vehicle. The man who came out says that this is just confusion, and they are all ordinary soldiers. But Xiangsu continues to stick to his guns. Not daring to argue with a man dressed as a special forces unit, the soldiers slowly dismount, one after another. Xiangsu asks the soldiers which of them still has family in the city, and one of them raises his hand. Then the main character, with a grin, calls the man a spy and orders him to follow him. The soldier tries to deny it until the very end, saying that it was just a mistake and that he was not a spy. They tie his torso and arms together and begin to drag him away from the gathered people. Xiangsu knocks the man out with a light blow, and when Li Qingzhen asks if they will have any problems, the protagonist states that everything will be fine. After some time, Hu Shou's protege approaches him, saying that an officer from the combat unit of a private unit is looking for the old man. Hu Shou picks up the radio and hears the person on the other end of the device saying that the special forces can't just take people from the army. The old man angrily declares that no one took their charges and asks them not to slander him, shouting into the phone. Hu Shou's head understands that this is Xiang Su's doing, and he tries to guess what the protagonist is planning. At this time, in the trading city, a meeting of mobilized soldiers takes place according to orders. The soldier, apparently in charge of the mobilization process, looks at his combs, assuming that everyone should have gathered by now. Xiang Su and Cheng Wudi get out of Li Qingzheng's car, and the man then asks where the rest of the soldiers are now. The officer asks if anything happened on the way here, and Li Qingzheng begins reporting the status of his unit. But the man interrupts the captain, saying that there is already too much confusion here, and then goes off to look for soldiers. One of the soldiers, standing in the crowd, asks his partner why the rest of the private army is still missing. Xiang Su realizes that not all military men are fools, and will soon discover strange behavior in them. However, until then, everything is under control, especially considering that the soldiers are too busy fighting to come here. Finally, the officer who had gathered everyone here steps forward a little to begin his speech. Li Qingzheng, Xiang Su, and Cheng Wudi are standing nearby, preparing to listen to his speech. First of all, the man talks about the overall leader, Li Anjun, who is a direct descendant of the Li clan and is in charge of the 107th fortress. The man introduces himself as Liu Taiyu, and says that he is in charge of the private forces of the 108th Army, and that those gathered will now work under his command. According to the order, his current army was ordered to rush to the front line of Mount Fengyi and eventually build a tower to prevent Qing attacks. Xiang Su quickly realizes the simple fact that they will simply be cannon fodder for the artillery and enemy troops. Liu Taiyu says that for such responsibility, the soldiers will be rewarded with the right to become full-fledged residents of the fortress, along with membership in the consortium's regular army. This pleases the people gathered in front of the man, because they have always achieved such results. Finally, having finished this introduction to the soldiers, Liu Taiyu orders the troops to get into their vehicles and set off. After some time, the soldiers' military vehicles begin their movement towards the set target. Li Qingzheng asks Xiang Su if they can cope without the stolen orders, and the protagonist says that they will have a lot of room to maneuver. The captain, hearing his partner's words, tenses up, but the young man asks him not to worry unnecessarily. The protagonist asks the man behind the wheel if he would have stayed if he had known about his colleague's escape, and he nods, saying that there are other people on the team who need to protect their families. However, he does not know what other positions think of him, and assumes that everyone would betray him if they were offered $1 million in currency. After some time, the military trucks stop near another military group. Xiang Su tells everyone not to move, saying that Liu Taiyu will deal with the soldiers on the way himself. The man in uniform tells the commander that their truck has been requisitioned, but the man replies that they need to hurry to Mount Fengyi. Then the man opposite him irritably replies that Liu Taiyun's subordinates should get into another truck and change into different uniforms. The commander orders his men to disembark, thinking to himself that before him lies the strongest unit of the Li consortium. It dawns on him that if they are asked to change into their gear, the plan is to make them scapegoats to attract the attention of the main enemy force. Then the man with an indifferent look says that if his soldiers change clothes here, they will simply freeze. Suddenly, a man from the consortium's division hits Liu Taiyun, yelling at him to finally follow his orders. A short time passes, and the commander takes off his combat uniform, handing it to the man in front of him. The men from the consortium's strongest division begin to change their clothes, saying that they plan to reach the mountain in 10 days. In addition, the man hands the commander a certain bracelet, ordering him to put it on. He threatens that if the boys don't make it in time, they will be court-martialed, and says that he will send 5 men after them, asking the soldiers not to do anything. Turning around, he waits until the rest of the soldiers under his command have changed their clothes, after which he gives the order to set out. Li Qingzheng asks if they really should change into the Shenking Battalion uniforms, and Xiang Su notes that they have good stuff. Wearing his new uniform, Xiang Su is confident that he can achieve much more if he continues like this. Coming closer to the protagonist, Li Qingzheng asks the young man what his plan is now. Unexpectedly, Xiang Su suggests that they return to the forward base they just passed and have a delicious lunch, which literally shocks the soldiers around him. The captain worries if they can really do this, but Xiang Su reassures him that they are not doing anything special. But Li Qingzheng is not reassured, saying that they are still being monitored by 5 people from the battalion, and they may punish them for leaving the group. To Xiang Su, however, it seems ridiculous to think that 5 people could keep track of 1,000. Now these people don't know any of them, so for them this is a great opportunity to act secretly and covertly. The boys are just planning to have a snack, because there are no dry rations in the camp, so they will find others. So a group of people decide to share the burdens of the boss, and gradually the night grows stronger over them. The time comes, and the trio of people approaches the forward base, which was located nearby. Xiang Su excitedly waves his hand, happy that they will finally be able to eat. Li Qingjung is worried that they will be recognized at the forward base, but the protagonist says that he will be the one doing the talking. As they approach the base gate, they notice an unknown man coming out into the passage and asking who they are. Suddenly, Xiangsu suddenly kicks the man, causing him to fall down, and shouts at him for daring to stop a member of the Shenzi battalion. The trio of soldiers walk forward slowly, passing the worried military men around them. They arrive at the dining room, where there are already a small number of people with trays. Smelling the aroma of the food and seeing it with their own eyes, the three of them let out a satisfied sigh. Extremely hungry, they approach the cooks and ask what they can eat here. However, the man in the kitchen refuses them, saying that he had not received any notification that the additional 3 people would be arriving here. This confused Xiangsu, who was standing next to him, because he didn't know that people would need an additional invitation letter. Xiangsu commands that he is here to have dinner and asks if the chef is really trying to put himself above him. Then the cook asks for an officer's ID, and Xiangsu gives him the document with an important look. However, the protagonist leans against the man and tells him to check him alone and just check the number. Seeing that Xiangsu belonged to the Special Investigation Department, the cook's face turned pale with fear. Xiangsu asks the man to be quiet and keep it a secret, because according to the protagonist, he has a special mission here. The cook says that he perfectly understood the order of the man standing opposite him, and the protagonist is happy with this outcome of the situation. After some time, the boys manage to have dinner, and Li Qingjung is happy with how delicious their meal was. Xiangsu, continuing to eat food, reports that there should be 4 or 5 more bases on the way, so they will definitely not die of hunger. They decide to take some food with them and bring it to the guys at the post, who certainly won't mind having an extra lunch. A contented group of people leave the temporary base with bags of pleasant-smelling food and supplies. The soldiers standing nearby ask to share food with them, because they have been hungry all day. Then a new task finally arrives from the palace, which tells Xiangsu to help his comrade ease his hunger. Leaning forward, the protagonist says that he will tell you a place where the soldiers can definitely have a snack. After whispering the information into the man's ear, the young man commands his small detachment to move on, and receives thanks from the soldier next to him. He is glad that he was able to receive gratitude and complete the assigned task at the same time. Xiangsu turns his head to the side and sees a whole group of people starting to walk away. He draws their attention to himself and asks them to praise him in the same way as the leader of their small group did. The men agree to do this and bow forward, after which the protagonist receives several coins of gratitude to his account. Greedily rejoicing at the supplies he has received, Xiangsu realizes that if the rest of the camp thanks him, he will receive a new weapon. After such thoughts, the main character tells his partners to return to their tents, while he himself plans to take care of some personal matters. Xiangsu begins running between different tents, offering people help in satisfying their city. A little later, the protagonist takes a break from physical exertion, accepting that doing good deeds is very tiring. However, as a reward for such diligent work, Xiangsu receives many thanks. After some time, the young man approaches the last tent from which a bright light is burning. He abruptly enters the tent and begins to ask if the soldiers are hungry and that he can show them where to get food, but suddenly stops. There he finds 5 soldiers from the Shenzi battalion, who are giving the man a strange look. Xiangsu tries to leave the tent, but one of the men orders the protagonist to stay in the tent. After a short period of time, the people whom the main character sent for food return to the base. The military asks where the soldiers who left were, and they admit that they went to the canteen at the forward base. Then a member of the Shenzi battalion starts shouting, asking who gave them permission to leave the military base, just to have an extra meal. Without any hesitation, the soldiers point their fingers at Xiangsu, revealing that this was his act. After this, the protagonist asks one of the members of the Shenzi battalion to talk privately. The man sighs and after turning away to walk into the tent, shouts for Xiangsu to follow him. The protagonist takes out his ID as a member of a special unit and says that a spy may be hiding somewhere in the camp, after which he asks for help in capturing the enemy. He says he has no leads, so while he shows his ID, he asks the soldiers to keep this all a secret between each other. Showing his ID, the young man asks the man across from him to introduce himself, and he says he is a lieutenant named Dong Mingshui. Placing his hand on the lieutenant's shoulder, Xiangsu says that they seem to be doing well, and so gives the order to go to bed. With relief, Xiangsu leaves the tent, thinking to himself that the job was finally done. Outside, he sits down next to a small fire and enjoys its flames. A group of people comes towards him, saying that they were distributing food to people, and immediately rushed to the main character when they heard that he was caught. The protagonist says that everything is fine, and these words make Li Qingjung happy, who smiles at this news. Cheng Wudi says that no one stood up for Xiangsu even though he fed the people, but the protagonist doesn't blame anyone. The young man sighs and admits that this behavior among people was quite expected. Cheng Wudi breaks a stick nearby in anger, saying that he has become irritated and upset by the people around him. Shangsu says that the bad people will not be able to harm them, so he arranges for Chung Wudi to keep watch while the young man goes to bed. After some time, morning finally comes, and the soldiers decide to continue on their way, hiding the car in order to cover their tracks. Suddenly, a man runs up to the group, saying that Senior Officer Liu Taiyu has developed a fever. The man orders 2 of his squad to carry him on a stretcher, keeping pace with the main group of people. The sun slowly rises upward, bathing the many military tents with its light. An armored vehicle is moving between the mountains, in which people are discussing that if they lose this position, the road will be laid for someone else, and he will be able to pass unhindered. The man from the consortium asks the man behind the wheel not to worry unnecessarily, and then turns to Ching Jen, telling him to atone for his sins in the war. But he only says with a smile that he did nothing to atone for any sins before the consortium. This phrase irritates the Ching consortium members sitting in front, and the people continue on their way. After some time, the armored vehicle finally arrives at the Ching camp. A member of the consortium comes outside to the soldier and shows his documents to the man. Ching Jen, seeing this, looks out of the window and calls the man a bit lax. A member of the consortium approaches Ching Jen, telling him to come out, informing him that his brother, Ching Yun, is in the camp. With a smile, the man calls the man a snotty boy who cried all the time, and then asks what will happen if Ching Yun doesn't listen to him. Addressing a member of the consortium, Ching Jen asks whether all the blame will be placed on him if Ching Yun acts in his own interests. However, since the person is the commander of the army, he will be the one responsible for the failures. But since Jen is the military advisor, he will also have to answer for everything. Ching Jen shouldn't expect to escape responsibility, because this is all for the common cause. Finally, a group of people enters a tent where there are many soldiers. In front of them is a whole map of the combat area where the operation is being planned. Ching Jen asks everyone not to be nervous, saying that he and Boss Lu just came to see people. Turning to Secretary Zhou, the man in uniform asks why he brought these people here. In response, the secretary states that his interlocutor's uncle himself made the decision to ask him to help in the battle. But the man stands his ground, saying with a grin that he doesn't need a prisoner as an assistant. Hearing this, Boss Lu reminds Ching Yun of how he played in the mud as a child while his father was busy fighting in war. Secretary Zhou interrupts the ongoing conflict, saying that the situation in the southwest is about to change, and they need to act quickly. Turning to his protege, the man tells him to inform all unit commanders to attend the meeting. Now that the Qing consortium is stationed at the Great Dapping Mountain, the Li and Yang consortiums will not come just like that, and this war is mainly between them. However, such thoughts are interrupted by Ching Jen, who calls it all nonsense. The philosophy on this battlefield, he said, is that, with the exception of their people, all participants in this conflict are enemies. The man in uniform stands up and reminds them that it was the Yang consortium that deprived the Li consortium of the hard drive containing the nanotechnology research. Ching Jen says that he was the one who gave the disk to the Yang consortium, and reminds him that if he is here, he will definitely become a target for the Li consortium. If the Qing consortium is negligent in defense, then they will become a priority for both consortiums, because they will be willing to forget their differences for the sake of profit. However, Ching Yun interrupts Ching Jen, saying that he is the chief officer here and asks him not to disobey the command. Even though Ching Jen thinks he is the smartest one in this tent, he is still a real prisoner. The man in white clothes stands up from his seat and says that if Ching Yun is allowed to stay here any longer, the Qing consortium will definitely be in trouble. From now on, Ching Jen takes command of all combat operations on the conflict line, and asks Secretary Zhou to tell the old men to wait until the war is over. Ching Yun is clearly not happy with this and cries out, displeased with his brother's attempt to seize power. Once outside, Ching Jen makes it clear that he is here to take power into his own hands. Suddenly, after this, one of the soldiers puts his pistol to the head of the current commander. This act shocks the other soldiers inside the tent, after which the other soldiers also point their guns at each other, telling everyone not to move. The man who had been aiming at Ching Yun all this time slowly smirked. He suddenly pulls the trigger and the bullet pierces the head of the man in front of him, forcing his body to fall to the ground. Despite the accurate shot, the killer continues to keep the gun pointed at the fallen man. Secretary Zhou screams, accusing Ching Jen of doing something terrible and asking how he even dared to do such a thing. In response to this, Ching Jen only calmly says that there may also be people around his interlocutor who obey him. This phrase makes the secretary cool down and grit his teeth in anger. After this, Zhou passes by Ching Jen, commanding his allies to leave from here. Stopping, the man says that he cannot control his interlocutor, but he will bear full responsibility if the war is lost. After this, the man shuts up, turns away, and walks away, leaving Ching Jen alone with his thoughts inside the tent. Boss Lu asks his brother how they should wage war against the enemy. At first, The man in white clothes suggests taking their time and sorting out internal affairs. The defensive line is shortening, so he orders not to disperse his troops towards Mount Daping. The reconnaissance team must continue to work on the battlefield to prevent covert attacks by the Yang and Ching consortiums. The Ching consortium has not seen what nanorobots look like and does not have them in stock, so they will be seen as an easy target. Ching Jen views the upcoming war as a chessboard and understands that only the one who makes the fewest mistakes will be able to reach the end. Brother tells Boss Lu that he will go to the Yang consortium tomorrow to discuss the terms of a truce in order to destroy the Li consortium. Turning to another soldier, he commands him to go to the Li consortium and arrange for them to help them take over the Yang consortium's defensive positions in Pingshan. With a slight hesitation in his voice, the soldier salutes and says he will carry out the order. Having finished talking with his new boss, the man in uniform leaves the tent. Boss Lu whispers and asks why he wasn't sent to the Li consortium, and Ching Jen says that they're furious and that the soldier he sent wasn't going to last anyway. Moreover, this soldier is scared to death and takes his closest people with him, who should be Ching Yun's people, so their deaths will be beneficial. Hearing this plan, Boss Lu gives a thumbs up, clearly approving of the idea. Unexpectedly, Ching Jen says that he said something wrong, which surprises his brother. He covers his face with his hand and calls himself the only smart person in this tent. Addressing the soldiers behind him, he orders them to begin reducing the defenses and announces that he wants to see the new sand table tomorrow morning. The soldier who came to the tent reports that elite troops were sent to the Li consortium's territory, and Shenzi's squad always acted alone. Ching Jen asks where this detachment is, and the soldier replies that it was seen in the Fenyi mountain area almost a week ago. Closing his eyes, the new commander of the army says that the boys should be recalled immediately, but his protege says that it is already too late. At this time, a large detachment of soldiers was moving along Mount Fenyi. The snow is falling more and more heavily, and if the roads are covered by the weather, then all the people will get lost. However, one of the soldiers reassures the others, saying that with the help of geolocation technology, they will not get lost, so he suggests moving on. People listen to him and accept this hope, and then continue their journey up the mountain. After a short period of time, the snowfall intensifies and the road becomes invisible. Shengsu, standing to the side, realizes that they simply cannot continue like this. Otherwise, they will freeze to death. Then he commands the soldiers to line up with a rope so as not to get lost or astray. The soldiers, already desperate from the cold, decide to trust the main character. The young man unwinds the rope with his hands and gives it to the soldiers around him. They begin to move together as a team, holding onto a rope to avoid getting lost in the snow. The main character himself tries to endure all the hardships, moving along with his squad. Suddenly, the palace gives a new task to help the fallen soldiers catch up with the main group, and Shangsu remembers that the palace promised him a reward for keeping the wolves alive for 7 days. The palace announces that 7 days have passed since the last quest appeared, and it will be counted along with the current one. From the side, Shangsu notices a sneaking man, not believing his eyes that he wants to escape at such a moment. A soldier intending to desert reaches for his pistol, but does not find it. Shangsu shows the man that he took his weapon extremely quickly, shocking the guy. The protagonist begins to pull the man along, saying that the mountains are dangerous, and anything can happen to him if he runs away. The man begins to literally beg to let him go, promising that he will not run away. Releasing the man's leg, Shangsu crouches down in the snow in front of him and tells the man not to lag behind the group anymore. Starting to smile, the protagonist asks if the man wants to thank him. The man is confused, and Shangsu explains that he just saved his life. The young man actually receives gratitude for his actions, and is even a little surprised by this. After walking forward a little, Shangsu orders the man to go forward, and not to be a deserter. He orders the boys, who are knee-deep in snow, to continue carrying Liu Taiyu to the battlefield. If someone escapes now, the people's plan will be exposed and all actions will be meaningless. The protagonist shouts to the squad leaders, giving them the order to shoot on the spot anyone who tries to escape. Li Qingjung said that he had no idea how good Shangsu was at fooling people. Suddenly, one of the soldiers loses consciousness and falls right onto the cold snow. His partner, addressing a fallen man named Wanchai, asks him to wake up and come to his senses. The man tries to scream and call for help, but the other soldiers deliberately ignore the problem. With tears in his eyes, the man literally begs for someone to help him, but no one seems to care. Only Xiangsu responds to the call for help with a smile and says that he will come right away. Having picked up the man from the ground, the protagonist says that the man is probably tired after a day's journey, and the young man will carry him. He immediately receives additional gratitude from the person standing opposite him. Shangsu continues on his way with the man on his back, and the worried man continues to support his fallen comrade. With his last strength, the man on the protagonist's back says his friend's name. Through merciless storms and snow, the military detachment continues its journey to its goal. Suddenly, 2 more people immediately lose consciousness and strength, falling face down into the snow. The rest of the soldiers continue to pass by, pretending that this does not concern them at all. Sang-soo understands that even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to carry 2 more people on his own. Then Chung-Woody comes to the aid of the main character, saying that he is ready to assist in this matter. He places 2 people on his back at once, lifting them off the ground. Seeing such strength and desire to help, the main character is pleasantly surprised by what is happening. From the side, one of the soldiers notices that the Special Forces unit has been working so hard against espionage, and understands why everyone is afraid of them. Time passes, and the military makes a halt, saying that it is simply impossible to move in such weather. One of the soldiers on the side says that they have no choice, and that very soon they will start dying of hunger. They also discuss Xiang-Su and his partner, saying that they are guarding the military to prevent them from escaping. One of the soldiers says that they won't be able to escape in such weather. However, he has a plan in his head to punish Xiang-Su and his close friend. Several people get together and start discussing a plan they have just come up with. At this time, the main character, talking to one of the men, secretly gives him food and asks him not to get caught. Turning to Chung-Woody, the young man asks what is going on, and Chung-Woody says that he heard a pact between the people that they would pretend to lose consciousness so that Chung-Woody would carry them. However, the young man does not want to tell the names of the conspirators to the main character, saying that he will kill someone again. But Xiang-Su gives his word not to touch anyone if Chung-Woody tells the names of those who came up with such a plan. All the main character wants to do is to convey to people that for every evil, there is a greater evil. Coming up with a plan on the fly, Chung-Woody and Xiang-Su tie up 3 people with ropes and begin dragging them along. Taking the people out into the cold, the main character says that they will leave soon. One of the people decides to stand up to fight the main character, but he suddenly kicks the man in the face. Without any strength to resist, the victim falls back into the cold snow. Xiang-Su says that everyone here is an adult, and that everyone wants to be dragged along while they do nothing. In response, the man exclaims, saying that the young man brought them here by force. Then Xiang-Su says that this actually looks like their conspiracy plan. These words baffle the people lying there, because they didn't know that the main character had known everything for a long time. Having finished the dialogue, the young man bends forward a little and begins to drag people along with him through the snow. People standing on the sidelines say in shock that they had heard before how ruthless the Special Investigations Department was, but now they have seen it for themselves. Time passes, and the soldiers continue their journey through the snowy desert. One of the soldiers suggests that the others find a place to camp on the leeward side and move on when the snowfall stops. Xiang-Su says that he will set up a tent, and he gives the order to Li Qingjung to collect firewood and branches for the fire. The guys start working as a team for the sake of the overall survival of the group. They build several tents and light a fire next to them to at least somehow warm themselves. This is how Xiang-Su completes the palace's quest and receives a basic level skill card as a reward. In addition, the vending machine now has seeds unlocked for purchase. This makes the main character very happy, because he tried very hard to achieve the result. Once inside the palace, the main character approaches the vending machine. He examines the lot inside the car and does not understand what meaning this item could have. However, he decides to spend one of his gratitude coins to find out. A small seed falls out of the vending machine with a soft sound. The protagonist examines the received item, wondering whether it is worth planting right now. Xiang-Su turns to Chung-Woody, telling him to guard the tent while he decides to go away. Having given the order to his ward, the protagonist slowly leaves the tent with a tired look. Moving away from the temporary camp, he decides to see what could be so special about this seed. Taking a shovel with him, the main character makes his way through the snow and heavy snowfall. He decides to bury the new object in the ground, hoping that it will quickly sprout. As Xiang-Su drops the seed into the hole, he realizes that he would be happy to have a plant that immediately bears fruit. After a very short time, red roots begin to emerge from under the snow. Xiang-Su, however, does not understand what this means, since he does not see any fruit from the tree. Unexpectedly for himself, the young man notices a large crow approaching him. Intuitively, he is ready to scare off the beast so that it does not dare to attack him. Suddenly, a newly grown plant quickly jumps out of the ground and wraps its thorny stem around the beast's neck. As the plant-enveloped crow falls onto the snow, Xiang-Su notices to himself that the plant is very aggressive. Then he gets the idea that if he plants such plants around the forest, he will no longer have to be afraid of wild animals. Once back inside the palace, the protagonist decides to find out what the other seeds are capable of. He takes into his hands a coin received as a sign of gratitude from another person. At this time, Li Qingjung asks Chung-Woody where the protagonist went, and the guy replies that he went hunting for a boar. At the same time, Xiang-Su himself is waiting for a new dark yellow seed to sprout. More than 10 minutes passed, and an unknown plant began to appear in front of the young man. Suddenly it spits out some kind of projectile from its top. The plant planted by Xiangsu fires a special projectile that is powerful enough to damage nearby stone. Having seen what such a plant is capable of, the main character cannot believe his eyes. The palace explains that the plant can only shoot 30 times a day, and the young man concludes that it is of little use. Xiangsu forcibly bends the plant down so that it spits out many of its projectiles at once. This at least somehow pleases the main character, because in this way he can get a lot of food for food. Xiangsu hears a sudden and quiet crunching sound from walking on snow, and then straightens up. Looking around a little, the young man asks himself who could be around him now. Right now, the regular troops of the Li Consortium are located on the front lines, so they won't just come here. Then the main character takes out a combat knife. Realizing that there can only be an enemy here, he goes behind one of the trees and hides behind the object, looking out a little to the side. Xiangsu spots a whole platoon of Qing Consortium soldiers, and even though he knows Luo Lan, it won't save him, because he's wearing the Shenzi Combat Platoon uniform. Stepping back a little, the protagonist worries that the thorns and vines will not be able to stop so many enemies. One of the soldiers raises his hand, stopping the squad, and says that judging by the tracks, someone was here quite recently. The man asks if their plan is broken, and one of the soldiers says that they are looking for a target, and there is only one of them here. The military assumes that one of the nano-soldiers from Shenzi's squad is here, and therefore the people need to act quickly to warn the troops. The soldiers raise their weapons and point them at one of the trees, but suddenly one of them says that he stepped on something. Looking down, the man notices a red thorny vine and says he has never seen plants like it. Xiangsu understands to himself that there are still quite a lot of people who have not entered the attack zone of the plants. One of the soldiers commands the rest of the people not to go forward and to go back, because something is wrong here. Returning back, the soldiers lower their weapons and begin to think together with their captain what to do next. Xiangsu suddenly hears someone speaking to him from the side, asking if the young man belongs to the Li Consortium army. To his surprise, the protagonist recognizes the approaching soldier as Tang Zhuo, whom he had already known before. And the man himself asks with distrust, looking at the young man, whether this is really Xiangsu. Then the rest of the soldiers, with their weapons lowered, come closer, addressing the main character. Xiangsu then tells Tang Zhuo to come to him alone to have a private chat. One of the soldiers warns that the young man in front of them may be deceiving, but the man reassures his allies, saying that they are old friends. Coming closer, the military man asks why the protagonist is wearing the clothes of the Shenzi squad, and then the protagonist asks the man opposite to sit down. Sitting down in the snow, Tang Zhuo asks the young man if he has joined Li's consortium, and he admits that they were simply conscripted into the army as refugees, which surprises Tang Zhuo. However, the man says with pity on his face that Xiangsu was still very lucky, because the soldier himself was sent here to certain death. According to him, the army is now commanded by Qing Yun, who gave the order to intercept Shenzi's detachment, and Mr. Ching Jen and Luo Lan were placed under house arrest. Tang Zhuo says that all the people in this unit have nanotechnology and are therefore extremely dangerous. But the protagonist says that he is only from a private unit. Gradually speaking about how Zhuo's squad has fallen into a trap, the man states that even if he and his comrades are doomed to defeat here, it is definitely worth contributing to the victory in the war. Xiangsu says he can't condemn such a point of view, but reminds him that the Qing Consortium doesn't treat the man very well. After this, the young man suggests that his interlocutor hide in the mountains, while he lures out 5 Shenzi officers assigned to the main character's detachment. However, Xiangsu asks the man to keep everything that happens a strict secret, because there may be spies in their ranks, and also asks not to set up a battlefield here. With a smile, the man says that he accepts these conditions and is ready to cooperate with the main character. After some time, Xiangsu finally returns to the camp that their squad had set up between the mountains. When he enters, Li Qingzheng asks the protagonist if he managed to catch the boar. Only now does Xiangsu remember that before leaving, he asked Cheng Wudi to pretend that the protagonist had actually gone hunting. Sitting down at the table, the young man admits that he could not catch the animal because it was too fast, and then the interlocutor asks the young man to eat a bun. The man reports to Xiangsu that the people from Shenzhen's squad are planning to set up camp here until the snow ends. At this time, the blizzard and snowstorm continue to rage, shaking the flames from the fire and the tents pitched around it. The next morning, the protagonist's partner asks where he is heading so early. With a smile, Xiangsu says that he is going to dig potatoes, because he can't just sit still. Showing a thumbs up, the lying man calls the protagonist a very good person, from which he receives nothing but gratitude. Having received his small reward, the protagonist leaves the tent with the bag and walks away from the buildings. After walking a short distance into the cave, Xiangsu meets with Tang Zhuo and other military personnel from the Qing Consortium's unit, handing them some potatoes to bake. Tang Zhuo himself sincerely thanks the young man, calling him a very good friend, causing a smile to appear on Xiangsu's face. Having received another gratitude coin as a reward, the protagonist turns to the other soldiers and asks if they are going to thank him. As if instantly remembering the limits of decency, the military men begin to thank the main character who has approached them, and he receives new coins of gratitude. Approaching Takzhou, Xiangsu tells him that he is going to lure the 5 officers of Shenzi's detachment out of the tent and then help kill them with the help of Cheng Wudi. The man asks if the protagonist really doesn't need help, but Xiangsu assures him that he can indeed handle 5 nano soldiers. Coming out of the cave and starting to walk among the trees, the main character did nothing but look around cautiously. Stopping in one place, Xiangsu extended his hand forward a little and opened it, holding several red seeds in his palm. Kneeling down, the protagonist begins to dig holes for vegetables and fill them with the appropriate seeds. Finally, having finished filling the holes with seeds, the protagonist wipes his face a little, happy with the work he has done. After some time, Xiangsu returns to the camp back to the military, carrying a rabbit in his arms, which attracts the attention of the people sitting around. Approaching Xiangsu, the soldiers enthusiastically ask him where he got such a big rabbit, and the young man says that he found a hole of animals, but was unable to catch them all, and therefore asks for help with this. This is how he attracts the attention of the members of the Shenking squad, intending to lure them out of the camp and deal with them. Together with the main character, the detachment of soldiers began to move further into the forest, intending to get more food and provisions. Secretly, Xiangsu releases the rabbit from his hands into the forest, drawing the attention of the soldiers around him to the escaped animal. Waving his hand, the protagonist points after the rabbit, asking his partners to catch the prey. The members of Shenzi's squad, agreeing to this request, rush forward after the fleeing animal to catch it. Xiangsu is secretly happy that he managed to outwit the soldiers and force them to leave the camp. The soldiers themselves, armed with rifles, continued to run after the rabbit, which was trying with all its might to escape. After the protagonist is convinced that the military is completely distracted, the young man focuses energy into his palm, intending to strike. Several red vines burst out from under the snow, created by new plants planted by the main character. Almost instantly, plant parts rush towards the soldiers, who, in a panic, try to fight off the unexpected threat with their weapons. One of the soldiers is grabbed from head to toe by the vines, depriving him of the ability to move and beginning to strangle him. The plant parts squeezed the man's entire body and squeezed his neck with all their might, depriving him of life. At this moment, Xiangsu himself begins to approach the immobilized and surprised soldiers, who were simply suspended in the air. Coming close to the men, the protagonist puts his hand forward, beginning to absorb swarms of nanorobots from the bodies of the defeated people. All the collected nanorobots, which had previously been stored by the Shenzi military detachment, land right on the young man's hand. After taking his loot, Xiangsu turns away and begins to walk away. Turning his hand and opening his palm, the protagonist notices several tokens of Shenzi's squad members. After some time, Xiangsu approaches the entrance to the cave where the members of the Qing Consortium army had been hiding all this time. Tangzhuo, who meets the young man at the entrance, asks what is happening, and Xiangsu shows the man the emblems he has collected from the soldiers. With undisguised surprise, the soldier opposite the protagonist thanks him for such an operation, and Xiangsu receives another coin of gratitude. In addition, the young man hands over the satellite phone he found to his interlocutor, telling him to contact his boss. Grabbing the satellite phone in his hand, Tang Zhuo says with a smile that he will take care of it right now. Suddenly, Xiangsu takes Tang Zhuo's hand and asks that if they defeat Shenzi's squad, they will tell him the location of the bodies of the defeated soldiers. After some time, a young man bursts into a tent in the camp, shouting that now, finally, it's all over. With fear on his face, Li Qingzheng asks if the guys from Shenzi's squad caused trouble for the protagonist. But with cold-bloodedness, cruelty, and confidence, Xiangsu replies that all the members of the squad assigned to watch the group of soldiers are dead. This news greatly surprises Li Qingzhen, because in his mind, the defeated soldiers were always extremely strong. When asked for clarification, Xiangsu lies, saying that the soldiers were killed by strange mutated man-eating plants that strangled the military. Looking up, the protagonist says that if the soldiers in the tent do not believe him, then he can confirm his words. A short period of time passes, and a detachment of soldiers returns to the small site of the battle. Finally, when they got to the place, they noticed a large vine that still held the dead soldiers with its roots. Reluctantly, the soldiers admit that the people in front of them were indeed dead due to strange and scary man-eating plants. Some soldiers begin to panic, saying that they will not go anywhere else, for they are afraid of sharing the fate of the members of Shenzi's squad. Seeing his teammates running away, Xiangsu decides that it would be better for them not to act rashly, as they are unsure of where the battlefield will be. At this moment, in the snowy mountains, a terrible and bloody battle continues between several detachments of armed troops. The members of Li's consortium decide to retreat from under fire from their enemy in order to preserve their numbers. With disbelief, one of the soldiers suggests that the Ching consortium found out and set up an ambush to wipe out the military. With all their might, the soldiers, disguised in white camouflage, tried their best to escape from the exploding shells. At this moment, in the distance, on one of the rocky hills, stood Ching Jen in his usual white clothes. Watching the battle through binoculars, the man concludes that shells and artillery are in any case stronger than soldiers with nanorobots. The Li consortium has not participated in wars for a very long time, so even having created the most powerful weapons, they cannot use them properly. Turning around, Ching Jen says that if they give him the nano-soldiers, he will take them apart, and also says that it will be easy for him to behead the enemy's top brass while they are distracted by ambushes. Seeing the actions of their commander, the Ching consortium soldiers praise Ching Jen, calling him a very wise man. However, the man says that he is reporting the progress of the battle not to flatter, but to have more soldiers allocated to his defense, which surprises the man standing next to him. Turning back to the side where the battle is taking place, Ching Jen gives the order to strengthen the defense forces, as the Yang consortium forces, who are more experienced, will soon arrive. At this time, a meeting of the military command of the Li consortium is taking place in the conference room. The man sitting at the head of the table reports that Shenzi's unit suffered heavy losses, and he is extremely curious as to how the Ching consortium was able to learn of the Li consortium's plans. Hu Shuo, the head of the Special Operations Department, who was nearby, also couldn't understand the reason for what was happening. He certainly had ulterior motives all this time, but he kept a low profile, trying to find the best time to strike, and he has no acquaintances who are connected to Shenzi's squad. One of the commanders, with a puzzled face, reports that the private forces, having exchanged clothes and equipment with the special detachment, did not arrive at their destination. The man, whose face is covered in scars, screams angrily, trying to find out why he is only learning about such important news now. He orders those assembled to immediately locate this detachment of private forces and confirm their location within 3 days, after which he asks General Hu to stay. Hu Shuo sat in his seat with a straight face and waited patiently for the rest of the command staff to leave the meeting. The scarred man says that the data leak is a serious and emergency situation, and so he tasks Hu Shuo with finding out who the spy was all along. Sometime later, after leaving the military leadership meeting room, the elderly general replayed in his mind the episode when the private army exchanged clothes with Shenzi. The idea that Xiang Su might be involved in what's happening now immediately comes to his mind, but he doubts it at first. Hu Shuo then stops in his tracks and tries to guess whether Xiang Su might have the necessary ability to pull off all this. Tong Chuo meets with Xiang Su at this time, saying that the snowfall will soon end, and asks if the protagonist will be exposed if he continues to go further. The young man assures that everything is fine, and that the Li consortium will not be able to leave this place after the death of the Shenzi squad members, and he has to rely on his own strength to find food for them. Sitting down on a small rock, Tang Zhuo reports that he learned that Ching Jen and Luo Lan have seized power, and therefore the final say in the army now lies with them. Boss Luo, Ching Jen and their men were sent to the front as military advisors, and they seized power by killing Qing Yun and becoming the top military leaders of the Qing consortium. Suspicious, Xiang Su asks if this is normal and if there is no one monitoring them. However, Tang Zhuo guesses that such a reshuffle is currently impossible to notice, and if the Yang consortium takes advantage of the situation, the entire Qing clan will be in danger. With a smile, the man says that Ching Jen has already defeated Shenzi's main force, and he agrees to cooperate with Xiang Su. After shaking hands with the man opposite him, the protagonist realizes that Ching Jen is a reliable person, and at the very least, he is certainly better than Qing Yun. Continuing the conversation, Tang Zhuo asks Xiang Su about his own interest in this war, and he admits that he is helping the Yang consortium collect more nanobots. Then the man says with a smile that he immediately noticed the protagonist's unusual relationship with Yang Xiaojin, but the young man shyly denies it. Gradually, the scene changes to a vast battlefield, which is located in the middle of the snow. Xiang Su passes by various barricades and crates, assuming this is where the Qing consortium and Shenzi's unit fought. Unexpectedly for himself, the main character notices several people who are also in this area. Xiang Su immediately becomes alert, preparing to repel any sudden attack. However, looking up, he notices 2 injured soldiers in front of him, walking along, supporting each other. Hiding behind a tree, the protagonist praises Ching Jen for leaving him the officers of the Shenzi squad. From a small hiding place, Xiang Su continues to watch several soldiers as they continue to move. He summons several red seeds and throws them on the ground, intending to quickly grow them. The dangerous red vine immediately rushes straight under the feet of the walking soldiers, burying itself in the snow. A second passes, and a whole wall of red vines grows in front of the people, which begins to move in front of them. The shocked soldiers do not have time to react, and their bodies, as well as their limbs, are immobilized by the dangerous plant. While the vine continues to restrain and harm the two soldiers, Xiangsu is in his hideout trying to figure out where the rest of the soldiers are. Suddenly, the suffering soldiers notice a silhouette behind a tree and shout if there is anyone there. Angrily, one of the soldiers shouts, asking who the man behind the tree is and how he knows that they are from Shenzi's squad. After this, the protagonist leaves his shelter, asking the man where the rest of the military unit is now. Ignoring such a question, the soldier who is restrained by the vine asks Xiangsu why he is wearing the Shenzi squad uniform. But he says with a smile that the members of this formation themselves gave it to the young man. With disbelief and shock, the man suspended in the air realizes that the main character belongs to a private army. That's when he asks what Xiangsu is doing in this place and how he controls this vine. Starting to scream in panic, the soldier accuses the protagonist of being the spy and of revealing the location of the squad. But Xiangsu pretends not to understand what the military man is talking about and turns away, feigning innocence. With a sigh, the protagonist repeats his question to the soldiers, asking where the rest of Shenzi's squad is now. Completely in fear for his life, the man replies that they are about 20 kilometers behind them. When Xiangsu says that he can go and see for himself if he dares, the protagonist responds with a puzzled look. The young man simply walks past the soldiers tied with vines, intending to scout out the situation alone. He clenches his fist with a face filled with hatred and anger, after which a loud crunch is heard. The ash instantly bites into the flesh and bones of helpless soldiers, killing them in seconds. With complete indifference, the protagonist walks away, leaving the corpses behind him. Some time passes and Xiangsu begins to run through the snowy area. Steam comes out of his mouth with every step he takes, moving at high speed. Suddenly, the main character stops in place, stopping his movement. On the ground, he comes across a corpse of a man who belongs to Shenzi's squad and has blood splattered around him. After analyzing the area, Xiangsu comes to the conclusion that no bombs or shells were used to kill the man. Noticing a neat hole in the armor, the protagonist assumes that a sniper was at work here. Crouching over the man's corpse, Xiangsu works out the idea that the Qing consortium broke the ambush, but encountered resistance halfway through. After removing a bullet from the wound of a fallen soldier, the protagonist realizes that these were the bullets that Yang Xiaojin, who should now be in the 88th fortress, used. Straightening up a little and looking at several corpses in the snow, Xiangsu thinks about who else could be capable of such a thing. Slowly, the main character moves his hand forward, as if intending to do something. As if by the power of thought, the young man begins to gather several swarms of nanorobots that were hidden in the bodies of the members of Shenzi's squad to his hand. With a small look of satisfaction on his face, Xiangsu felt the nanobots filling his body and his armor. He understands that after collecting nanorobots on such a scale, the equipment should be enough for the entire body. Frowning, Xiangsu thinks that he always imagines Yang Xiaojin when it comes to the mysterious sniper. But there is no reason for her to be here. Now the main character decides to stop his running and return to the camp, having first collected potatoes from his plants. A relatively short period of time passes, and Xiangsu returns to one of the tents, carrying a whole bunch of potatoes in his arms. With a slight look of surprise on his face, Li Qingjun greeted the protagonist who had come back. He shares with the young man the information that the people in the other tents have already run out of food, and therefore asks Xiangsu to be careful. Having prepared his food and started eating, the protagonist thinks that it is time to make a decision on how to use the nanorobots, since their assembly is finished. With the strength values from the palace and the black blade, it seems like he doesn't need offensive abilities, so he decides to increase his defense. The soldiers standing aside assume that the others have no food, and therefore may soon die of hunger. Hearing such speeches, the main character waves his hand, calling a pair of soldiers to him. He asks the soldiers if they have ever studied mechanics, and if they were asked to design a simple bulletproof vest, would they be able to do it? Then one of the soldiers tells the main character a whole set of information about how difficult it is to make a bulletproof vest, and how it involves a variety of mechanisms. Xiangsu asks again if they can make a bulletproof vest, and the soldier replies that he can do it. With a smile, the protagonist says that this is wonderful, and asks to make a draft first, so that it can be improved later. Time passes, and an unknown armored military vehicle drives up to the tents. The soldiers inside the tents point this out, saying that they were not expecting anyone at such a time and under such circumstances. An officer from the consortium emerges from the military transport, saying that a private army is hiding in these forests, and they have to cross mountains and rivers because of them. The man introduces himself as Tang Wanyi and says that he is from the Human Resources Department, and then asks all the members of the private army to gather. The man narrows his eyes and turns to the soldiers, asking which of them is the man named Xiang Su. The protagonist raises his hand, and Tang Wanyi tells him that the people above have learned of the condition of Commander Liu Taiyu, who is in a coma. It turns out that, on the recommendation of the leadership, it was Xiang Su who was appointed acting commander of the 2nd Battalion. The protagonist is happy about this turn of events, and Tang Wanyi asks him to come closer and sign the necessary documents. With a smile, the young man begins to fill out the relevant paperwork, and the HR member asks if the boy will be signing up for such an occasion. However, without receiving a clear answer to his question, Tang Wanyi turns around and leaves, approaching the military vehicle. The man mutters to himself that he wouldn't have come here in such a snowfall if he hadn't heard that someone had paid 100,000 in currency to promote the main character. The man tells his allies with a grim smile to blacklist Xiang Su and remove him from his position when the war ends. Xiang Su asks Cheng Wudi what the soldiers walking away from them are muttering about, and he admits that the protagonist is planning to be removed from his post. However, the main character is not at all worried about this and radiates the brightest optimism. Finally, the young man notices the less than bright reaction of the soldiers around him to this news. Then Xiang Su turns around and says that he was lucky enough to become the commander of the 2nd Battalion, and therefore asks the military not to throw words to the wind. He tries to put himself in a good light by saying that everyone knows about his high survival skills, and that with him, they definitely won't die of hunger or from dangerous plants. However, the soldiers look at each other with distrust, as if silently discussing the words of the main character. The young man says out loud that he feels like they don't believe him, and so he plans to go ahead to take the first blow. Giving a thumbs up in approval, Xiang Su says that he always keeps his word, and so he will take care of the soldiers. Before it gets dark, the new commander of the 2nd Battalion gives the order for everyone to collect their things and get ready to move out. After some preparations, the detachment under the command of Xiang Su sets out on its journey. After a short period of time, they come across a planted red vine that caused the death of many soldiers. Cheng Wudi cautiously shouts to his allies to be extremely careful. Xiang Su gives a loud order to all the soldiers under his command to follow him. And at this time, the vine seems to retreat from the protagonist. By his behavior, he earns the favor of the soldiers who now obey him. In addition, the young man receives several coins of gratitude, because the soldiers consider him their savior. Seeing the huge wisps of smoke rising into the sky, Xiang Su guesses that the information from Tang Zhou was true. He recalls his conversation with a man who asked if the main character had been promoted. When asked how the man could know about this, Tang Zhou says that Ching Jen hopes to continue his cooperation with Xiang Su, and therefore decided the issue with the commander's status. This only meant that Ching Jen had a high-ranking spy who was in charge of appointing officers at the private army level. In addition, Ching Jen conveyed a message that he proposed to Xiang Su to destroy the troops carrying out Ching Yun's orders, and the protagonist agrees to do so. Pointing to the smoke rising into the clouds, the young man suggests meeting his allies on the battlefield and discussing the situation. Having agreed to this plan, a detachment of soldiers goes straight to the thick of the battle, preparing for anything. The soldiers, along with Xiang Su, continue to move through the trees and snowstorm towards their target. Turning back, the main character asks to stick together and not get lost, and also to execute on the spot those who try to desert. In addition, he orders that at the beginning of the battle, people step aside to avoid being shot and suffering losses. Since Xiang Su made such a speech, the soldiers began to suspect that the protagonist knew who was in those mountains. One of the soldiers raises his finger up and points somewhere, saying that he sees Qing Consortium soldiers in front of him. Indeed, several soldiers who belong to this consortium come out to Xiang Su. However, one of them raises his hands with a smile and says that their small group has come to negotiate. But Xiang Su views the situation with reasonable suspicion, asking for proof that people came to negotiate, since he did not receive any notification about it. In response, the soldier says that Ching Jen is now personally negotiating with the high command of the Li Consortium. Hearing this, Xiang Su, with his characteristic determination and confidence, almost orders the Qing Consortium men to throw down their weapons, for he does not want to take any risks. The shocked soldier is surprised that they met Shenzi's detachment here, and considers it pointless for the regular army to surrender its weapons. There is silence between the soldiers gathered on both sides, and they all glance at each other, trying to understand each other's intentions. The protagonist continues to put pressure on the members of the Qing Consortium, saying that if they do not want to hand over their weapons, then they definitely did not come to negotiate. The soldier standing in front seriously considers this proposal, because even if a battle starts, the Qing Consortium has no chance of winning. Realizing they don't have much of a choice, the man orders the soldiers behind him to drop their weapons on his command. They all throw their weapons onto the white snow, remaining unable to attack Xiang Su's squad. With a calm but attentive face, The protagonist looks at what is happening before his eyes. One of the soldiers catches his attention with his unusual movements, and at first it seems that he really does put his weapon on the ground. Unexpectedly, Xiangsu's left hand shot forward with his gun to attack the unarmed enemy. With a small smirk, the protagonist finally raises his hand with the weapon and points it at the Qing Consortium soldier. A loud shot rings out, and a bullet pierces the body of the helpless soldier, causing him to lose his balance. After this, Xiangsu shouts to the soldiers who obey him to attack the unarmed enemy and destroy him, performing a feat. Some of the private army's soldiers turn their backs on the situation, saying that they cannot cope with the Qing Consortium army. But at this time, Cheng Wudi and Li Qingjin standing behind them raise their rifles, preparing to kill any deserters. Having no other choice, the military, led by the protagonist, rushes into the attack to destroy the unarmed enemy. The Qing Consortium men are defeated and their bodies are pierced by multiple bullets. The next day, at the Li Consortium headquarters, they discuss the incredible fact of how a private army was able to destroy the Qing Consortium's special forces. According to news reports confirmed by the military itself, the squad did indeed destroy the Qing Consortium forces, but Li's leadership does not know how they ended up on their territory. Such failed intelligence work upsets one of the commanders to the point of anger, who vents his anger by shouting. The reporting soldier then justifies himself by saying that the Qing Consortium troops were deliberately moving through the mountains and were difficult to spot. Reluctantly accepting this excuse, the commander asks how it was possible to defeat the troops with the help of a private army. According to the squad, the private army members changed into the uniform of the Shenzi squad, and then, under the orders of the new commander Xiangsu, forced the enemy to surrender their weapons, after which they destroyed them. This development of events seems rather strange to those gathered, but the fact that it worked speaks for itself. Covering his eyes, the commander asks how many people the private army lost from such an operation. When the reporter reports that the losses did not exceed 400 people, the commander is happy about this, because it is a small price to pay for such a victory. This victory inspires the commander so much that he asks to present this private army for awards, rename them the Hero Squad, and provide them with better uniforms. In addition, he decides to award Xiangsu the rank of major in the regular army of the Qing Consortium, so that he will become an example for the entire army. Suddenly, the commander gives the order to send the newly formed Hero Squad to the most difficult parts of the front, because the enemy's main man has become a man named Ching Jen. Since Ching Jen's character cannot bear being defeated by a private army, that is why they should be sent to the difficult parts of the front to exhaust the enemy. The speaker calls his general very wise, because his actions are devoid of feelings, and he treats his soldiers like pieces on a chessboard. The ancients did not deceive the Lai Consortium that mercy does not govern armies, and righteousness does not govern money. At this time, Tang, the man who promoted the protagonist, thinks that Xiangsu does not know the rules, because he did not even show that he appreciated the promotion. Filled with a sense of revenge, the man lifts his writing instrument, thinking about what he can do to the protagonist. He is interrupted by a reporter who comes inside and announces that Xiangsu now needs to be awarded another new title. At first it seems like the HR member has objections, but he's already getting ready to go. The man, turning to Tan, says that Xiangsu's rank is now higher than his own, and therefore, if there are conflicts between them, it is better to resolve them now. The man in the chair says with fear that he will definitely take care of this issue and resolve all misunderstandings. After some time, Tong Wanyi finally meets with Xiangsu, telling him that he is here to bestow the youth with a new title. Having handed the main character new documents, he asks for forgiveness with an excited face for having been rude earlier, and asks what he can do for the main character. Unexpectedly, Xiangsu asked with an excited look if Tang Wanyi had a fork with him. This question quickly puts the messenger in a dead end, because he did not expect such a development of events at all. At this time, in the 108th fortress, its own special development of events is taking place. Yang Xiaojin walks through the streets in her usual clothes and, approaching the gate, knocks on it. Not waiting for an answer, she knocks again with obvious irritation, intending to attract attention. Finally, the gates rustle open, and an unknown man peers out from underneath, asking if the girl came from the north or from somewhere else. Yang Xiaojin nods, saying that this is indeed the case, and then begins to report on the situation. Once inside, the man tells the girl that Shenzi's squad encountered a surprise on the Qing Consortium side, who were attacked by a sniper on the way. In addition, the private army completely destroyed the Qing Consortium's Special Forces unit on Mount Tantu, which caused a great stir. Hearing this news with his own ears, Yang Xiaojin immediately guesses that it is directly related to Xiangsu. After this, the man offers to deliver the enemy's defense plans to Yang Xiaojin, but she refuses, saying that she is not participating in this war. Turning to her interlocutor, The girl asks to find a man named Xiang Su, suspecting that he is part of that very private army. Noticing the girl's increased interest in Xiang Su, the man asks if there are any other leads. However, the girl simply tells him to go where the tracks point in relation to the main character. At this time, in one of the laboratories, a scientist asks to bring him a batch of new samples. His female subordinate happily carries out this order, bringing him a test tube with nanorobots. After accepting the item, the man looks at it and remembers that the nanorobots began to behave unusually after contact with people whose synchronization coefficient is 0. After some time, people move into a room where one of the consortium's soldiers is already lying. With surprise on his face, the researcher asks where the nanorobots are on his body, since he doesn't notice them at all. After such a failure, the man turns to his commander, saying that the nanorobots from the soldier's body have disappeared without a trace. A short period of time passes, and a column of military equipment moves through the deserted mountains. Li Qingzheng talks to the protagonist, saying that with his new rank of major, new great prospects will open up for him. But Xiangsu asks not to tell him such nonsense, but instead to let him steer a little. But Li Qingzheng refuses, saying that there are soldiers sitting behind him. The road is slippery, and if the young man drives too fast or brakes, their vehicle could flip over. While continuing to drive the transport, the partner asks Xiangsu why he decided to move them to the 313th position. When asked why he was so worried, Li Qingzheng said that from the tone of Tang Wanyi's arrival, it was clear that the army command had already planned to send them there. As a rule, military plans are confidential and therefore can simply be used as bait for the Qing consortium. Xiangsu calls the Li consortium too cunning for treating their heroes like that. The Li consortium made their move obvious. They openly told the Qing consortium that the army that humiliated them was in the 313th position. If the Qing do not respond to such an action, it will be a strong blow to their principles. However, if they do react, they will feel that this battle will be too difficult for them. In any case, for the Li consortium, the entire hero squad is just a pawn and a bargaining chip in this war. Li Qingzheng asks if this bothers Xiangsu, but he tells her not to be afraid and says that everything is under control. But the man asks with fear and excitement what will happen if the Qing consortium decides to concentrate its forces and destroy them. At this time, a large bird flies over the column of military vehicles, calming down what is happening with its gaze. Suddenly, Xiangsu remembers the words of his teacher Zhang, who said that the wars of the past were more diverse. Now, after the disaster, all that remains is battles on the ground, in which armored vehicles and artillery play a huge role, and nanorobots are an unknown variable. Later, the column of military equipment finally arrives at the 113th position in full force. Xiangsu disembarks from the transport with his soldiers, and they are met by several military personnel at the post. Li Qingzhen is surprised by this reception, and assumes that they were not expected here. But the protagonist says that it is because everyone understands the role of the soldiers as bait. With a determined face, the protagonist says that greeting the soldiers at the post is not important, and they need to deal with the formality of entering the camp. The squad stops in front of one of the soldiers, who looks old and has been through hard battles, who asks if the man in front of him is really a man named Xiang Su. With a smile, the main character answers in the affirmative, saying that it is he himself. The man begins to humiliate the young man, saying that his soldiers cannot even perform a basic formation, and Xiang Su asks who he even is. The man replies that his name is Ma Kai, and he is a colonel and commander-in-chief in this position, knowing it completely and entirely. Without any respect, Ma Kai calls the arriving squad a handful of dog food and tells them to know their place and not cause trouble. Turning around, the man asks them to wait here while he orders Deputy Commander Zhang to take them where they need to go. In Xiangsu's eyes, the colonel in front of him looked and acted as if he had great strength. Guessing that such base commanders might know a lot, Xiangsu asks the palace to activate the study skill. For the first time, the palace offers to learn a completely useless random target skill. Cheng Wudi suddenly puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, and he asks what happened. The young man with the golden tiara says that he heard people in the camp saying that they were all being sent to certain death. But Xiangsu asks them not to worry, saying that even if their new allies die, their unit will not have any problems, but if Ching Jen's troops attack first, they will die. Having completed this short monologue, the main character asks what else the soldiers talked about in the camp. With a sad face, Cheng Wudi replies that, in the soldiers' opinion, the death of the hero squad will be deserved, because in their eyes, the main character's squad does nothing but get in the way. Smiling, Xiangsu puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and says that people tend to deepen their dark sides in secret, saying things that shouldn't be said openly. Night falls, and at that moment a military vehicle moves along one of the roads. She passes the gate, which closes behind her with a rustle, and it turns out that Luo Lan is in the transport. He smokes a large cigar with an indifferent face, as if he is thinking about something extremely important. At the same time, Xiangsu studies the map of the area that Deputy Commander Zhang shared with him. Looking up, the protagonist notices that people are constantly entering and leaving the other tents. However, he notices 3 tents that are standing extremely quietly, and the soldiers do not even approach them. Pointing his finger at the map, he suggests that there is a secret zone here, controlled by the Li Consortium. Suddenly, Xiangsu notices Lin Qi in person, and assumes that all the nano-soldiers are hidden in the tents. Unexpectedly for himself, the main character hears a familiar voice belonging to Tang Zhou, and the guys exchange greetings. Coming closer, the man asks the young man if they have already managed to settle into this position, and he replies that they have been assigned to the most dangerous zone. Then Tang Zhou says that Luo Lan has gone to the Yang Consortium, and the battle may begin in 2 days, and the Qing Consortium forces themselves are already moving here. The main objective of the Qing soldiers is to capture the 313th position, and in addition to that, a detachment of Qing Yun soldiers will be sent here without proper equipment and supplies. Handing Tang Zhou a defensive map, Xiangsu tells him to attack the position while he leads the attack on Qing Yun's supporters. With a smile, the ally thanks the protagonist, who receives another gratitude coin. In one of the tents, Ma Kai and his assistant gather, who says that the Qing Consortium troops are moving in 2 different groups. Intrigued by this turn of events, the man asks where the enemy might be heading. The assistant says that one of the groups is heading to position 313, and the second is moving to position 319. Ching Jen is a man who holds grudges, so he wants to destroy the hero squad. But Ma Kai says that Ching Jen's strategy makes the enemy lose their guard. Based on the lessons learned from past battles, a person like Ching Jen would never take risks or seek glory recklessly. Thus, the Qing Consortium troops can only make a diversionary attack on the 313th position, and send the main forces to the 319th. In this case, the units should prepare themselves and be ready to support the 319th position at any moment. However, Ma Kai forbids any support for the hero squad, which shocks the assistant as he understands that they will simply be sent to their deaths. Very suddenly, there is a loud crash outside, causing the 2 men to lose their balance a little. One of the soldiers shouts that the main forces of the Qing Consortium are already approaching their position. It appears that somehow the Qing Consortium obtained a map of the defenses of this position, as they concentrated their fire on key structures. This news has an extremely unpleasant effect on the colonel, who was not at all prepared for such events. Clenching his fist, Ma Kai tries to figure out how the enemy got the defense card. Looking out of the tent a little, the position commander recalls that Ching Jen always used mass mortar fire on positions. Numerous mortar explosions are heard right across the territory of the 313th position, blowing up many tents and armored vehicles. At this time, the entire squad of heroes, commanded by Xiangsu, is in the distance and watches what is happening through the sights of their rifles. Li Qingzheng asks warily if the Qing Consortium is planning to bomb them themselves, since they certainly won't be able to withstand that. But Xiangsu laughs with a confident smile and says that there is no need to be afraid of such a thing, because it will definitely not happen. Turning around, the protagonist notices a large number of military formations moving straight towards them. Li Qingzheng asks if he should attack the enemy, and Xiangsu agrees to the idea, planning to let the enemy get closer. The young man's partner panics, saying that at such a close distance the enemy will already be able to attack with grenades, but Xiangsu asks him to calm down and says that everything is under control. Meter by meter, the armed formations of the consortium are approaching the position of the hero squad. Xiangsu gives the go-ahead to his troops, sending them a signal, and fire opens on the enemy from fortified positions. Numerous bullets and shells pierce the bodies of the consortium members, instantly taking their lives. While under heavy fire, one of the soldiers asks his commander what actions are planned next. The gray-haired man, who is the commander of the attacking troops, gives the order to use grenade launchers to attack the enemy position. One of the soldiers, sitting on one of his knees, takes a grenade launcher from behind his back and aims it at one of the fortified points. Suddenly, a large projectile begins to fall from the sky, and the man stops firing at the position. It turns out that the shell flies past a fortified building with machine guns and explodes right next to the attacking people, taking their lives. The commander and his subordinate soldier look at this in a stupor, shocked. Shouting, the gray-haired man commands to rush into battle with the last of his strength and use grenades to blow up his opponent. The soldiers listen to his orders, heading straight ahead and trying to throw explosives at the hero squad. However, grenade after grenade falls to the ground without exploding at all and without creating any effect. The squad leader also looks at this, and at first he cannot find any words for this situation. A soldier standing nearby screams, blaming everything on Ching Jen, who ordered this group to use these particular grenades before leaving. With horror on his face, the commander of the troops accepts the fact of betrayal from Ching Jen, who used such vile methods. Not wanting to waste any more of his men's lives, the man with gray hair commands them to begin retreating. With a smirk on his face, Xiangsu steps forward a little and, folding his arms, commands them to continue firing at the gorge. The soldiers obey his order, and more machine gun fire begins to ring out. In addition, there are many explosions on the ground that simply grind the enemy army to pieces. With extreme confidence on his face, the protagonist says that it was absolutely easy to defeat the Qing Consortium troops. Unexpectedly, the young man receives a task from the palace, which requires him to help 100 people at the 313th position, that is, to return to the camp. Songsu sees this as a great opportunity to see if he can assemble more nanobots. Turning back to his soldiers, the protagonist orders Chung Wudi to go with him to the camp, and he agrees. As the two men begin to move into position, Li Qingzheng panics and asks them to stay, saying that they won't be able to hold out without them. But Xiangsu turns around and tells them to hold their ground, and encourages them with words that the remnants of the infantry battalion will not be able to do any harm. With a sigh and some dissatisfaction, Li Qingzheng accepts these words, thinking to himself that the battle was too easy if they could afford to go back and help the wounded. After a short period of time, the protagonist and his friend arrive at the camp of the Li Consortium soldiers, who were attacked. Seeing the whole situation, Xiangsu asks Chung Wudi to get a stretcher and carry the soldiers, while the protagonist himself climbs to a higher ground and conducts reconnaissance of the area. Moving away from his partner, the main character begins to look around to assess the entire situation around him. His eyes are met with a great many soldiers who lost their lives during the past battle. Coming closer to the dead, the young man puts his right hand forward and closes his eyes, preparing to absorb the nanorobots. A whole swarm of nanorobots rushes towards his hand, ready to join the already prepared supplies. After finishing collecting objects from the fallen people during the battle, Xiangsu continues on his way. Suddenly, someone grabs the protagonist by the ankle, and the young man turns around sharply. The soldier who captured Xiangsu turns out to be Lin Shu, who asks for help. However, the main character is in no hurry to do this, smilingly asking how his friend ended up here. As if mocking the badly wounded soldier, the young man kneels down and says that the man in front of him is very strong and hardly needs help at all. After these words, Xiangsu picks up a sharp stone from the ground and says that he does not want to be vindictive and therefore intends to ease the person's suffering. After some time, the protagonist finishes collecting nanorobots, thinking that he has collected enough samples. In addition, Xiangsu decides to go deeper into the camp to find something to take with him. Almost immediately on the ground, he finds several boxes, the contents of which are intended for charging the nanorobot's antenna. With a smirk on his face, the guy picks up the items, realizing that they are needed for wireless charging. Having put away several stolen items, Xiangsu is sincerely happy about such a pleasant booty. After this, he continues his journey, picking up one of the wounded people along the way to take him to the medic. In a special tent, they are met by a doctor who asks why the soldiers in front of him are carrying the wounded, even though they are not doctors, and asks them to name their unit. Cheng Wudi says with a smile that they are from the hero squad, but the doctor says in response that they should be on the front lines, and in general, they look like there is nothing wrong with them. The colonel lying nearby almost immediately jumps up from his bunk, accusing the arriving soldiers of abandoning their positions. But Xiangsu, smiling slyly, says that their detachment would never have abandoned their positions, and reports that they managed to destroy the enemy infantry regiment, and therefore they came to help. The protagonist says that if the colonel doesn't believe him, he can walk to the front line himself and see for himself the situation, and now Xiangsu can't waste any more time. After saying these words, Xiangsu helps one of the injured soldiers to sit down on a small bench. The young man even stops the medical team, saying that he is going to do everything himself. Hearing these words as an order, the two doctors place the stretcher on the ground, allowing the protagonist to carry the body himself. Easily lifting the soldier onto his shoulder, Xiangsu heads to one of the empty beds to lay the man down. The protagonist addresses the soldier who has just been transported and says that he is going to give him some life advice. With a grin, the guy says that thank you and other words of gratitude should be said out loud. With a little trepidation, the soldier thanks the protagonist, but he does not receive a coin of gratitude because it was not sincere. Moving away from the hospital bed, the young man speaks out loud to the soldier to stop behaving so insincerely. After some time, Xiangsu still manages to complete the rescue of all 100 people, and he receives 4 points of agility and 1 point of strength. This set of characteristics turns out to be so strong that the palace informs the protagonist that its threshold has been exceeded. The next morning, the wounded people blame Chung Wudi for the fact that if it weren't for their hero squad, Ching Jen wouldn't have sent troops here at all. Xiangsu listens to all these accusations and mockery from the outside, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. Coming closer to his partner, he suggests that they return to their positions as soon as possible, to which Cheng Wudi agrees. Xiangsu doesn't know yet whether the infantry regiment was damaged, so he suggests taking the equipment when it's over. While the two guys are chatting amiably, wounded soldiers are looking at them with only evil grins on their faces. After Xiangsu returns to his position, he begins preparing food for his soldiers. Li Qingzheng approaches and asks the protagonist if he really thinks that now is a good time to have a snack. The captain believes that they should go down and finish off the infantry regiment, since there are very few fighters left in their ranks. But Xiangsu changes his partner's mind, saying that they will be in big trouble if they attack, and so asks to gather all the soldiers for dinner. The palace reports that since the protagonist has exceeded the stat threshold, he has unlocked a new skill called Castle Destruction, which doubles a person's strength for a short time. This news is quite unexpected for Xiangsu, as he understands that he will have 21 points of strength after using this skill. In addition, Xiangsu's agility had reached a value of 20.2 points. With a smile, the protagonist assumes that he will receive one new skill every 10 points, overcoming more and more new thresholds. Having finished thinking about everything related to skills and characteristics, the protagonist gives the signal to the soldiers to serve themselves food. After placing a large plate of food, Xiangsu approaches the seated Cheng Wudi with it, offering him a taste of the food. While tasting the bacon and rice, the white-haired youth says that it is very delicious, and also asks why Xiangsu is so kind to him. The guy says that when he listened to Zhang's lectures, he wanted to become a good person, but then he realized that it was not easy and gave up on this goal. Therefore, Xiangsu wishes for Cheng Wudi to become a good person under his leadership, because the light within him has not yet gone out. At this time, the events are transferred to the basement of a sewing factory, which is located in the 108th fortress. The man sitting there is carefully studying some papers that say that Xu Xianchu is helping the Yang Consortium assemble nanorobots. However, he doesn't understand why Xu Xianchu collected so many objects, since they are essentially just samples. He hears a small knock to the side of him and asks the person behind the door to come inside. The speaker, addressing a seated man, says that a batch of nanorobots is destroyed, which intrigues the man's attention. He asks about the reasons for what is happening, and asks whether it was possible to find a person with a 0 synchronization coefficient. The speaker says that it was not possible to find such people, but the names of all those who were tested are on a certain list, and the man must take care of this. When he hears the words that the nanorobot's programs were erased, this especially interests him. This surprises the man, because in order for the program to be erased, the nanorobot must be returned to the factory, and specially processed using special powers. What is also noteworthy is that both the dossier and the medical examination lists contain several repeated names, namely Xiangsu, Cheng Wudi, and Li Qingzhen. Suddenly, the man jumps up and orders the arrest of the combat team under Xiangsu's command. But the speaker questions such an order, because recently the young man has become an example for the entire army, and is now fighting in the 313th position. Hearing this, the man in white clothes says that he will go to this position himself and do everything independently and secretly. The next night comes, and at the 313th position the soldiers gather around the fires to rest and have a snack. Unexpectedly for everyone gathered, an armored vehicle drives up to them and stops not far from them. The same man in white clothes gets out of the transport, introduces himself as Li Dingding, and says that he is here to conduct an investigation. Walking closer to the group of soldiers, he takes out a document and reads out the names of Xiangsu, Cheng Wudi, and Li Qingzhen. With a smile, he asks if he missed anyone and if all of them are in the hero squad, to which Xiangsu answers in the affirmative with a serious face. Turning away from the soldiers, Li Dingding asks the people named to follow him. Li Qingzhen asks what's going on, but Xiangsu suggests that they think about it later, first by simply following the man. In addition, Li Dingding addresses a soldier named Wai Jianyu, telling him to come into the tent for a talk. Hearing this, Li Qingzhen suggests that this is all like a personal interrogation, and Xiangsu reluctantly agrees. Finding himself alone with Wai Jianyu, Li Dingding asks him if he noticed anything unusual about his team. However, he, smiling and bowing, reports that he did not see anything unusual. Then the man, smiling, names a whole list of people and events, such as a pack of wolves, nanorobots, Xiangsu, which causes shock on the soldier's face. Noticing this change in behavior, Li Dingding offers the soldier standing in front of him to tell him everything he knows, and in exchange he will receive 100,000 in cash and the status of a permanent resident of the fortress. This proposal makes the man seriously think about these words, and he lowers his gaze to the floor. Noticing this, Li Dingding asks directly whether Wai Jianyu believed him at his word. One of the subordinates enters the room, carrying a whole bag of money in his hands, and the man says that if the soldier tells him everything he knows, then he will have the money. The bag falls to the floor, and small envelopes filled with money fall out of it. Seeing such a large amount of currency that can be obtained by a person so easily, Wei Jianyu agrees to tell everything. Hearing such a sharp agreement to cooperate, the man puts his hand forward with a smile and says that he is ready to listen. According to the person being interrogated, Shang-Su secretly left his post many times, leaving at night and returning only in the morning. All this is heard by Cheng Wudi and the protagonist, who are standing outside the tent, and Shang-Su decides what to do about all this. With a guilty face, Wei Jianyu prepares to take money for his story and invite the next person. However, as soon as a man gets the funds into his hands, his face instantly changes, becoming joyful. Another soldier being interrogated reports that wolves brought them food every night, and the night before the two officers disappeared, Shang-Su secretly left his post. Another military man reports that the protagonist left his base of operations, both before the death of the 5 members of Shenzi's squad, and last night, before Qing Yun's attack. The next one to enter the tent is Li Qingzheng, whom Li Dingding also begins to interrogate, offering him money. Upon hearing the offer of money, the man folds his hands together and says that he loves money very much. Then Li Dingding, with a serene smile, asks his guest to tell him everything he knows. However, in response, the captain asks not to listen to other people, saying that nothing unusual is happening in their team. But this answer does not satisfy the person conducting the interrogation, and he begins to threaten the man with imprisonment. However, Li Qingzheng does not betray his friend, which earns the respect of Li Dingding, who says that the person being interrogated does not even know about his future fate. By morning, the interrogation ends, and it turns out that, apart from the 8 disciples of Jiang Wu and Li Qingzhen, all the other soldiers pointed to the 2 guys. Li Dingding finally emerges from his tent and turns to Shang-Su and Cheng Wudi, asking if they have anything they want to say. Shang-Su asks his interlocutor to wait, but does not specify what exactly. After asking the appropriate question, the protagonist says that they should wait until the Qing consortium attacks again, and no one can take care of them. These words struck Li Dingding's mind like lightning, who didn't expect to hear such a thing at all. At this very moment, a massive shelling of rockets and shells is launched at the position where the soldiers are located. Shocked by this turn of events, Li Dingding screams, asking what is going on. But in response, Shang-Su rushes forward, sending the man standing in front of him to hell. A red haze begins to appear around the protagonist who is about to attack Li Dingding. Gradually, a metal frame is formed around his body, which is built by nanorobots. Having finally formed a full set of armor, Shang-Su continues to move forward. This use of nanobots astonishes Li Dingding, who even with his high synchronization level and large number of nanobots, is not capable of such a thing. It is obvious that a person does not have time to react to such abrupt movements as those made by the main character. This confirms the rumors that all the missing nanobots are in Shang-Su's possession. After the protagonist grabs his opponent by the throat, he throws the man forward. A large fog appears on a small battlefield surrounded by forest. The protagonist focuses his attention on what is happening, preparing for any sudden attack. The soldiers standing to the side look very nervous, as if they are plotting something or preparing for something. One of the men suddenly gives the order to attack, and machine guns begin to rattle in the middle of the forest. The bullets are aimed towards Shang-Su, but he easily dodges them and takes no damage. People who did not betray the main character during interrogation quickly lie down on the ground and cover their heads with their hands to avoid being hit by bullets. Unexpectedly, Cheng Wudi also shows activity on the battlefield, his body covered in protective armor. With his personal staff ready, he steps forward to teach a lesson to all who opened fire on them. Despite multiple countershots, Cheng Wudi swings his weapon to deliver a crushing blow. After this attack, he deflects the bullets by spinning his staff and shouts that he will kill anyone who threatens Shang-Su's life. Immediately after the traces, the young man lengthens his weapon and strikes the soldiers with it, knocking them off their feet. Li Qingzheng, who is lying on the sidelines, however, takes all these events quite cheerfully. The protagonist finally unites with his partner, and together they rush forward to attack. Shang-Su quickly rushes through the ranks of his opponents, knocking them down and inflicting wounds on them. Looking at one of his enemies lying on the ground, the protagonist states that even though they have the same equipment, he is still stronger than all of them put together. After this, the young man materializes a black weapon in his hands, after which he starts timing it for 30 seconds. He calls these 30 seconds the time that his opponents have left to live. A grin appears on his face, as if the young man will enjoy the upcoming battle to the fullest. Suddenly, he lunges forward, tearing through one soldier after another, causing serious injuries to people. His movements from the side look like splashes of bright blue energy that blur everything around. One by one, the soldiers who opened fire on the protagonist are defeated. Parts of their bodies are found cut up, severed, and mangled on all sides. After finishing dealing with his portion of the enemies, Xiangsu notices that Cheng Wudi has also defeated all of his opponents. Coming closer to Li Qingzhen, the protagonist asks if any of the allies were hurt, and he replies that some were hit by shrapnel. Gathering all the soldiers together, Xiangsu says that it is absolutely impossible to stay here, and says that he will carry the 2 wounded men along with Cheng Wudi. Finally, the detachment sets out on its journey, and each of the soldiers helps each other to lighten the load. Xiangsu himself carries one of the wounded, and a little later he notices something in front of him. A whole platoon of troops marches towards them, moving evenly in relation to each other. The main character does not understand where such a group of soldiers could have come from, and lowers his head as he passes by. Finally, they pass each other, but one of the soldiers slowly raises his head and looks at the hero squad. Xiangsu freezes in place when a soldier asks him what unit he and his allies are from. Turning around, the protagonist reports that they are from the 7th Infantry, wounded and heading for medical help. Then the soldier who stopped them asks to take them to the hero squad. Xiangsu grits his teeth in dissatisfaction, because 500 soldiers with nanorobots came for their heads, and even with a great desire, Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi will not be able to defeat them. But Li Qingzhen suddenly intervenes in the conversation, smiling and saying that he will show them the way. Turning to the protagonist, the captain asks them to go to the medical tent, and says that he will meet them when he takes the people to the hero squad. The protagonist is shocked by this act, because he thinks that Li Qingzhen is going to sacrifice himself for his friends. Turning to the platoon of soldiers, Li Qingzhen says that he was glad to see Xiangsu and asks them to leave. The protagonist, as well as all the other members of the former hero squad, turn away with empty faces, and Xiangsu asks everyone not to look back. After some time, the soldiers from the 2 different groups lose sight of each other. Later, the young man and his allies continue their journey by car. They were very lucky, because they did not have to go far, and the detachment was fortunate enough to find military transport. Xiangsu and his allies captured the vehicle while one of the soldiers was walking away from the vehicle. The soldier only managed to look back when the main character was already sitting behind the wheel of a military vehicle. Then the young man pressed the gas pedal with all his might, leaving the unfortunate soldier behind him. According to Xiangsu's plan, they first need to go to the fortress and extract Liu Yuan and the others before the Li Consortium puts everyone on the wanted list. They have to figure out where to go next, because going north is extremely dangerous because of the war, and only the desert seems like a good choice. After some time, the main character and the others manage to arrive at the walls of the fortress. At the checkpoint, Xiangsu, after being asked to do so, shows his Special Investigation Department ID. Having surprised the document, the gate guard greets the protagonist with a military salute and asks him to pass through. On command, the gates open to allow military transport into the fortress. First of all, their car stops near one of the fortress clothing stores. After a while, Xiangsu comes out from there with a lot of clothes, because the soldiers' uniforms will attract the attention of others. After which, the main character drives the car into one of the nooks and crannies between numerous houses. Finally, he takes off his military clothes, revealing himself in a more accessible and lighter form. Suddenly he hears a sound from the car, followed by a sharp rustling sound. After a few seconds, Cheng Wudi appears from the back of the car, vomiting onto the ground, and Xiangsu says that it is only him who is feeling carsick. However, it turns out that this is not true, and many soldiers experience dizziness, causing the young man to ask the palace about his driving level. Realizing that he has no driving skills at all, the protagonist asks Cheng Wudi to change his clothes and then distribute medicine to the soldiers. Turning away, Xiangsu says that he is going to find out where Liu Yuan is now. The fortress itself is quite large, and so the protagonist decides to go to Hushuo because he does not have any contact information. But finding Hushuo himself is already a difficult task, because he cannot simply ask people around about the employees of the Special Investigation Department. As he walks past, the young man notices a shop assistant pushing a woman out of the store and saying that he does not accept money from the Yang and Qing consortiums. In fear and horror, the woman says that her family has not eaten for 2 days and asks to sell her at least some rice. Seeing that even the common people became brutal during the war, Xiangsu receives a new task from the palace, which talks about helping the people who suffered from the war. With a heavy heart, the protagonist answers himself that he will not be able to help anyone, because he is still on the run. However, he now needs to exchange gold for money because he won't be able to pay with it forever. Xiangsu smirked, because he and his friends would definitely need this money later. Entering the exchange shop, he meets the seller, who asks the protagonist how much gold he wants to exchange. The seller thinks to himself that gold is the most valuable commodity during a war, and is surprised that someone wants to exchange it for real money. But Xiangsu asks how much money with the Yang Consortium mark is available, and says he will take as much as he can. The seller names a sum of 240,000 in currency, and the main character says out loud that this is too little. Afterwards, the young man asks how much money there is from the Ching consortium, and the man says that there is 300,000 currency. After finishing the money exchange, Xiangsu receives a gratitude coin, and therefore decides to simply go around all the exchange shops, thus completing the task and exchanging currency. After successfully completing the task, the palace informs that the protagonist will receive a basic skill card. After finishing his small task, Xiangsu decides to check the status of his allies so that, if anything happens, he can go in search of Liu Yuan and Jiang Wu. Approaching the military transport, the young man deftly jumps into it and asks how the soldiers are doing. Cheng Wudi reports that he managed to heal the wounds, but one of the soldiers dislocated his arm, and he does not know how to set it back. The protagonist sits down next to the injured soldier and says that he will help him, but it must remain a secret. After agreeing to keep it all a secret, the young man sends a multitude of nanorobots down the victim's arm. He is surprised by what is happening, asking what is happening, but does not remove his hand. With a smile, Xiangsu replies that these are nanorobots, and asks him to try manipulating them to set his arm. With a little hesitation, the man finally agrees to try this method. He makes an effort, giving orders to the nanorobots, and a loud crunching sound is heard in all directions, after which the soldier raises his hand up to his face and rejoices, because everything worked out. Laughing a little, the man promises that he will not tell anyone about this, even when he is dying. After thinking for a while, Xiangsu decides to hand over a small amount of nanorobots. Having finished dealing with the wounds, the people decide to leave the transport and find a place to have a bite to eat. People can only hope that the establishment will accept money from the Yang and Qing consortiums. Otherwise, they will have to think about where to get food. After a short drive, Xiangsu stops the vehicle at the entrance to one of the establishments. The soldiers, dressed in civilian uniforms, enter as if nothing had happened. They all sit down at a large table, and Xiangsu realizes that they can pay with money from other consortiums. Cheng Wudi, however, looks at food prices with shock, as they have become extremely high. With a smile, the protagonist says that during war, money always loses value, but they can still afford such a pleasure. After a short while, Xiangsu raises his hand and calls the girl to the table. As soon as the waitress approaches the table, the main character asks her to cook everything from the menu. At first, not believing it, the girl asks Xiangsu again if he really wants to order each of the dishes. He confirms these words, and the waitress, smiling, asks the guys to wait for the order to be ready. Rising from his seat, Xiangsu addresses his allies, telling them to eat as much as they want, and that he will pay for it all. The palace reports that it has discovered a large amount of money, and therefore offers to expand the storage space within itself. The total amount of unlocking the large vault is nearly 5 million currency, and Xiangsu agrees to it. A small purple sphere is created around the main character, completely enveloping him. In addition, the palace offers to unlock the vacuum refrigerator to store fresh food. Xiangsu agrees, after which the palace offers one function after another, and the protagonist agrees to each of them. After spending such a large amount of money, Xiangsu's expression changes, which attracts Cheng Wudi's attention. He suddenly shouts at the waitress that he wants to change the order and asks her to bring each of them a bowl of rice. Several men in military uniforms suddenly enter the cafe, asking about the military truck outside and talking about rumors of a gold exchange. However, Xiangsu is happy that people from the order department approach them and hopes to gain benefits from them. With a grin, the protagonist asks the people who entered the building to come to him, after which he shows a document about his affiliation with the Special Investigations Department. Upon seeing such a document, members of the Department of Order apologize for their behavior. Xiangsu reports that his department will handle everything that the Department of Order's branch cannot handle. This greatly unnerves the men who came, who interpreted these words as a statement that the Special Investigations Department would take power into its own hands. However, after hearing such words from the main character, they all decide to simply leave the establishment. Cheng Wudi asks why Xiangsu asked to convey his words to the authorities, since the people who came here did nothing wrong. But the young man does not answer this question directly, after which everyone simply continues their meal. After some time, another military vehicle drives up to the establishment. With a smile, Xiangsu says that he has just eaten his fill, and that the person he needs will be here very soon. Hu Shou himself enters the room, and a displeased look is easily seen on his face. The old man sits down at the table and says that he has just returned to the fortress, and he already hears words about his department planning to take power into its own hands. Xiangsu, as if jokingly, says that he is simply expanding his powers in this way. Hu Shou smirked and asked why the boy was looking for him, and also informed him about Li Qingzhen's arrest. During a short conversation, Xiangsu learns that the Li Consortium is already going completely crazy, and that the squad they met has a lot of nanorobots. This advance force proves so strong that they manage to push the Yang Consortium back from their positions. Every time Xiangsu uses the nanobots, he receives a message from the palace with a text about clearing the network's remote access program. Looking down, he suspects that the problem lies in her. Hu Shou informs him that the protagonist's younger brother lives 10 kilometers from here and asks him to leave with him. Xiangsu, however, asks when Ching Jen will be taken to the 108th fortress, because he wants to save him. In response to a questioning look, he admits that he is not a good person, but still decides to try. Hu Shou says that he knows where Qingjung is being held, but asks not to think that the captain is okay. However, Xiangsu says that he is already prepared for this, and says that he will do everything to save his friend. Smiling, Hu Shou stands up and walks towards the exit, saying that Qing Jen is being held under the garment factory. Cheng Wudi rises from his seat and asks Xiangsu if he will go and save his friend. However, something attracts the attention of the protagonist so much that his gaze becomes shocked. After finishing looking at the map, Xiangsu says that they need to save Liu Yuan and the others first. Saving Qingjian will not be easy, and it may cost the protagonist his life and perhaps change him. Cheng Wudi, seeing that the protagonist is willing to risk his life for his friend, calls him a good man. While driving the transport, Xiangsu says that Qingjung still hasn't handed them over, otherwise they would have been wanted in the fortress by now. Cheng Wudi agrees with this opinion, crossing his arms over his chest. Xiangsu himself is still wondering whether he should really risk his life. This choice infuriates the protagonist so much that he presses the gas pedal to the floor, accelerating the vehicle. The soldiers sitting in the back of the truck, who jerked sharply from this action, ask the young man to slow down. At this moment, several trucks with soldiers move out from one of the positions at the front and head to the fortress. All of them are in full combat gear, ready to engage the enemy. The soldier sitting opposite Qing Jen orders him to tell about Xiangsu, but the captain refuses to do so. He even allows himself to act optimistically, looking around and saying that there is a nice view here. One of the soldiers takes off his mask, and it turns out to be a demon summoner named Li Shentan. He addresses the seated Qingjian, catching him off guard with his appearance. The young man stands up and says that Xiangsu probably thinks that the captain is being held in a secret base under the fortress, and is hesitant about whether to save his friend or not. Li Qingjian asks him not to mock him and asks why the young man wants Xiangsu to go there. In response, Li Shentan only says that it's fun, and he wants to see how the protagonist treats his friends. Suddenly, the very first vehicle in the military column explodes and goes off the road. With a smile, Li Shentan says that it is reckless to think about stealing a car halfway. He grabs Li Qingjian by the shoulder and jumps out of the moving vehicle together. Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi appear in front of the car, and the former shouts the captain's name, saying that he is here to save him. The main character had a chance to carry out this operation on the road, because it would have been more difficult in the fortress. Xiangsu decided to act earlier and more radically, placing his explosive cards on the road. Now the soldiers with nanorobots will be surrounded by vines and lianas, and therefore they will not be able to leave the area. Suddenly, those same red plants rush towards Li Qingjian and Li Shentan. Xiangsu turns to the demon spiritualist, ordering him to release the captain. However, as if playing some role, he patted Li Qingjian on the back and said that he hadn't seen him for a long time. Only now does the protagonist recognize his old acquaintance, and assumes that Li Shentan has taken control of the soldiers, since none of them are resisting. Such thoughts simultaneously make the protagonist happy, and force him to be on his guard. He decides to act quickly, and swings his fist to hit the demon summoner. However, the girl saved by Boss Lo appears right between them, blocking their path. Her fist suddenly collides with the protagonist's fist, causing a spark between them. Unexpectedly, from such a blow, dust rises everywhere, as if the force was extremely great. This is obviously noticed by Xiangsu himself, who calls the girl very strong. Li Shentan clears his throat, saying that his mouth is now covered in dust. The girl flies back a little, after which the demon summoner extends his hand, again calling Xiangsu his friend. But the protagonist asks if this is really how one treats one's friends. Li Shentan says he is just joking and suggests that the young man would probably want to beat him up with all his strength. However, with a smile, the white-haired youth says that the protagonist will not have time to do this. These words make the protagonist stop, and he asks what his interlocutor means. The scene is transferred to a certain house, which is located somewhere in the fortress. The entire entrance is completely strewn with the corpses of unknown people, killed with particular cruelty. Inside the house, surrounded by dead bodies, stands a man with gray hair. One of the bleeding men is still breathing, moving with the last of his strength. The man standing on his feet asks out loud what mistake his daughter made, because she just wanted to get married. But the lying man says that he didn't know that a certain girl was his daughter, and if he dies, the Li family will be very angry. Having finished answering the question, the lying man notices a piece of furniture next to him with a gun attached to the bottom. The man puts his hand out, intending to take the weapon and deal with the attacker. He succeeds, and the man points his hand with his weapon straight at the standing man. His hand trembles and he pulls the trigger several times, but only hears the sounds of a misfire. He looks at his gun, not believing that such a thing could have happened. The gray-haired man turns out to be Hu Shou, who says that the Li family will soon cease to exist. Gritting his teeth, the lying man refuses to accept this painful fact. With a gloomy and hateful face, Hu Shou turns away and says that everyone should apologize to his daughter. At this time, a truck with military personnel is moving through the desert, and Xiangsu realizes that the primary task is to save his brother and the others. Li Qingsheng thanks him for saving him and says he didn't believe it, but Xiangsu asks him to stop this conversation. In the evening, the main character manages to find his friends and loved ones, and they begin to load things. Liu Yuan asks what is going on, but Xiangsu tells him to get in the car quickly and says that there was an incident in the fortress. Following his younger brother, the main character himself jumps into the vehicle. Once inside the car, he tells Li Qingzhen that they need to bypass the garment factory and head east. In response, the captain says that he understands the order, and then begins to move. The truck begins to rush through the city streets at high speed, frightening local residents. One of the men, past whom the truck passed, goes to the store for rice, as there are almost no supplies left at home. The night has already painted the city completely black, and the car is still moving. Wang Fugi asks Liu Yuan what happened to his brother and where they are going this time, but he doesn't know anything. Xiao Yu asks Cheng Wudi if they encountered any danger on the front lines, but the young man only jokes in response. The girl says with a smile that as long as he and Xiangsu are okay, everything will definitely be fine. A large explosion occurs in one section of the fortress, engulfing the entire building. Xiangsu watches this from the transport window, thinking to himself that the war has begun. Residents leaning out of their windows assume that it was just a boiler room or transformer that exploded. Suddenly, one of the people shouts that this is war, which attracts all the attention. Shells and rockets begin to fly directly over the residents of a multi-story building. One of these missiles flies right over the roof of the military transport in which Xiangsu and his friends are traveling. A bright explosion is heard on their way, raising a large cloud of smoke. This, however, does not stop Li Qingzhen, and they continue to move straight ahead. A piece of the wall has collapsed, and Li Qingsheng intends to drive through the fallen area, as it will be easier. The destruction of the wall attracts people around who were not at all prepared for war to come to their city. Shengsu orders them not to hesitate and to continue moving forward without stopping. They pass through the territory of a trading town, which is located outside the wall. Xiangsu is surprised to see that the villagers are still running inside, even though the wall has collapsed. However, looking back, he realizes that people were probably running away from something. To his surprise, Xiangsu hears screams of people being attacked by monsters. Then the main character abruptly gives the order and turns around, admitting that he had completely forgotten about such enemies. The war machine makes a sharp turn to the side to avoid collision with the monsters. The attacks of such an enemy are so brutal that they spare no one in their path. Many people try to run away from the enemy, caught off guard. The vehicle turns sharply, swerving from side to side as if trying to find cover. Suddenly, Xiangsu sees a whole armed detachment of the consortium on the path of the military vehicle. The protagonist's transport stops, and he finds himself surrounded within a few seconds. Reluctantly, the young man admits to himself that a battle will be inevitable. Xiangsu throws open the door and gets out of the vehicle, shouting for them to follow him. He walks to the back of the car and calls out to Cheng Wudi, telling him to cover him. Together, in an instant, as if on command, they rush into battle, and the main character activates the nanorobots. At speed, he flies into a military vehicle, crushing it from the great force of the impact. The armored vehicle is thrown into the air by the main character's blow. After a couple of seconds, the object falls straight to the ground, crushing several people to death at once. Without stopping for a second, Xiangsu throws his explosive cards into the crowd of people to finish them off. There are quite a lot of shells, and the enemy forces are unlikely to be able to dodge them. A series of explosions are heard in the street, which take the lives of many of the consortium's military personnel. Xiangsu exhales and admits that his life and death are no longer up to him. However, he must do his best to protect his friends and allies, and so he gives the order to move forward. The real battle begins now, and both Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi realize this as they move into battle. Without any mercy for people, the protagonist cuts them in half with his sword. Cheng Wudi does the same, attacking with his staff so powerfully that people are literally torn apart. Together, they attack multiple troops at once, killing them in seconds. During the fight, one of the soldiers jumps on the main character with a melee weapon. The sword, however, is unable to penetrate the armor, which is made of nanorobots. In no time at all, Xiangsu launched a powerful blow at the brave opponent, sending him flying. However, a mark from the sword strike remains on the armor, which angers the protagonist. He understands and is aware that if the battle continues in the same spirit, they will all simply be exhausted to death. Suddenly, a loud shot is heard, which sounds somewhere to the side. One of the military vehicles is destroyed, and the explosion from it kills many soldiers at once. Shangsu suddenly lifts his head up, trying to determine the source of the shot. His gaze falls on one of the roofs, where he sees with his own eyes a familiar figure. Clutching his trusty rifle, Yang Xiaojin looks down at the young man from the rooftop, waving at him. Exhausted from the long battle, the main character is internally happy that he has reinforcements. Gathering his courage, he decides to continue the fight, intending to destroy all his opponents. Without stopping for a second, he uses his sword to cut down one soldier after another. Yang Xiaojin, still standing on the roof, covers the protagonist with his weapon. Time after time, deafening sounds from loud shots are heard throughout the entire area. Working in a team of 3, the guys manage to contain and defeat their enemy. In the heat of battle, Xiangsu, however, notices that the number of test subjects is growing. At this time, Yang Xiaojin continues to cover Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi from his position. A familiar voice from the outside tells the girl not to save the main character and to leave without risking her life. These phrases, however, have no effect on the sniper, and she continues to target her enemies. Luo Xinyu comes closer and tells Yang Xiaojin to hurry up because the test subjects are approaching, but she asks the girl to wait. It turns out that a whole pack of enemies is climbing right up the wall towards them, and they will show no mercy to them. Slowly but surely, one by one, the subjects climb onto the roof, preparing to tear the people standing in front of them to shreds. Several monsters rush at once towards Yang Xiaojin, who is looking through the scope of her sniper rifle. In an effort to save her faithful friend, Luo Xinyu jumps towards her and uses her superpowers to create a portal under her feet. In a second, the two of them manage to fall into the created portal, leaving behind many test subjects. At this moment, Xiangsu and Cheng Wudi continue to fight on the city streets against hordes of monsters. Noticing out of the corner of his vision that Yang Xiaojin managed to escape from the battlefield, the protagonist rejoices at this. Cheng Wudi reports that he hears the sounds of some monsters nearby, supposedly 500 meters away from them. Standing back to back, the young men realize that they are surrounded on all sides. Now, Xiangsu can only activate the destructive technique, because there is a chance that in a desperate struggle they can survive and save everyone. These 30 seconds, during which the main character will double his characteristics, are their last hope. Materializing his shadow, Xiangsu yells at Cheng Wudi to cover him, and his partner promises to do so. On his way, the young man sees a whole platoon of Li Consortium soldiers preparing their melee weapons. After spinning his summoned weapon for a bit, Xiangsu prepares to deal a fatal blow to the people. Without any fear or doubt, the young man rushes forward towards the enemy to finish him off. He and his shadow act as if they are in a dance, moving quickly from one consortium soldier to another. Having finished dealing with a separate group of soldiers, the red shadow finally lands on the ground. Without stopping, she continues her movement, intending to destroy the next group of soldiers in front of her. A real massacre ensues, during which many people lose their lives. One of the opponents tries to jump on the protagonist's shadow, intending to harm it with his sword, but this only makes him smile. The soldier simply misses with his weapon, causing no damage to the summoned shadow. While a separate group of soldiers still continues to fight with the main character, some soldiers prepare a grenade launcher for an attack. A second later, the man fires a high-speed projectile from his weapon to finish off Xiangsu. Literally tearing apart the space in its path, the rocket moves forward extremely quickly, heading straight towards the two young men. With great fear and worry on his face, Xiangsu shouts at Cheng Wudi, drawing his attention to the projectile. He quickly turns his head, not understanding at first what the problem is now. However, Xiangsu suddenly rushes forward, covering his friend and partner with his back from being hit by the projectile. A massive explosion occurs, completely engulfing the protagonist's body and pushing Cheng Wudi to the ground. Gradually, the smoke from the explosion begins to clear, and the white-haired guy slowly comes to his senses, after which he notices a young man lying on the ground. Lying on the ground, Xiangsu showed no signs of life, not even moving or breathing. In a panic, Cheng Wudi quickly runs to his mentor and master to examine him. With a worried expression on his face, the boy kneels down in front of Xiangsu, looking at his damaged body. Suddenly, the main character opens his eyes, but there is no pain or emotion in them. With a calm face, he tells Cheng Wudi that they won't be able to get out, and asks the young man to find a place to hide all his friends. However, with a determined look, the white-haired guy declares that he will never abandon his master. He intends to distract the soldiers, and during his dash, he shouts at his allies to find a way to carry Xiangsu to the car. Liu Yuan, Xiao Yu, and Li Qingzheng had been watching the battle all this time, their faces filled with worry and fear. The protagonist's younger brother asks someone to go with him to save the protagonist, and Wang Fugi suggests that everyone go together. Li Qingzheng suddenly jumps out of the car and slams his door, shouting to Cheng Wudi that he has come to help him. He says he has no intention of hiding when the people who risked their lives to save him are in danger. However, the guy behind the military man says that they should do it together, which surprises Li Qingzhen. Together with the captain and Cheng Wudi, the trio decide to distract the enemy while Wang Fugui and the others rush to save Xiangsu. However, the guy dressed in a blue uniform understands that something could easily happen to their small group. Therefore, he asks his allies not to save them, but to make every effort to ensure that they get out themselves and save themselves. Cheng Wudi asks his friends to quickly return back and save the protagonist. It's as if he activates his locked power, summoning golden armor around himself that covers his entire body. It's already dawn, but the battle still continues, and Cheng Wudi is determined to save his master. The young man admits with a smile that his mentor is not a good person at all, because he has done many wrong things. However, Cheng Wudi does not allow himself to retreat, and does not allow himself to fear death as he prepares his weapons for battle. He decides that even if he dies in this battle, he will take with him as many people as he can. However, his face is covered in sweat, because he is facing a very difficult battle. But the worries do not stop the young man for a second, and he rushes forward, preparing to defeat his enemies. In the first encounter, Cheng Wudi clashes with one of the test subjects, blocking a deadly claw strike with his staff. A little later, several soldiers rush at the young man, trying to restrain his movements. But such resistance cannot stop the boy, and he continues to put all his efforts into winning. From the outside, it seems as if he is rising to the sky, and his body is filled with unprecedented strength. While in the air, he places his hands together and holds the staff on his forearms, charging himself with additional energy. Concentrating, Cheng Wudi is filled with the great power that has been hidden within him all this time. His own body begins to transform under the influence of his newfound power. Golden armor elements begin to appear on his body, covering Cheng Wudi's skin. The energy that has been emitting outward all this time illuminates all the soldiers around the young man floating in the air. He suddenly rushes forward and holds out his staff, taking the lives of his opponents with one swing. The impact causes a huge explosion on the ground, scattering both the Li Consortium soldiers and the test subjects. The entire sky begins to light up with orange flames emanating from Cheng Wudi's body. The young man himself finally drops to the ground and raises his weapon above his head, preparing to continue the battle. One of the test subjects was crushed by a boulder, and he, grinning, was unable to move or attack. Extending his hand slightly forward, Cheng Wudi releases a new stream of energy, as if casting some kind of spell. Suddenly, he thus summons a large number of monkeys who are ready to support him in the ongoing battle. Taking command of the summoned creatures, Cheng Wudi goes into battle with renewed vigor. Summoned with superpowers, the apes are pitted against terrifying and extremely dangerous test subjects. A skirmish of even greater proportions ensues, and through their actions the subjects form a sphere consisting of themselves. Cheng Wudi then jumps forward and swings his staff to strike straight at the assembled enemy. Concentrating all his strength, the young man delivers his attack directly at the enemy. Flames begin to flare up around him, which spread to his staff and his clothes, as well as to the test subjects. As if scorched by the sun, the monsters begin to burn alive, as if dissolving into thin air. Cheng Wudi himself lands next to the stricken subjects, kneeling on one knee. His face, however, shows a distinct weariness, and he himself looks deeply wounded and exhausted. A few seconds later, the boy falls flat on the ground and his ally asks if he is okay. A trickle of blood starts to flow from Cheng Wudi's mouth, and all he can think about is whether Xiangsu would praise him if he were there. Even as a child, the young man's mother sent him to a mental hospital. He himself had no friends and did not really hope for anything. The summer he was 8 years old, he swore to himself that he would become the Monkey King, and hope came into his life. Then he managed to meet his master, Xiangsu, and many happy things appeared in his life, and no one called him a fool anymore. A lot of pleasant memories associated with the main character begin to flash through his head. He is grateful to him for every moment when Xiangsu saved Cheng Wudi's life and fought by his side. Besides this, he also remembers Yang Xiaojin, who is obviously liked by the main character. Gradually, second by second, Cheng Wudi begins to lose consciousness with a smile on his face. Lying on his stomach, the young man notices an unknown man approaching him, who reaches out his hands to his blood. When Cheng Wudi asks him what he is doing, the man continues to collect the boy's blood with fear. With his last bit of strength, Cheng Wudi stands up and asks his question again, his expression showing confusion and a little panic. The man only replies that the Fireseeds company is buying the blood of superhumans, and he decides to make a little money. Such a sharp response completely drains the strength from the already defeated Cheng Wudi, depriving him of the power of speech. Unable to resist the cruelty of this human world any longer, Cheng Wudi falls to the ground. Suddenly, he grabs his golden staff again and grips it tightly. A vortex of yellow energy appears around him, which begins to dissolve the greedy and avaricious people around him. Their bodies begin to crumble before our eyes, and the man's arms separate from his body, falling to the ground. Finally, all the bodies of the merciless and vile people burn in flames, disappearing from this world. Cheng Wudi himself, surrounded by a golden border, raises his hand slightly upward. He recalls his master's words that if he feels himself being consumed by darkness, then Cheng Wudi himself is certainly light. But the young man says out loud that this world is full of darkness, and therefore wants to extinguish the last light. Rising from the ground and sitting back down, he places the staff on his knees and takes a special pose. His body, centimeter by centimeter, begins to turn into stone, freezing before our eyes. The young man's arms, legs, and shoulders turn to stone, gradually depriving him of the ability to move. His entire body slowly but inexorably turns into one big stone statue, and on the young man's face there is nothing but humility. In one of his memories, he asks a nurse where his parents are, but she replies that he came from a stone. Finally, Cheng Wudi, surrounded by summoned monkeys who kneel down, decides to leave this world. In his final thoughts, he decides that the Monkey King and his person is no longer needed by this world. Gradually, everything around becomes quiet, and the battle stops by itself. Cheng Wudi, sealed in a statue and having decided to leave this world, is right in the middle of the road. Yang Xiaojin, who is on the roof with Luo Xinyu, says that the era of the gods' rebellion is approaching. A figure of a man appears on the road, slowly taking steps forward. The man turns out to be Li Shentan, walking with his partner. He walks slowly towards the stone statue that was formed due to Cheng Wudi's actions. Suddenly, he sits down opposite the object, landing on solid ground. His partner slowly flies up to the duo, looking them over from head to toe. Much time passes and it is night, after which Li Shentan finally says that he felt jealousy towards Xiang Su. The girl turns to her brother, asking if he feels guilty, but the man answers in the negative. Both Li Shentan and Cheng Wudi came out of the mental hospital. Only the former was ready to plunge into hell, while the latter had the purest heart. After saying these words, the demon summoner places his hand on the asphalt, leaning on it. Rising to his full height, he says that after revenge he will have no business left, and therefore promises the now-deceased Cheng Wudi that he will protect his master. To his surprise, he notices his sister, who seems to have already fallen asleep. Waking his partner from sleep, the boy tells her to get ready, because their opponents still have a few fortresses left. At this point, the events move to the 88th fortress, which is covered in darkness due to the night. Boss Luo comes to us, and while eating dinner, he says that the Yang family's fried chicken is really delicious. He asks the person standing next to him to bring him exactly the same dish tomorrow. Suddenly, a black raven flies into the open window with a note attached to its paw. The bird lands on Boss Luo's bent arm, and he takes out a piece of paper, opening it. Frowning, he slowly begins to read the contents of the note to himself. A soldier approaches and asks his superior if something has happened. At first, Boss Luo doesn't answer, but only takes the bottle of wine in his hands and pours it into a glass. Suddenly, the man pours red liquid onto the carpet and says that nothing happened, and in the future he will no longer be called Ben Bo Erba. And these words cause confusion in the soldier. At this time, the squad with Li Ching Jen, Wang Fugi, and the rest of the allies was moving along the snowy slopes. In front of everyone is Liu Yuan, who decided to lead his group because he does not want to disappoint his brother. They move far enough away from the 108th fortress that it is no longer visible, which adds to the feeling of security. Turning to Wang Fugui and Xiao Yu, the protagonist's younger brother asks them to help everyone settle in while he tries to get food. The group had only 2 days' worth of food left, but thanks to the boy's hunting skills, he was sure to catch a couple of sparrows. He takes up an attack position, lying down on the cold snow and hiding his face. After some time, he notices the prey he needs flying through the air. The young man takes off his hood and stands ready, holding the rope with his hand. The rope itself is attached to a stick that holds a makeshift trap with food. Liu Yuan watches the sparrow's behavior carefully, preparing to snap the trap at any moment. Finally, he pulls the rope, but he fails to catch the animal in this way, and it flies away. With sadness and annoyance, Liu Yuan only notices that it has started snowing. Time passes, and the teenager lying on the ground is covered from head to toe in snow. Finally, another potential victim begins to fly towards the homemade trap. The bird goes under a large plate and begins to quickly peck at the scattered food. The animal is so engrossed in food that it doesn't even suspect a possible trap. Satisfied that his prey would not escape, Liu Yuan suddenly pulled the rope towards himself. With a slight noise, the plate falls down, covering the captured sparrow completely. Jumping up from the ground and shaking the snow off himself, the boy rejoices at his small victory. With a satisfied but slightly angry face, he begins to approach the caught game. He lifts the pan a little and begins to rummage around. catching the raven in his hands. Having caught his prey and grabbed it by the throat to prevent it from escaping, Liu Yuan lets out a sigh of relief. The boy remembers his brother's words about hunting being an easy task and realizes that he had only lied to him. Only now does Liu Yuan realize how much his older brother suffered to feed his family. Night falls and the teenager returns to his camp, carrying a small amount of loot with him. Concerned, Xiaoyu meets the boy and asks him where he got hurt, but Liu Yuan avoids answering. With a worried expression, the younger brother asks if Shang-Su is awake. Wang Fugi, sitting in the snow, admits that they don't have a doctor and they don't know where the protagonist is injured, only assuming that he has fractures. Fearfully, Xiaoyu says that she crushed the antibiotics and gave them to Shang-Su to take. Handing over the loot to the girl, Liu Wen asks her to make soup for his older brother, and she agrees. Immediately after this, the boy sits down opposite Shang-Su's body, very close to Wang Fugui. The merchant tells the boy not to worry too much, saying that his brother is cool and can handle everything. Putting his hands together as if praying, Liu Yuan agrees with his friend's words. At this moment, Xiaoyu had already started preparing soup for the injured Shang-Su. Having skillfully cut up and plucked the body of her prey, she throws it into the water and begins to prepare the dish. It turns out that not far from the camp there are several people who are complete strangers. They are all attracted by the aroma of the soup that is being prepared for the main character. One of the men approaches the pot and turns to Xiaoyu, brazenly asking for a cup of soup. However, she, without any fear on her face, orders him to get away. Liu Ren watches all this from the side, understanding that the people opposite him are accustomed to a high position in the fortress, and therefore do not even know how to properly ask for help. Meanwhile, some of the men, not belonging to the protagonist's group, look at the girls and remark on their beauty. Wang Fugi, along with the rest of the people, simply sits humbly next to Xiang-Su's body. With a smirk, the strange man tells himself that there is no need to be afraid of the gathered bunch of Xiang-Su's allies, because they are either sick or old. He begins to approach people, introducing himself as Shu Shiduan, and saying that he is the director of the logistics department of the 108th fortress. Slowly but surely, he approaches a small group of girls who take notice of him. However, Shu Shiduan's path is blocked by Liu Yuan, who holds a knife behind his back and says that the man is not welcome here. But the man just treats the boy like a toddler, saying that it is martial law and their food will be confiscated. Abruptly, without a shadow of a doubt, Liu Yuan rushes forward and thrusts his weapon straight into the man's body. He pulls the knife out of the victim's chest, forcing him to fall to the ground. With an angry face, Liu Yuan announces to everyone else that no one will dare to approach them again. Seeing such actions, adults decide to simply leave to avoid problems. The boy recalls his conversation with his older brother, who told him not to be afraid to create problems. However, when creating problems, one must know when to stop and decisively eliminate anyone who creates a threat without attracting unnecessary attention. According to the elder brother, due to human nature, everyone values their lives, and therefore people from the fortress, accustomed to comfort, will consciously retreat when they see danger. Approaching Xiaoyu, who was worried about everything, Liu Yuan said that he only now realized what Shang-Su had been burdened with all this time. But the girl, with a condescending smile, asks the boy not to think so much, and instead to go and have a snack of soup. Finally, the whole group gathers around the fire with the prepared dish, and each person is ready to begin the meal. Liu Yuan, after receiving his bowl of food, admits that if his older brother had not slept, then everyone would not be hungry. At this time, the teacher gives food to her students, saying that they are still growing and therefore cannot go hungry. Xiaoyu, looking around the crowd, says that there are a lot of refugees gathered here, and there is probably a doctor among them who can examine Xiang-Su. With a charged smile, Liu Yuan agrees with this train of thought. However, as soon as the boy decides to go out in search of a doctor, he hears a familiar voice from behind, saying that there is no need to look for anyone. With admiration, Liu Yuan turns back and looks at the ground, looking at his brother's body. Shang-Su sits up on his own, having regained consciousness before, but his body is still shaking a little. Familiar people gather around the main character, who has finally woken up, and rejoice that he has recovered. However, Shang-Su's face immediately turns serious, and he asks where Cheng Wudi is. Hearing such a question, the crowd of allies immediately lowers their gaze to the floor, not ready to give a truthful answer. Finally, Wang Fugi begins to speak with apprehension about Cheng Wudi having gone somewhere, after first saying that he had something to do. Dawn comes, and Liu Yuan tells his brother that his partner was very cool, because he fought against hordes of enemies. He recounts that at the moment of battle, Cheng Wudi's body emitted a 7-colored radiance, and rainbow clouds appeared in the sky. Crying at his own words, the boy calls Cheng Wudi a true hero. With bitterness in his heart, Xiang-Su, upon learning of the death of his close friend, realizes that now he is the only one in the entire team who is capable of fighting. and therefore he needs to recover quickly. Suddenly, captured nanorobots begin to appear on the protagonist's body. The young man turns to his younger brother, asking him to help him set up a tent. The boy doubts such a request, but the main character asks him not to worry. Finally, after a short negotiation, Liu Yuan agrees to help his older brother. A short period of time passes, and the guys manage to make a tent, next to which Liu Yuan and Wang Fugui are sitting. Inside, Shangsu writhes in pain as he uses the assembled nanobots to piece together the broken bone fragments. Through extreme pain, he manages to put the broken bones back together. Due to such severe pain, Shangsu falls onto a small mat on the ground. A short amount of time passes, and midday is already rising over the tent. The protagonist's younger brother, who has been sitting next to the tent all this time, thinks about his brother's fate. At this moment, a man appears near the tent, monitoring the situation. He hides behind a small bush, but suddenly Liu Yuan's silhouette appears right behind him. A second passes, and the body of the man who was following falls into the cold snow with a stab wound. With anger in his voice, Liu Yuan shouts that such a fate will await anyone who tries to harm him and his loved ones. In response, the grown men say that they will report everything to the army when it comes to the wasteland. After some time, the army of the Li Consortium actually arrives in the winter region in their armored vehicles. Liu Yuan also notices this, gripping the knife tightly and maintaining a tense expression on his face. A man in the uniform of the Li Consortium emerges from one of the military vehicles, and refugees run to him, asking for help. However, he says that no one cares about the refugees, because there is a war going on, and the Yang Consortium is advancing on them. One of the refugees asks what they should do and says that a murder has taken place. However, the man orders his soldiers to raise their arms and not let anyone get close, because there may be spies hiding among the refugees. The soldiers obediently follow the order, preparing their weapons for battle. In panic, people retreat back into the wasteland, unwilling to part with their lives. One of the refugees says that it is impossible to treat the inhabitants of the fortress like this, and he will write complaints. But the man in uniform smirks and tells his interlocutor not to dare follow the military vehicles. After a few seconds, the transport turns around and begins to move on. Shangsu comes out of his tent and tells his younger brother that they should go to the mountains, and they can't stay here. However, quite suddenly, another group of military equipment approaches the refugee camp. It was at this point that Shangsu admitted that it was too late to do anything now. Two armored vehicles, along with a car, stop very close to the crowd of refugees. It turns out that this is the Yang Consortium's technology, and people are hoping that the Consortium's military won't do anything bad to them. The commander sitting inside the car assumes that these are residents of the 108th Fortress, and orders them to be searched, collecting all weapons. Having given this order, the man leaves his car and addresses the crowd, asking if they are really refugees from the 108th Fortress. One of the people says that they are all legal residents of this fortress, and that they will obey the orders of the Yang Consortium without question. When the man asks if it is possible to return to the fortress, the man tells him that there may be spies among them who will cause chaos in the rear. The commander gives an order to one of his soldiers to supervise the construction of a refugee camp here. Having given the order to his subordinate, the commander gets into the car and asks the driver to drive on. At this time, one of the officers informs the refugees that he will distribute work for them, but if they do not do it, he will punish them. Liu Wen, who is standing to the side, turns to his older brother, as if asking what they should do next. After this, the boy suddenly approaches the red-haired officer and asks if he knows young Xiaojin. But the soldier, hearing this name, says that he has no idea who is being talked about and orders not to idle away. Liu Yuan then asks if he can help others do the work, and the officer allows him to do so. When the boy returns to his group of close people, Wang Fugui places his hand on his hair. The old man tells him that together they will be able to overcome this difficulty, no matter what it costs them. The teacher, surrounded by her students, also decides to help in the whole adventure. Liu Yuan admits that he and his brother used to be all alone, but he was lucky to meet all the new people he met. Xiao Yu approaches one of the girls and touches her face, saying that they need to be careful in this wasteland so that no one attacks them. She hands out impressive stones to all the girls and tells them to use them for self-defense in extreme cases. Xiao Yu gives instructions to the girls on how exactly to hit their opponents in order to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Morning comes, and Wang Fugui works with Liu Yuan and the others, hauling logs all night long with everyone else. In response, the protagonist's younger brother suggests that the merchant take a rest once they have finished the current shipment. However, Wang Fugi says that he cannot leave all the work to others because he is not that old. Finally, after some time, they finish carrying the logs and put them in a common pile. Liu Yuan continues to tell Wang Fugi to rest and picks up a shovel. Night was already falling, and all this time the boy was working with a shovel, not allowing himself to rest. Xiao Yu, seeing her loved one tense up, asks him to rest and says that there is something wrong with his face. She places many wooden sticks on the snow and says that she will help him. However, Liu Yuan, wiping the sweat from his forehead, says that his minor wounds are not comparable to those of his elder brother, and therefore, he will continue to work. Suddenly, an adult man passes by and angrily tells the boy that he is not so cool. Hearing this, Liu Yuan tightly squeezed the shovel handle with his hand. With a downcast face, he says that he would very much like to have his brother's abilities to kill people like that. Xiaoyu says that she used to curse her enemies and wish them only the worst, and says that the boy's anger will be eased by thinking about those who die from wolves or from falling while walking. With a slightly awkward expression on his face, Liu Yuan says he will try to do so. After these words, he falls silent, as if trying to imagine everything that Xiaoyu told him. Suddenly, some unlucky person trips his foot on one of the stones. This person turns out to be the man who offended Liu Yuan, and he falls helplessly to the ground. Rising slightly to the ground, the man touches his forehead and tries to understand why he tripped in the first place. Liu Yuan and Xiaoyu looked at all this with shocked looks, as if they couldn't believe what just happened. Suddenly, the fallen man turns his head towards the two, as if suspecting them of everything. However, they turn away abruptly and do their best to pretend that they are busy with their own business. In an instant, Liu Yuan's face changed. Beads of sweat and a certain fear appeared on it. Silently, he falls into the cold snow and loses the shovel from his hands. Xiaoyu quickly runs up to the boy and picks him up, asking if he is okay, to which he replies yes. Liu Yuan suspects that the curse has a backlash that affects him as well. He decides to tell his older brother about this by going into his tent and telling him the news. Shangsu asks his younger brother if he is sure about such a statement, and the boy replies that it is most likely a new ability. Words like these make the protagonist think for a bit as Liu Yuan sits down opposite him. Unexpectedly, Shangsu suggests that he himself be cursed so that he chokes on a potato and coughs several times. This request surprises the boy, because they don't even have potatoes, but the main character insists that the boy try to do it. Having accepted his brother's proposal, Liu Yuan begins to utter a curse, and a black smoke appears around him. Suddenly they hear a cry from outside the tent that someone has found a whole field of potatoes, and this greatly surprises the boy. And Shangsu, with a smile and excitement on his face, suggests to his brother to go and drip the root vegetable. People dressed in military uniforms discuss how lucky this group of refugees are to find potatoes here. The protagonist assumes that his brother has the ability to bring both good luck and curses at the same time. However, as far as Shangsu knows, such abilities are always quite specific, such as his palace, blade, and other attributes. Other abilities such as Yang Xiaojin's weapon, Luo Xinyu's portals, and Xu Xianchu's shadow can be seen. It turns out that only Liu Yuan's abilities are invisible and intangible, and it is unknown whether he has any other abilities besides these. At this moment, the boy tells his older brother to get well soon, because without him, there is nothing but trouble. With a slightly sad face, the younger brother says that the Yang family is no different from the Li family, and whether the elder brother is really confident in wanting to go to the 88th fortress. But Shangsu says that there are good and bad people everywhere, such as the refugees around them, who simply accept their fate with humility. When Liu Yuan says that the boy doesn't like the walls, the protagonist says that he rather doesn't like the rules inside the walls, when people are essentially locked in a cage. Shangsu says that he himself does not like this fact, and then the boy hopes that they will not go to the new fortress. But the main character replies that they will talk about it later when the guy gets better. Automatically, the young man takes the potato and begins to chew it, swallowing the piece. Suddenly, he starts choking on a piece of potato, as per his little brother's curse. In addition, Liu Yuan himself also begins to choke due to the reverse effect of the curse. With a smile, Shangsu asks if this is his younger brother's new curse ability, and he nods in response. Suddenly, the protagonist asks Liu Yuan to follow him with a smile. Together, they enter the tent, which protects them from the falling snow. Inside a small building, Shangsu hands a box to his brother, saying that it contains 3 wireless charging devices for the nanobots. However, the protagonist does not know how long they can be used, and therefore asks Liu Yuan to return to him if the nanorobots run out of energy. In addition, he asks to give Xiaoyu the black medicine so that she can treat people more effectively. The younger brother says that today everyone tried to do the main character's job, and this shows that people can be trusted. Some time passes, and Shangsu gathers a small group of people in the uniform of disciples in front of him, asking if they have ever used nanorobots. Confirming these words, the men say that they used them and noticed a change in the fact that the cars became faster when driving. Shangsu says that no one is born with perfect coordination with nanobots, and it requires military training, physical skills, and willpower. Then the young man recalls the words of Yang Xiaojin, who said that in times of disaster, spirit and will are a person's main weapons in the face of danger. Wang Fugi looks into the tent and smiles, asking Xiangsu to pack his things because they are moving. A group of people approach a wooden house, and the merchant says that the protagonist will no longer have to sleep in a drafty tent at night. Xiangsu enters and is greeted first by Liu Yuan, who is happy to see his older brother. However, on the outside, the man is indignant, saying that they all built this house together, and that Wang Fugi and the others were the first to move in. Out of anger, the man spits on the ground, calling everyone who did this bastards. Suddenly the door opens and Liu Yuan jumps out of the house, kneeing the man straight in the chest. Xiao Yu comes out, with a menacing face and voice, saying that anyone who talks about Wang Fugi behind his back will lose their life. While the man on the ground writhes in pain, the other man takes a few cautious steps back. Sitting indoors, Xiangsu asks his old friend what's wrong with his hand. However, Wang Fugi smiles and replies that nothing happened and it's just a minor injury. Liu Yuan asks his elder brother to treat the old man's hand with black medicine, and says that during the break, the merchant helped mend relations with the Yang family. Several officers from this consortium constantly gave orders, forcing them to massage their backs and shoulders. The soldiers played cards, and Wang Fugi constantly brought them water. One of the officers took the water and began to drink it, although it was noticeably steaming. Not noticing that the water had just boiled, the soldier instantly burned himself with it. As a result, the Yang consortium member simply knocked Wang Fugi down with a kick. In order to somehow appease the soldiers, the merchant had to continue bringing them water. It was for this reason that the officers of the Yang consortium allowed the family to move into this house first. However, Wang Fugi says with a smile that if he judges by the boy's words, then he understands all this well, which means there won't be any problems. Xiangsu says that the old man does not need to sacrifice his own dignity, because they will live well in the tent. But the merchant says that the protagonist himself suffered when he saved his friends and allies. And when they escaped, even the students were ready to go out and risk their lives. Wang Fugi himself values his life too much, and therefore will not help in battles, but in more peaceful concerns. Time passes, and Liu Yuan asks his older brother if there are any other ways to find food, as the camp is almost out of potatoes. After a short pause, Xiangsu says that this problem is easily solved. With a smile, the protagonist leans against his younger brother and asks him to curse Li Qingzheng to be hit by squirrel excrement. In complete shock, Liu Yuan asks why he would do such a thing, but Xiangsu, with a confident grin, asks him to trust him. A little later, the boy and Captain Li Qingzheng himself find themselves in a snowy forest with a shovel. Liu Yuan recalls his brother's words, who suggested tracking the squirrel and killing it. Since the younger brother's curse will also cause a reverse reaction, this will mean that there is not one squirrel nest nearby, but two. Mentally agreeing with the main character's reasoning, the boy decides to act. After finishing cursing Li Qingzheng, Liu Yuan begins to wait, because the curse should soon take effect. And so it happened, and squirrel droppings fell right onto the captain's cap from above. Raising his head, the boy actually notices a small squirrel sitting on a branch. Remembering that the curse also has the opposite effect, Liu Yuan quickly jumps to the side to avoid getting dirty in the droppings. At this moment, an angry Li Qingzheng yells at the squirrel, calling it an ill-mannered creature. After a couple of seconds, the animal begins to jump away from the scene. Liu Yuan watches the squirrel closely, watching where it is heading. He suddenly rushes forward immediately after two squirrels that are moving in the same direction. The boy manages to find the first nest of one of the squirrels, in which the animal immediately begins to hide. Jumping up, Liu Yuan puts his hand inside the nest and tries to catch the squirrel. However, inside he finds only a small nut, and he is unable to catch the animal. After some time, the boy returns to the refugee camp with a jacket in his hands, on which he carries nuts. An adult woman approaches him, calling Liu Yuan handsome and asking him for some food. Leaning even closer, she says that if he gives her food, she will do whatever he wants for him. Suspicious, Liu Yuan asks again if the girl is really ready for anything. She confirms her words with a little embarrassment, smiling and touching her hair. Liu Yuan then points to a stack of logs, asking her to carry them to the camp on behalf of Li Qingzheng, and then come to his home. This request leaves the woman at a loss, because it is not at all what she was expecting. After this, Liu Yuan tells everyone around that he will give 5 large nuts to everyone who helps them move the logs. Watching the boy's progress from the sidelines, Xiao Yu tells herself that these two brothers always find a way out. At this time, Xiangsu and Liu Yuan are relaxing in the house, discussing how there is much less work now. With a serious expression on his face, the younger brother asks what he should do tomorrow. Xiangsu then suggests that he curse Li Qingzheng to trip over a radish. As a plan for the day after tomorrow, the main character proposes to curse the captain, so that a wild date falls on his head. This continues for some time, and Xiangsu continues to go through all sorts of different options on how to curse his friend. Liu Yuan later says that the refugees in the camp were divided into several factions. The first group consists of rather cruel vagabonds. The second are former officials of the fortress. And the last group are the most ordinary refugees. Shangsu says that you shouldn't be too polite to people, but you shouldn't intentionally offend them either. Liu Yuan says that he will remember these words, and the protagonist pats his brother on the head. 3 full days pass, and Li Qingjung tells a boy on the street that when he was at the outpost with his brother, the wolves brought them food. Suddenly, a man approaches the duo and offers Liu Yuan to join his group because he is good at finding food. But the boy refuses. Calling the man an ignoramus, the boy thinks about how to turn his terrible curse abilities into effective survival skills in the wild. The man who offered to join him turns out to be unprepared for a sharp refusal. He introduces himself as Chao Junpeng, asking to be called brother, and says that they need to stick together because there are a lot of girls and wounded people in Liu Yuan's group. But the boy angrily rejects his interlocutor, saying that in this world there is only one person who can be called a brother. With a smirk, Chao Junpeng calls Shangsu a cripple, saying that even if he manages to survive in this wilderness, he will still be helpless for the rest of his days. Putting his hand on Liu Yuan's shoulder, the man says that in this world, you can't act impulsively, and the main character will only drag the guy down. But the boy suddenly grabs the man's hand and snatches the knife, warning him not to speak ill of Shangsu. Suddenly, a voice comes from the house asking Liu Yuan to apologize for behaving like this towards people. But the boy only mocks, saying that he shouldn't have said that his interlocutor is an ordinary ragamuffin and a bad person. Shangsu, who asked his younger brother to apologize, only asks him to truly apologize and not lie. Chao Junpeng tells the boy not to believe that they will remain untouchable and asks to meet him at the construction site that evening. Threatening the boy with death, the man says that after this the lives of his brother and the girls in their squad will be broken. After finishing threatening the young man, Chao Junpeng turns around and walks away, smirking as he leaves. Liu Yuan only watched the man with an angry look, not taking his eyes off him. When Liu Yuan comes back into the house, Shangsu, sitting on the bed, says that he will solve this problem. The elder brother has almost recovered, and therefore asks to wait a little while until he creates chaos to solve the problem that has arisen. Hearing this, Liu Yuan enthusiastically agrees to such a plan. In the evening, in a small hut, Chao Junpeng tells his partners to tightly shut Liu Yuan's mouth and not to allow Wang Fugui to the scene, because he is friends with the officers. In response, the man's friend says that the old man only carries water to the soldiers, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Continuing to talk to each other, the assembled people play cards to brighten up their leisure time. Suddenly, a small portal appears right above the table, from which a hand places 4 threes on the table. There is silence in the room for a few seconds, as if people are trying to comprehend what is happening. With a puzzled look, Chao Junpeng asks if his friends even know how to play cards, apparently not noticing the influence from the outside. This influence was not noticed by the man's friends, who say they did not put these cards on the table. Suddenly, the cards seem to start shaking in sync with each other as they move across the table. The men sit and watch, uncomprehending until it is too late. A large explosion suddenly occurs in their house, as the cards turn out to be bombs that Shangsu possesses. The main character himself commands his friends and family to get ready. While people are in chaos due to the explosion, the group is better off leaving here because this place is not suitable for long-term residence. Now it is impossible to move north, south, or east due to the threat of falling into the war of consortiums and the attack of experimental subjects. At the moment, the group can only afford to move west. Shangsu recalls that there is a large mountain range in the west, and no one has been there or knows what is happening there. Stopping his thoughts, the protagonist opens the door of the hut and looks out. Outside, a squad of Yang Consortium soldiers looks around, having responded much faster than planned. He also draws attention to the fact that the victim was able to survive the explosion, escaping with relatively minor injuries. The soldiers try to interrogate the wounded man, finding out if he has a weapon and what caused the explosion. But the man stubbornly continues to talk about the cards. In response to this, the military man says that he is not so easy to deceive, perceiving a person's words as excuses. He orders that all victims be interrogated throughout the night, and then that several people be assigned to spy on the others and force them to do push-ups. Ignoring the man's protestations that he was not lying, the soldier says the sooner they start, the better. After starting to do push-ups for other people's misdeeds, Liu Yuan asks his older brother what they should do next. Shangsu says that if they don't have the opportunity to escape now, they will have to wait further, and asks his younger brother to pay attention to the area around the construction site. Then, Liu Yuan says that there is little chance at the construction site either, unless the protagonist recovers and leads everyone into battle. Lowering his knees slightly to the ground, Shangsu says that this approach is a last resort. Suddenly, one of the men who was sitting in the hut where the explosion occurred screams. He blames Liu Yuan and his other friends for everything, saying that they are to blame for what happened. According to him, their leader had just quarreled with them today, and had originally planned to finish them off at the construction site. But they struck first. Taking the man's words as a more truthful version, the man comes closer and asks what is going on here. Wang Fugui claims that the man is only slandering them and that they have not even left their room. The old man, rising from the ground, says that if the soldier does not believe them, he can ask the people around. The man does so, asking those around him, but they only shake their heads in confusion. Seeing that no one can confirm the accusations, the soldier points a gun at the man who accused Liu Yuan and the others, saying that he will have a chance to tell the truth later. The man denies it, saying that he was just playing cards and does not understand what he did wrong. The soldier orders his partner to keep an eye on Wang Fugi's group and report any strange things that happen. Meanwhile, at night, the interrogation of the injured man continues, in which the soldier literally tortures him. Unable to bear this treatment any longer, the man deceives the soldiers, saying that he is a spy and asks them to end it all. But the soldier does not accept this version, because spies would hardly blow themselves up and gather together. The partner suggests that the men may have instead uncovered the plans of real spies and could have been eliminated, and this version seems quite possible. The man with scars on his face wonders if there is something unusual about Wang Fugui's group. Then the partner realizes that there is a person named Ching Jen on their team who is acting strangely. With a smile, the man says that Ching Jen is just a loser who got squirrel droppings on his head, which, however, does not amuse the officer at all. After being slapped, the scarred man says that there are many wounded people in their group, which seems very strange. There weren't many wounded among the refugees, because then they wouldn't have been able to escape from the fortress. But Wang Fugi's group was very united, and they somehow managed to get all of their wounded out. The officer says that this only means that they have a good relationship, and reports that he heard about Shang Su, who was quite seriously injured. The partner confirms this, saying that, judging by the main character's condition, he must have at least a dozen fractures. But the officer, squinting, says there are no signs of explosions or injuries on his body. The scarred man confirms the officer's doubts, saying that this is an impossible coincidence. Then the officer, with a slight grin, gives the order to go and take a look at the main character. After a very short period of time, he approaches the hut of Wang Fugi's group. He is accompanied by several soldiers, who hold their weapons at the ready. After waiting a little, the soldier knocks several times on the door of a small hut. The door is opened by Wang Fugi, who tells the officers that it is already very late. But in response, the soldier only pushes the merchant back, going inside the building. He orders all the inhabitants of the hut to write down all the reasons for their injuries. After waiting for everyone to write down their thoughts on pieces of paper, the officer receives a stack of paper from Shang Su. After examining the paper and seeing that they all wrote car accident as the cause, the officer relaxes and tells everyone to rest. Turning around, the soldiers head towards the exit of the hut and leave it. Shang Su's accomplice asks how he knew that the soldiers would come to ask such a question, but the young man replies that he was simply playing it safe. Liu Yan says that the military has begun to suspect their group, but the protagonist assures that everything is under control. Shang Su thought to himself that it seemed like it was time to use their trump card. Another victim of the explosion is interrogated and says that Chao Junpeng had a falling out with Liu Yuan because he could not win him over to his side, and the boy cursed him. Moreover, before the Yang Consortium soldiers arrived, the boy killed several people on his own for the sake of his brother. After hearing this, the soldier asks again about the night of the explosion, asking where the cards came from. However, the man absent-mindedly replies that these are only the very same cards that the officer himself gave them. At first, the soldier perceives this as an accusation against him, but the man says that the 4 threes that appeared on the table were different from the others. Suddenly, a small portal appears above the table, from which a hand emerges again and places 4 cards on the table. With confusion and a certain amount of surprise on his face, the officer examines the objects for a few seconds. Now, with obvious panic on his face, the soldier asks if these cards are the same ones, to which the man replies yes. Then the man realizes in an instant that a very bad fate awaits them. A major explosion occurs in the hut, damaging the roof of the building. At the same time, all the other houses with the rest of the people inside begin to explode. In a panic, all the refugees begin to run away, trying to save their lives. In the confusion, a worried Liu Yuan asks his older brother where they are going. He replies that there are mountains and forests in the west, and therefore they will hide there. Military equipment suddenly begins to arrive at the scene. Shang Su takes notice of this, instantly thinking about why he has such bad luck. 3 military vehicles immediately stop in front of the main character. He notes with annoyance that he spent a lot of time exchanging coins for cards, but still cannot arrange an escape. The commander, who has left the car, orders everyone to return to their homes and threatens to shoot them. Asking the person in charge of the refugee camp why there is unrest here, one of the agitated soldiers replies that for some unknown reason, explosions suddenly occurred in the refugee camp, and their commander was killed in the line of duty. The stone-faced, bespectacled man asks if they didn't check the refugees for weapons, but the soldier says he doesn't understand where the people got the bombs from. He considers this case to be very suspicious and connected to the previous one, when an explosion also occurred. The soldier says he doesn't know who it was, but when they investigated the incident, they were also attacked. The commander asks if there are any suspects in this case, hoping to end the problem. The soldier turns around carefully and says that the suspects appeared after the military decided to check them out. Another military vehicle drives up to the people standing on the street and stops right in the middle. Shang-Su prepares for the worst, mentally running through all the possible scenarios in his head. A leg of a man who arrived here in a separate car appears from the transport. Unexpectedly, the person turns out to be Yang Xiaojin, who asks the leader to come to her. Upon seeing her, the bespectacled officer's expression instantly changes, becoming more agitated. He reports to the girl that he is responsible in this place. With a menacing face, Yang Xiaojin asks if there is a person named Shang-Su among the people. She points her finger directly at the protagonist, who begins to smile openly. Coming closer, she asks if the boy is injured, to which he replies that he was caught in the fire of the Li family's weapons. Turning to the commander, the girl says that she is taking these people with her, but the man contradicts her, saying that they are the main suspects in the spy case. Then Yang Xiaojin angrily asks that if a man thinks her friend is a spy, then who does he think she is? She tells the man that these people are from the Yang family, and that the soldier is not of sufficient rank to arrest them. With a look of excitement and panic on his face, the officer raises his hands and says that the girl can have them. In addition, Yang Xiaojin tells the man that he is going to requisition one of his trucks. Without resisting such an order, the commander gives the order to the soldier to drive the car closer. With interest, the man in glasses asks where they plan to go. Clutching her headdress, the girl replies that they are heading to the 88th fortress. After waiting for the car to be driven closer, Yang Xiaojin and the others head towards it. Turning around, the protagonist sees that Luo Xinyu is also in the transport. Having settled into their vehicles, the group sets off on their journey. Sitting in the back of the truck, Yang Xiaojin asks Shang-Su if he is badly injured. Lu Yuan answers instead, saying that his older brother has a total of 17 fractures. With a smile on his face, the young man says that he will recover in 20 days, and the girl replies that there will be no danger on the way north, so the guy can rest. With interest, Shang-Su asks how Yang Xiaojin ended up here herself, and asks what the connection is between her, the rebels, and the Yang family. According to her, the founder of the rebels was her aunt, but in recent years, the Yang family's aggressive intentions towards the outside world have become more serious, and discord has grown. Shang-Su asks if the rebels' ideology is really to maintain peace, but Yang Xiaojin says that they are not protecting the world, but only preventing the reappearance of something that could destroy it. They have destroyed 17 nuclear bases this year, but they still have not been able to find Ching Jen's base. Shang-Su suggests that if Ching Jen really had nuclear weapons, the Li family would have disappeared long ago. Just in case, the protagonist asks if the destroyed 17 bases belong to the Ching family, but Yang Xiaojin replies that they were simply located in the Central Plains. The young man does not quite understand the girl's words, because in the northeast is the Ching family, in the north is the Yang family, in the south is the Li family, and he does not understand the location of the Central Plains region. Shang-Su asks where the Central Plains are, but Yang Xiaojin replies that she has never been there either, but she heard that it is lively and rich. The fortresses there are connected by roads, and the first fortress is like a star that never goes out. Shang-Su then asks the girl if she wants to go to the Central Plains, to which she responds with a sharp refusal. Luo Lan should soon leave Fortress 88, and if the journey goes smoothly, the protagonist will still have time to meet him. The protagonist thinks that this turn of events may mean the end of cooperation between the Yang and Qing families. At this time, in the fortress itself, Boss Luo orders his men to be careful with things of special value, and his subordinate asks if Commander Ching Jen has won. But Luo Lan only smiled and replied that the man's victory was more than obvious, and they had nothing to worry about. At this moment, several military vehicles suddenly drive up to the large house. Once outside, Boss Luo Lan takes notice of the arriving vehicles. Several soldiers emerge from them and report that no one can leave now. When asked why this happened, one of the soldiers claims that Ching Jen has gone crazy. With a look of complete indignation on his face, Luo Lan asks what happened. According to the man who arrived, the Qing Consortium army retreated at the most critical moment, leaving the Yang Consortium army to its fate, which resulted in heavy losses. Luo Lan invites everyone to come inside the house and talk calmly, saying that there is no reason for violence. Opening the door into the room, he and his subordinates begin to enter it. One of the men asks if Ching Jen really abandoned them, but Boss Luo says his brother would never do such a thing. After this, Luo Lan expresses concerns that it is no longer Ching Jen who gives orders in the army. At this moment, events of their own are taking place at the Qing Consortium command post. Ching Jen tries to dissuade his fighters from standing up for him, saying that they have families. One of the soldiers says that he will return with his commander, but he asks him to continue fighting. The other man then asks what they should do about Luo Lan, but Ching Jen assures him that he has a plan. After finishing talking to his subordinate soldiers, the man walks outside, right into the snowfall. With a clear grin, Ching Jen asks the man across from him if he is really that afraid of him. In response, the man in glasses asks whether he should praise his interlocutor for his intelligence or call him a fool. The man in white clothes can be called smart because he teamed up with the Yang Consortium and was able to defeat the Li Consortium. In response, Ching Jen modestly says that his merits here are exaggerated. However, he could still be considered a fool, because if he hadn't attacked the Li clan, the Presidium wouldn't have acted against him so quickly. Ching Jen then asks if he should have supported the Li clan while strengthening his position at the front. Secretary Zhou claims that he made no such statement, earning ridicule from Ching Jen in return. Even if he didn't attack the Li clan, this consortium would still attack their forces. Ching Jen, however, is not worried about himself, because he thinks that he will return back to house arrest. But Secretary Zhou says that now, after Qing Yun's murder, things will be much more serious than house arrest. The smile disappears from the man in white, who sighs as he accepts this turn of events. Time passes, and the car drives up to the gates of the 111th fortress. Having overcome the wall, the transport begins to move within the city limits. Ching Jen calls all this a familiar scenery and says that he has finally returned home. Secretary Zhou arrogantly remarks that his interlocutor still has the desire to admire such things. They drive past a theater, and a man in white asks why it was closed. It turned out that they were all closed because Ching Jen loved visiting them so much. Turning around, Secretary Zhou asks why his interlocutor suddenly fell silent. In response, Ching Jen says that his flowers at home must have dried up, which slightly irritates the man in front. If this were an era of peace, he would want to become a gardener rather than engage in war and politics. Continuing to move forward, the car stops near a small detachment of soldiers. Secretary Zhou says the Presidium ordered the man to walk up the mountain barefoot, all 21 kilometers. Hearing this, Ching Jen began to leave the car with an indifferent face. His foot steps onto the asphalt, on which yellow leaves are scattered. Adjusting the sleeves of his clothes slightly, the man looks at the landscape in the distance. Finally, Ching Jen says that he is sorry that things turned out this way. Addressing the soldiers, Secretary Zhou orders one of them to take off the man's shoes and escort him. They, however, look down with a dejected look, as if not wanting to perform such a task. Angrily, Secretary Zhou yells at the people in front of him, ordering them to carry out their assigned task. After waiting for a while, Ching Jen steps forward, saying that he remembers a soldier named Zhang Yuge. Previously, he was a soldier under Ching Jen's command, and distinguished himself during the destruction of the Fireseed Company. Taking a fighting stance, the man says he didn't expect his former commander to recognize him. Ching Jen places his hand on the soldier's left shoulder, calling him an elite fighter. Secretary Zhou watches all this from the side, pursing his lips in displeasure. Looking at the other military man, the man in white clothes addresses him by his name, Wang Han, and it turns out that he was also under Ching Jen's command. He asks how the soldier's mother is, and the soldier says that everything has started to get better, and shows his joy that his commander remembers such little things. Ching Jen calls them all strong soldiers and commanders who were brought here like guard dogs, and says that he will go along the road himself. After hearing yet another insult from Secretary Zhou, the man takes off his shoes and sets off on his way. Zhou went with the man, and Ching Jen, pointing to the mountain, said that he played there with Luo Lan. At that time, Qing Yun also went with them, but everyone always felt that their relationship was strained. However, there are probably hidden sentries on the mountain now, so it is probably no longer possible to get through there. Some time passes and the snowfall begins to intensify. A heavy amount of snow covers the entire asphalt of the road, making movement on it especially difficult. However, Ching Jen continues to walk barefoot on the bare snow no matter what. Angrily, Secretary Zhou loudly asks why the man pulled back his troops and let the Yang Consortium get closer. But Ching Jen makes a face as if he is not interested in the conversation at all, and such a question genuinely surprises him. At that time, Qing Yi had not yet taken command of the troops, and now Luo Lan had probably been captured, and many people probably thought that Qing Yi was to blame for this. Ching Jen then replies that he did so because he knew about Secretary Zhou's plans for him, and says that their old man assigned Luo Lan to protect his younger brother. However, Boss Luo was not the type of person who could protect anyone, so Ching Jen decided to protect him himself. The man asks if he really allowed the Yang clan to capture his brother. He only replies that the Yang consortium will not kill Luo Lan because he is more important to them than alive. In case his life was in danger, Ching Jen had already prepared a plan for his evacuation. With a smile, the man says that they have almost reached their destination. Secretary Zhou asks after him whether his interlocutor has thought everything through, to which he answers in the affirmative. If you stand there and think about it, it seems as if Ching Jen himself had never been here. The man behind the man in white adjusts his glasses slightly and looks ahead. He sees that Ching Jen's legs are all covered in blood from the distance he has traveled. Finally, the two of them stand before a gathering of men in formal suits. One of the men, wearing a monocle, asks Ching Jen if he realizes his mistake. However, he only innocently asks again what exactly his offense is. In response, the man names crimes such as murder and seizure of power, which can be followed by the death penalty. According to the old man, on the contrary, if Ching Jen did not die, his heart would never find peace. At first, upon hearing these words, Ching Jen simply closed his eyes. He turns to the window and comes close to it as if thinking about something. Finally, he exhales, as if freed from some invisible burden. Watching all this, one of the people at the table accuses Ching Jen of daring to be arrogant and impudent. Turning to Zhou Qi, the man says that he has thought it over, and that he no longer intends to be a shadow. Now he wants to become the head of the Qing consortium, and this statement shocks the secretary. Turning to the man on the right, Ching Jen asks if he has thought about it. In response, Secretary Zhou declares with a smile on his face that he is ready to serve him. Suddenly, he clasps his hand behind him, as if summoning several wind currents. He hurls them forward, each one aimed at a different person. Not a second passes before everyone gathered is caught up in the superpower. With the last of his strength, the man sitting at the head of the table calls out Ching Jen's name. Machine gun fire and shots are heard outside and can be heard throughout the area. Armed soldiers advance, declaring that they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Gradually, a detachment of soldiers begins to approach the residence where the meeting was taking place. One of the people standing in front deliberately raised his gun muzzle up and fired. After this, he hit the door in front of him with all his might, intending to knock it down. A group of soldiers advances forward and a fight begins between them and another military platoon. Standing nearby, Secretary Zhou asks if the man will really allow Luo Lan to return, as he does not trust him. The old man, captured by the superpower, threatens that the Qing Yi consortium will revolt. However, Ching Jen only claims that he is also his man. Now, such actions are considered treason, and Ching Jen orders the death of those who disagree with him. Secretary Zhou squeezes his hand, increasing the pressure on the necks of the people next to him. When the man lets go of the people, they all fall to the floor, showing no signs of life. Together, Secretary Zhou and Ching Jen leave the room, leaving the corpses behind them. The next half-month will be very busy for them, and the man needs to think about how to issue new decrees. The duo continue their journey through the corridors of the building, seeing more and more corpses of soldiers. Suddenly, Secretary Zhou reminds his accomplice that he promised him money. He gives him a red piece of paper and tells him to go to the Qing Bank, saying that these funds will be enough for his whole life. However, Ching Jen cannot trust his partner who is greedy for money. However, he tries to convince the man in white that if he was really interested in the money, he would have taken it from the Presidium. With a smile, Ching Jen says after these words that he fell for the man's nonsense. Secretary Zhou then asks what they should do with Luo Lan and offers to save him for an additional fee. However, the man politely refuses, saying that he has his own plans. Ching Jen realizes that his own life is hanging by a thread, and that he hasn't felt such excitement in a long time. At this moment, the transport vehicle arrives at the 88th fortress. Once he gets close to the fortress, Xiangsu believes that they are all essentially the same. The only difference is that the Yang consortium has Yang Xiaojin. Liu Yuan, sitting slightly to the side, suggests that they simply live in the village and not inside the fortress. However, Xiangsu insists that they at least take a look inside. The car pulls up to the fortress gate and Luo Xinyu shows his documents to the guard. Xiangsu is surprised that the Yang consortium actually built an outer gate to the fortress. According to Yang Xiaojin, Luo Lan was already ready to leave at this time, but the Qing clan suddenly broke the agreement and the man was placed under house arrest. During the conversation, the young man feels that when the girl talks about her clan, she does so with a certain detachment. She reports that after Ching Jen took control of his consortium, his army once again moved to the front lines. Yang Xiaojin says that the war would not have gone so smoothly if it weren't for an unknown spy within the Li consortium, to which Xiangsu only smirks. Noticing this, the girl asks why the boy has such an expression on his face. But Xiangsu, with a smile on his face, only asks Yang Xiaojin to continue her story. The Yang clan's losses at the front were quite significant, and, in her words, if they had had such a spy on their side, the outcome of the war would have been different. Hearing this, Shang-Su says that this spy must be a very skilled person. But Yang Xiaojin says that he knows that it was the main character, because no one else has such abilities. The housing that the Yang Consortium allocated for the protagonist's group is located next door to Luolan's house. Looking down slightly, Shang-Su asks if there are any universities in the fortress, and the girl answers in the affirmative. Covered with a cap, Yang Xiaojin asks if the protagonist really wants to go to university. She, of course, does not have the authority to enroll the young man immediately, but she can arrange for him to take the exams in 3 months. After some time, their transport pulls up to one of the houses on the street. Getting out of the car, Yang Xiaojin asks the protagonist to take everyone home, and she says that she has things to do. After going inside the building, Shang-Su says that the courtyard here is quite nice. To his surprise, the young man noticed Luolan out of the corner of his eye, looking through the wall. He asks the man what he is doing and why he is in this position. With a cigarette in his mouth, Luolan asks the protagonist if they were also captured and brought here. But Shang-Su says that their situations are completely different, without specifying what exactly. The man who had been supporting Luolan all this time asks what was so interesting about him. In response, however, he tells her to continue holding it, despite its great weight. 2 adult soldiers struggle to cope with such a burden, their bodies shaking from the great weight of the man. A moment later, they can't take it anymore, and all 3 of them fall onto the grass, exhausted. Shang-Su almost gloats over this situation in his head, mocking Luolan. Turning to his subordinates, the man asks them to hold him a little longer so that he can talk to his friend from the neighboring yard. After a few seconds, he finally climbs into the arms of his soldiers and looks over the wall. With a smile, Shang-Su asks if his interlocutor is under house arrest because he looks too pleased. The man says that the Yang family is unlikely to do anything to him, because a living person is more valuable to them than a dead one. The young man then asks if he has heard that Ching Jen has seized power in the consortium. However, this news does not please Luolan at all, because now the Yang Consortium will not let him go anywhere. But he even becomes a little excited, because technically he is now the brother of the clan leader. Turning to his soldiers, who are trying to hold him up with all their might, he asks them to lift him even higher. Shang-Su tries to stop Luolan, saying that he is under house arrest, and the protagonist could get into trouble for this. But Luolan doesn't stop and climbs over the wall, and so the young man is forced to ensure him. After finishing helping, the protagonist asks why Luolan doesn't run away, since he can easily enter and exit someone else's yard. He reports that there used to be guards in disguise living in this courtyard who were watching him, and they suddenly left this morning, so he pressed himself against the wall to watch. Besides, even if this part of the guards left, it does not mean that they stopped watching him. In the morning, someone came specifically to clean the main character's house, and it looks like they did a good job. Moving on, Luolan meets a teacher and her students, paying special attention to them. His mind is instantly clouded by the feeling of closeness he begins to feel towards the girls. He asks teacher Jiang if she remembers him, and introduces himself by his name, saying that he is the brother of the Qing clan chief. At this moment, Liu Yuan turns to his older brother and says that they are probably under surveillance too. The Yang Consortium's attitude towards them will not change because of Yang Xiaojin's actions, so they need a new plan. However, the protagonist states that when he recovers, no one will be able to stop them, and they will head north. At this moment, a man with bags enters the yard and says that he brought food on orders from his superiors. He places the delivered packages on the floor in front of the people, which attracts Luolan's attention. The man begins to act up, because he also wants food to be delivered to him personally. Looking down at the food bags, he admits that it looks pretty good. Taking the bags in his hands, Luolan suggests that they go and have a bite to eat, to which Liu Yuan remarks that he is acting too bossy. Night falls, and all the protagonist's friends gather together at the tables. Luolan, while helping himself to food, asks if Yang Xiaojin brought them all here, and why don't they all go to his younger brother's territory. Shang-Su, however, does not understand why they would go to the Qing clan, since there is unrest there now. However, according to the man, it was still better than coming to the Yang clan with the rebels, who had long since become marginalized. In addition, the rebels are also a concern for the Yang leadership, and they too are a formidable force that the consortium cannot destroy. In response, Shang-Su says that the rebels want to destroy their nuclear base, but Luolan still praises them for their strength. However, the man claims that he is simply telling the truth, and is confident that no one will be able to find their base. The protagonist then asks how the man plans to leave the Yang clan's territory, but he leaves the question unanswered. At this point, the young man notices that the man has already eaten half of the shared plate and points this out to him. After some time, the events move to another house, which is located in another place. Guests in the luxurious hall are served by their own waiter, who brings food and drinks to people. A very old-looking man asks if young Xiaojin really brought some refugees with her. She agrees and hears words about how being friends with refugees is not the best habit. The level of friends determines the level of a person. So the man asks not to let his heart become wild, and not to adopt the bad habits of refugees. With confidence in his voice, Yang Xiaojin declares that these refugees are different from any others. But the man only says that her third uncle only wishes her well, because refugees did not receive a good education and do not know etiquette. Instead of continuing the argument about the refugees, Yang Xiaojin gets up from the table and says that she is full. However, her uncle tells her not to rush because he has another important matter that he would like to discuss. She decides to stay and listen to the words that her interlocutor would like to say to her. There doesn't seem to be much trouble at the front, so Ching Jen's takeover is a threat to the Yang Consortium. With his hands on the table, the uncle asks the girl across from him if the rebels have found Ching's laboratory. Yang Xiaojin, closing his eyes, reports that no, and that they would hardly use weapons of that level. However, according to the man, they need to be prepared for anything, and a strong conflict with the Qing clan awaits them ahead. Therefore, the Zong and Yang consortiums need to unite to cover each other. Yang Xiaojin tenses his face and frowns, asking his uncle what he is hinting at. He informs that in a few days people from the Zong consortium will arrive here, and the girl will need to meet them. This clan is ambitious, but has no real power, and in recent years has been constantly plotting against the 178th fortress. In addition, they intend to make a peaceful statement regarding this fortress while Zhang Jinglin is away. However, they underestimated the determination of the assassins from Fortress 178. But fortunately, the Zong clan caused a disturbance, which saved both the Yang consortium and the Qing. The young man sent by the Zhang clan is named Zong Cheng, and he is in charge of the defense of this consortium. It is said that a new commander named Xu Xianshu has appeared in the 178th fortress, and he is highly valued by Zhang Jinglin. According to Yang Xiaojin, Xu Xianshu did not have any special relationship with her, and they were just traveling together. She is confused by the fact that Xiangsu is friends with all these people, and her uncle says to make friends with the people from Fortress 178, which might force Ching Jen to retreat. The girl is glad that if she has to deal with the men from that fortress, then Xiangsu will be better at it. The man says that Zong Cheng is about her age, and is probably a superhuman too. After some time, she meets the main character, who is brushing his teeth on the street. Without rinsing off the toothpaste, the guy notes that the girl arrived quite early. Leaning against a tree, Yang Xiaojin says that Jiang Wu's students will not be able to take part in the exam, since secret research is being conducted at the university, and they themselves are not from the fortress. They are forbidden from entering there. Then Xiangsu excitedly asks about the fate of Liu Yuan and the others, since they are only in middle school now. With a smile, Yang Xiaojin says that they can go to school, and their registration is already completed. Although the others cannot participate in the exams, the Yang family has arranged for library cards for them, so that they can study the books they want. She hands the young man a library card, for which he thanks the girl. When asked if there is anything else needed, Zhangsu says that he would not mind learning martial arts, and therefore asks to find an appropriate teacher. With a thoughtful face, the girl says that she will try to find one. After waiting a little, she again turns to the main character, saying that she has business. She asks Xiangsu to accompany her when the people from the Zong clan arrive here, and he agrees. A short amount of time passes, and the main character arrives at the library. He is genuinely surprised by the large size of the building, being in one for the first time. However, he is worried that the building is still closed, even though it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. A man appears behind the main character and asks if he has come to read something. Xiangsu no DS, asking why the library is still closed at this time. He, despite his interlocutor, says that people usually come after lunch, so he himself is in no hurry. The man tells the main character that if he wants to come early again, he should call him. Walking forward, the librarian glances at the young man and thinks that he must have sworn to himself to study hard during the holidays. Coming closer to the entrance to the library, the duo opens the doors and enters the building. The man says he will be at the other end of the room and asks to contact him if you need anything. One of the books instantly catches the young man's attention, and he reaches for it. Immediately after this, he chooses 3 other books, which he also takes for himself. Having put all the literature on the table, Xiangsu begins to study it, taking a piece of paper and a pen. A significant amount of time passes, and the librarian notices that the main character is very focused. Finally, closing the book in front of him, Xiangsu decides to ask all the questions that arose to Teacher Jiang. The young man stands up from his seat, attracting the attention of the librarian at the desk. It's the end of the working day, and the sun is already beginning to set over the library. As night gradually falls, Xiangsu finds himself walking the streets at night. An unknown girl in a purple dress is following the young man, standing behind him. Xiangsu himself notices this, looking suspiciously at his pursuer. At this moment, The man who is Yang Xiaojin's uncle is looking at some papers by the window. A subordinate comes into him, saying that a man from the Secret Service has arrived. The woman who was chasing Xiang Su appears at the door and says that the guy did nothing unusual. In response, the man thanks the girl for her efforts and asks if she has lost